Is fishing addictive? What nonsense! I fish every day and don't feel the least bit addicted. The stronger the winds, the more valuable the catch. That what's there to fear from a little breeze? What anglers dread is the empty hook, the barren catch. Big fish are reserved for those who are prepared. On the breakwater by the sea, a group of fishermen bantered while casting their lines. Today, a typhoon raged, bringing fierce winds and towering waves, accompanied by relentless rain. Yet, such treacherous weather did little to dampen the fervor of these fishing enthusiasts. In fact, they believed that rough seas heralded an abundance of fish. Zhang Hai was among these devoted anglers. Dressed in a raincoat, he sat calmly atop his tackle box, gripping his fishing rod, his gaze fixed on the tumultuous sea, utterly still, convinced that the next bite would yield a substantial catch. Suddenly, the rod in his hands began to tremble violently. The fishing line tautened rapidly, bending the rod into a crescent shape. A tremendous force tugged at the line from beneath the surface, pulling the rod towards the depths of the ocean. It was evident he had hooked a large fish. Elated, Zhang Hai stood up, tightening his grip on the rod, ready to engage in a battle of strength with the creature beneath the waves. But then his foot slipped, and with his balance compromised and the pull from the line overwhelming, he stumbled and was yanked into the sea. If he had released the rod at that moment, he might have salvaged his situation. Yet, the instinct of an angler compelled him to cling to the rod until his last breath. A lost life may elicit tears for a week, but a lost fish would become a source of lifelong ridicule. Thus, he was dragged further and further away, swallowed by the monstrous waves. To make matters worse, the sudden exertion caused his leg to cramp. Even knowing how to swim proved futile, he succumbed to the sea's embrace. When he was eventually discovered and retrieved, it was already the next day. As his bloated body surfaced, his fellow anglers could not help but lament, "It seems he will no longer be a fisherman." My big fish! Zhang Hai awoke, as if from a nightmare, shouting while his eyes flung open. Sitting up, he gazed at his empty hands and the unfamiliar surroundings, bewildered. Blue skies, fluffy clouds, sandy shores, the vast ocean, and cacti. A wave of confusion washed over him. He recalled losing consciousness as he was pulled into the sea. He murmured to himself, "Given the circumstances, have I drifted to an island? Wait, did I manage to land that big fish? Damn, the force was at least several dozen pounds. My precious fish lost." He animatedly gestured with his hands, estimating the length of the fish he had envisioned. "Wait, where's my fishing rod? Where am I now? What is happening?" Zhang Hai suddenly realized that this was not the time to lament over a lost fish. He surveyed his current situation, seated on a patch of grass by the shore, devoid of both rod and fish. And then he looked at himself, tattered and disheveled. With a face smeared in grime, he appeared as though he had not bathed for several days, his stomach growling in hunger. "What? This garment does not belong to me." Zhang Hai pondered, his confusion deepening. He scrutinized his surroundings more closely. Above him stretched a vast blue sky adorned with white clouds. Before him lay a rocky beach and a vast sea, while behind him stood a quaint village. At this moment, he was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? This does not feel like myself. Amidst his bewilderment, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced through his head. In that instant, a flood of memories surged into his consciousness, memories belonging to a life from infancy to the age of 21. Some fragments were hazy, while others were strikingly vivid. After digesting these recollections and taking a moment to recover, Zhang Hai finally comprehended the situation. That it turned out that he had traversed dimensions. On Earth, he had perished by drowning. Now he found himself inhabiting the body of a namesake in a parallel world, sharing the same name and agitonion. The difference lay in their backgrounds. On Earth, he was an avid angler, a freshly graduated university student from a family of modest means, possessing a house and a car, with no need to seek employment, spending his days contemplating where to fish next. In contrast, here, the previous owner of this body had endured a far more tragic existence. Born and raised in a small fishing village named Lanhai, he had only completed the second grade of elementary school. At 8 years old, he had suffered a near-drowning incident while swimming by the sea, and although he was resuscitated, he emerged with cognitive impairments. The doctors attributed his condition to water entering his brain. A subsequent hospital stay did little to remedy his plight. By the age of 11, his parents had succumbed to illness, leaving him to rely on relatives and the village council's charity for over a decade, leading a muddled existence until he became known as the village Simpleton Zhang the Fool, as the villagers referred to him. After untangling the memories of his predecessor, Zhang Hai understood why the previous owner was in such a disheveled state. He had been a fool. However, that was a thing of the past. Upon assuming control of this body, his consciousness transformed into his own, ensuring he would no longer be a simpleton. Fortunately, despite the previous owner's mental challenges, the physical form was remarkably robust, tall, around 6 feet, with a sun-kissed complexion and well-defined muscles. His appearance was not unpleasing with thick brows and bright eyes. He could easily become a charming and handsome young man with a bit of grooming. Though his circumstances upon this new journey were dismal, they were not utterly tragic. To be granted a second chance at life after death was a blessing in itself. There was no need for excessive demands. Zhang Hai maintained a positive outlook, conjuring numerous reasons to console himself and fortify his spirit in this new world. Before long, he accepted the reality of his transmigration and embraced his current impoverished identity. Regardless, it was what it was resisting would serve no purpose. The location of his transmigration was by the seaside, which was rather pleasant, as it meant he could fish once more. For an angler, the specifics mattered little. The ability to cast a line was all that counted. At that moment, a fisherman in his 50s, carrying a fishing net and preparing to venture into the sea, passed by Zhang Hai. As the fisherman observed Zhang Hai seated on the grass under the blazing sun, he approached and remarked, "Xiao Hai, what are you doing sitting here? There are no Ultramen at sea, they only exist on television. Your good friends, Xiao Gua and the others, are watching TV. You should join them instead of sitting here in the sun and getting burnt." Conversations with a fool seldom evoke seriousness. Zhang Hai regarded the fisherman with earnestness. He recognized him as a resident of Lanhai village, an acquaintance of the former master who referred to him as second uncle, with whom he shared a distant familial bond, and who often looked after the former master. The Xiaogua mentioned was a group of preschool children, whom the former master adored playing with. Upon hearing the fisherman suggest he watched television with a bunch of toddlers, Zhang Hai shook his head and replied, "Second uncle, please go about your fishing. There's no need to concern yourself with me. We'll be leaving shortly after a brief rest here." Suddenly, second uncle's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Hai. He could hardly trust his own ears. Typically, Zhang Hai struggled to articulate a coherent sentence, speaking with the hesitant tone often associated with the simple-minded. Yet now, his words flowed as smoothly as those of any ordinary person. How peculiar! Could it be that he had improved? Was he no longer foolish? With uncertainty, second uncle inquired, "Xiao Hai, what is this?" Zhang Hai smiled knowingly. "Second uncle, I am awaiting the system. Online novels often depict that the first task upon transmigration is to bind with the system." Hence, Zhang Hai had been sitting still, anticipating the arrival of such a system. Upon hearing this, second uncle could not suppress a sigh. Waiting for system? How bizarre! It seemed this fellow remained as foolish as ever. He had merely overthought the situation. With a resigned smile, second uncle said, "Very well, then you await your whatever system it is. Just remember not to wander off. If you become hungry, seek food in the village. Don't go eating wild grasses." Zhang Hai simply smiled, choosing not to respond, for he was aware that in second uncle's eyes, he remained a simpleton. After second uncle departed with his fishing net, heading to the port to board his boat and venture into the sea, Zhang Hai pondered whether he should acquire a net to fish as well. This way, he could at least sustain himself and perhaps even earn a little money. After all, Lanhai village was a fishing community, and the most straightforward means of livelihood was indeed fishing. The sea before him was abundant with resources. The beach was strewn with various shells and snails, while the rocky outcrops teemed with crabs and octopuses. There were plenty of fish in the sea, and with a bit of diligence, he would not starve. Zhang Hai contemplated his future livelihood. A sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the Coastal King system. Subsequently, a notification panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. System activation successful. Points reward mechanism unlocked. Gathering at sea will yield points. The more one collects, the rarer the rewards, and the greater the points earned. Click to view. Details. Coastal Tools Mall unlocked. With points, one can exchange for corresponding tools in the mall. Gift package successfully bound. The gift package has been credited. Please check. Take note of the content within the prompt box. Zhang Hai suddenly felt a surge of information infiltrating his mind. It pertained to the system and its operational methods. In merely 2 seconds, he fully assimilated the influx of information. Like a sudden revelation, upon digesting the information, he comprehended the nature of this system and how to access its various interfaces. Zhang Hai took a deep breath, a radiant joy illuminating his face. This is the fabled system. Indeed, it has bound itself to him in the very first moments after his transcendence. The Ocean Collector System, as its name suggests, is a system dedicated to harvesting from the sea. As long as one collects from the ocean and reaps rewards, they will earn corresponding points, which can be exchanged for items. While it may not be the kind of system that allows one to effortlessly amass wealth and ascend to the pinnacle of life, this system is still remarkably powerful. It ensures that one can thrive in this new world, a far better fate than having nothing at all. Chapter 2. Remarkable Coastal Tools. After calming the elation within his heart, Zhang Hai accessed the system as prop shop interface through his consciousness. A holographic projection screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. The screen showcased a digital marketplace, brimming with an array of products, each adorned with its respective price. Personal points. 0. Shop level. 1. Level 1 fishing net. 1,000 points. Click to view details. Level 1 fishing rod. 1,000 points. Click to view details. Level 1 spear gun. 1,000 points. Click to view details. Level 1 diving suit. 1,000 points. Click to view details. Level 1 net collector. 1,000 points. Click to view details. Level 1 driver. 1,000 points. Click to view details. Level 1 detector. 1,000 points. Click to view details. Currency. 1.100 Longwood coins. Note, as the shop level increases, corresponding products will be unlocked. Upgrade condition for next level. 3,000 points. All current items must be sold out. After a careful examination, it became evident that the shop was indeed upgradable. The conditions for upgrading were not particularly daunting. One merely needed to purchase all items currently available in the shop and then expend 3,000 points to advance. The level 1 shop contained 6 items, each priced at 1,000 points, all of which were tools essential for coastal foraging. In addition to items, points could also be exchanged for currency. 1 point equated to 100 yuan, a rather favorable ratio. However, with his current total of 0 points, he could not afford even a single item. Soon after, Zhang Hai encountered a significant issue. The tools offered by the system were all readily available in the market. Take the fishing net, for instance. It could be purchased anywhere and was quite affordable. The same held true for fishing rods and spear guns. Consequently, the utility of these system tools appeared rather limited. They seemed less reliable than simply owning a fishing tackle shop. It would be more prudent to convert his points into money and then use that money to make purchases. After all, 1,000 points amounted to a staggering 100,000 yuan. With this realization, a sense of disappointment began to creep into Zhang Hai's heart. Nevertheless, he refused to give up and decided to click on the details to ascertain whether these tools possessed any unique attributes. He began with the fishing net, and upon inspection, he felt that his previous judgment had been rather hasty. Level 1 fishing net. Type: adhesive net. Material: special variable metallic fiber. Length: 1,000 meters. Height: 1.5 meters. Softness: AAA level. Transparency: AAA level. Toughness: AAA level. Netting can withstand a tensile force of 100 tons. Function: adjustable mesh size. Zhang Hai was utterly astonished. What kind of net was this? Crafted from variable metallic fiber? Although he did not fully grasp the implications of softness, transparency, and toughness, he was undeniably intrigued. It is evident from just a couple of points that this net is truly remarkable. Firstly, the net is capable of withstanding a pull of 100 tons, an astonishing weight equivalent to 200,000 pounds. What other net on the market can endure such immense force? This net is virtually indestructible, capable of easily capturing even whales. Secondly, the functionality of the net is noteworthy. The size of the mesh can be controlled. What does this imply? It allows for the arbitrary adjustment of the mesh size. One can set the mesh to accommodate fish of varying sizes, and upon retrieval, the mesh size can be enlarged, thus eliminating the need to unhook the fish caught within, thereby saving the hassle of disentangling them. Previously, Zhang Hai was an avid angler, not only enjoying fishing but also deploying nets in the ocean, making him quite familiar with the intricacies of netting. He could discern at a glance that this net was extraordinary. In the past, he would not have exchanged it for 100,000 yuan. Of course, He would not trade it now either, especially after perusing the detailed introduction of the fishing net. Zhang Hai then proceeded to examine the specifications of the fishing rod. Upon concluding his review, he found himself utterly astounded. This rod was nothing short of a dream come true for any fisherman. With this rod in hand, the world is at one's fingertips. The rod is constructed from a variable metal alloy, combining lightness with remarkable resilience. It is claimed to withstand at least 100 tons of pull. The main line and the subline can be adjusted in thickness and length, both capable of enduring the same impressive force. The size of the hooks can also be modified, allowing one to fish for any size of fish, even transforming into realistic lures. It is safe to say that this rod is suitable for all fishing environments, be it sea fishing, rock fishing, river fishing, pond fishing, or even for targeting large fish, small fish, and even whales. Having finished reading the description of the fishing rod, Zhang Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He mused that had he possessed such a rod in the past, he would not have suffered from broken lines or snapped rods while battling large fish. He felt no need to examine the remaining items one by one. It was clear that they were all exceptional and far superior to anything available on the market. Products from this system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Now, Zhang Hai felt invigorated, driven solely by the desire to earn points. Without further ado, he resolved to redeem this magnificent fishing rod first. The sight of such an exquisite rod had awakened his inner fisherman, and he could hardly resist the urge to cast a line immediately. After closing the item shop interface, Zhang Hai turned his attention to the system's point mechanism. As redeeming items requires points, before earning points, he wanted to understand how they were awarded. Point mechanism, daily point cap, 1500. The cap increases as the item shop level rises. Methods of earning. Rewards can be gained from harvesting during beachcombing. The rarer the harvest, the greater the points awarded. Once the daily limit is reached, no further points can be earned. Note: points will not be awarded for harvests obtained through violations of rules. Examples of violations include purchasing items from the market to place, receiving gifts from others, or capturing fish after placing them, among other unorthodox methods. After reviewing the information for a while, Zhang Hai grasped the general concept. In summary, under normal circumstances, gathering seafood yields rewards in the form of points. There exists a daily limit on the accumulation of these points, and exceeding this limit renders further collection impossible. Currently, at level 1, the cap is set at 500 points, which will increase upon leveling up. After reviewing the points reward mechanism, Zhang Hai proceeded to examine the novice rewards bestowed by the system. Fisherman's license, captain certificate, fishing vessel registration, fishing permit. Sea gathering luck buff, level 1 fishing vessel. The majority of the novice rewards consist of essential certificates required for fishing expeditions. Alongside a tangible fishing boat, there is also an abstract concept. Sea gathering luck buff? What on earth could this be? Could it imply that luck would be enhanced during seafood gathering, making encounters with marine treasures more fortuitous? Perhaps it signifies an innate blessing for seafood gathering? This must be its meaning, Zhang Hai mused inwardly. As for the notion of luck, he found himself unable to verify it at present. So he chose to divert his attention to the tangible reward, the level 1 fishing vessel. Through the system, he could access the details of the fishing boat. Level 1 fishing vessel, upgradable, material, special variable metal alloy, length, 8, 1 meters, maximum width, 2 meters, maximum load, 10 tons, impact resistance coefficient, 100, equivalent to a tank's impact resistance. Currently equipped devices, none. Docking location, Lanhai Village Pier. Upon absorbing the information regarding the level 1 fishing vessel, Zhang Hai could not help but be inwardly astonished. Truly, this vessel, produced by the system, was remarkably impressive. A mere fishing boat constructed from variable metal alloys, boasting an impact resistance comparable to that of a tank. Such resilience could likely withstand a forceful typhoon of level 18, no matter how turbulent the waters may become. He felt undeterred. After closing the interface, Zhang Hai stood up, dusted himself off, and made his way towards the Lanhai Village Pier. He was eager to inspect the fishing vessel anchored at the dock. Chapter 3. I am no longer a fool. In front of Lanhai Village lies a picturesque bay. On one side, the deep waters serve as a haven for fishing boats, while the other side features a sandy beach interspersed with rocky outcrops. This rocky area is renowned as a sacred ground for shellfish gathering in Wanhai City. During low tide, vast expanses of rocks emerge, attracting throngs of people eager to forage. Particularly in recent years, enthusiasm for this activity has surged, drawing ever-increasing numbers of visitors. Zhang Hai's fishing vessel was docked in the deep water area, so he made his way toward the pier. Upon arrival, he compared the boat numbers and soon spotted his modest fishing boat. Measuring approximately 8 meters, it was a small wooden vessel, seemingly new yet rather rudimentary. The boat was devoid of any equipment, completely empty, lacking even a motor. The only item aboard was a wooden oar, indicating that the vessel's propulsion would depend on manual effort. Despite its simplicity, Zhang Hai recognized the boat's unique potential and harbored no disdain for its humble appearance. He eagerly climbed aboard. After a slight wobble, he regained his balance and began to explore. In a small cabin, he discovered the documents from his novice rewards, methodically collecting them before inspecting other areas. The pier was bustling with the fishing boats of Lan Hai Village's fishermen. Although it was midday, the number of fishermen present was significant. Some were mending nets, others were repairing engines, while a few had just returned to port, each engrossed in their own tasks. The fishermen recognized Zhang Hai as the village's simpleton, aware of his reputation. When they saw him rummaging through a small boat, they were filled with curiosity. One fisherman, who was a distant relative of Zhang Hai, approached him, standing on the shore as he called out, "Hey, Xiao Hai, what are you looking for? Don't go rummaging through someone else's boat. If someone sees you, they'll be furious." Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Hai turned toward the fisherman and replied, "Uncle, this is my own boat." The man was incredulous. How could a fool, who relied on the charity of others to survive, possibly own a vessel, let alone a new one? He shook his head and said, "Xiao Hai, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and come ashore. Don't play around in the sea, or you might drown." He then looked toward the crowd at the pier and inquired, "Whose boat is this? Someone come and fetch Xiao Hai. We can't let the boy drown." Upon hearing this, many fishermen turned their attention to Zhang Hai, with several gathering around. "This is a new boat. Whose is it?" "It's not mine. Why is Xiao Hai on someone else's vessel?" "Wait, isn't he afraid of water? After that incident, he was too scared to even go near it. Why is he suddenly on a boat?" The crowd began to murmur among themselves, each offering their opinions. Some voiced their concerns, calling out to Zhang Hai that that's not a place to play. It's dangerous. You should come back. Zhang Hai understood that others could not possibly believe he owned a fishing boat. In the hearts of others, he was still perceived as a fool. Thus, he explained, "Uncle, I am no longer foolish. I have recovered. This boat is newly acquired, and here is the registration certificate with my name inscribed upon it." As they would all be living in the same village, it was essential to dispel any unnecessary misunderstandings. For instance, if they were not to clarify matters now, they would never permit him to set sail in this vessel. It is not absurd for a reasonable person to suddenly appear foolish, nor is it implausible for a fool to regain their senses. After all, he had merely become disoriented due to drowning, and thus there was no need to fear suspicion. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's words, the individuals on the shore were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They observed his earnest demeanor, his gaze both clear and perceptive, which indeed belied the notion of foolishness. However, how could a fool suddenly regain their wits? This left them incredulous. After a moment of hesitation, one individual inquired, "What is 9,999 plus 9,999? 19,998. Zhang Hai replied casually. After a brief calculation, the person exclaimed in astonishment, "That is indeed correct. A fool would never arrive at such a conclusion. He truly seems to be back to his senses. Is it genuine? Has he truly regained his faculties?" The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, casting suspicious glances at Zhang Hai. With a resigned sigh, he reiterated, "Uncles and aunts, I assure you, I have genuinely recovered. Consider this. Would a fool be capable of articulating such statements? If not, shall I compose a playful rhyme for you?" Though they found it hard to believe, Zhang Hai's assertions held merit. Previously, when he was foolish, his speech had been stammered and nonsensical, incapable of conveying such thoughts. It seemed he had indeed transformed. Splendid. The Zhang family's boy is no longer a fool. His parents must be watching over him from above. Quickly, summon the village chief. Several individuals on the shore exclaimed. Zhang Hai chose to disregard their chatter, having inspected his fishing boat, secured the certificate, and made his way to the village. A few fishermen trailed behind him, still engaged in animated discussion, intrigued by the sudden transformation of a fool into a sensible individual. Upon arriving home, Zhang Hai found his dwelling was a mere 100 meters from the shore, its entrance facing the sea. The house was modest, comprising a courtyard with 2 dilapidated tile-roofed rooms, one serving as a bedroom and the other as a kitchen, along with an outdoor restroom. This was the legacy his parents had left him. It had remained unchanged for over a decade, save for the fact that the structure had aged further. The sanitation was tolerable, not descending into disarray, as relatives in the village continued to look after him, particularly his aunt, who would often visit to help clean. Upon returning home, Zhang Hai secured his belongings and began rummaging through the courtyard in search of tools for gathering seafood, a pair of gloves, a large bucket, a hook, and so forth. At this moment, he was consumed with thoughts of harvesting the sea to earn points and sustain himself. After all, he was no longer a fool. It is no longer feasible to rely on the generosity of others for sustenance. One must strive for self-sufficiency. At this moment, two individuals pushed through the crowd gathered outside Zhang Hai's home and entered the courtyard. One was the village chief, Li Dashan, an esteemed elder in his 60s, held in high regard throughout the village. He had always shown great care for Zhang Hai, often inviting him for meals. Even the clothes Zhang Hai wore were purchased with the chief's assistance. The other was Zhang Hai's closest relative in the village, his father's cousin, commonly referred to as Lame Third due to his limp. Lame Third, being a brother to Zhang Hai's father, had taken exceptional care of him over the years, addressing his needs for food and health. Upon hearing that Zhang Hai had returned to normalcy, both the chief and Lame Third hurried over to check on him. Possessing the entirety of his predecessor's memories, Zhang Hai naturally inherited his predecessor's emotional connections. Upon seeing the two men enter, he approached them promptly and greeted, "Village chief, uncle. It is wonderful to see you both." The chief and Lame Third stood frozen in place, their faces lighting up with surprise and joy. They were even more exhilarated than anyone else, filled with immense relief. "He called me village chief. He called me uncle." They exchanged glances, overwhelmed with happiness. "Little Hai, it seems you have truly recovered," the village chief exclaimed, grasping Zhang Hai's arm with excitement. "Are you really better? Not foolish anymore? Let me see." Outwardly, Zhang Hai appeared largely unchanged. However, subtle improvements were evident. He no longer drooled, his eyes sparkled with clarity, and his demeanor exuded newfound composure. Lame Third, equally animated, remarked, "Little Hai is indeed well. Thank the heavens for this blessing." Observing their elation, Zhang Hai smiled and reassured them, "Village chief, uncle, you need not worry about me anymore. I am capable of self-sustenance and managing my own life." The village chief remained silent for a moment, dispersing the onlookers before guiding Zhang Hai inside, where they sat down. "Though you are no longer foolish, you have lived in a daze for so long, lacking formal education and experience. What will you do moving forward?" The village chief inquired with concern. Lame Third suggested, "I know a few acquaintances in the construction industry. I can have Little Hai work with them. It may be tough, but he can earn a decent wage." The village chief countered, "But has Little Hai ever done such labor? Though he is strong, I fear he may not endure the hardships of construction work. I believe it would be better for me to leverage my connections to secure him a position as a security guard. Being a security guard is also a good option. While the pay may be lower, it is less demanding," Lame Third added. As the two men deliberated Zhang Hai's future livelihood, after some discussion, the village chief decided to introduce Zhang Hai to a security job and turned to him, asking, "Little Hai, did you understand what we just discussed? Do you wish to pursue a career as a security guard?" Zhang Hai understood that the two were acting out of concern for him. Yet he could never envision himself taking on the role of a security guard. His destiny was intertwined with the ocean, the true sanctuary he longed for. Thus, he spoke earnestly, "Village chief, Uncle San, while being a security guard may be commendable, it is not suited for me. I have my own plans. So there is no need for you both to worry. You have your own plans?" "What plans?" the village chief inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhang Hai with skepticism. In his eyes, Zhang Hai had been the guardian of the village for over a decade. Now, suddenly, he seemed to be flourishing. His abilities, he believed, must surely be far inferior to those of an ordinary person. Just living a normal life would be a remarkable achievement, so how could he possibly have any plans? What good plans could there be? Chapter 4. Setting sail. Zhang Hai was acutely aware that his endeavors to collect seafood would soon be discovered. Thus, upon receiving the village chief's inquiry, he candidly declared, "Well, I intend to become a fisherman and venture out to sea." The village chief and the limping old third were taken aback, rising to their feet in disbelief. "What? You mean to say you wish to become a fisherman? To go out to sea?" They had contemplated countless possibilities, yet never once imagined that Zhang Hai's ambition would be to embrace the life of a fisherman. "Aren't you afraid of water? Have you forgotten how you became foolish after nearly drowning? Are you not concerned about the prospect of drowning again? Besides, you have no skills. You can't even swim." The two stared incredulously at Zhang Hai. In their eyes, the vocation of a fisherman was the least suitable for him. Without a doubt, ever since the fateful incident at the age of 8 that left him fearful of water, he had harbored a profound dread, even reluctant to bathe, let alone venture into the ocean. How could someone so terrified of water possibly aspire to be a fisherman? Upon hearing this revelation, the village chief and old third began to question Zhang Hai's sanity. After all, who would utter such absurd notions if they were in their right mind? Zhang Hai found himself at a loss for words. The matter was entwined with notions of time travel and a system that was utterly incomprehensible to them. Ultimately, words were futile. He could only prove his capabilities through action. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hai looked earnestly at the village chief and old third. You need not worry about me. I have my own methods. Just wait and see. The village chief responded sternly. Regardless, you must refrain from playing near the sea. If you wish to live a peaceful life, keep your distance from the shoreline. Old third interjected. If you were to drown again, it would not merely mean losing your wits this time. It could lead to something far worse. He hesitated to continue, then said, This is no jest. So do not act recklessly. The village chief insisted, I will arrange a position for you as a security guard with benefits and a stable income, sparing you decades of hardship. If that does not appeal to you, consider working at a construction site or training as a barber or chef. Learn a trade. Above all, you must not become a fisherman. Do you understand? The two continued to implore him. However, Zhang Hai had no inclination to heed their advice, for his resolve to become a fisherman was unwavering. Aside from his passion, the system's specialization aligned perfectly with his ambitions. There was no other path that could lead to his success. After a lengthy discussion, the village chief and old third urged Zhang Hai to reconsider before departing. Dismissing their suggestions from his mind, Zhang Hai prepared for his seaside endeavor. He first took a shower to wash away the dirt and grime, refreshing himself. Then, equipped with a pair of gloves, a large bucket, and an iron hook, he set off towards the coast. At a small shop by the seaside, he acquired 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 bags of bread, and a string of firecrackers on credit. Finally, laden with his supplies, he made his way to the dock, where the tide was receding, leaving behind a pristine expanse. Vast expanses of rocky formations, coral stones, and sandy beaches emerged from the depths. Although the midday sun cast a sweltering heat, a considerable number of individuals flocked to the seaside to partake in the bounty of the tide. Gazing from the shore, one could observe a throng of people densely populating the rocks. Some were raking for shellfish on the beach, others scuttling about the rocky piles in search of crabs, while many simply strolled, unsure of their purpose. Most of these tide chasers hailed from distant locales, seeking leisure rather than livelihood, thus lacking in expertise. Yet, despite their amateur status, their numbers were impressive, and their targets for marine treasures were remarkably broad. Anything novel and edible was eagerly collected. Consequently, easily found treasures like conchs and crabs were swiftly harvested. Though the rocky shore boasted ample resources, competition was fierce. While it was a delightful pastime, earning a living from these rocks proved to be quite challenging. Zhang Hai possessed a modicum of knowledge about this maritime area, prompting him to direct his gaze toward the horizon, where a rocky isle lay nestled within the sea. This isle, known as Linchang Reef Island, was entirely encircled by water, situated approximately 3 nautical miles from the shore. During high tide, it vanished beneath the waves, only to re-emerge during significant low tides, such as today's. The island stretched over 1,000 meters in length, predominantly composed of extensive rocky outcrops. According to villagers who often ventured there for tidal foraging, the abundance of seafood was remarkable. After the tide receded, the ground was strewn with marine delicacies. Moreover, reaching this isle required a boat, rendering the endeavor rather cumbersome, hence the number of foragers was minimal. Thus, for those who could make the journey, bountiful harvests were nearly assured. With the sea calm and the tide exceptionally low, Zhang Hai weighed his options and resolved that his inaugural tidal foraging expedition would lead him to Linchang Reef Island, for he happened to possess a boat. Though this decision was audacious and somewhat perilous, the potential rewards were substantial. At this moment, he was in dire need of gain, thus a modicum of risk seemed acceptable. Having settled on his destination, he boarded his modest fishing vessel. He first affixed a string of firecrackers to the stern and set them alight, adhering to local custom. The villagers of Lanhai often performed this ritual. When a new boat embarked on its maiden voyage, firecrackers were ignited to invoke the blessings of the sea deity. Larger fishing vessels would even go so far as to offer a chicken sacrifice, but given his limited means, Zhang Hai deemed a string of small firecrackers sufficient. Once the firecrackers had completed their display, Zhang Hai proceeded to the stern, where he installed the wooden oar and began to row. The oar, a heavy pole with one end rounded and the other flattened, was maneuvered so that the flat end was submerged while he grasped the rounded end. With rhythmic motion, the boat would glide forward, a primitive yet effective method of navigation. Zhang Hai had utilized such a small boat in his previous life while fishing, so he possessed some familiarity, albeit limited and somewhat clumsy. Nevertheless, once he grasped the rhythm and technique, rowing transformed into a straightforward physical task. After several minutes of spinning in place, Zhang Hai finally discerned the secret, successfully redirecting the small vessel toward the open sea and set sail. The pace was excruciatingly slow and the exertion overwhelming, yet the vessel continued its forward journey, with the destination a mere 3 nautical miles away. With a couple of hours invested, the arrival seemed assured. Before long, the small boat departed from the dock, gradually making its way into the vast ocean. The life of a fisherman is far from easy, especially for one who possesses nothing. Under the blazing sun, Zhang Hai labored vigorously at the oars, drenched in sweat. Compounding his struggles, as the boat ventured further into the sea, the winds and waves grew increasingly formidable, rendering the navigation ever more arduous. Fortunately, Zhang Hai's determination was remarkably resilient, and his physique robust. For the sake of the catch, for his livelihood, and for the fishing rod that awaited him, he persevered with unwavering resolve. Chapter 5 The village chief's concern at the dock. Hardworking fishermen observed a small boat departing. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the solitary figure aboard. It was none other than Zhang Hai, the village fool. The first person to notice called over another, and soon, more villagers gathered. Their gazes fixed on the small vessel drifting farther from the dock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Was that truly Zhang Hai? How could he venture out to sea? Although he seemed less foolish now, he had never set sail before, lacking any experience, and he was alone. What a perilous endeavor. Moreover, he couldn't swim. This was sheer folly. Did he truly believe that the ocean was as benign as the land? We must summon the village chief. He listens only to him. Word of this incident quickly reached the village chief. Startled, he hurried to the dock. Squinting at the small boat that had not yet vanished from view, his aged brow furrowed in concern. What was wrong with this child? Was he contemplating a reckless plunge into the sea, or did he genuinely harbor some other thoughts? It was utterly incomprehensible. Why not content himself with a stable job as a security guard? Did he think being a fisherman was so easy? At that moment, someone asked the chief, "Shall we go after him? It's far too dangerous for him to be out at sea alone." After a moment of contemplation, the chief inquired, "Who will take the boat to pursue him and ask where he intends to go?" A volunteer stepped forward eagerly, declaring, I'll go. With that, he boarded a speedboat and set off towards Zhang Hai's fishing vessel. Zhang Hai had been rowing for half an hour yet had only managed to cover a few hundred meters, making it easy for the speedboat to catch up. As the two boats drew near, the man called out to Zhang Hai, "Xiao Hai, the village chief wants to know where you're heading and what your purpose is out here." Zhang Hai, exhausted, exhaled lightly and gazed toward the distant Linchong Reef Island, replying, "I'm going to that island to gather seafood. Please tell the chief not to worry. I can manage on my own. You all need not fret over me." The pursuer, also a fisherman well acquainted with the waters, advised, "To Linchong Reef Island? Very well, but you must hurry back. The tide will rise in a few hours, and the island will be submerged. You must leave the island by 5 this afternoon. Do you understand?" Zhang Hai nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware of this. The fisherman then called the village chief to report back on the situation. Before long, he returned to the dock and soon reappeared, handing Zhang Hai an old mobile phone. "The village chief has approved your outing. This is the phone he provided for you. It's essential to have it while at sea. If anything arises, call us." "Do you know how to use a phone?" he inquired, slightly concerned given Zhang Hai's previous lack of experience with technology. Zhang Hai took the phone, pressed a few buttons, and nodded confidently, "Of course I can use it. Don't worry." Subsequently, the man tossed a life jacket from the speedboat onto Zhang Hai's small vessel, remarking, "This is indispensable. Put it on now, as it may save your life in critical moments." Zhang Hai graciously accepted it. The life jacket, akin to a car's seatbelt, is essential for venturing out to sea. "Thank you, Uncle Ma Chong." Zhang Hai expressed his gratitude. The man chuckled innocently, replying, "No need to mention it. Just refrain from snatching my son's lollipops in the future." Zhang Hai offered an awkward smile, recalling the times he had indeed pilfered lollipops from the man's 5-year-old son. "Ah, I assure you, that won't happen again. By the way, upon reaching Nanchang Reef Island, anchor your boat on the northern stretch of the beach. Always be mindful of the tide, and when returning, keep an eye on the lighthouse at our village's dock to avoid getting lost." After imparting these careful instructions, the man departed. Zhang Hai organized his equipment and resumed rowing. He glanced toward the dock, where numerous onlookers were observing him. This time, he could not afford to falter. The opportunity to prove himself lay before him. With newfound determination, he rowed vigorously, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. At the dock, someone inquired of the old village chief, why allow him to venture out to sea alone? Shouldn't you call him back? You know he can't swim and has never been to sea. The chief replied thoughtfully, he has grown up. There will come a day when he must face the storms independently. Since he has made this decision, let him go. I prefer this to the aimless existence he previously led in the village. Another person asked, do you really think this fool will yield any reward? What if he returns empty-handed? What fool? Remember, he is no longer a fool. The chief chastised with a stern gaze, continuing, I believe he will succeed. At the very least, he will manage to feed himself. Skeptics in the crowd scoffed, I doubt it. A man who fears water has never sailed, and is just regaining his senses is unlikely to procure anything from the sea. Indeed, while my faith in Zhang Hai is not lacking, I find his circumstances precarious. Whether that small boat can even reach the reef island seems uncertain to me. Indeed, becoming a fisherman is not a trivial endeavor. I suspect he is merely swept by a momentary whim. Once he understands the hardships, he likely won't venture out again. If the toil yields unsatisfactory results, who would wish to persist? As murmurs of doubt regarding Zhang Hai grew louder, the chief, visibly frustrated, remarked, the boy has mustered the courage to become self-sufficient. Can't you all offer some encouragement instead of spewing discouraging words? We speak the truth, chief, do not take offense. Though the words were harsh, they bore an element of truth. Indeed, Zhang Hai cannot hear this. The chief, exasperated, waved his hand, disperse. All of you, go about your business. After the crowd gradually dispersed, the chief sat in a shaded spot at the dock, smoking his pipe and gazing intently at the small boat swaying in the distance, which had yet to depart. Chapter 6. The Reef Island. After 2 hours of labor, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Hai finally arrived at his destination, Lingchong Reef Island, rocking his boat. Following Uncle Ma Chong's advice, he anchored his fishing vessel in front of a stretch of sandy beach. Since the tide would rise shortly, he ensured that the boat was moored close enough to the shore, allowing him to return to it easily once the water level increased. The fishing boat was remarkably light, and with his robust physique, Zhang Hai nearly dragged it onto the beach until it completely grounded and could no longer be moved. As he disembarked, the water reached only his ankles. In that moment, he comprehended Uncle Ma Chong's reasoning for suggesting this particular spot. It would facilitate drawing the boat closer. Had the seabed been rocky, he would have struggled to pull it, risking damage to the vessel. With the boat secured, Zhang Hai donned a life jacket, slipped on gloves, and equipped himself with tools, water, and provisions before setting foot on the reef island. The island comprised a quarter of sandy beach and 3/4 of damp, slick rocks. Both the beach and the rocky terrain were teeming with a variety of seafood. Zhang Hai had no specific targets in mind. He collected whatever was edible, shellfish, conchs, fish, crabs, and even sea urchins. Upon reaching the island, Zhang Hai surveyed his surroundings and noticed he was not the only one scavenging for marine treasures. 5 or 6 boats were anchored nearby, and within the island's confines, he spotted a dozen or so industrious figures, indicating that several groups had arrived before him. The competition was indeed fierce, and he needed to commence his search without delay. Disregarding the presence of others, Zhang Hai lowered his head and began his hunt on the beach. The grains of sand were fine, soft, and pristine, creating a pleasurable sensation underfoot. According to the fisherman from Lawn High Village, this stretch of beach was abundant with shellfish, such as clams, cockles, and razor clams. Besides shellfish, sandworms were also known to inhabit the area, renowned for their delectable taste and high nutritional value. Sandworms fetched a price of 80 yuan per pound in the market. Many individuals specifically ventured to dig for them, as unearthing just 2 or 3 pounds could yield over 200 yuan, a considerable profit. Zhang Hai observed 5 or 6 people dedicated to this pursuit, all middle-aged women, adeptly bending over to locate sandworm burrows. With a swift motion, they wielded their hoes, digging deep, as sandworms tended to burrow quite profoundly. As Zhang Hai traversed the area, he encountered numerous excavated holes. Digging for sandworms was not only a test of physical endurance but also a skillful endeavor requiring specific tools. Lacking the necessary expertise, Zhang Hai chose not to squander his time on this task, knowing that, given his inexperience, he would likely fail to unearth even a single worm in an hour. Instead, he focused on searching for any stranded octopuses, crabs, or shellfish along the water's edge. His exploration led him to the intersection of the sea and the sandy beach, where he waded through knee-deep water, scanning the terrain as he walked. The seawater was remarkably clear, undisturbed by waves, with only gentle ripples gracing its surface. The sunlight illuminated the depths, allowing a clear view of the sandy bottom, where even the slightest movement was discernible. After searching for several minutes, Zhang Hai suddenly noticed a disturbance in the sand ahead. A whole patch of sand shifted slightly. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be mere sand, yet Zhang Hai, drawing from years of experience in coastal foraging, instinctively recognized that there must be a crab beneath. When crabs burrow into the sand, their movements inevitably cause the sand to shift. Otherwise, such motion would be impossible. Excitedly, Zhang Hai approached the area. With precision, he plunged one hand into the water and swiftly reached for the patch of sand. When he grasped it, he felt a firm resistance. Indeed, it was no mere sand. He had caught a crab. Wearing gloves, he felt no apprehension about being pinched, and with boldness, he groped for a moment before securing the crab tightly in his hand. He then lifted it, rinsed it off, and to his delight, discovered it was an orchid crab. This particular crab was modest in size, about the span of half a palm, weighing roughly 1 or 2 taels. It marked his first catch of the day, and without reservation, Zhang Hai placed the orchid crab into his bucket, his face breaking into a blissful smile. With this catch, he would not return empty-handed and would have a dish for the afternoon meal. Despite its small size, this orchid crab was sufficient to prepare a serving of crab porridge. In that moment, Zhang Hai felt a swell of happiness for himself. Just then, a fleeting notification appeared before him. Obtained orchid crab, points earned, 10. Although it flashed briefly, Zhang Hai managed to discern its contents. It was a notification of a points reward. To confirm his observation, he promptly contacted the system to access the item shop interface. Points, 10. Indeed, he had earned points. Each orchid crab granted him 10 points. Within the item shop, 1 point could be exchanged for 100 yuan. Therefore, 10 points amounted to 1,000 yuan. If converted into cash, this single orchid crab would yield a profit of 1,000 yuan. Upon realizing this, Zhang Hai was overwhelmed with joy. The speed at which he could earn money was astonishing. While others toiled for a mere 200 to 300 yuan a day, he had merely caught an orchid crab to secure 1,000. At this rate, a day of foraging could easily net him 10,000 yuan. The system was truly impressive. Zhang Hai couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system. Having expected that points would be difficult to acquire, only to find it so remarkably simple. It was an exhilarating experience. After closing the item shop interface, Zhang Hai took a deep breath to calm his excitement. Energized, he resumed his search for marine treasures with newfound vigor. After a few more minutes of searching, Zhang Hai spotted a fish swimming in the shallow waters. It was the size of his palm, adorned with spots resembling coins, and appeared to be a golden valley fish. Zhang Hai felt an overwhelming excitement upon spotting a fish. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, intent on capturing the wayward creature. However, he soon realized the futility of his endeavor. In the vast expanse of the sea, fish are remarkably agile, swimming with unparalleled speed, and it eluded him within mere breaths. Vanishing from sight, the attempt to catch the fish had ended in failure. Zhang Hai merely sighed, yet he remained undeterred. After all, it is inherently challenging to catch fish by hand in the ocean, unless one capitalizes on the night when the fish are asleep, which was evidently not the case at present. He shifted his gaze to other marine treasures. Fortune tends to favor the diligent. Perhaps it was his fortuitous luck that guided him. Before long, Zhang Hai discovered a sea snail, a small creature native to this region, nestled within the sand. Weighing less than half an ounce and measuring 3 to 4 centimeters in size. Without hesitation, he added it to his bucket. In the next moment, a notification appeared. Acquired sea snail, 5 points. Although the reward for the sea snail paled in comparison to that of the orchid crab, 5 points were not insignificant. Converted to currency, it amounted to 500 yuan. Zhang Hai was content with any gain. He may have stumbled upon a gathering spot for these snails. For beside the first one, he soon discovered 2 more, seemingly a family. In the spirit of unity, he collected them all into his bucket. Points accumulated, 5. Points accumulated, 5. What a delightful haul. After gathering the snails, Zhang Hai joyfully carried his bucket, humming a cheerful tune as he continued his search along the shore. In this endeavor, he had garnered a total of 25 points, equivalent to 2,500 yuan. What other activity could yield such rewards? The thought filled him with immense joy. As he walked a few more steps, he stumbled upon a clam, a bivalve of pristine white, renowned for its exquisite flavor in soups, fetching a market price of 10 yuan per pound. Given the weight of its shell, a dozen or so would amount to a pound. The clam he found was notably large, weighing over an ounce, and as he picked it up, it squirted water. brimming with vitality. Zhang Hai delightedly added it to his bucket. Acquired clam, 5 points. Another 5 points added to his tally. Zhang Hai continued his search, soon discovering a crab, which he promptly collected. He also spotted another fish, but it slipped away before he could grasp it. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed several hundred meters, and the contents of his bucket were accumulating, growing ever heavier. His points had now reached a total of 115. Chapter 7 The Giant Octopus. As Zhang Hai immersed himself in the pursuit of sea treasures, a sudden voice pierced through the air. "Hey kid, stop right there. Don't come this way." Someone shouted at him. With his head bowed in search of his quarry, Zhang Hai lifted it to see 3 individuals ahead. Each clad in rubber suits, they bore heavy batteries on their backs, one hand gripping a net while the other held a wire. Thunderous in their demeanor, it was evident they were electric fishermen. Upon noticing Zhang Hai's approach, they cursed. "Are you blind? Can't you see we're electrofishing? Damn it, if you come any closer, you'll get zapped. You scared away all my fish." As an avid fisherman, Zhang Hai harbored a deep disdain for electric fishermen. Their wires, when plunged into the water, indiscriminately stunned both large and small fish, wreaking havoc on aquatic resources and ecosystems, a practice strictly forbidden by the state. He had not anticipated encountering such individuals on the reef. After assessing the situation, he chose silence and discreetly made his way to the shore. Observing the trio more closely, he realized he did not recognize any of them. They were likely outsiders who had come by boat. Thus, he retrieved the old mobile phone given to him by the village chief and quietly dialed the police. With a devilish smile, he concealed his intentions. Disrupted by the electric fisherman, Zhang Hai had no choice but to abandon his search along the sandy beach, redirecting his focus towards a distant cluster of rocks. This particular formation, half submerged and half exposed, boasted shallow waters, no deeper than his knees, making it an ideal spot for foraging. After gazing at the rocks for a moment, he shifted his destination and commenced his walk toward them. Although he was tempted to linger and witness the electric fisherman's downfall, he was too engrossed in his quest to tarry. As he walked, Zhang Hai diligently searched for marine delicacies, passing through a narrow crevice formed by several rocks. He curiously peered inside, hoping to discover crabs or other creatures sheltering within. Such rocky nooks were prime hiding spots for fish and crabs, and the cowrie snails that clung to the rocks also favored these secluded areas. Crouching down, Zhang Hai scrutinized the crevice but found nothing. Frustrated, he prodded the inside with his iron hook, yet still, no movement was detected. It appeared he had miscalculated. Just as he stood up to abandon his search, he was startled by a sudden, spluttering sound emanating from within the crevice, akin to the sound of water being expelled. Intrigued, Zhang Hai leaned in once more to investigate. To his astonishment, a large octopus had emerged, clinging to the rock. The octopus appeared to weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds, its body a vibrant crimson, with 8 tentacles writhing, the longest measuring at least 1 meter. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Hai was overwhelmed with excitement. How could he stumble upon such a massive octopus so casually? His luck seemed extraordinary. Could it be that the seaside luck buff had activated? With little time to ponder, he disregarded all else and, without hesitation, seized the creature firmly, extracting it from the crevices of the rocks. He exerted tremendous effort, nearly exhausting all his strength. This octopus represented not only a sumptuous dinner, but potentially the day's greatest catch. He could not afford to be negligent. The size of the octopus endowed it with formidable strength, its tentacles coiling around Zhang Hai's arm, leaving marks where it had suctioned onto his skin. Nevertheless, he pressed on, vigorously shaking the creature before slamming it against the rocks to subdue it. Zhang Hai's intention was not to kill, but to render it incapacitated. Without such force, it would be challenging to detach it from his arm, and failing to daze it against the stone would complicate his efforts to secure it in a bucket. The octopus, upon being forcefully cast onto the rocks, expelled a significant amount of ink, darkening its own body. Simultaneously, it became docile, its limbs slackening. And when Zhang Hai grasped it again, its tentacles hung limply, no longer entangling his arm. He successfully placed it into the bucket and eagerly awaited the system's notification. The larger and rarer the catch, the greater the point rewards. He anticipated the points this grand octopus would yield. The notification appeared. Acquired 1 octopus, 320 points. Exhilarated, he realized that this large octopus had granted him a substantial 320 points. In monetary terms, that translated to 32,000 yuan. As the notification faded, Zhang Hai gazed at the octopus in his bucket, envisioning stacks of cash. 32,000, how splendid. He even felt an urge to kiss it, expressing his fondness for the creature. At that moment, a woman in her 40s, also engaged in seaside foraging, passed by Zhang Hai. Curiously, she inquired, "How's the catch?" Encountering fellow foragers often led to such exchanges. It was a blend of curiosity and customary greeting, much like fishermen asking one another about their haul. Zhang Hai glanced at his bucket and replied, "Not much. I just arrived and haven't gathered anything yet." The woman pointed toward a nearby cluster of rocks, saying, "There are plenty of rock crabs over there, but you'll need to turn over the stones to find them. If you're looking for rock crabs, you might want to head that way." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Zhang Hai, instinctively peering into his bucket. Upon spotting the large octopus, a look of envy blossomed on her face. "Well, that octopus must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. Young man, and you call this not much?" Upon arrival, one is greeted by the sight of an enormous octopus, an impressive catch indeed. This singular creature represents the entirety of a day's harvest. Moreover, how did you manage to capture such a magnificent specimen? The ant expressed her envy with a few words. It is no wonder she feels this way. An octopus of such size is truly a rarity. Furthermore, it holds significant monetary value. In the marketplace, the price for octopus hovers around 50 to 60 yuan per pound. This particular specimen could fetch at least 300 yuan. For someone who makes a living by foraging along the shore, an income of over 300 yuan is undeniably substantial. Upon hearing the ant's praise, Zhang Chang could not help but display a proud smile. Had he caught such a sizable octopus during his fishing endeavors in the past, he would have proudly paraded it around the neighborhood. "It is merely a stroke of good fortune," he humbly remarked. Chapter 8. Stone crab and cowrie. After a brief exchange, the two individuals busied themselves with their own pursuits. Upon observing Zhang Hai's substantial catch of an octopus nearby, the ant began to rummage through the crevices of the rocks in hopes of finding her own treasure. However, her fortune was not as favorable as Zhang Hai's, and after a fruitless search lasting several minutes, she departed in frustration. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai made his way toward the area the ant had mentioned, where stone crabs were purportedly abundant. For him, it sufficed to yield a catch. The specifics were of little consequence for the time being. On his first day of foraging along the shore, his strategy revolved around quantity to amass points. The more he caught, the greater his tally would be, until he reached the maximum limit. Before long, Zhang Hai arrived at a rugged expanse of rocky terrain, dotted with stones of varying sizes. The sea water lapped at his calves, and in such shallow depths, capturing crabs became a relatively easy endeavor. If the water were deeper, the challenge would escalate significantly. The stone crab, in comparison to other crabs, is rather diminutive, typically reaching a maximum size of around 10 centimeters. It takes a dozen or so to weigh a pound. The name stone crab is not its scientific designation. Rather, it derives from their penchant for hiding beneath stones, a trait recognized by the locals. Their exterior is green, rendering them agile in the water, and they exhibit a fierce demeanor, wielding sharp and powerful pincers. When confronted by humans, they tend to display their claws threateningly, and a moment's inattention while attempting to catch one could result in a painful pinch. There exists a larger variety of stone crab known as the red-shelled stone crab, characterized by a shell that is green interspersed with crimson. Although referred to as stone crab in the vicinity of Lanhai village, it is distinct from its counterparts and possesses its own name. The red-shelled stone crab is more ferocious, delivering a more painful pinch. Despite donning gloves, one must remain cautious, for a larger stone crab's grip can still inflict considerable pain, even through protective layers. Zhang Hai recalled instances from his childhood when he had cried from being pinched, and on one occasion, he had even drawn blood. The memories left a lingering shadow in his mind. After observing for a moment, Zhang Hai identified a rock that might conceal a stone crab and carefully overturned it for inspection. Stone crabs are remarkably clever, adept at hiding on either side of the overturned stone or seizing the opportunity to dart into adjacent stones. Hence, one must remain vigilant during the process. If possible, it is best to lift the stone entirely. After turning over the rock, Zhang Hai found no stone crab, nor any signs of movement in the water, nor any other marine treasures. However, atop the stone, he spotted 2 cowries, roughly the size of a thumb. The cowrie features a lid resembling an eye of a cow at its aperture, which is how it earned its name. In the local culinary scene, cowries are considered a rare delicacy. Whether boiled, steamed, or sautéed with the flesh extracted, they are remarkably delicious. Most foragers along the shore are primarily drawn by the allure of cowries. In the marketplace, cowries of this size can fetch up to 30 yuan per pound. Furthermore, due to their hard, stone-like shells, it typically takes 20 to 30 to equal a pound. Thus, upon spotting the cowries, Zhang Hai was determined to collect them. He pried the cowries from the stone and placed them into his bucket. Harvesting cowrie shells, points, 4. A total of 4 points was earned from 2 cowrie shells, indicating that each shell is valued at merely 2 points. In comparison to other seafood, this seems somewhat meager, perhaps due to the abundance of cowrie shells, resulting in a lower point reward. Zhang Chang repositioned the stone he had overturned and then proceeded to examine another stone that appeared promising. The rocky reef was littered with stones of various sizes and shapes. Some were so large they could not be moved, while others were merely the size of a fist. Beneath each stone, there could be hidden cowrie shells, crabs, or other creatures, though the probabilities varied. Seasoned beachcombers often possess knowledge of which stones are likely to yield treasures. Zhang Hai, lacking the experience of a veteran, relied on his limited knowledge to make judgments. He typically flipped stones of medium size, covered in coral or barnacles, with odd shapes and crevices that allowed for easy ingress and egress. In his view, such stones were the most likely to conceal crabs and shells. As he overturned a new stone, Zhang Hai noticed movement beneath it. A stone crab, roughly the size of 3 fingers, scurried out in a panic, darting towards another stone with remarkable speed, swiftly disappearing beneath it. Caught off guard, Zhang Hai was momentarily stunned, but was fortunate to have already discerned the crab's hiding spot, providing him with another chance. After placing the stone down, he approached the stone where the crab had taken refuge. This time, he was prepared and aware of the crab's location. Thus, when he flipped the stone and spotted the crab, he immediately lunged with his other hand. Disregarding the risk of being pinched, focused solely on the capture, Zhang Hai acted swiftly and boldly, firmly grasping the stone crab and lifting it into his bucket. The crab, brimming with vitality, thrashed about energetically in the bucket, creating quite a commotion. Zhang Hai need not concern himself further. The bucket's smooth walls ensured that no matter its struggles, escape was impossible. Acquired stone crab, points, 10. Each stone crab is worth 10 points, which is quite satisfactory. A joyous smile spread across Zhang Hai's face. For with that single capture, 1,000 yuan was effectively within his grasp, akin to picking up money. Subsequently, he discovered another cowrie shell beneath the overturned stone, earning an additional 2 points. Encouraged, he continued to turn over stones, benefiting from the buff of beachcombing luck. Zhang Hai's fortune was favorable. Practically every stone he overturned yielded a reward, either a stone crab or a cowrie shell. After flipping over a dozen stones, this pattern persisted. However, this time proved to be an exception. Upon lifting a stone, Zhang Hai did not encounter a stone crab or cowrie shell. Instead, he uncovered a long, dark object measuring over 20 centimeters. Curiously, he picked it up to inspect. It was a type of black sea cucumber, commonly referred to in some regions as a sea eggplant. This species of sea cucumber feeds on sand, resulting in an abundance of sand both within and on its surface. It also expels white, thread-like substances. If one is unfamiliar with its preparation, the sandiness can render it unpalatable and the texture unpleasantly gritty. However, with the right techniques, thoroughly cleansing the sand from both the exterior and interior, and subjecting it to repeated blanching and simmering, one can achieve a delightful texture, whether crisp or tender, transforming it into a delectable dish rich in protein and nutrients. The ability to prepare it properly ultimately determines the culinary experience it provides. This explains the polarized opinions regarding the taste of sea cucumbers. While many extol their virtues, others find them lacking. In this region, sea cucumbers are plentiful, and the fishermen of Lanhai village possess their own intricate methods for preparing them. Although labor-intensive, the results are remarkably delicious. Knowing that it is edible signifies a potential contribution to one's score. Regardless of one's cooking skills, securing it is the first step. Upon recognizing this creature, Zhang Hai placed it into a bucket. Acquired sea cucumber, 10 points. Upon seeing the notification, a joyful smile spread across Zhang Hai's face. The points awarded were quite substantial. 5 times that of a conch and double that of a crab, totaling a commendable 10 points. Of course, this may also be attributed to the larger size of this particular sea cucumber. Had it been smaller, the points might have been considerably less. Chapter 9. A Bountiful Harvest. A dilemma. Zhang Hai continued to turn over stones in search of treasures from the sea. His primary targets, in addition to the cowrie and stone crabs, now included a new prize, the sea cucumber. Should he encounter any stranded fish or octopuses, they would surely be added to his collection as well. Acquired stone crab, 5 points. Acquired cowrie, 2 points. Acquired cowrie, 2 points. Acquired blood clam, 10 points. Acquired ziffish, 5 points. Acquired sea cucumber, 10 points. Zhang Hai's fortune was indeed favorable. Coupled with the abundant resources of Naichang Reef Island, he felt compelled to keep searching without pause. He remained hunched over, tirelessly flipping stones and gathering seafood, fish, shellfish, crabs, sea cucumbers, whatever he encountered, he seized. Exhausted yet elated, he perceived this endeavor not merely as collecting seafood, but rather as amassing wealth. For instance, a single crab could fetch 500 yuan. Who would resist such an opportunity? It was an immersive experience of gathering riches. Before long, 3 hours had elapsed. When Zhang Hai glanced at his bucket, it was brimming with a substantial haul, primarily consisting of cowrie and stone crabs, with a secondary collection of sea cucumbers, clams, shells, and various fish. The total weight amounted to an impressive 50 to 60 pounds, making it quite burdensome to carry. Additionally, Zhang Hai's relentless stone-turning had left him utterly exhausted. Yet, he was filled with joy, for he had gathered such a wealth of seafood, and his points were steadily increasing. Although he hadn't checked the exact amount, he was certain it had surpassed 1,000. In monetary terms, that equated to over 100,000 yuan. While Zhang Hai busied himself with his harvest, he remained vigilant about the rising tide. Over 3 hours ago, when he first arrived, the water had only reached his ankles. Now it surged to his thighs, rising ever more swiftly. Looking out, the vast expanse of coral reefs that had once been exposed was now submerged once more, indicating a significant rise in the tide. Aside from Zhang Chang and a team of gatherers, the rest had already departed. Zhang Chang pondered whether he should return as well. He straightened his back, scrutinizing the movement of the water, then opened the System's item shop interface to check his points. The points displayed amounted to 1452, just shy of reaching the day's limit. It was time to head back. Otherwise, as the tide continued to rise, he might find it difficult to board the boat. Besides, his bucket was already full, leaving no room for additional catch. With points nearing their limit, he thought it prudent to collect a few more shellfish on his way back. The fishing boat was anchored on the beach, approximately 300 to 400 meters from the rocky outcrop. Though not a great distance, carrying a bucket weighing 40 to 50 pounds, coupled with his fatigue, made each few steps require a pause for rest. If he encountered any snails or crabs along the way, he would stop to catch them. Ultimately, his points reached the daily cap of 1,500. Satisfied, Zhang Hai focused on his journey. The 300 to 400 meters turned into a half-hour trek of starts and stops, during which the tide rose even higher. As he arrived, Zhang Hai found the fishing boat stranded on the beach, pulled ashore by the tide. At this moment, the water level had risen to his waist, and he estimated that if he delayed for another hour, he would have to swim to reach it. Grasping a bucket, he boarded his small vessel, stowed the anchor, and set sail for home. It was just past 5 in the afternoon. Suddenly, an ominous wind swept across the sea. The waves, much larger than when he had come, caused the little boat to sway incessantly. Zhang Hai had scarcely settled into his seat when he was overtaken by seasickness. Instantly, he felt unwell, his head pounding and nausea rising. Despite his efforts to endure, he could no longer suppress the urge and retched into the ocean, feeling somewhat relieved afterward. Yet, the discomfort of seasickness lingered. Seasickness is an ordeal every fisherman must endure when venturing out to sea. Zhang Hai had anticipated this, but he had not expected it to be so debilitating, far worse than the queasiness he experienced while fishing previously. Perhaps the small size of the boat intensified the swaying, exacerbating his condition. He took a seat at the stern, bravely battling his nausea as he vigorously maneuvered the oars to navigate through the turbulent waters. Rowing against the wind and waves proved to be an arduous task. After a long day at sea, Zhang Hai was already fatigued, and the added burden of seasickness sapped his strength, causing the boat to drift at a painfully slow pace. To make matters worse, the tide was rising, pushing the current toward the island, further complicating his efforts to depart. After several minutes of strenuous rowing, he realized that the boat had barely moved 10 meters. Frustrated, he nearly cursed, silently lamenting his plight. At this pace, he might not return to port until morning. Who knew the weather at sea could change so abruptly? Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have returned earlier. Just then, he could not suppress another wave of nausea. This time, he even expelled bile. His stomach growled incessantly, a hollow sound echoing his fatigue. The dizziness intensified, and he paused his efforts, gasping for breath, striving to regain his composure. In that moment of distraction, his grip on the oar faltered, and it slipped from his grasp, swept away by the relentless waves. Despair etched across his face as he watched the oar float further from the boat. He could swim, yet the fierce winds and waves, coupled with his exhaustion, made the prospect of retrieving the oar seem perilous. Moreover, if he ventured into the water, he risked losing his boat altogether. and he certainly did not wish to meet a watery fate as in his previous life. After weighing his options, he decided against diving into the sea for the oar, allowing it to drift farther away. What now? Without the oar, there was no way to steer the boat. Was he destined to remain adrift? Should he call for help from the village? To request assistance on his first day at sea would surely lead the village chief to forbid him from setting out again, and the villagers would undoubtedly mock him. Everyone surely remarked that Zhang Hai, that fool, would never return after his first venture at sea, thus becoming the subject of ridicule. Unless absolutely necessary, he should refrain from requesting assistance. Zhang Hai surveyed the increasingly tumultuous waves around him, glancing at the dwindling battery life of his antiquated phone, and found himself in a quandary. The sun was about to set, casting shadows that would deepen into darkness, complicating matters further as night fell. Time for contemplation was running short. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. A smile of realization illuminated his face. Of course, did he not possess a system? Was there not an array of items available for exchange within it? Moreover, his points were sufficient to redeem at least one. Let us explore the system to see if it holds any items that could address his pressing predicament. Chapter 10. Level 1 Drive. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hai connected with the system and accessed the Props Mall interface. Personal points, 1,500. Props Mall Level 1. Level 1 Fishing Net. Price, 1,000 points. Click for details. Level 1 Fishing Rod. Price, 1,000 points. Click for details. Level 1 Fish Gun. Price, 1,000 points. Click for details. Level 1 Diving Suit. Price, 1,000 points. Click for details. Level 1 Net Retrieval Machine. Price, 1,000 points. Click for details. Level 1 Drive. Price, 1,000 points. Click for details. Level 1 Detector. Price, 1,000 points. Click for details. Currency. Price, 1 point for 100 Dragon Country coins. Note: as the mall level increases, corresponding items will be unlocked. Conditions to upgrade to the next level mall. 3,000 points. All current mall items sold out. Today's beachcombing had garnered him 1,500 points, sufficient to exchange for one item. Zhang Hai's gaze fell upon the drive. Initially, he intended to redeem a fishing rod, but given the current circumstances, acquiring the drive seemed far more urgent. After all, it was paramount to get the fishing boat operational. With anticipation, Zhang Hai clicked on Level 1 Drive to view the details. Level 1 Drive. Fuel, diesel, horsepower, 5,000 HP. Maximum speed, 200 knots hour. Upon reading the details, Zhang Hai was utterly astonished. His face was adorned with a myriad of question marks. What kind of engine was this? 5,000 horsepower? A speed of 200 knots per hour? Could this possibly be a deception? He murmured, struggling to believe such claims. What did 5,000 horsepower even signify? He was uncertain, as he had never encountered an engine boasting such power. From his understanding, fishing boats that ventured out to sea typically had only 40 horsepower, while deep-sea vessels usually managed with around 60 horsepower. Even the formidable large fishing boats, which required several million for modifications, could only reach 200 to 300 horsepower at most. Yet, the system's drive astonishingly achieved 5,000 horsepower. Surely, even ordinary cargo ships could not accommodate engines of such immense power. Moreover, what did a speed of 200 knots per hour imply? 200 knots was approximately equivalent to over 370 kilometers per hour. Such velocity surpassed that of automobiles and even eclipsed the speed of the fastest high-speed trains. A typical fishing vessel regarded 10 knots per hour as swift, while the most advanced large fishing boats reached a maximum of only 80 knots per hour. With this drive installed, his fishing boat could achieve a staggering 200 knots per hour. Would it not soar across the sea like a plane? Isn't this the remarkable great fly from the game? The specifications are so astonishing that Zhang Hai finds it hard to suppress his doubts. He even contemplates whether there exists a less powerful, slower drive, for such an impressive engine intimidates him. If mishandled, one could easily find themselves airborne. The risks are indeed substantial. However, it is evident that the Level 1 drive is the most basic of system props, likely the least efficient as well, leaving him with no alternative. After a moment of careful consideration, Zhang Hai sighs and ultimately resolves to spend 1,000 points to exchange for this impressively described drive. Congratulations. The exchange was successful. Installing Level 1 Drive. Level 1 Drive installation successful. In just a few seconds, Zhang Hai received 3 notifications. Once the prompts were dismissed, he observed that the stern of his small vessel had undergone a transformation. The structure had changed, now featuring an additional engine, a set of propellers, and accompanying electronic control equipment. The engine was encased in a metallic shell, concealing its internal structure and components, its brand was indiscernible. It stood 1 meter tall, 1 meter long, and half a meter wide, revealing nothing but a fuel tank cap, exuding an air of mystery. The stern's propellers consisted of 5, with the central one being the largest, while the 4 surrounding it were slightly smaller. The control apparatus included a rudder adorned with various buttons and a display screen. The buttons served functions such as power activation, speed adjustment, and steering commands, among others. The display showed the fuel gauge, speed, and remaining nautical miles, etc. The fuel tank had a capacity of 200 liters, and the fuel gauge indicated a full tank, providing an estimated range of 100 nautical miles. In this regard, the fuel consumption seemed quite reasonable, only a little over 100 for every 100 kilometers. Of course, this was certainly not the range at maximum speed. If one were to operate this drive at its top speed of 200 nautical miles per hour, it would likely drain a gas station in mere minutes. Having examined the newly installed Level 1 drive, Zhang Hai suddenly felt a surge of information penetrating his mind. After assimilating the knowledge, he was astonished to discover that he had already mastered the operation of this drive, feeling as though he had navigated it numerous times before with remarkable ease. The information that had infiltrated his consciousness was a tutorial on operating the vessel. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhang Hai remarked, "The customer service is quite thoughtful. Not only does it include installation, but it also teaches you how to operate it. Impressive." With that, he attempted to maneuver the boat. The moment he activated the engine, it roared to life, not overly loud, but acceptable, lowering the propellers into the water. He initiated movement. The fishing boat began to glide forward, initially at a slow pace of 5 nautical miles per hour. As Zhang Hai grew adept at the controls, he gradually increased the speed, ultimately reaching over 50 nautical miles per hour. At this velocity, the fishing vessel felt as though it was soaring above the surface of the sea, an exhilarating sensation. He now understood why fast boats are often referred to as the Great Fly, for this is the exhilarating sensation of flight. This fishing vessel surpasses even the grandest of speedboats, offering a thrill that is simply unmatched. As Zhang Chang steered the boat, he could not contain his joy and let out a jubilant shout, "Woohoo!" In a previous life, he had experienced the rush of racing cars, but nothing compared to the sheer delight of navigating a boat at such speed. Behind the small fishing boat, frothy white waves erupted, carving a stunning wake across the water's surface. The wind grew increasingly tempestuous, crackling with energy. Although sailing at over 50 nautical miles per hour was not the engine's limit, Zhang Hai hesitated to push any further. He feared being flung overboard at any moment and was also wary of attracting the attention of the Coast Guard, who might mistakenly suspect him of smuggling, knowing full well that fishing boats are not meant to travel at such velocities. Chapter 11. Shock. At this moment, dusk had arrived. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the sea, painting its surface a brilliant crimson, a sight of exquisite beauty. The lighthouse at the harbor of Lanhai village had also illuminated. Guided by its beacon, Zhang Hai found his way back. The small fishing boat soared through the water with remarkable speed, completing what originally took 2 hours in mere minutes. As the lighthouse drew nearer and the boat approached the dock, Zhang Hai had to slow down to avoid colliding with other vessels. Ultimately, he glided gently into the harbor, securing the boat in an available spot. After checking the time, he realized that the journey from Naichang Reef Island to the dock, including docking, had taken only 8 minutes. Astonishingly swift. Back at the dock, he felt a lingering thrill from the exhilarating speed of the boat. He thought to himself that the 1,000 points spent on the engine were indeed worth every penny. With this device, he could venture anywhere to gather seafood. Such a delightful experience. Zhang Hai quickly tidied up the fishing boat, disposing of the trash, and lifted a heavy bucket brimming with sea treasures, preparing to disembark. At that moment, a figure approached him. As the person drew closer, Zhang Hai recognized it to be the village chief, and he felt a surge of gratitude. When he set out to sea, the chief had seen him off, and upon his return, he was the first to greet him. Perhaps the chief had been waiting there all along. The chief had been so considerate. "Chief, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet?" Zhang Hai inquired. The chief stood at the shore, gazing at Zhang Hai. "I haven't eaten yet. How did it go? What was your catch like?" "Your first sea venture must not have been easy." Zhang Hai, smiling brightly, responded, "It went well. Look here." He gestured towards the bucket, ensuring the chief could see it clearly. The chief's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the bucket overflowing with sea snails and crabs. His heart raced with disbelief. How could there be so many? Is it truly possible to gather this much on your first outing? He scrutinized Zhang Hai's expression, his face marked with surprise. Zhang Hai chuckled and teased, "Perhaps it is my destiny to gather seafood." The chief took a deep breath to compose himself, then remarked, "Indeed. Impressive. However, I still recommend you consider a position as a security guard. It's a stable job with benefits and insurance." Zhang Hai could only roll his eyes at that suggestion. As they conversed, he carried the heavy bucket ashore. Other fishermen, noticing his haul, gathered around, brimming with curiosity about Zhang Hai's remarkable catch. Thus, the first instinct of the onlookers was to gaze into Zhang Hai's bucket. Upon witnessing it brimming with an abundance of seafood, their expressions mirrored that of the village chief, each face alight with astonishment. Clearly, the bounty exceeded their expectations. It is worth noting that when Zhang Hai set sail, they had firmly concluded that he would likely return empty-handed, perhaps not even reaching the neighboring Chang Reef Island. After all, Zhang Hai had never ventured into the sea before. What harvest could he possibly attain? However, reality proved them gravely mistaken. Not only did Zhang Hai reach Chang Reef Island, but he also returned with an impressive catch. Even a seasoned fisherman would struggle to rival his haul. For instance, old Lu from the village, who had also gone to Chang Reef Island today, returned merely half an hour ago with a catch that paled in comparison to Zhang Hai's. He was a veteran fisherman, reputed for his crab-catching prowess, yet Zhang Hai's inaugural foray into the sea eclipsed old Lu's efforts. It was difficult for the crowd not to be astonished. Those who had previously asserted that Zhang Hai would return empty-handed felt a burning embarrassment, their faces flushed with awkwardness. How could this be possible? Surely, he must have purchased these goods from the market. An enormous octopus? Incredible. Could it be that he benefited from a novice's lucky streak? The crowd exchanged incredulous murmurs, with some even suspecting that Zhang Hai had simply bought the seafood. Zhang Chong smiled silently, aware that such biases could not be altered overnight. In their eyes, he remained a mere novice, recently recovered from illness, incapable of such a substantial harvest. Naturally, they refused to believe it, rendering any explanation unnecessary. In due time, they would come to realize just how remarkable he truly was. Of course, not everyone questioned Zhang Hai's success. The village chief was an exception. Upon hearing the comments, he reproached the naysayers. "What nonsense are you spouting? Does little Hai deserve to fail? I see nothing but envy and jealousy in your words. If I hear any more about market purchases, you shall feel my wrath." After the chief's admonition, the villagers who had gathered to watch dared not speak further. Casting envious glances at Zhang Hai, their disbelief still evident. Zhang Hai, lifting the bucket, said to the chief, "Grandfather village chief, let us return home for a meal. I will share half of the seafood with you." The chief glanced at the heavy bucket and replied, "Set it down for a moment. I need to make a call." Puzzled, Zhang Hai lowered the bucket. Carrying 50 to 60 pounds was quite exhausting, and after placing it down, he stretched his arms and inquired, "Village chief, what is it?" The chief did not answer but instead made a phone call. "Xiao Xiang, bring the tricycle to the dock. I need it now." After hanging up, the chief proudly informed Zhang Hai, "In this day and age, with so many tools available, who needs to carry things manually? We shall use the tricycle." Zhang Hai smiled in agreement. Indeed, carrying such a heavy bucket was quite taxing. They waited for about 5 or 6 minutes. A girl in her 20s arrived at the dock driving a tricycle, coming to a halt before Zhang Chong and the village chief. Her name was Li Xiang, the granddaughter of the village chief. As a university student in her final year, she had come to visit her grandfather during the holiday, planning to stay in the village for a few days. With her fair complexion and striking features, she radiated a refreshing and lively charm. Unlike the heavily made-up women of the city, she exuded an essence of purity, reminiscent of a little sprite. Chapter 12, Li Xiang grandfather. "Why did you ask me to bring the car?" Li Xiang inquired as she parked and approached the village head. The village head gestured toward a bucket on the ground, saying, "Use the car to take this back." Li Xiang's gaze fell upon the bucket, and upon seeing it brimming with seafood, a look of astonishment spread across her face. "Well, crabs and sea conchs, and sea cucumbers. Grandfather, did you go out to sea? Why didn't you call me? I've always wanted to join you. Please invite me next time." With that, she hopped out of the car and crouched beside the bucket, her curiosity piqued. The village head explained, "It wasn't me. It was your brother Zhang Hai who went to catch these." "Zhang Hai?" Li Xiang stood up in surprise, her eyes now on Zhang Hai, whom she had not noticed before. "Wait, you are Zhang Hai?" Her face lit up with astonishment. The last time she had visited the village, a year prior, Zhang Hai had appeared rather foolish, his face perpetually smeared with dirt. Now, his face was clean, and he wore fresh clothes, exuding a strikingly different aura. The dim evening light also contributed to her momentary failure to recognize him. Zhang Hai had a positive impression of Li Xiang, not merely because of her beauty, but because During his more foolish days when peers mocked him, it was Li Xiang who had chosen to play with him and affectionately called him Brother Zhang Hai. Seeing her astonishment, Zhang Hai smiled bashfully. Yes, it's me. I've recovered from my illness. I'm no longer foolish. Li Xiang stepped closer to Zhang Hai, examining him closely for a while before breaking into a smile. It truly is Brother Zhang Hai. How wonderful. Thank the heavens, you are finally well. It was worth all the times I prayed for you. Zhang Hai appeared bewildered. You often prayed for me? Li Xiang did not respond directly, but instead pointed at the bucket, exclaiming, Brother Zhang Hai, did you really catch all of this? You are amazing. I never realized you were this skilled. Feeling bashful from the compliment, Zhang Hai scratched his head and chuckled. Ahem. The village head interjected. You two can chat later. Let us return home for dinner first. Xiao Hai, lift the bucket onto the car. I'll drive. You sit in the back with Xiao Xiang. Xiao Hai, come dine with us tonight. I'll have your second aunt prepare a meal for you. If you don't come, there will be nothing left. The village head understood that catching seafood was labor-intensive, and Zhang Hai would undoubtedly return home hungry. Since Zhang Hai had no parents to cook for him, the village head kindly invited him to join their family meal. Zhang Hai was no longer the clueless fool he once was, and he felt somewhat embarrassed about dining at the village head's home. However, seeing the village head's warm invitation, he hesitated for a moment before replying. All right. Without further ado, Li Xiang swiftly climbed onto the back of the tricycle, waving her hand at Zhang Hai, who was lifting the bucket. Come on, let me help you. No need, I can manage. Zhang Hai exerted himself and easily hoisted the bucket onto the vehicle before climbing up beside her. Are you settled in? The village head called back to the two in the rear. Grandfather, we are ready. Let us depart. Li Xiang exclaimed. The village chief started the tricycle. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang sat opposite each other in the back, with a bucket filled with seafood placed between them. Li Xiang's large, listening eyes were fixed on Zhang Hai, causing him to feel a bit bashful and reluctant to meet her gaze. After a brief pause, she broke the awkward silence, inquiring, Zhang Hai, how did you recover from your illness? Zhang Hai replied, I'm not quite sure what caused it. I simply woke up one day feeling better. He could not disclose the truth of his extraordinary experience, that he had traversed from another realm, as the former occupant had perished. Thus, he resorted to fabricating a vague explanation. Li Xiang appeared to accept his words, nodding in agreement. That is truly a medical miracle. How astonishing. However, such occurrences are unpredictable, just as you could suddenly become foolish. You could just as easily regain your health. She then asked, Zhang Hai, do you still remember the memories from when you were ill? Zhang Hai responded, of course. I remember quite well. I recall how you used to trick me into helping you steal the village chief's sweet potatoes for roasting. With a chuckle, Li Xiang couldn't help but laugh, teasingly saying, Zhang Hai, I hope you don't only remember my misdeeds and not my good deeds. Zhang Hai replied with a smile. Certainly not. I also remember how you often stood up for me when others bullied me, hurling insults at them on my behalf. They even nicknamed you Lier Sha, while I was Zhang Sha, and you enjoyed playing with me. That was all in our childhood. Li Xiang dismissed with a wave of her hand. Zhang Hai continued. I also recall when you visited the village 2 years ago during a heavy rainstorm. I, not knowing to seek shelter, ended up drenched and with a high fever. You braved the rain to hail a taxi and take me to the hospital, staying by my side that night with my third uncle. Ah, that was merely a small act of kindness. You needn't remember it. Li Xiang retorted, still dismissive. Zhang Hai earnestly said, Thank you, Li Xiang. Upon hearing this, a shy expression graced her face, and her heart swelled with joy, not from the gratitude itself, but from her happiness for Zhang Hai. She never anticipated that this fool would one day utter such words. It seemed he had truly recovered. We have arrived, please disembark. The village chief called out after parking the tricycle. Li Xiang jumped off, and Zhang Hai followed suit, carrying the bucket of seafood to the village chief's home. In the yard of the village chief's residence, Zhang Hai retrieved a basin and poured the contents of the bucket into it, stating, Village chief, this large octopus, along with crabs, snails, and fish, are gifts for you to enjoy. Over the years, the village chief had shown Zhang Hai immense kindness, so he generously offered the seafood. Observing this, the village chief quickly intervened, saying, Xiao Hai, what are you doing? We cannot consume so much. Just a little will suffice. The rest you should take to the night market in town after dinner to sell. Zhang Hai declared, No, there's no need to sell them for money. I will gift you all these delicacies. The village chief recognized that Zhang Hai was expressing his gratitude, yet he gently admonished, My dear child, you must learn to sustain yourself. How can you not sell them? We cannot possibly consume such a bounty, and seafood will spoil if left too long. At that moment, Li Xiang interjected, "Indeed, brother Zhang Hai, if you bestow such an abundance upon us, we shall waste what we cannot consume. After dinner, I shall accompany you to the night market and help you sell." Ultimately, the village chief resolutely stated, "Very well, we shall cook this large octopus for our meal, and the rest will be set aside for sale. That is settled." Li Xiang added, "Yes, brother Zhang Hai, heed my grandfather's advice. This octopus will suffice for our dinner tonight." Observing the steadfastness of both the village chief and Li Xiang, Zhang Hai pondered briefly before acquiescing to their counsel. Although he possessed a system that allowed him to exchange points for money, such points were scarce, and it would be more prudent to reserve them for acquiring tools. As he was indeed in need of funds, selling them would be beneficial. Subsequently, Zhang Hai set aside a bag of seafood, stating, "I shall deliver this bag to my third uncle." Excellent. The village chief nodded approvingly. This child not only possesses kindness, but also understands the value of gratitude. Truly commendable. With that, the village chief lifted the large octopus and handed it to Li Xiang, saying, "Xiao Xiang, take this to your grandmother and let her prepare a hot pot." Li Xiang joyfully accepted the octopus and dashed to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Grandmother, grandmother, we have a special treat tonight." Zhang Chong placed the bucket in the village chief's courtyard before carrying the bag of seafood to his third uncle's home. The family was just settling down for dinner when they spotted Zhang Cheng and invited him to join. Zhang Cheng politely declined, explaining that he had dined at the village chief's. He then presented the seafood to his third uncle. Upon seeing the large bag filled with fish, crabs, sea cucumbers, and conchs, his third uncle was astonished. "Xiao Hai, did you gather all this today? How could you have obtained so much? Do you have more?" "Indeed. I have a large bucket full. This is merely a portion." "Goodness gracious, this is extraordinary. Our Zhang family's ancestors must be watching over us, not only restoring your health but also teaching you the skills to provide for yourself." Zhang Hai smiled bashfully and bid farewell to his third uncle, who instructed his wife to cook the seafood. The crabs would be stir-fried, the conchs boiled, the fish braised, and the sea cucumbers prepared for hot pot. A sumptuous seafood feast was in the making. As he gazed at the seafood, his third uncle felt a wave of emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. The journey had been arduous. Zhang Hai had endured so much, becoming a fool at the tender age of 8, losing both parents shortly thereafter, and surviving for over a decade on government assistance in the charity of villagers, living in a state of confusion until today. He had once believed that Zhang Hai would continue to live in such a daze indefinitely. Yet, unexpectedly, he had recovered and could now gather seafood. After all these years, he was finally able to stand on his own. Reflecting on this, his third uncle could not help but choke up, filled with joy for Zhang Hai. He even went to the ancestral tablet to offer incense, expressing his gratitude for their ancestors' blessings. Chapter 13. Octopus Hot Pot. At this moment, the village chief's home was filled with the warm, steaming aroma of octopus hot pot. Seated around the table were the village chief, his elderly wife, Li Xiang, and Zhang Hai, all joyfully indulging in the meal. The village chief had no sons, only a married daughter, who happened to be Li Xiang's mother. This familial connection was the reason Li Xiang frequently visited the village. Typically, the village chief and his wife dined alone, occasionally joined by Zhang Chong for a meal. Today, although only 4 of them were present, the atmosphere was lively. A beaming smile adorned the village chief's face. On the table lay a bottle of cherished old wine, which he had rarely opened, and he poured himself a glass, savoring half of it with delight. The village chief's wife, a kind-hearted woman in her 60s, was affectionately called Second Mother by the villagers, and Zhang Hai followed suit. Like her husband, Second Mother showed great concern for Zhang Hai. After hearing about his day from the village chief, she was particularly pleased and persistently urged him to eat more. "Xiao Hai, you must eat plenty. Your brain is likely still developing and needs nourishment." "Thank you, Second Mother," Zhang Hai replied. Li Xiang couldn't help but chuckle at her grandmother's remark. "Grandma, Zhang Hai is already in his 20s. His brain has fully developed. Regardless, Grandma knows that after recovering from a serious illness, one should eat well," Second Mother asserted. The village chief chimed in, "Your grandmother is right. One must eat more." Pointing at the boiling octopus chunks in the pot, Zhang Hai exclaimed, "The octopus is ready. Everyone should have a taste." With a cheerful demeanor, the village chief picked up a piece and, after savoring it for a moment, declared, "Delicious, tender, and chewy. Most importantly, this octopus was caught by Xiao Hai, and it tastes better than any I've had before. I must try," Li Xiang said as she picked up a piece with her chopsticks and took a bite. "It truly is delicious," Second Mother remarked to Zhang Hai. "Look at your village chief. It's his first time tasting fish you caught. and he's overjoyed. Seeing the village chief's delighted expression, Zhang Hai felt a surge of emotions and placed a piece of octopus in the village chief's bowl, saying earnestly, "From now on, I will often catch fish for you." The village chief immediately waved his hand. "Do not go to the sea too often. Once or twice is enough. Your work is paramount. I inquired about that security job for you. It's suitable, with a decent salary of 4,000 a month, plus benefits." Then, with a serious tone, the village chief continued, "You are still young. After working for 3 or 4 years and saving up some money, we can discuss finding you a match. And then you can marry and start a family." Zhang Hai was taken aback, as the village chief had even planned his future marriage and family. He insisted, "Grandpa, I truly am suited for fishing, I assure you." At that moment, Li Xiang interjected, "Grandpa, let Zhang Hai pursue what he desires. As long as it is a means to earn a living, I believe being a fisherman is quite commendable. Please do not pressure him to become a security guard." Zhang Hai cast a grateful glance at Li Xiang. The village chief sighed, expressing his bewilderment at the youth of today. "I truly cannot comprehend you young people. Your parents endeavored to escape the ocean in search of stable employment, yet you wish to become fishermen. What is so appealing about that? It offers a precarious existence, with days of hunger looming. Should the heavens unleash their fury and the weather turn foul, you might endure a month of barren returns. Look at me. After a lifetime spent as a fisherman, I find myself destitute. Were it not for my election as village chief, providing me with a stable position, I would likely have perished from starvation long ago. Very well, if you aspire to be a fisherman, pursue that path. If regret ever finds you, come to me, and I shall assist you in seeking other employment." Once the village chief had spoken, he refrained from further discussion about Zhang Hai becoming a security guard. Zhang Hai assured him, "Rest assured, village chief, I promise I will not disappoint you." The village chief observed Zhang Hai and perceived an unprecedented confidence and determination in his gaze. While uncertain of the source of this newfound assurance, it brought him great comfort, prompting a chuckle as he remarked, "Let us hope so, ha ha ha." After dinner, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang busied themselves in the courtyard, sorting through the seafood they had gathered from the shore that day. They organized the shellfish and mollusks into one basket, the fish into another, the crabs into yet another, and the sea cucumbers separately, bringing order to the previously chaotic assortment. In total, they had over 50 pounds of seafood, including more than 20 pounds of conchs, over 10 pounds of crabs, and a similar amount of sea cucumbers, along with several pounds of fish and other varieties. Subsequently, they loaded the sorted seafood into the cargo area of a tricycle, bringing along an electronic scale, disposable eco-friendly bags, and a loudspeaker for calling out to customers, items readily available at the village chief's home. As the second aunt frequently ventured to the seaside to harvest oysters for sale in the market. With everything prepared, Li Xiang settled into the back of the tricycle while Zhang Chang took the driver's seat. Together, they set off from the village towards the town. The town boasted a vibrant night market, a popular destination for social media enthusiasts, bustling with activity in the evening hours. The market predominantly featured food stalls, late-night snack vendors, and large dining areas, with numerous establishments dedicated to seafood processing. Many from the nearby fishing villages frequented the night market to sell their catch, often at prices comparable to those offered by buyers, and their wares sold swiftly. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang were determined to bring their seafood there for sale. The paths through the village were shrouded in darkness and quite bumpy. Zhang Hai drove ahead, his thoughts lingering on Li Xiang in the back. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Li Xiang, are you not afraid sitting back there in the dark? If you are, you may come to the front or take the wheel." The front seat of the tricycle was designed for one, but if they squeezed together, it could accommodate two. Li Xiang, unafraid but eager to sit beside Zhang Hai, responded, "Then I shall sit in the front." After Zhang Hai stopped the vehicle, she squeezed into the front seat, sitting alongside him. As they navigated the bumpy road, their bodies inevitably brushed against one another. "Zhang Hai, have you gained weight?" she teased. "It seems a bit cramped," Li Xiang remarked. "I recall, when we were children, riding in my grandfather's tricycle, we would sit in the front without feeling confined at all. There were 3 of us back then." Zhang Hai, with an awkward smile, replied, "It's not that I've gained weight. You must remember, we were only 7 or 8 years old when we sat together. We hardly took up any space." "That's true. Perhaps I have put on a few pounds. I really need to lose some weight." "Zhang Hai, do be careful. The road to the town is quite rough. Have you thought about the prices yet, Zhang Hai? Once we've sold the seafood, shall we explore the night market? I would like to treat you to something." Zhang Hai. Li Xiang was quite talkative, chattering away throughout the journey, while Zhang Hai remained more reserved, offering only brief replies. Chapter 14. Selling seafood half an hour later. The two arrived in town and made their way to the night market. Thanks to the tricycle, they did not need to set up a stall. The vehicle itself served as an excellent stand. All they had to do was park it by the roadside and begin their sales pitch. The night market was indeed bustling with activity, teeming with people and an array of food stalls. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Vendors selling seafood had gathered in a specific area, with a dozen stalls present. Zhang Hai arrived somewhat later, missing out on prime locations, and had to park in a more secluded corner. Don't miss out. Come and take a look. Fresh bullseye snails at 20 per pound. Stone crabs at 20 per pound. Sea eggplants at 20 per pound. All at just 21 per pound. Caught today, still alive. Upon finding their spot, Li Xiang wasted no time and picked up the loudspeaker to begin her enticing call. Her voice was melodious and naturally sweet, instantly capturing the attention of numerous passers-by. Coupled with the attractive prices, which were approximately 5 yuan lower than the market rate, it wasn't long before customers began to gather. A rotund man, after inquiring about the prices, requested 2 pounds of bullseye snails and 2 pounds of stone crabs. He expressed interest in the shrimp as well. But Zhang Hai did not have any, so the inquiry was dropped. Zhang Hai successfully completed his first transaction, earning a total of 80 yuan. Barely a few minutes after the man departed, a woman in her 30s approached Zhang Hai, asking, "Brother, is your seafood fresh?" Zhang Hai replied, "Absolutely fresh, just caught today." The woman inspected the bullseye snails and crabs, which were still alive, and a satisfied smile spread across her face as she decided to purchase some. The total came to 60 yuan, but she didn't have cash on hand and requested to pay via WeChat. Zhang Hai, lacking a phone and WeChat, opted to use Li Xiang's account, reassured that she would not take advantage of him. With the sound of the payment notification, another 60 yuan was added to their earnings. Shortly thereafter, another customer inquired, but this time did not make a purchase as they were not interested in the available conchs and crabs. A couple of minutes later, another customer approached and bought 40 yuan worth of conchs. Essentially, every few minutes, someone would stop by to ask questions, with a success rate of around 70%. Overall, business was quite satisfactory. The basket containing conchs, crabs, sea cucumbers, and fish was visibly diminishing at a rapid pace. After more than an hour, only a few pounds of conchs remained, the crabs had sold out, just 2 pounds of sea cucumbers were left, and the fish were completely gone. It was estimated that with another half hour of selling, they could sell out entirely, which was quicker than Zhang Hai had anticipated. The swift sales could be attributed not only to the freshness and affordability of the seafood, but also to Li Xiang's captivating calls that compelled people to stop and take notice. At that moment, a customer who had been tending to their own business returned after 10 minutes. Zhang Hai, seeing the customer approach again, wondered if there was an issue with the seafood and asked, "Is something wrong?" The customer quietly addressed Zhang Hai, saying, "I purchased these mannish shrimp from over there, and I suspect there may be an issue with the weight. Could you assist me in reweighing them?" Zhang Hai's scale was the one used by Ernyang, a person of utmost integrity who would never tamper with the measurements. Thus, Zhang Hai was confident in the accuracy of his scale. Since the customer requested assistance in reweighing, he agreed without a second thought. "All right, place it on the scale. By the way, what was the weight when you bought it?" Zhang Chang inquired. The customer replied, 2.5 jin, 100 yuan per jin. The mannish shrimp was placed on the scale, revealing a weight of 1 jin and 9 liang, a deficit of 6 liang. Upon seeing this, the customer's face contorted with anger, and he exclaimed, "How outrageous! 6 liang short, and it's 100 yuan per jin. Thank you, young man. Your scale is quite reliable." With that, he took his mannish shrimp and approached the vendor to confront him. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang turned to observe the unfolding scene. As expected, a heated argument ensued. The shrimp vendor, visibly intimidated, dared not raise his voice and reluctantly refunded 60 yuan to the irate customer, who then departed in a huff. Before long, several individuals approached Zhang Hai's stall, not customers, but fellow seafood vendors, presumably to discuss the issue of dishonest weighing practices. Zhang Hai regarded the 4 men with disdain, asking, "What brings you here?" The 4 men pulled Zhang Hai aside and spoke in hushed tones. "I must say, you seem new to this trade. How can you expect a profit in business when you don't engage in dishonest practices with seafood? To be frank, we all use a 7 liang scale. It's an unwritten rule in our industry. You should adjust your scale accordingly. Not wanting to make money would be sheer folly. This is how the industry operates. Everyone adjusts their scales, and if you don't, you're going against the grain." The 4 men voiced their opinions one after the other. Many merchants resort to underweighing to increase profits, particularly in the seafood sector. These four individuals were indeed among those who engaged in such practices, attempting to persuade Zhang Hai to follow suit. However, Zhang Hai harbored a deep disdain for such individuals and had no desire to associate with them. Thus, he calmly replied, "You may pursue your profits as you wish. I shall not partake. You may choose not to profit, but should customers wish to reweigh their purchases at your stall, you must refuse." One of them admonished sternly. Zhang Hai scoffed, "It is not your place to dictate my actions. I shall allow it if I choose, and if not, then so be it." With that, he disregarded the four men and returned to his stall. One man intercepted Zhang Hai, saying, "What do you mean by this? We are trying to have a civil conversation, yet you refuse to listen." Zhang Hai looked at him and asked, "Are you threatening me?" He was entirely unperturbed. It was not that he believed he could overpower these four men. Rather, he recognized that we live in a society governed by law. Anyone who dared to resort to violence would find themselves in a precarious situation, potentially facing compensation in the tens of thousands. In the end, a day's earnings from setting up a stall could amount to several thousand, while a few hundred earned from seafood would pale in comparison to the costs incurred from a brawl. The thuggish extortion of the marketplace is a relic of bygone years. Indeed, the man who confronted Zhang Hai was merely fierce in words, lacking the courage to take any real action against him. The four of them, grumbling and cursing, retreated to their respective stalls. Chapter 15. Closing up upon returning to their stall, Li Xiang inquired curiously of Zhang Hai, "What did they want from you?" Zhang Hai replied candidly, "They are the proprietors of other seafood stalls, seeking to persuade me to engage in malpractices like them." "Did you acquiesce?" she pressed. "Of course not. I am not that kind of person," Zhang Hai asserted resolutely. Hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Li Xiang's face. "Indeed, if you had agreed, I would have looked down upon you. We must conduct our business with integrity." Then, as a thought struck her, she expressed her concern. "But what if they make things difficult for you?" Zhang Hai shrugged indifferently. "Make things difficult for me? On what grounds? I doubt they would dare." Li Xiang, still uneasy, remarked, "Outwardly, they probably wouldn't dare, but we cannot discount the possibility of them scheming against us behind the scenes. We must remain vigilant." Zhang Hai nodded in agreement, understood. Since they are already engaging in dishonest practices, they are likely not good people. Having crossed them, I must be cautious of their potential underhanded tactics. As they conversed, customers began to arrive, and the two of them put the matter aside. Over the next 20 minutes, several groups of patrons visited, and the remaining seafood was completely sold out. The baskets that once held their catch were now empty. As Zhang Hai and Li Xiang tidied up the baskets and their fishing tools, joy radiated from their faces. Once everything was organized, Li Xiang settled onto the tricycle and began calculating. The conch weighed a total of 22 pounds, selling for 440 yuan. The crabs weighed 15 pounds, bringing in 300 yuan. The rest added up to over 10 pounds, totaling 280 yuan. So, 440 plus 300 plus 280. Brother Zhang Hai. We earned a total of 1,020 yuan tonight. Look, this is the grand total. After completing the calculations, Li Xiang handed the calculator to Zhang Hai for his review. She continued, "We received 120 in cash, and the rest was through WeChat payments. I collected 900 on your behalf, and once you have WeChat, I will transfer it to you. How does that sound?" Zhang Hai did not examine the calculator's results. He trusted Li Xiang and smiled. "All right. When we return, you must tell your grandfather about this, so he knows that going out to catch seafood is indeed more profitable than being a security guard. After all, a security guard cannot earn that much in a single day. Perhaps you were merely fortunate today, and one day's earnings do not prove much. We need several days to establish credibility." Li Xiang continued to inquire, "So, will you go out to catch seafood again tomorrow?" "Of course. Why do you ask? Would you take me along? I love catching seafood," Li Xiang exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Hai hesitated to make a decision, for his fishing grounds were not along the shore but rather on a small island offshore, which entailed some risks. Therefore, he needed to ascertain whether the village chief would permit Li Xiang to join him. If the chief agreed, he would take Li Xiang along. As the chief was her guardian, "We must ask your grandfather," he replied. Li Xiang rolled her eyes and said, I won't pay you any mind. If you can't even handle such a trivial matter without asking my grandfather, then it's clear you don't want to take me. My grandfather definitely wouldn't allow me to venture so far to the sea." Zhang Hai, noticing her displeasure, sought to comfort her. "Don't be upset. If you speak to the village chief sincerely, I believe he will agree. If he doesn't, I will find another way." Upon hearing this, A joyous smile graced Li Xiang's face. As long as you are willing to take me, that's all that matters. Let's go. We've sold our goods. And I want to take you to the town and buy you something. What are you going to get me? Zhang Hai asked, puzzled. Li Xiang replied, I want to buy you a mobile phone. I heard from my grandfather that you don't even own one and are currently using his old phone for seniors. How can that be acceptable? Young people should have smartphones. It's simply necessary. Zhang Hai shook his head. No, I can't accept that. A phone costs at least 1,000 or 1,800 yuan. It's far too extravagant. I would prefer to purchase one myself. He felt that Li Xiang had already been exceedingly kind to him. Not only had she not scorned him for being slow-witted, but she also accompanied him to the night market to sell fish. He was deeply grateful for her kindness. Now that he had the means to earn money, he couldn't possibly accept such a generous gift from someone still in university who had yet to start working. Li Xiang reassured him, Don't worry. I have money. I received a scholarship last semester of 5,000 yuan, and I also worked part-time while at school, earning quite a bit. With a hint of pride, she raised her index finger and declared, I have saved over 10,000 yuan. I'm now quite affluent. Buying you a phone worth 2,000 yuan would be a piece of cake. Zhang Hai still felt uncomfortable and insisted, No, that's not necessary. Li Xiang furrowed her brows and replied, But now that you're no longer slow, you definitely need a phone. I understand, but I will save up to buy one. Zhang Hai insisted. In truth, he was financially stable, possessing 500 points worth 50,000 yuan. However, he valued those points highly and was reluctant to convert them into cash just yet. He intended to wait until he sold seafood for a couple more days before purchasing a phone. Seeing Zhang Hai's resolute stance, Li Xiang softened her tone and suggested, How about this? I will lend you the money, and you can pay me back once you have it. Does that sound good? All right. Li Xiang had already made a concession, and Zhang Hai felt that further refusal might hurt her feelings, so he agreed. After this pleasant decision, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang boarded a tricycle, which bounced along until it stopped in front of a mobile phone shop. They entered the store, where Zhang Hai also needed to obtain a SIM card, requiring his identification. Fortunately, he had remembered to bring his ID this time. Inside the shop, an array of mobile phones was on display, ranging from high-end models costing over 10,000 yuan to budget-friendly Nokia phones for a few hundred. Li Xiang suggested that Zhang Hai consider purchasing a domestic phone priced around 3,000 yuan. Zhang Hai agreed to purchase a domestic smartphone, yet he found the price of 3,000 yuan excessively steep. Ultimately, he opted for a Xiaomi model priced at 1,500 yuan. His expectations for a mobile device were not particularly lofty. He merely sought one that could fulfill his daily needs. Thus, he preferred not to invest in an exorbitantly priced phone. He believed that a device costing over 1,000 yuan would suffice. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Li Xiang acquiesced to his decision. They completed the transaction, with Zhang Hai contributing 900 yuan of his own and incurring a debt of 600 to Li Xiang. Although Li Xiang did not voice it, Zhang Hai kept this in mind, vowing to repay the 600 yuan the following day. After acquiring the phone, Zhang Hai also procured a SIM card. At last, in this world, he possessed his very first mobile phone. Chapter 16. The moonlight is just right. After purchasing his new phone, Zhang Hai adeptly navigated its features, downloading several commonly used applications, including the messaging app WeChat. He registered, verified his identity, and activated WeChat Pay seamlessly, leaving no hint that this was his inaugural experience with a smartphone. Li Xiang was astounded by his proficiency. Her expression, one of disbelief. In her mind, Zhang Hai had never laid hands on a smartphone. After all, he had been simple-minded at the age of 8. And only recently had he returned. How could he possibly maneuver a smartphone with such finesse? Confounded, she gazed at him in astonishment. Upon completing his tasks, Zhang Hai turned and noticed the shock in Li Xiang's eyes. Feeling the need to clarify, he chuckled. There's no reason to be so surprised. This device is hardly difficult. Even if I hadn't used one before, I've seen others operate it. It's something that even a 3-year-old could manage. He refrained from revealing that he had traversed realms and that smartphones were commonplace in his previous world. However, Li Xiang, perplexed, questioned, But you've never used one before, right? How do you know all its functions? You type so quickly. I thought you dropped out of school in the 2nd grade. Zhang Hai explained, Perhaps I possess a natural talent. It seems I have an innate ability to grasp things without formal instruction. Li Xiang regarded him with skepticism and inquired, Brother Hai, are you being honest? Was your previous simplicity merely an act? Zhang Hai, exasperated, replied, Who pretends to be foolish for no reason? Does it seem entertaining to drool and stammer all day? Shaking her head, Li Xiang remained unconvinced. How could someone who had been simple for over a decade suddenly exhibit such intelligence? The ease with which he surfed the internet and engaged in conversations left her increasingly astonished. As she scrutinized him closely, she confirmed, "It truly is you, Brother Hai." A hint of unease flickered within Zhang Hai, prompting him to shift the conversation. "Perhaps I've just been clever since childhood. There is nothing to be astonished about." Li Xiang found herself devoid of any grounds for doubt, accepting that Zhang Hai might indeed be exceptionally gifted. She inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "It must be your innate talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it. I must admit, Brother Hai, you are a genius. If you were in school, you would undoubtedly be a top student, easily gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University." Chuckling silently, Zhang Hai basked in her admiration. Li Xiang's gaze toward him now held a touch of reverence, mingled with uncertainty. Was the person before her still the same Navi individual who had once known nothing but drooling? He had transformed into a veritable prodigy. "Stop dawdling. Let us at each other on WeChat." Zhang Hai quickly redirected the conversation, opening the QR code and gesturing for Li Xiang to scan it. Snapping back to reality, she no longer questioned his abilities and swiftly retrieved her own phone. The two successfully added each other as friends. "Ah, you are my first WeChat friend," Zhang Hai remarked as he gazed at his friend list. For some inexplicable reason, this statement elicited a joyful smile from Li Xiang. Perhaps she felt a sense of uniqueness, believing herself to be Zhang Hai's sole companion. After a brief contemplation, she proposed, "How about we use the same profile picture? What do you think of this one?" Zhang Hai cast a quick glance and, with a hint of confusion, replied, "Isn't this a couple's profile picture?" "No, it's not. It's a friend's picture," Li Xiang explained, somewhat defensively. She assumed Zhang Hai was unfamiliar with the concept of couples' avatars. Observing her nervous demeanor, Zhang Hai feigned ignorance, saying, "A friend's picture? Well, that's splendid. You are my only friend, so let us use this as our avatar." Consequently, they both adopted the couple's profile picture. As Li Xiang beamed with a sense of triumph, having successfully persuaded Zhang Hai, he put away his phone and turned his attention to a nearby food stall, inquiring, "Are you hungry? Let me treat you to some barbecue." Li Xiang waved her hand dismissively. "You just bought a phone. Where will you find the money? Let me treat you instead." "Absolutely not. Today, you have assisted me immensely. It is only right that I treat you. I may not have much, but I can spare a few dozen yuan," Zhang Hai insisted, feeling indebted for her considerable help, which included driving a tricycle to transport seafood and accompanying him to the night market to sell it, as well as lending him money for the phone. He was determined to treat her to a late-night snack. Understanding Zhang Hai's intentions, Li Xiang relented and nodded. "All right then, you can treat me. I am a bit hungry too." In truth, she was not particularly hungry, having refrained from late-night snacks for a month in an effort to lose weight. She merely wished to stroll through the night market with Zhang Hai and share a meal with him. After her agreement, Zhang Hai led Li Xiang to the food street of the night market. The small town's night market was a popular hotspot, bustling with visitors. Particularly, the food street was teeming with young people and children. To avoid getting separated, Li Xiang instinctively linked her arm through Zhang Hai's. At first, Zhang Hai felt somewhat awkward, as their relationship had not reached such a level of intimacy. However, he noticed that Li Xiang was unfazed by the closeness, and he did not want to ask her to let go. Thus, although they were not a couple, they strolled through the night market in a manner reminiscent of one. "Feel free to eat whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money for me," Zhang Hai declared generously. Despite having only a little over 100 yuan in his pocket, he was quite extravagant, believing that spending the entire amount was of no consequence. Li Xiang glanced around, her brows knitting together in concern. "Haigu, everything here is so expensive. A serving of stir-fried noodles costs 15 yuan. It's simply a money trap." Zhang Hai noticed a queue of girls nearby, all waiting to purchase a trendy milk tea, which seemed to be a favorite among young women. He recalled Li Xiang mentioning her fondness for milk tea. He then inquired of Li Xiang, "Would you like to have some milk tea?" Li Xiang shook her head and replied, "I don't drink it. It's too expensive. A cup costs 20 or 30. "Didn't you say you enjoyed milk tea before?" Zhang Hai asked, puzzled. Li Xiang hesitated before saying, "I don't like it now. Let us just have something else." Zhang Hai felt a warmth in his heart. In his memory, Li Xiang was always generous with money, even buying a phone worth 3,000 without batting an eye. Yet now, she seemed rather frugal, finding everything too costly. Zhang Hai understood that it wasn't due to her stinginess. Rather, she was being considerate of her finances, trying to save money for herself. In an age where many girls are materialistic, eager to extract wealth from their male companions, a girl like Li Xiang is indeed rare. If left to her own devices, she would likely take ages to make a decision. He resolved to make the choice for her. Zhang Hai ceased his inquiries and simply took Li Xiang directly to the milk tea shop. Sure enough, upon arrival, Li Xiang eagerly queued up, a blissful smile illuminating her face, clearly desiring a treat. Soon, it was their turn. Before Zhang Hai could speak, Li Xiang promptly addressed the server, saying, "Hello. I'll have the cheapest one. Yes, that red tea." Zhang Hai, observing this, added, "I'll have a large taro milk tea with 10 sugars, less ice. And add taro balls." After he placed his order, Li Xiang looked at him in surprise, thinking how could his taste align so closely with her own? One is 8 yuan, and the other is 31. That makes 49 in total. Would you like to pay in cash or WeChat? If it's WeChat, I can scan you, the server stated. Zhang Hai opted to pay with cash. After a brief wait, their milk teas were ready. One red tea for 8 yuan and one taro milk tea for 31. Just as Li Xiang reached for the red tea, Zhang Hai swiftly snatched it away and handed her the taro milk tea, saying, "This one is yours, the red tea is mine." Li Xiang's face was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Finding her bewilderment somewhat charming, Zhang Hai explained, "I know you love taro and taro balls, and you have a penchant for sweet treats, so I ordered this for you." "Oh, did you order it just for me? Wait, how did you know that?" Li Xiang stammered, her big eyes glistening as she gazed at Zhang Hai, her heart secretly elated. Even before she took a sip of her milk tea, she felt a sweetness enveloping her. "I'm not oblivious. How could I not know? Let us go, stop dawdling," Zhang Chong remarked. Subsequently, the two of them left joyfully with their milk teas. This time, Li Xiang wrapped her arm around Zhang Hai's tighter. Sipping her milk tea while shopping, her face adorned with a perpetual smile of happiness. "Shall we eat something else?" Zhang Hai inquired. Li Xiang teased, "If we eat more, I'll bankrupt you. To be honest, I'm quite the foodie." "Huh, I'm not afraid of going bankrupt." Zhang Hai scoffed. "No more food. This cup of milk tea has filled me up," Li Xiang said, letting out a satisfied burp. Zhang Hai no longer pressed her. The hour is growing late. Already past 11, and it is time to return home. The two individuals made their way back to the spot where the tricycle awaited them, climbing aboard for their departure. The tricycle, affectionately known as the three-bumper, jostled along as it sped forth. The road back to the village was rather rough, and Zhang Hai and Li Xiang found themselves squeezed side by side in the driver's seat, bouncing along the uneven path. Yet, they felt no discomfort. Rather, they wished for the journey to be prolonged, relishing the moment. Tonight, the moon hung full and bright, surrounded by a multitude of stars. The moonlight was just right, and a gentle evening breeze offered a refreshing chill. Chapter 17. A day at the seashore. Upon returning to the village, Zhang Hai escorted Li Xiang back to the home of the village chief. The tricycle, belonging to the chief, was parked in the yard. After bidding farewell to Li Xiang, Zhang Hai, with a bucket filled with seafood and his gathering tools in hand, made his way back home. He first stored away his equipment and then indulged in a refreshing bath. In the past, he would bathe every 3 or 4 days, but now, having gained wisdom, he realized the importance of daily cleanliness, especially during the summer months. After his bath, Zhang Hai comfortably reclined on his bed. This night marked the first of his journey in this new world. His emotions were tumultuous as he gazed through the window at the unfamiliar starry sky and moonlight. Feeling far from drowsy, his mind wandered through the events of his past life and the present. In his previous existence, he had tragically drowned while fishing. Yet, fate had been kind to him, granting him a second chance in a world remarkably similar to Earth. Although his beginning was fraught with challenges, he possessed a unique advantage that ensured his survival. From now on, he resolved to live well in this realm, not aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of success or create turmoil, but rather seeking a stable and fulfilling life. He yearned for modest wealth, a loving wife, numerous children, and the opportunity to pursue his passions. Such a life would be truly fulfilling. As he pondered, Zhang Hai fully embraced his new reality. He then calculated his earnings for the day, totaling 500 points, equivalent to 150,000. Of this, 1,000 points had been exchanged for a level 1 drive, leaving him with 500 points as a reserve. The seafood he had gathered was worth approximately 1,000 yuan. The yield appeared promising, attributed to his fortunate luck while gathering. Other gatherers were not as fortunate. He had nearly exhausted his earnings and had borrowed 600 yuan from Li Xiang to purchase a mobile phone. Tomorrow, he resolved to work diligently at the seashore to earn a substantial income. After tallying his earnings, Zhang Hai contemplated his plans for the following day. The tide tomorrow would mirror that of today, with gathering hours from 11 to 6. He resolved to set off early to maximize his haul and not only reach the daily points cap but also earn more money. Exhausted, he drifted into slumber. The next day, awakened by the crowing of a rooster in the village, Zhang Hai stirred from his sleep, bleary-eyed. He glanced at the time, just past 6 in the morning. Outside, the sky was dimly lit. The sun had yet to rise, but a cacophony of sounds filled the air, waves crashing, birds chirping, and voices mingling. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he decided to rise. He had always believed that the early bird catches the worm. With his endeavors just beginning, he could not afford to be idle. As he finished washing up, the sound of his phone ringing interrupted him. The SIM card was newly acquired, and aside from Li Xiang, no one else knew his number. Thus, it could either be a scam call or a call from Li Xiang. Without even glancing, Zhang Hai had already deduced the caller's identity. Indeed, it is Li Xiang. Haige, have you risen yet? Yes, I just got up. What is the matter? Shall we go for breakfast together? The noodle shop at the village head is quite good. I'll treat you. All right. Well then, I shall come to your house now. Li Xiang called to invite him for breakfast. After hanging up, Zhang Hai began to prepare his tools for the day's adventure by the sea: a bucket, gloves, a spade, an iron hook, a net, and so forth. This time, he brought even more tools than the previous day. In addition, he made a special trip to the village shop to purchase a box of fish hooks and a bundle of fishing line. The plan was to set out for the reef around 11 o'clock. Before that, he intended to do some fishing. After all, idling at home seemed unproductive. And he might as well earn some points and money. Although he had yet to acquire the coveted dream fishing rod from the exchange system, he could make do with the hooks and line for now. He also settled the debts owed to the shop, leaving him with a little over 10 yuan, which he used to buy 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 bags of bread. With that, his preparations for the day's fishing were complete. Zhang Hai placed the equipment in the yard, intending to take them onto the boat after breakfast with Li Xiang. Before long, Li Xiang arrived, and the two headed to the noodle shop at the village head for breakfast. Zhang Hai had spent all the money in his pocket, so when Li Xiang offered to treat, he did not put on a brave face. As they neared the end of their meal, Zhang Hai said to Li Xiang, I plan to go fishing later. You mentioned wanting to join me yesterday. Are you truly certain about that? Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's face brightened with excitement as she eagerly nodded. Yes, take me with you. Zhang Hai then inquired, are you prone to seasickness? After a moment's thought, Li Xiang confidently replied, no, I've never been seasick. All right then, I'll check with the village chief, Zhang Hai stated. Suddenly, Li Xiang's expression fell. My grandfather probably wants to allow me to go. Can't you just take me? No, he must be informed. Zhang Hai insisted. Fine. After finishing their breakfast, they headed directly to the village chief's home. Li Xiang hesitated as she approached her grandfather. Grandpa, I want to go with Zhang Hai to the sea. Would you permit me to go? You know I love it. Upon hearing this, the village chief furrowed his brow. Zhang Hai is going to earn money by fishing. Your presence would only serve to disrupt him. The rocks are slippery after the tide recedes. If you were to fall, it would hinder our efforts. You cannot go. Li Xiang pouted, playfully pleading. Oh, Grandpa. My dear grandfather, please let me go. Haige has agreed to take me. The village chief, who was particularly fond of his granddaughter, could hardly resist her charming antics. When Li Xiang spoke to him in such a manner, he was typically inclined to grant her requests. Turning his gaze to Zhang Hai, the village chief asked, Zhang Hai, do you agree to take her? If it's not too much trouble, I'll take her along. It's fine. Zhang Hai replied. All right then. If you don't mind the extra responsibility, let her accompany you. But do ensure her safety. The village chief concurred. Li Xiang's face instantly radiated joy. Thank you. Grandpa, rest assured, I can swim. The village chief retrieved 2 sets of life jackets from the storage room in the courtyard. Put these on and wear them throughout the journey. If anything arises, be sure to call me immediately. He instructed. All right. Zhang Hai responded. I told you. The village chief would likely agree. He dotes on you. As long as you ask, he will certainly consent. Zhang Hai had a fair understanding of the village chief's character. Whenever Li Xiang used her charms, the chief would undoubtedly acquiesce. Li Xiang nodded in delight. Yes, my grandfather loves me the most. She then inquired, by the way. Haige, where are we heading to catch sea creatures? Over there? She pointed to a large expanse of rocks that were beginning to emerge from the water's edge. Zhang Hai replied, no, there's not much seafood over there. We shall venture out to the reef island. Li Xiang was even more excited. Yay? I've never been out to sea or visited a reef island before. Is there anything I need to prepare? She asked further. Zhang Hai looked Li Xiang over. She had delicate skin, and it was evident that she was not accustomed to sun exposure. given the fierce midday sun and the absence of shade on the island. She would likely suffer from sunburn. Sun protection is essential, Zhang Hai emphasized earnestly. All right. Li Xiang replied and hurriedly went into her room to commence her sun protection preparations. Zhang Hai waited outside for over 10 minutes. While waiting for Li Xiang, he spotted a net in the village chief's yard and decided to borrow it. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiang emerged, fully equipped for the outing. She wore a long-sleeved t-shirt, loose-fitting trousers, and a sun protection jacket. Her hands were gloved, her head adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, her face wrapped in a scarf, and she sported sunglasses. Not a single inch of her skin was exposed, resembling a bank robber in her meticulous concealment. Is this sufficient? I even applied sunscreen, she proudly declared to Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai scrutinized her and muttered, it's adequate. But can you really catch sea creatures dressed like that? Oh well, you're only going for sightseeing. After all, participation is what truly matters. The two then departed from the village chief's home, returned to Zhang Hai's courtyard to gather the necessary tools for their adventure, and proceeded towards the pier. Chapter 18. Fishing. The morning dock was abuzz with activity. The fishermen of Lanhai village were accustomed to working through the night, returning to port at dawn. Consequently, the dock was filled with fishing boats arriving back home. Fishermen, fishmongers, and women and children awaiting the boats created a cacophony of sounds, bustling and lively. Busy figures flitted between the fishing vessels and the dock, tending to their gear and transporting their catch. Upon arriving at the dock, Zhang Hai did not rush to board a boat. Instead, he joined Li Xiang as they mingled with the crowd. Uncle Chang, how much for these live shrimp? He inquired, gazing at a tank brimming with lively shrimp, addressing a fisherman known as Uncle Chang. Recognizing Zhang Hai as a fellow villager, Uncle Chang looked puzzled and asked, Zhang Hai, why do you want to buy live shrimp? As bait for fishing. Zhang Hai replied candidly. Fishing? When did you learn to fish? Uncle Chang's confusion deepened, and he cautioned. Zhang Hai, these shrimp aren't cheap. If you can't fish, don't waste your money and risk incurring losses. Don't worry about that. Just sell me some shrimp. Zhang Hai insisted, refusing to elaborate further. Uncle Chang nodded, saying, all right, others are buying at 50 per pound. But I'll sell them to you for 40. Just remember, if you end up losing money, don't blame me. Rest assured, just give me a pound. Zhang Hai replied, handing over his bucket. Uncle Chang filled it with seawater and weighed out a pound of live shrimp, which amounted to about 30 or 40 shrimp, not a large quantity. Zhang Hai intended merely to test the fishing conditions today, primarily focusing on gathering sea treasures. So a pound would suffice. Li Xiang assisted him with the payment. After acquiring the live shrimp, Zhang Hai casually asked Uncle Chang, in this stretch of sea, where can I find reefs? If I want to catch grouper or snapper, where should I head? Since it was his first time fishing here, Zhang Hai was unfamiliar with the local waters, making it wise to consult an experienced fisherman like Uncle Chang. Amused, Uncle Chang chuckled at the thought of someone who didn't even know where to fish deciding to go fishing, especially after purchasing shrimp for bait. Given that Zhang Hai was a novice, Uncle Chang teased, I reckon that pound of shrimp is going to waste. He then pointed in a specific direction and continued. Over there lies a natural fishing ground. Beneath the sea is a vast reef teeming with various fish. It's about 5 or 6 nautical miles from here. Once you reach there, you'll see several large rocks peeking out. If you want to fish, that's south the place to go. However, the fishing conditions have been poor lately, as too many boats have been heading there, setting traps. As a newcomer, you probably won't catch much. In my opinion, if you're just looking to have some fun, it's better to fish from the shore. There's no need to venture out on a boat. The outcome will be the same, either you catch nothing or you catch nothing. Zhang Hai then inquired, is that the best spot for fishing around here? Uncle Chang pointed in another direction and said, over there is also an option, but it's quite far, about a dozen nautical miles. You might want to reconsider that small boat of yours. Moreover, the fishing conditions there are similarly poor. Zhang Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Chang. No need to mention it. Just ensure that the Air Force doesn't blame me for the poor shrimp. That certainly won't happen. After inquiring about the sea fishing spot, Zhang Hai, carrying shrimp and tools, set off with Li Xiang to find his fishing boat. The vessel was docked at the pier, its mooring rope tied to a piling. Zhang Hai untied the rope and pulled the boat closer to the dock. As the bow neared the pier, he said to Li Xiang, you go first, be careful. Li Xiang cautiously boarded the fishing boat and found a spot to sit, glancing around to observe her surroundings with a hint of surprise evident on her face. Zhang Hai secured the rope, moved the bucket onto the boat, and then boarded with the rope and other tools. Following this, he stowed away the anchor that secured the stern. Brother Hai, is this boat yours? Li Xiang asked curiously. Unable to confess that it was a gift from the system, Zhang Hai concocted a fib. Of course, I secretly purchased it after it was modified. My parents left me a bit of money, and no one knows about this. Having witnessed Zhang Hai's intelligence, Li Xiang found this explanation plausible and nodded in belief. Oh, this boat looks great. How much did it cost? A few thousand yuan, really. The boat itself isn't expensive. It's mainly the equipment that costs a fortune. The engine at the stern alone is worth 100,000. Zhang Hai clarified. Wait, that engine costs 100,000? Li Xiang exclaimed, rising in astonishment to gaze at the engine at the back, finding it hard to believe. After all, in her mind, Zhang Hai had just recovered from a serious illness, and purchasing a boat to go fishing seemed impressive enough, let alone installing an engine worth 100,000. It was quite unbelievable. Moreover, with such a small boat, how could it possibly have a 100,000 yuan engine? One must know that engines for fishing boats of this size typically do not exceed 5,000 yuan. Her grandfather's boat, which was considerably larger, reportedly had an engine that only cost around 10,000 yuan. How could this engine be worth 100,000? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Where did you buy this? Did someone scam you? Zhang Hai chuckled silently, unsure of how to explain further. He had instinctively made that statement earlier. According to the system's point conversion rate, an engine that costs 1,000 points translates to a value of 100,000 yuan, if assessed based on tangible value. No amount of money could procure such an engine, as it boasted an astonishing 5,000 horsepower, a feat of technology that was simply unattainable, rendering it priceless. His claim of it being worth 100,000 was indeed an understatement, yet Li Xiang mistakenly thought she was being duped. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hai replied, I doubt I was scammed. You will soon witness the true power of this engine. Oh? Li Xiang spoke, her gaze toward the engine filled with a heightened expectation. Let us first visit the fishing spot Uncle Chang mentioned, and around 11 o'clock, we shall head to Lingchang Reef Island to gather seafood. Zhang Hai, while starting the engine, outlined the day's itinerary to Li Xiang. Earlier, when Uncle Chang introduced the fishing location, Li Xiang was also present. She was aware of Lingchang Reef Island's location. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's plan, she glanced in two different directions, her face marked with confusion. The fishing site lay in one direction, while the seafood gathering spot was almost in the opposite direction, a discrepancy of at least 10 nautical miles. Could they truly make it in time? Typically, a regular fishing vessel would take 2 to 3 hours to cover such a distance. Moreover, considering the small size of Zhang Hai's boat, its speed would undoubtedly be even slower. Unable to contain her curiosity, Li Xiang inquired, Hai Ge, are you certain we can reach both locations today? They are quite far apart. Zhang Hai, aware of Li Xiang's concern, confidently replied, Indeed, just wait and see. Oh. Li Xiang was left in greater perplexity by Zhang Hai's cryptic assurance, yet she chose not to press further. Chapter 19, The Natural Fishing Grounds. As the conversation unfolded, Zhang Hai had already ignited the engine and altered the course of the fishing boat, steering it away from the dock and into the open sea. Numerous fishing vessels surrounded them, prompting him to navigate at a leisurely pace initially. Once they had thoroughly departed from the harbor, Zhang Hai progressively accelerated the boat's speed, 5 knots, 10 knots, 20 knots. The vessel surged forward, cutting through the waves as if possessed by a wild spirit. Racing across the vast expanse of the ocean, Li Xiang, witnessing the retreating waters and the increasingly fierce winds, was utterly astonished. In all her years, she had never encountered such a swift fishing boat. It became clear to her why Zhang Hai held such unwavering confidence in his engine. Its speed was indeed remarkable. It was nearly on par with that of a car. The 100,000 yuan engine was undeniably impressive. She realized she had not been deceived after all. Brother Hai, what kind of engine is this? How can it be so fast? Li Xiang exclaimed in astonishment, directing her question at Zhang Hai. He merely shook his head with a calm demeanor. Calm down, it's only 20 knots. How is that considered fast? Not fast? She retorted incredulously. Who can remain calm at this speed? Zhang Hai glanced around, confirming their solitude before calling out to Li Xiang, Hold on tight. Though she was uncertain of the reason, she clutched the handrail firmly. The boat's speed continued to escalate, 30 knots, 40 knots, 50 knots. At this velocity, the vessel seemed to soar across the waters. Li Xiang was left in sheer disbelief, a mix of exhilaration and fear washing over her. Slow down, Brother Hai. Please slow down, she shouted, gripping the rail even tighter. Despite her words, she found the thrill intoxicating. For safety's sake, Zhang Hai chose not to accelerate further, maintaining a steady 50 knots. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, He spotted numerous colossal rocks emerging from the sea ahead, realizing this must be the natural fishing ground that Uncle Chong had mentioned. He then lowered the boat's speed, attentively navigating towards the fishing area while keeping an eye on the submerged reefs. It was still early, not yet 8 o'clock, yet the fishermen were already in position. Upon arrival, Zhang Hai observed that a dozen fishing boats had already anchored in the vicinity. The rocks scattered across the sea were teeming with anglers, at least 70 to 80 in number, each having claimed their spot and set up their rigs, eagerly awaiting a bite. Even more astonishing was the sight of one angler who appeared to be hooked up to an 4 drip. Had he come despite being ill? As Uncle Chong had stated, this area was indeed frequented by numerous fishing enthusiasts. Having been a fisherman in his past life, Zhang Hai found such scenes to be quite ordinary. Fishermen were perpetually devoted to their craft. Whether at the break of dawn or in the dead of night, it seemed this locale was perpetually bustling with activity. Zhang Hai navigated his fishing boat, leisurely circling the vicinity and inquiring about the catches of fellow anglers. The responses he received were rather disappointing. Some had been fishing for 1 or 2 hours without a single bite, while others, after an entire night, had managed to reel in only a few insignificant fish. In short, the fishing conditions were far from favorable. Furthermore, Zhang Hai noticed that most of the prime fishing spots had already been occupied by other fishermen. He harbored no illusions about anyone vacating a spot during his outing, as anglers typically commit to a full day of fishing, even in the event of a poor catch. They are unlikely to abandon their posts. Zhang Hai was indifferent to the occupied spots. As he intended to employ the hand-line fishing technique rather than fish from the rocks, he planned to remain on the boat. Consequently, he anchored in a location that appeared promising. The winds and waves were moderate, but the small size of the boat amplified the sensation of rocking. Once anchored, the vessel swayed continuously with the gusts and swells. A visibly shaken Li Xiang rose to her feet, patting her chest as she addressed Zhang Hai. "Brother Hai, have we arrived? I feel a bit queasy and think I might vomit." Zhang Hai recognized that Li Xiang was experiencing seasickness. It was a common occurrence. Approximately 80% of women tend to suffer from seasickness when venturing out to sea. In the past, when Zhang Hai had chartered a boat with other fishing enthusiasts, most of the female anglers aboard had succumbed to the same fate. However, before their outing, Li Xiang had confidently asserted that she would not experience seasickness, which now seemed to be an exaggeration. Noting her discomfort, Zhang Hai felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Try to see if you can throw up. It might help you feel better. If it's too much, I can take you to the rocks to rest while I fish. And I'll come back for you afterward." No sooner had he spoken than Li Xiang removed her face towel, approached the edge of the boat, and promptly vomited overboard. After several heaves, she had essentially expelled the entirety of her breakfast. Once she had finished, Li Xiang felt considerably improved, catching her breath and patting her chest. Zhang Hai handed her a bottle of water, saying, "Rinse your mouth and take a sip of water." Li Xiang accepted the water and rinsed her mouth. Zhang Hai inquired, "How do you feel now?" "Much better," Li Xiang replied, patting her chest once more. "Let me take you to the rocks. Don't push yourself," Zhang Hai suggested. Fearing that he might not take her out to sea again, Li Xiang insisted, "No need. I'm fine. I still want to fish." "Are you really okay?" Zhang Hai asked, seeking confirmation. Li Xiang glanced awkwardly at the remnants of her breakfast floating in the sea and joked, "I'm really fine. If I vomit again, it will just serve to bait the fish." "Baiting, haha. All right then." Zhang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Given her insistence, he decided to let her stay on the boat and bait the fish. Although seasickness was indeed unpleasant, she gradually acclimated to the boat's motion, and the discomfort lessened. Li Xiang urged Zhang Hai not to worry about her and to concentrate on fishing, assuring him that she would not hinder his efforts. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement and then set about his tasks. He first measured the depth of the seawater using fishing line and a sinker, discovering it to be around 11 or 12 meters. After gauging the depth, Zhang Hai began to attach fishing hooks, employing the hand-line fishing technique. His setup was remarkably simple: a single fishing line, a sinker, and a hook, specifically a size 2J hook, ideal for catching sea fish weighing between half a kilogram to 5 kilograms. The bait he chose was live shrimp, a favorite delicacy for marine fish. In total, Zhang Hai prepared 4 fishing setups, one designated for Li Xiang. Although she was inexperienced in fishing, he was determined to let her have a go since she was already there. The remaining 3 setups were for his own use. Operating 3 setups simultaneously was a bit tiring, yet it significantly increased the likelihood of a catch. Each fishing line was approximately 30 meters long, with one segment secured by a square wooden stick serving as a spool. Zhang Hai handed the prepared rig to Li Xiang, instructing her on the process. Hook the live shrimp onto the hook, cast it out, loosen the line to let the hook sink, and then hold the spool to feel for any movement. When the fish bites, you will sense it. As for when to reel in, that is up to you. Li Xiang had fished before, albeit not extensively. So she was not a complete novice. She nodded in comprehension. Don't worry, I understand. With that, she reached into the bucket to fetch a live shrimp for bait. Gently hooking the shrimp on its back, she quickly cast the baited hook into the sea, loosening the line to allow the sinker to descend. Her movements were surprisingly adept. Zhang Hai nodded in satisfaction and busied himself with his own setups. He baited the remaining 3 hooks with live shrimp and cast them one by one into the ocean. With all 4 rigs now in the water, they simply awaited a bite. Both Li Xiang and Zhang Hai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, particularly Zhang Hai, whose spirits soared. After traversing through time, he could once again cast a line. Perhaps this was the greatest fortune for a fishing enthusiast. Chapter 20. The fishing boat lacks integrity. Before long, a fishing boat preparing to depart passed by Zhang Hai's small vessel. They had arrived in the dead of night and were now ready to leave. Upon spotting Zhang Hai and Li Xiang engaged in fishing, someone on the boat called out to Zhang Hai, "Brother, it's time to head back. There are no fish here. We fished all night and only caught 2 or 3 small ones. Don't waste your time." Zhang Hai displayed a disdainful expression. A true angler would never heed such advice. Returning after casting their line would be more disheartening than death itself. At that moment, Li Xiang let out an excited shriek. "Ah, I've got a bite. What should I do? It's so strong." As she shouted in exhilaration, she tightened her grip on the fishing line and began to pull upward with all her might. In truth, she knew precisely what to do. Her words were merely a reflex of excitement. Zhang Hai watched Li Xiang's fishing line with anticipation. He had no intention of assisting her, for the joy of fishing lies in the thrill of reeling in a catch. If he were to help, it would diminish her delight. Thus, Zhang Hai simply observed while guiding Li Xiang on the proper technique. After a series of determined efforts from Li Xiang, she successfully reeled in the entire line, and the fish that had taken the bait gradually emerged from the water. Not bad. It was a half-pound yellowfin snapper. While this size was considered small, the flesh was exceptionally tender, providing the best flavor, and could fetch $4 to $5 per pound in the market. The fish was not large enough to require a landing net, so Li Xiang lifted it directly onto the boat, where it thrashed energetically on the deck. Overjoyed by her catch, Li Xiang exclaimed, "Haigu, what kind of fish is this? It's huge. Am I not amazing? This is incredible. I must post this on my social media." With that, she neglected to unhook the fish and instead pulled out her phone to capture the moment. Zhang Hai was equally delighted to witness her happiness. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Zhang Hai's eyes. "You have caught a yellowfin snapper, earning 15 points. It was a points reward notification. Zhang Hai was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would also receive points for Li Xiang's catch. Could it be that any fish caught from his boat would earn him points? He speculated, but considering it was a fortunate occurrence, he chose not to dwell on it. Not long after the departing fishing boat had moved away, its occupants caught sight of Li Xiang's catch, their faces betraying a mix of envy and embarrassment. After all, just moments before, they had advised against wasting time, only to see her hook a fish in the next instant. Was that not a slap in the face? What luck did that person have? They fished all night with barely a few catches, and she had success right upon arrival. Could it be that their fishing spot was poor? Or perhaps their bait was inadequate? Let us slow down and observe a bit longer. They murmured as they glanced in Zhang Hai and Li Xiang's direction, feeling a flicker of hope. Just then, Zhang Hai's fishing line began to tremble with considerable activity. He too had a fish on the line. Feeling the tremendous commotion from the reel, Zhang Hai's face illuminated with an excited smile. First, he gave a tug and then a release, confirming through his tactile senses that the fish had taken the bait. Swiftly, he reeled in the line, soon drawing a sea bass from the water's depths. It was a sizable catch, weighing approximately 1.5 pounds, larger than Li Xiang's yellowfin snapper. However, the price of sea bass was significantly lower, approximately 30 yuan per pound. Zhang Hai unhooked the fish and placed it into the live well of the fishing boat. Acquired sea bass, 20 points. Just as he secured the fish, another line was struck. The reel aboard the boat spun rapidly, releasing line. Zhang Hai found himself momentarily overwhelmed, prompting Li Xiang to assist by holding the reel steady. Taking over, Zhang Hai began to pull in the fish, revealing a black snapper weighing around 1 pound. Acquired black snapper, 20 points. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang had collectively caught 3 fish, amassing a total of 55 points. The smile on Zhang Hai's face was uncontainable, and Li Xiang was equally exhilarated. In her excitement, she no longer felt the effects of seasickness. on the fishing boat. Soon to depart, a group of anglers stood in utter disbelief, their faces a canvas of confusion. 3 fish in just a few minutes? Is the fishing really that good? What a miraculous fishing spot! Before long, someone shouted to the captain, "Turn back quickly. The fish are biting." "No way we're leaving now, Captain. Turn the boat around." They were all filled with fervor, envisioning their own chances at a catch. After a night of fishing, yielding only a few fish, they had just witnessed Zhang Hai's remarkable haul in the span of a minute, evoking both envy and a sense of urgency to stay. Suddenly, fatigue was forgotten. Such is the nature of anglers. They may lament over extended hours of work, yet they are rejuvenated by the thrill of fishing day and night. The fishing boat, having not ventured far, turned back and anchored near Zhang Hai's vessel. Subsequently, they abandoned their rods, crafting hand lines to fish. Observing the returning boat and its occupants, Zhang Hai felt somewhat at a loss for words. With so many vying for the same fishing spot, it felt chaotic. Yet, the sea was not his private domain, and he had no grounds to evict them. He chose to ignore their presence. However, they grew increasingly enthusiastic. A voice from the boat called out to Zhang Hai, "Brother, apologies, but we can't return empty-handed. You can't monopolize such a bountiful spot. How about you change positions? Otherwise, you won't catch as many as we will." "Indeed. Our boat has 8 members and a total of 24 lines, while you only have 2. The disadvantage is yours. Moreover, I must confess, everyone on our boat is a professional angler." After speaking, they erupted into laughter. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Hai felt utterly speechless. They had the audacity to approach and expect to leave on their own? Zhang Hai unreservedly raised a hand in an international gesture of discontent. Li Xiang, equally indignant, retorted, "So what if you outnumber us? Does that make you formidable?" The fishermen on the boat, aware of their own guilt, refrained from further argument. Instead, they remarked, "Very well. If you refuse to depart, don't blame us when there are no fish to catch." Indeed, they had warned them beforehand. They sought to demonstrate what true professionalism entailed. With that, they burst into boisterous laughter. Clearly, in their eyes, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang were mere novices, and dominating them at the same fishing spot was an effortless task. Their catch would undoubtedly surpass that of Zhang Hai and Li Xiang. Chapter 21. Envy and tears. Silence enveloped the air as both parties continued to fish in solitude. Minutes drifted by, and Zhang Hai once again felt a tug on his line. It was a parrotfish weighing over 2 pounds. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Li Xiang too caught a fish. Soon, Zhang Hai was reeling in another catch. Almost every few minutes, both Zhang Hai and Li Xiang were rewarded with their endeavors. Whether it be half a pound or a couple of pounds, Black Sea bream, yellowfin bream, true bream, bass, and honeycomb grouper filled their creels. Within the span of an hour, they had already landed 14 or 15 fish. In stark contrast, the fishing boat nearby, with its 8 anglers and 24 fishing rigs, managed to haul in a mere 3-ounce pufferfish in that same hour. Although they were casting their lines in the same fishing spot, a mere 20 meters apart, the disparity in their catches was astonishing. The smiles on the faces of the anglers aboard the boat gradually faded, eventually replaced by frustration that nearly drove them to expletives. They watched in envy as Zhang Hai continued to reel in fish, their hearts filled with a profound longing. What was going on? Why were they experiencing a dry spell while their counterparts were enjoying a bountiful catch? What was it that set them apart? They had prepared their spots, used live shrimp as bait, and had an abundance of tackle, yet the fish eluded them. Confusion clouded their minds. They even began to doubt their years of fishing expertise. Meanwhile, a burning shame crept onto their faces, for not long ago, they had boasted about their professionalism aboard the vessel, confidently asserting that Zhang Hai and his companions would come out the worse for wear at the same fishing point. Their laughter had been loud, but now, reality had delivered a sharp rebuke. The joy they once felt had transformed into a dismal countenance. Li Xiang, with an air of leisure, proudly lifted a freshly caught Black Sea bream, displaying it triumphantly. Casting a glance towards the fishing boat, she noticed the anguished expressions of the anglers and teasingly inquired, "What's wrong? Why so glum? Is it that you were born without the gift of laughter?" The already disheartened fishermen found no solace in her words. They were further incensed by her boastfulness. What was so remarkable about it? Wasn't this merely the novice protection period? They scoffed at her, believing her success would soon wane. Fishing so many in a day was what truly constituted prowess. Unable to maintain their composure any longer, they abandoned their pride and, cursing under their breath, left the area. After an hour of futile attempts, they had come to a clear understanding. It was not that the fishing conditions had improved, but rather that Zhang Hai and Li Xiang were extraordinarily fortunate. Once the fishing boat had departed, Li Xiang joyfully exclaimed to Zhang Hai, "Brother Hai, catching fish is exhilarating. I must share this on my social media. It's been half a year since my last post, and today I've already shared 2. Haha." It was evident that Li Xiang was gradually becoming enmeshed in the world of fishing, falling prey to the temptations of a novice's enthusiasm. Her words and actions were quintessentially reflective of a newcomer enchanted by the sport. After posting on her social media, Li Xiang deftly hooked a live shrimp onto her fishing line and cast it out again, patiently awaiting the next bite. While waiting for the fish to bite, she could not resist asking Zhang Hai, "Brother Hai, is fishing addictive? I find myself increasingly enamored with it." Zhang Hai waved his hand dismissively. "That's completely absurd. Fishing is not addictive at all. I used to fish every day and never got hooked." Li Xiang looked bewildered. "Every day? And you didn't get addicted? Wait, weren't you just a simple village guardian back then? When did you start fishing every day?" Zhang Hai chuckled. "I was just kidding." With a splash, Zhang Hai pulled up another fish mid-conversation. They had arrived at their fishing spot around 8 o'clock and began fishing shortly after, now realizing that 3 hours had passed. As it was already past 11, Li Xiang remarked, "Time flies. I can't believe it's been 3 hours already." Zhang Hai explained, "That's the nature of fishing. Otherwise, how could those avid anglers spend an entire day at it? Of course, excluding those times when there's no bite." "Brother Hai, should we continue fishing or head to the island to gather shellfish?" Li Xiang inquired. Zhang Hai was also contemplating this dilemma, to persist in fishing or to venture to the island for collecting snails and crabs. Their initial plan was to fish until 11 and then go to the island as the tide receded. However, with the fishing proving to be so fruitful, he considered extending their time. He glanced at the diminishing live shrimp in their bucket and said, "Let us finish the shrimp. There are only 5 or 6 left." "All right." Li Xiang agreed and resumed her focus on fishing. Subsequently, Zhang Hai examined the catch from their 3 hours of fishing, which was all housed in the live water tank. They had approximately 40 to 50 fish of various kinds. The majority were snapper, accompanied by grouper, golden pomfret, sea bass, and some miscellaneous fish. Among the snapper, there were yellowfin, black, and true snapper, with black snapper being the most abundant. Although black snapper isn't highly priced, they are relatively large, averaging about 1.5 pounds each. Zhang Hai estimated that the haul could fetch over 1,000 to 2,000 yuan at the night market. 3 hours of fishing yielded a commendable catch, though unfortunately, there were no large specimens. The biggest was merely 3 pounds, a black snapper, which he considered average. After assessing the catch, Zhang Hai proceeded to open the system's item mall interface to check his most anticipated points. Curious about how many he had accrued over the past 3 hours. Upon opening the interface, he saw that his personal points total stood at 1270. Previously, he had 500 remaining, meaning he had gained 770 points during these 3 hours. This was satisfactory, but in comparison, it seemed less than what he would earn from gathering shellfish. After spending 3 hours at the beach yesterday, I accumulated 500 points, reaching the daily limit. It seems that currently, gathering points from beachcombing proves to be more fruitful. After all, one can continuously collect crabs and shells, whereas fishing yields only a single catch every few minutes. Thus, beachcombing triumphs through sheer volume. Upon this simple analysis, Zhang Hai swiftly finished catching the remaining live shrimp and prepared to change locations. At that moment, another fishing boat approached Zhang Hai's vessel. This particular boat was larger. A commercial fishing vessel, organized by a captain, with anglers paying their own way at over 400 per person for a 6-hour trip, including bait and 2 meals. With profits and losses borne by the anglers themselves. Such fee-based fishing boats have proliferated in Wanghai City, effectively forming an industry. Overall, the anglers typically faced losses, with minimal profits focusing primarily on the recreational aspect of sea fishing. Although the anglers aboard this boat had mentally prepared for a potential loss, their expressions were grim, as their catch fell drastically short of expectations. As they passed by Zhang Hai's boat, they glanced in his direction and could not help but inquire, "Brother, how's the catch? We saw you pulling fish from a distance. Surely, you must have fared better than us, who have only managed 2 or 3 fish in 6 hours. Hearing their questions, Zhang Hai modestly replied, "Not much, about the same as you, just a few. The fishing conditions here are not very good." Upon hearing this, the group of anglers felt a sense of relief. After all, in the same fishing area, if the others caught more, it would inevitably sting. But knowing that the competition had also struggled alleviated their discomfort. "Oh, well, you all keep at it. We're heading back. Perhaps the fish will be more plentiful after the next tide." They exchanged words, engaging in friendly banter. Li Xiang, being a novice and not one for modesty, proudly chimed in. Yes, not much, just about 40 to 50 fish. As soon as she spoke, the group of anglers fell silent, their expressions reflecting disbelief. What? 40 to 50 fish for 2 people? What are you saying? You call that not much? They lost interest in conversing with Zhang Hai and Li Xiang, glumly departing. Seeing their astonished faces, Li Xiang felt a wave of satisfaction and burst into laughter. Zhang Hai admonished her, saying, "Be discreet. Don't be so ostentatious, or you might attract trouble." Li Xiang retorted, "In my opinion, if one has an abundant catch but remains low-key, then why even fish?" Zhang Hai nodded in agreement and remarked, "I must admit, you possess a natural talent for fishing." "Really? The next time you go fishing, be sure to take me along," she replied eagerly. All right. Chapter 22. This is what we call professionalism. The live shrimp in the bucket were soon exhausted. It was time to change our location. Let us head towards the reef island and gather the fishing lines. Brace yourselves. As Zhang Hai spoke, he proceeded to retrieve the fishing boat's anchor. Due to its small size, the anchor was not particularly heavy and could be easily pulled by hand, eliminating the need for a windlass. After hoisting the anchor aboard, Zhang Hai moved to the stern to start the engine, lowering the propeller and setting the boat in motion. The engine roared to life, and the fishing vessel began to accelerate rapidly, heading swiftly towards the neighboring Chang Reef Island. Before long, they had exited the fishing grounds, reaching a speed of 50 nautical miles per hour. The fishing boat that had departed earlier was soon overtaken by Zhang Hai's vessel, which left it far behind. The fishermen on the departing boat were startled as they watched the small fishing craft zip past them. They stood up in shock, gazing towards the direction of the speeding boat. Upon realizing what they had seen, their expressions turned to one of utter astonishment. What was that? A large flying object? No. It was that small fishing boat. A fishing vessel? How could that be? That speed was astonishing. Indeed, it was the same small boat they had encountered earlier in the fishing grounds, with whom they had exchanged words, the captain confirmed through his nautical telescope. When they recognized that the rapidly passing boat was the same one they had met in the fishing grounds, the fishermen were utterly taken aback. They could scarcely believe that such a diminutive fishing boat could possess such remarkable speed. Especially the captain, who had been at sea for many years, had never witnessed a fishing vessel moving so swiftly. Alongside their astonishment, envy welled up within them. Each avid fisherman dreams of owning such a boat. Who among them would not desire one? Look at what true professionalism looks like. This is what it means to be a professional. How could it be otherwise? Ordinary fishermen do not possess such vessels. We were mistaken, thinking they were novices. In reality, they were masters of the craft. I dare say, this boat must have cost at least several million to modify. It's not just the engine that is expensive. The hull must be constructed from the finest materials to withstand such speed. Do not linger on it. We cannot afford such a vessel. The group of fishermen, including the captain, gazed in awe at the rapidly disappearing boat. Moments later, the small craft vanished from sight, yet their astonishment lingered long after. The fishing grounds and the reef island lay in entirely different directions. The distance from the fishing grounds to the reef island spanned over 10 nautical miles. For a typical fishing boat, it would take no less than 3 hours to reach the destination. However, with Zhang Hai's fishing boat cruising at 50 nautical miles per hour, they arrived at the reef island in just 20 minutes, precisely at noon. By then, the tide had receded, revealing vast expanses of rocks and sandy beaches. The rocks, both large and small, still bore traces of water, indicating that the tide had only recently receded. Surrounding the islet were approximately 3 or 4 fishing boats. Despite the tide's recent withdrawal, individuals had already begun to gather seafood, eager to seize the moment, for this was the time when the ocean's bounty was at its peak. Upon arrival, Li Xiang stood up, marveling at the island's scenery, and excitedly inquired, "Brother Hai, is that the renowned Naichang Islet everyone speaks of? It's my first visit. And it's so beautiful." "Beautiful?" Zhang Hai replied, his face reflecting a look of puzzlement. He seemed more preoccupied with the abundance of seafood than the scenery itself. He then maneuvered the boat to the stretch of beach where they had docked the previous day, as the live well contained fish. He was mindful not to beach the vessel as he had done the day before, lest the fish perish from lack of water. Instead, he anchored the boat in a depth of 1 meter, allowing the live well to continuously exchange seawater, ensuring the fish's survival. However, this decision inevitably complicated their disembarkation and embarkation. Take their current disembarkation as an example. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang had to wade through water up to their waists. When it came time to return, the situation would be more troublesome. As the tide rose, the depth would likely exceed 1 meter, possibly reaching 2 meters or more. necessitating swimming to board the vessel. After securing the boat, Zhang Hai stepped off, the water reaching his waist, soaking his trousers and shirt. The salt-laden seawater was irritating against his skin, yet he remained indifferent. Li Xiang, however, was different, being a pampered young lady. She hesitated at the sight of the salty water brushing against her waist. "Am I really supposed to just jump in, Brother Hai?" she asked, conflicted. "Is there a problem? Are you afraid of the sea?" Zhang Hai inquired. "Not afraid. I am a gatherer of the sea. It's just that wet clothes can be quite uncomfortable." With that, she prepared to leap from the boat into the water. Zhang Hai chuckled. "Hold on, I won't let you get wet." He turned his back to her and continued. "I'll carry you." Is that appropriate?" Li Xiang replied, though her body betrayed her as she grasped his arm eagerly, her heart soaring with joy. "This is nothing. I've carried you before when we were children." Zhang Hai laughed. "That's different. I was light back then. Now I'm considerably heavier." Li Xiang retorted. "Enough chatter. Are you getting on or not? If not, I won't be responsible." "Yes, I will." Li Xiang, no longer hesitant, climbed onto Zhang Hai's back, allowing him to carry her ashore. "Hold on tight," Zhang Hai instructed, one hand supporting her thigh while the other grasped the bucket containing their gathering tools. Making his way toward the sandy shore. "Brother Hai, am I heavy?" Li Xiang softly asked from his back. Zhang Hai shook his head. "Not at all. At worst. You're about as heavy as a medium-sized sow." "What? You dare compare me to a sow? Are you seeking trouble?" Li Xiang playfully tapped Zhang Hai's back with her small fist. Zhang Hai, with a teasing tone, remarked, "I cannot think of a suitable metaphor." "Certainly not a sow." Li Xiang protested. "Haha, that was intentional. You rascal." The small boat was merely 50 to 60 meters from the shore and soon reached its destination. Upon arriving, Zhang Hai gently set Li Xiang down. At that moment, as her feet touched the soft, fluffy sand, her face radiated joy. "This beach is delightful," she exclaimed, removing her shoes to feel the sand beneath her bare feet. Observing this, Zhang Hai chuckled. "Have you ever watched Peppa Pig? You resemble Peppa quite a bit right now." "It seems my metaphor was indeed accurate." "Humph, I simply possess a childlike spirit," Li Xiang retorted dismissively, aware that Li Xiang was there for enjoyment. Zhang Hai allowed her to play freely while he focused on his task of gathering seafood, just as he had done the previous day. After a while, Li Xiang recalled her purpose for being there and caught up with Zhang Hai, inquiring, "Brother Hai, how do we gather seafood?" "How to gather seafood? It's simply a matter of walking and observing. When you spot seafood, you collect it. It's that straightforward." Zhang Hai contemplated before responding. Li Xiang pressed further. "Oh, is there anything I should be cautious about?" Zhang Hai explained, "Be mindful of safety. There are certain things you should not touch, such as heart cockles, blue-ringed octopuses, jellyfish, and various peculiar marine creatures. In essence, refrain from touching anything unfamiliar." "Why is that?" she asked. "Because they can be toxic." "Ah, I understand. If I encounter something I don't recognize, I'll consult you first. You shall be my commander. Whatever you instruct me to catch, I shall catch, correct?" "That is not incorrect." As she spoke, Li Xiang donned gloves, wielded a metal hook, and, much like a devoted apprentice, followed closely behind Zhang Hai, embarking on their seafood gathering adventure. Chapter 23. Foraging or Seeking. After walking for a short while, Li Xiang suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Haigu, come look." "What is that?" She pointed at a clump of seaweed. Zhang Hai glanced over and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Goodness, it's just seaweed. It's not worth our attention." "All right then." After taking a few more steps, Li Xiang continued, "Haigu, look over there. There's a crab." Zhang Hai turned his gaze towards the clear waters and spotted a swimming crab. "Indeed, that one is worth catching." Just as he prepared to seize it, Li Xiang eagerly volunteered, "Haigu, let me try." With a curious expression, Zhang Hai asked, "You can do it?" "I'll give it a shot." "All right. Show me what you can do." Li Xiang tiptoed toward the crab, bending down as she reached into the water, clumsily attempting to pounce on the creature. With a splash, she missed her target, and the crab scurried away. "Haigu, how embarrassing." "I let it get away," she said, spreading her empty hands apologetically. Zhang Hai reassured her. "It's all right. It's only your first attempt. It's perfectly normal for it to escape. Allow me to demonstrate." In truth, the crab had not gone far. Zhang Hai had been observing and saw it bury itself in the sand. He approached its hiding spot, plunged one hand into the water, and deftly pulled it out. "Did you see that? It's that simple." Having spent the entire previous day catching crabs, Zhang Hai had become quite adept at it, truly deserving the title of a crab-catching expert, with an accuracy that was remarkable. Upon seeing the crab in Zhang Hai's hand, Admiration spread across Li Xiang's face. "Haige, you are incredible!" she exclaimed, quickly pulling out her phone to capture a photograph, intending to share it on social media later. Once she finished taking pictures, Zhang Hai placed the crab into a bucket. Recognizing her lack of skill, Li Xiang decided to take on the role of the bucket carrier, trailing behind Zhang Hai. Her eyes gleaming with excitement as she watched the crabs in the bucket. "Haige, I heard that crabs can be eaten raw. Is that true?" She suddenly inquired after observing the crabs for a while. If the crabs could understand, they might have been startled by her question. Zhang Hai felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself how this foodie was already contemplating eating the freshly caught crab. However, it was midday, and she was likely hungry. "If you wish to eat, then go ahead," he explained. Crabs can indeed be eaten raw, but they lack flavor on their own. They taste much better when marinated with soy sauce and chili. "Are you referring to the raw marinated crabs from Chaos-on?" Li Xiang asked. "Yes." A mischievous smile appeared on her face as she reached into her bag and produced a lunchbox. "I brought soy sauce, chili, and lemon kumquat." Zhang Hai was taken aback. "When did you prepare all this? I thought we were just here to forage. I anticipated we would find seafood, so I prepared it before we left," Li Xiang explained. "Well, you came to forage, while I suppose you came to feast," Zhang Hai remarked, slightly impressed. Li Xiang chuckled. "Hee, being well prepared is never a mistake. Let us catch a few more before we feast. One solitary crab is hardly sufficient." Her anticipation was palpable as she nodded enthusiastically. She even began to envision their next outing. "Next time we come, let us bring some pots and pans, along with a portable gas stove. We could have hot pot. It's quite sunny. If only we could bring a tent. At the very least, we need a large umbrella. That would make it so much more comfortable." Her excitement grew with every word. Zhang Hai, however, wore a bemused expression. "Sister, we're here to earn money from the sea, not to vacation. Bringing pots, pans, and a gas stove is one thing, but a tent." Li Xiang defended. "Isn't this about balancing work and leisure? That is a fair point." Zhang Hai conceded. With Li Xiang around, the task of gathering seafood seemed less monotonous. As long as they earned enough points for the day, a little relaxation wouldn't hurt. Li Xiang carried a bucket, chattering animatedly as she followed Zhang Hai, who was scouring the shore for seafood. Before long, they stumbled upon a swimming crab, which they promptly added to the bucket. They then discovered 2 sea urchins. Soon after, they spotted a clam. Upon digging, they uncovered a remarkably large blood clam. A bit more digging revealed 5 or 6 more, seemingly a family unit, all taken in one scoop. Quickly, they became engrossed in their task, collecting seafood nonstop. After about half an hour, they had gathered 4 swimming crabs, 6 blood clams, over a dozen sand snails, some assorted clams, 3 sea urchins, and 2 sea cucumbers. The haul was quite satisfactory. At the very least, lunch was assured. Zhang Hai surveyed the bucket of seafood and decided it was time to find a suitable spot on the beach to rest and eat. They soon found a nice location sheltered by a large rock, providing some shade from the relentless sun. They set down their gathering tools, along with water and bread. Li Xiang, utterly exhausted, plopped down onto the sand. "Though this is quite fun, I must admit, I'm really tired," she exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow. Zhang Hai chuckled. "You're already tired after less than an hour? A brief rest will do you good. Perhaps you're just hungry." Li Xiang replied, "I think so." Zhang Hai nodded. "All right then, take a moment to rest and clean the seafood. Wash those snails and clams while I head back to the boat to catch a fish for sashimi." Li Xiang's stomach was growling, and upon hearing fresh fish sashimi, her eyes widened, her fatigue forgotten. "Okay, hurry back. I'll handle this," she urged. With that, Zhang Hai made his way to the fishing boat. Upon returning, he opened the live well to inspect the fish inside, all still lively. "Which one should I choose?" he pondered, considering that this fish would be for sashimi. The red snapper was particularly suitable for this purpose, known for its soft, tender, and sweet flesh when served fresh as sashimi. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hai selected a sizable red snapper weighing approximately 1.5 pounds. He lifted it from the water, admiring its plumpness and vitality. This would suffice for the 2 of them. With the hatch secured, he grasped the fish by its gills and made his way back to the shore. From a distance, he spotted Li Xiang, who was animatedly gesturing, seemingly engrossed in some activity. Curious, he quickened his pace, but as he approached, he was taken aback by the sound of her sobs. A wave of concern washed over him. What could have possibly happened? "Why are you crying?" he inquired, his voice laced with confusion as he neared her. Li Xiang extended her hand towards him, her voice trembling with distress. "Brother Hai, what should I do?" I'm bleeding, and it hurts so much. Zhang Hai noticed a sharp crab clinging to her finger, its claw firmly gripping her delicate skin. Understanding the situation, he felt a pang of sympathy rather than frustration. He gently secured the crab and, with careful precision, managed to detach the claw, releasing her finger from its grip. After a meticulous effort, the claw was finally freed, leaving a deep imprint on Li Xiang's finger, accompanied by a small trickle of blood. Does it still hurt? He asked, gazing at her wounded digit with concern. She nodded. Yes, it does. Rinse it with seawater. It will feel better soon. Just be more cautious next time, Zhang Hai advised. Recalling his own past encounters with crabs, he had often experienced similar mishaps, and a simple wash with seawater had sufficed for healing. All right, Li Xiang obediently complied. Before long, the bleeding had ceased, and the pain had subsided significantly. She wiped away the remnants of her tears and smiled. Brother Hai, I'm fine now. Her gaze turned towards the offending crab, and with a fierce determination, she declared, You think you can pinch me? Just wait, I'll eat you later. Seeing her spirits lifted, Zhang Hai chuckled in delight and teased, With your clumsiness, it's a wonder you weren't pinched more severely. I was merely trying to clean them. And yet you blame me. Li Xiang retorted, I was just taking off my gloves while wiping away sweat earlier. Very well. You should rest while I take care of the rest, Zhang Hai suggested. All right, she replied, settling down to watch him with a cheerful demeanor as he continued his tasks. Chapter 24. A seafood feast. Zhang Hai meticulously cleansed the crabs, conchs, clams, and other seafood in seawater, followed by a thorough rinse in fresh water. He then deftly pried them open with a small knife and placed them into a box containing pre-prepared seasonings for marination. The sea urchins required no marination. He simply removed the spines from their surfaces, made an incision, and indulged directly in the rich, golden roe within. Zhang Hai presented a freshly opened sea urchin to Li Xiang, saying, This one has a generous amount. Do give it a try. Li Xiang, lacking a spoon, scavenged a shell from the beach that resembled a small scoop and made do with it. She extracted the roe from the sea urchin, placed it into her mouth, and began to savor the flavor. It was delightful, a touch briny and overall quite delectable. With that, she eagerly scooped another spoonful. The roe was limited, and soon she had devoured it all. Zhang Hai promptly opened another for her. Aren't you going to eat any, Haigu? She inquired. This delicacy doesn't particularly entice me. If you enjoy it, please indulge, Zhang Hai replied. You should have a taste too. With that, Li Xiang scooped a spoonful and offered it to Zhang Hai's lips. Engrossed in prying open other sea urchins, Zhang Hai found himself unable to refuse the morsel that Li Xiang had brought to him, and thus he partook. They engaged in a playful exchange, taking turns feeding each other. Midway through their feast, Li Xiang suddenly pondered a rather awkward thought. Haigu, it seems we've used the same spoon, she remarked softly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Zhang Hai, realizing this too, could not suppress a look of embarrassment. Cough. I wonder if your boyfriend would mind knowing this, he teased. Li Xiang playfully kicked him, exclaiming shyly, I don't have a boyfriend. Well then, that's of no consequence. I don't mind, Zhang Hai replied. Feigning annoyance, Li Xiang retorted, Pfft, I might actually mind you. Despite her words, she honestly scooped another spoonful of roe and tasted it herself before offering Zhang Hai a bite. Zhang Hai shook his head with a smile. I think I'll pass. Li Xiang's smile abruptly faded, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, Wait, Zhang Hai, what do you mean? Are you rejecting me? Guess for yourself, Zhang Hai replied, wearing a cheeky grin. Li Xiang, now serious, insisted, No, you must eat this spoonful. With that, she thrust the spoon into Zhang Hai's mouth. Zhang Hai clamped his lips shut and even took a step back, chuckling, I refuse to eat. Li Xiang chased after him, determined to force the morsel upon him. You absolutely must. Zhang Hai laughed as he ran away. Li Xiang, wielding the spoon in anger, pursued him while shouting, Zhang Hai, you scoundrel, you cannot reject me. The two frolicked on the beach in a playful chase. Ultimately, Li Xiang caught up with Zhang Hai and, akin to administering a dose of poison, she managed to feed him the sea urchin roe while lightly punching his arm. Now, let us see if you dare to dismiss me again. How does it taste? Quite delightful, isn't it? Zhang Hai smirked. It's rather pleasant, with a sweet undertone. Sweet? Ah, are you teasing me just now? You rascal. When I return, I shall tell my grandfather and see how he deals with you. Li Xiang exclaimed, hands on her hips. Zhang Hai, smiling apologetically, replied, All right, I admit my fault. Let us not fuss. We still have the fish to handle. With that, he gently guided Li Xiang back to their previous spot. Once they reached the shade, Zhang Hai crouched down and began to prepare the fresh sea bream with a small knife, while Li Xiang sat nearby, observing. She removed the veil covering her face, revealing her fair complexion. The heat, combined with their earlier playful banter, had rendered her cheeks a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, adding to her charm. After dabbing her forehead with a tissue, she took out another clean one to help Zhang Hai wipe away his sweat, inquiring, "Brother Hai, are you hot? If so, take a break." Zhang Hai shook his head. "I'm not hot." Under Li Xiang's watchful gaze, he found a flat stone to use as a cutting board. He placed the clean sea bream upon it and made a precise incision near its gills to drain the blood. This method would enhance the fish's sweetness, eliminating any fishy or sour taste. Next, he scraped off the scales, opened the belly, and cleaned out the insides thoroughly. He meticulously removed the bones from the fish fillet before slicing it into neat pieces, presenting them elegantly on the stone. His movements were skilled and fluid, completing the entire process in under 5 minutes. Li Xiang watched in astonishment, unable to fathom that Zhang Hai possessed such culinary skills. Gazing at the neatly prepared fish slices, she asked incredulously, "Brother Hai, were you truly foolish before, or was it an act? Where did you learn this skill?" Zhang Hai, not wishing to divulge the truth of his past life, a time spent fishing and enjoying sashimi, fabricated a lie. "Oh, this is something you can pick up at a glance. It's not difficult." At a glance? Well then, Li Xiang's gaze held a newfound admiration. The sashimi was arranged neatly on the clean stone. It would have been even better if served atop crushed ice, not only for aesthetics, but also to enhance the texture of the sashimi. Perhaps next time at sea, they should bring some food-grade ice? But that seemed too cumbersome. Given the limited conditions, they would have to make do. The marinated seafood was nearly ready as well. Ideally, it would benefit from a few more hours of marination, but clearly, they could not wait that long. Eyeing the freshly sliced sashimi, Li Xiang could hardly contain her excitement. "Brother Hai, may we begin?" "Yes, you try a piece first," Zhang Hai replied. Lacking chopsticks, Li Xiang decided to use her hands. She picked up a slice of the sea bream, dipped it in soy sauce, and placed it in her mouth. "The flavor is delightful, soft and sweet," she declared. Zhang Hai nodded and picked up a piece, placing it in his mouth. He remarked, "This delicacy has its admirers and detractors. Those who enjoy it find it delectable, while those who do not struggle to savor it, perhaps even finding it hard to swallow. It appears that you belong to the former group." Li Xiang replied, "Indeed. My palate is quite accommodating. I can relish any preparation." With that, she took another slice of sashimi and continued to indulge, consuming piece after piece. She also nibbled on some bread to balance her meal, for excessive raw fish could lead to an upset stomach. Zhang Hai observed Li Xiang's voracious appetite with curiosity and inquired, "It's peculiar. You eat so much yet remain so slender. How is that possible?" Li Xiang, with a hint of pride, responded, "You simply do not grasp it. I possess a natural gourmand constitution. No matter how much I consume, I do not gain weight." Zhang Hai retorted, "I suspect your digestive absorption is lacking." Li Xiang shot him a disdainful glance and quipped, "Oh please, just admit you're envious." Suddenly, she straightened her back, puffed out her chest, and continued with a smirk, "Look at me. I am slender where I should be, yet ample where it counts." Zhang Hai nearly lost his composure, nearly turning crimson. "Is it really appropriate for you to flaunt like this?" Li Xiang, sensing the awkwardness, coughed lightly and said, "Cough, cough. We are friends, so what is there to fear? You can show off if you wish. I am not intimidated." Zhang Hai chuckled mischievously. "Li Xiang, why do you have to look at me with such lewdness? You are incorrigibly flirtatious." With an innocent expression, he added, "How have I become the lecher? Was it not you who initiated the display?" Li Xiang, pretending to be annoyed, playfully kicked Zhang Hai. Women are simply incomprehensible. Their moods shift more swiftly than pages in a book. Deciding to change the subject, Zhang Hai suggested, "Why not try the marinated crab? This is the one you had your eye on. It's time for retribution." "Are you deceiving me? The crabs are all mixed together. How could you possibly identify it?" Li Xiang queried, intrigued. Zhang Hai, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "All the other crabs have claws, but this one does not. Who else could it be?" Realizing the silliness of her question, Li Xiang swiftly shifted gears, rolling up her sleeves. "All right then, if it dares to pinch me, let us see how I shall devour it." With that, she retrieved the designated crab and commenced her feast. Chapter 25. The unfortunate Li Xiang. Zhang Hai deftly pried open the crab shell, meticulously cleaning the gills, revealing a substantial portion of jelly-like flesh that posed no challenge to consume. He began by gnawing on the crab legs, then relishing the succulent crab meat, and finally savoring the rich crab roe. Li Xiang was thoroughly delighted, having entirely forgotten the tears she shed from being pinched earlier. Zhang Hai joined in the feast, and alongside the crabs, they enjoyed sea snails and clams, which were equally delectable. The meat of the sea snails was firm and delightfully springy, while the clams boasted a freshness complemented by a hint of sweetness. As they indulged, Li Xiang suddenly inquired, "Brother Hai, if you were to come into some money, would you consider upgrading to a larger boat? Perhaps one with a kitchen?" Zhang Hai pondered for a moment and replied, "I haven't thought that far ahead. My immediate focus is simply on earning money. Really, if you ever come into wealth, you must do it," Li Xiang said with anticipation. "Why?" Zhang Hai asked. Li Xiang, with a glimmer of enthusiasm, responded, "That way, we could enjoy even more delightful dishes. Just imagine, grilled fish, steamed crabs, and sautéed prawns, all freshly caught. Just thinking about it is exhilarating." "You're utterly fixated on food," Zhang Hai teased. "What else should one think about if not food?" "Isn't it said that food is paramount?" Li Xiang retorted. "Can't one have a bit of ambition?" "I do. My ambition is to eat," she declared. "All right, you win." He chuckled. The two continued their lively banter while feasting, their laughter ringing out joyfully. Half an hour later, they had devoured every morsel of the seafood sashimi and cleaned their plates, each enjoying 2 pieces of bread, feeling immensely satisfied. Li Xiang, patting her full belly, remarked, "Now that we're full, it's time to get to work. Brother Hai, let us continue our foraging." "What foraging? We're out here to earn money," Zhang Hai replied, exasperated. Right, earning money," Li Xiang corrected herself. They tidied up their surroundings, disposing of their waste, and equipped with their tools and buckets. They commenced the next round of beachcombing. Zhang Hai led the way while Li Xiang followed closely behind, the two making their way towards a nearby cluster of rocks teeming with crabs, cower shells, and sea cucumbers. "The rocks are slippery. Be careful," Zhang Hai cautioned, reminding her at intervals. The rocks were covered in barnacles and oyster shells, sharp and treacherous. A careless slip could result in cuts and bruises, which made him worry for Li Xiang's safety. Upon hearing his warnings, Li Xiang nodded and assured him, "Don't worry, I'll be careful. Next time you come, you should wear knee-high water shoes, no more flip-flops," Zhang Hai insisted. "All right, I'll heed your advice, Brother Hai," Li Xiang agreed. On their way, they encountered a woman also out foraging. As they passed each other, the woman instinctively glanced at the empty bucket in Li Xiang's hand. Noticing its emptiness, she inquired, "Have you just arrived?" Li Xiang replied, "We've been here for over an hour." "Over an hour? Then how come you haven't caught anything? Are you inexperienced?" "Just out here for fun, are you?" the woman asked curiously. Li Xiang hesitated to admit that she had eaten everything, so she merely nodded noncommittally. The aunt, observing this, murmured, "No wonder." She then kindly advised, "You two should avoid the water. Just dig in the sand and collect some clams." "Understood," replied Zhang Hai and Li Xiang, continuing their journey toward the rocky area where the water was shallow. The aunt furrowed her brow at their destination, muttering, "These young people never heed advice. They don't know how to fish. What do they expect to accomplish there? It could be dangerous when the tide rises." Before long, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang arrived at the rocky area. This was the primary battleground where Zhang Hai had caught crabs and collected cowrie shells the day before. Unlike the sandy shores, here they would need to flip over stones in search of treasures, which would require considerable physical effort. Zhang Hai turned to Li Xiang and said, "We need to turn over the stones. You can help me carry the bucket while I do the lifting." Li Xiang, not to be underestimated, replied defiantly, "I can lift too. Don't look down on me." Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Li Xiang affirmed confidently. Knowing that the stones would surely humble her stubbornness, Zhang Hai decided to let her give it a try. He assisted her with the bucket and added, "All right then. Put on your gloves, and let us start flipping stones together. Be on the lookout for stone crabs, cowrie shells, and sea cucumbers." They agreed to split up and began their task. Li Xiang squatted down and chose a small rock that seemed manageable, but its weight surprised her. After considerable effort, she finally managed to flip it over. To her dismay, there were no crabs or cowrie shells beneath it. With a sigh, she expressed her disappointment. Zhang Hai comforted her, saying, "Some stones yield treasures while others do not. That's perfectly normal. Don't be disheartened." He then pointed to a promising stone and remarked, "Stones of this shape are likely to conceal crabs. You should flip those." After demonstrating, he successfully revealed a stone crab that scurried away to another rock. Zhang Hai set the stone down and swiftly reached into the water, catching the crab with ease. "Got it," he exclaimed. Li Xiang nodded, understanding the technique. She scanned the area and found a stone resembling the one Zhang Hai had just flipped. With great effort, she managed to turn it over as well, but again found no crabs. However, she was not entirely empty-handed. A cowrie shell was stuck to the stone. Breathing heavily, she picked up the cowrie shell and asked, Haige, is this a cowrie shell? Indeed, it is. Zhang Hai confirmed with a nod. Yay, that is fantastic. All my effort was in vain. Li Xiang exclaimed joyfully, before returning to flip more stones. This time, she successfully discovered a stone crab. However, she was rather clumsy and failed to catch it as the stone crab scuttled into another crevice. She lifted the stone again, and the crab emerged once more. Yet she still could not seize it, as it darted to another rock. After turning over several stones, Li Xiang still couldn't capture the crab. Exhausted, she placed her hands on her hips and gasped for breath, saying to Zhang Hai, Brother Hai, something feels off. Why is it so agile? It runs far too quickly. Zhang Hai explained, Stone crabs are indeed like this. They are quite nimble in the water. It's perfectly normal not to catch them. Don't lose heart. Practice makes perfect. With that, Zhang Hai swiftly plunged his hand into the water and emerged with a stone crab, continuing, like this, you must be quick and alert. Li Xiang nodded earnestly. All right, I understand. Her eyes remained fixated on the stone crab. She uncovered its hiding spot, emulating Zhang Hai's technique, and swiftly dove her hand down. This time, she was remarkably brave and unafraid, for she wore gloves and was not worried about being pinched. But in the next moment, Li Xiang let out a shriek. Ah, what is this? It hurts so much, she cried, lifting her hand above the water. Zhang Hai noticed that her hand was pricked by a spiny sea urchin. Oh, this. How unfortunate, he thought. Beneath that stone, aside from the crab, there was also a sea urchin. She hadn't been careful and had lunged down without caution. Zhang Hai suppressed a laugh, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Brother Hai, it hurts. Is this thing poisonous? Li Xiang asked anxiously, examining her punctured palm. Rest assured, this type of sea urchin is not toxic. Just remove the spines. Zhang Hai replied, helping her extract the sea urchin. He then took off her glove and meticulously checked for any barbs, ensuring everything was cleaned out. Afterward, Zhang Hai inquired, So, how does it feel now? Still painful? Not too painful anymore. Li Xiang smiled. Zhang Hai pointed to the elusive crab and asked, Are you still going to try to catch crabs? A look of fear crossed Li Xiang's face as she shook her head. Today, I've either been pinched by a crab or pricked by a sea urchin. I've had enough. My luck is too poor. I'll just wait until next time to catch them. For now, I'll happily be the bucket girl. Aside from her fear of being pricked, Li Xiang also felt sore from the effort. Turning over stones was far more exhausting than she had anticipated, and she surrendered. Zhang Hai chuckled, Very well. You can carry the bucket and follow my lead. When I'm about to catch a crab, just bring the bucket over. All right. Li Xiang nodded. Chapter 26, A Bountiful Harvest. Upon clarifying their respective roles, Zhang Hai plunged his hand into the water, effortlessly capturing the crab that Li Xiang had failed to grasp despite multiple attempts. His movements were swift and fluid, appearing deceptively simple. Observing this, Li Xiang slapped her thigh in astonishment. So it's this easy. Why couldn't I catch it before? It must have been a matter of luck, not skill, right? Hi go. Zhang Hai merely smiled, opting for silence. The duo continued their search among the rocky outcrops, diligently overturning stones in pursuit of crabs, cowrie snails, and other marine treasures. Fortune smiled upon them, as each stone they turned yielded a bounty, be it crabs, snails, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, clams, or even the elusive jumping fish that hid beneath the rocks. Zhang Hai's score surged steadily. After a little over an hour, their once empty bucket was now filled to the brim, weighing approximately 20 pounds, heavy and satisfying. Li Xiang, panting from exertion, had transitioned from carrying the bucket with one hand to using both hands, taking breaks periodically. Being a bucket carrier was far from easy. Haige, I'm exhausted. Can we take a break? She gasped, settling onto a rock. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. Rest for a moment, and hand the bucket to me. He allowed Li Xiang to rest while he continued to search for seafood nearby, feeling no fatigue himself. For him, collecting seafood was akin to gathering wealth. Each cowrie snail represented 2 points, equivalent to 200 yuan, while a single crab could fetch over 1,000. The more he collected, the more invigorated he felt, with no need for respite. As Zhang Hai immersed himself in the task, Li Xiang, perched on the rock, suddenly let out a shrill scream. Snake! Haige, come quickly, there's a snake. Frightened, she lifted her legs out of the water and curled them atop the stone, calling out in panic. Upon hearing her distress, Zhang Hai hurried over, puzzled. How could there be a snake in the sea? Could it be a sea snake? Typically, such creatures dwell in the deep ocean, making their appearance in shallow waters unlikely. Before discerning the situation, Zhang Hai approached with caution. Where is it? He inquired. Over there. Half of it is wedged into the rocks. Look at its tail. Li Xiang pointed toward a stone. Zhang Hai followed her gaze and spotted a long tail. He exhaled in relief, revealing a hunter's grin. Fear not, that is not a snake. It is a type of eel known as a flower eel. Flower eel? I only saw the long tail and thought it was a snake. Li Xiang replied, still shaken, as she patted her chest. Zhang Hai, perplexed, asked, But we live in a fishing village. You must have eaten flower eels at the village chief's house before. How could you not recognize it? I've only ever eaten them cooked, not alive. Li Xiang explained. Fair enough, Zhang Hai replied, then crouched down to examine the flower eel that had burrowed into the crevice of the rocks. The eel, adorned with a striking pattern of black, possesses a sharp, pointed mouth lined with a row of formidable teeth, exhibiting an inherently ferocious nature, though it is not venomous. A bite from this creature can result in profuse bleeding and considerable pain, warranting caution. After a period of observation, Zhang Hai gradually turned over the stone, revealing the full visage of the eel. Measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length and weighing over a kilogram, it was quite substantial and robust. Such a weighty flower eel commands a high price in the market, fetching between 60 to 70 yuan per kilogram. Typically, eels of this size are seldom found in shallow waters. It was likely stranded. Encountering it was indeed fortuitous. With this in mind, Zhang Hai decided to capture it. Quick and deft, he lunged for the eel's head, aiming to secure it. However, the eel's slippery exterior allowed it to evade his grasp with ease, and, startled, it swiftly retreated beneath another stone to hide. Following his initial unsuccessful attempt, Zhang Hai recognized that capturing such a slick creature required finesse. He needed to act swiftly and decisively, lifting it promptly and placing it into a bucket, positioning the bucket at the edge of the stone to lower its openings. He carefully observed the eel's location. Seizing the opportune moment, he reached for the eel's body, managing to place it into the bucket before it could turn to bite him. The motion was fluid and seamless. The eel, weighing over a kilogram, flailed within the bucket for a brief moment before curling up in a bid to find an escape. Acquired flower eel, 30 points. Capturing the eel netted him a commendable 30 points. Gazing at the eel in the bucket, a contented smile spread across Zhang Hai's face. Upon witnessing the successful capture, Li Xiang approached with curiosity, peering into the bucket. It resembles a snake and can coil its body. No wonder I mistook it, she remarked. Zhang Hai clarified. It differs significantly from a snake. They merely share a similar shape. Notice how snakes have scales while this creature does not, and its tail is flat, complete with gills and fins. All right, Li Xiang said. After observing for a while, she turned her gaze to Zhang Hai, giving him a thumbs up. Brother Hai, you're incredible. You caught an eel. I'm almost becoming your little fan. Unable to catch crabs or carry the bucket, she had transformed into a cheerleader, simply cheering Liliolio. Indeed, her charming and sweet demeanor, coupled with her melodious voice, suited her new role well. Zhang Hai felt a wave of delight wash over him at her compliments. The two continued their search for seafood among the rocky outcrops. After more than an hour had passed, the bucket was brimming with a variety of marine delicacies, totaling over 50 kilograms. Although this was slightly less than the previous day, it was still ample. With the combination of fishing and foraging, Zhang Hai had amassed a total of 1,500 points today. Adding the leftover 500 points from yesterday, his total now stood at 2,000 points. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already approaching 4:50 p.m. Observing his surroundings, he realized that the tide had begun to rise. Numerous areas had been submerged by the encroaching sea. Having accumulated sufficient points, with the tide rising, it is time to return. Zhang Hai, carrying a bucket, led the way and addressed Li Xiang, saying, "Let us go back." Despite having spent the day by the sea, Li Xiang found herself wearied, not by labor, but by the mere act of walking. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's suggestion to return, she stretched her limbs and replied, "All right." The two of them walked in tandem towards the beach. The lady they had spoken to earlier was still there, digging for clams. Upon noticing Zhang Hai and Li Xiang passing by, she paused her work and approached them, eager to see their haul. She assumed they were novices, coming over to witness their folly, as she relished in admonishing such heedless youth. However, upon seeing their bucket brimming with seafood, The words she was about to utter caught in her throat, replaced by an expression of astonishment. How is it that you caught so many? Eels as well? Are you truly beginners? The lady regarded them with incredulous eyes. Li Xiang chuckled. It's not much, just one bucket. The lady glanced at her own bucket, which held less than a fifth of what they had, and felt a pang of disappointment at Li Xiang's remark. A full bucket, and yet she claimed it was little? She watched their retreating figures, feeling somewhat disheveled in the breeze. Chapter 27. Return to the harbor. The barrel, laden with seafood, was exceedingly heavy, weighing over 50 pounds. After an extensive search along the shore, both individuals were quite fatigued, resulting in a leisurely pace that transformed a journey of mere minutes into a half-hour trek. At last, they reached the stretch of beach where the boat was docked. The tide had risen significantly by this time. The fishing vessel was now considerably farther from the shore, having ascended from a depth of 1 meter to an estimated 2 meters, rendering it inaccessible. Zhang Hai set the barrel down on the sand and paused to rest before shedding his clothing, intending to swim to the boat. To facilitate the collection of seafood, he had left his life jacket aboard and would need to rely on his swimming abilities. In Li Xiang's memory, Zhang Hai was a poor swimmer, and upon witnessing his intentions, she expressed her concern. Brother Hai, aren't you afraid? I heard that after your near-drowning incident, you developed a fear of water. Zhang Hai flashed a broad grin, revealing his white teeth. Do I appear to fear water? He replied confidently. I can swim quite well, in fact. I'm known as the little white dragon of the waves. You need not worry. With his clothes discarded, Zhang Hai revealed a physique of impressive musculature. At that moment, he couldn't help but admire the body he had inherited. It was naturally robust, with strikingly defined lines that seemed to require little training. With some effort, he could likely compete in bodybuilding contests. Li Xiang, taken aback by this revelation, found her gaze lingering. It was her first time seeing Zhang Hai without his shirt, and she was suddenly aware of the potent aura of masculinity he exuded. Could this be the allure of manhood? She pondered, feeling her cheeks flush. As Li Xiang's thoughts wandered, Zhang Hai had already plunged into the water, adopting a breaststroke as he slowly made his way toward the small boat. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, he reached the fishing vessel, first retrieving the anchor from the bow before steering the boat toward Li Xiang. Once the water reached a depth of about 1 meter, he halted the vessel, dropped anchor, and disembarked, instructing Li Xiang to wait at the shore while he returned to stow the barrel and his tools aboard the boat. In a manner reminiscent of their previous descent, he carried Li Xiang onto the boat, but this time, he was bare-chested. As she clung to his muscular back, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she remained oblivious to her surroundings until they were safely aboard. Fortunately, her face was concealed by a veil. Otherwise, Zhang Hai would have certainly noticed her crimson cheeks. Once both were on the fishing boat, Zhang Hai helped Li Xiang don a life jacket before donning his own attire and securing his life vest. With everything in place, he recalled the fish housed in the live well. He opened the hatch to peer inside. True to their nature as resilient sea creatures, they thrived in the flowing water. However, they were likely hungry, having gone without nourishment since midday. Zhang Hai extracted a heap of cowrie shells from the barrel, smashing them open to reveal the succulent flesh within, which he then tossed into the live water chamber to feed the fish. Once the fish were fed, Zhang Hai prepared to set sail. He raised the anchor, turned the vessel S-bow, and embarked on his return journey. During the voyage back, an exhilarating speedboat ride ensued. Li Xiang firmly grasped the handrail, a smile gracing her face as she reveled in the sensation of racing across the sea, exhilaration prompting joyful shrieks to escape her lips. As the fishing boat approached the dock, the speed gradually decreased, and it glided towards the pier at a normal pace, ultimately coming to a halt alongside it. At the dock, the village chief was predictably waiting for the boat's arrival. Yesterday, Zhang Hai had ventured out to sea alone, and the chief had come to await his return. Today, however, it was not just Zhang Hai, but also his beloved granddaughter accompanying him, ensuring the chief's presence was once again warranted. Besides the village chief, several villagers gathered by the dock, chatting and enjoying the sea view. The residents of Lanai village relied heavily on the stretch of sea and the dock for their livelihoods, and thus, during the cooler afternoons, they frequently congregated here to enjoy the breeze and converse. Alongside the adults, elders, playful children, and women mending fishing nets added to the lively atmosphere. Each afternoon, the dock transformed into a hub of activity, distinctly vibrant, contrasting with the morning's industriousness. As Zhang Hai's fishing boat neared the dock, the chatting fishermen caught sight of it. Recognizing it as Zhang Hai's vessel, they could not help but engage in conversation. Isn't that Xiao Hai? It seems that since his return to normalcy, he has developed a passion for fishing. Indeed, the young man is full of vigor. He set out early this morning and has only just returned. I heard him mention wanting to be a fisherman. Is that true? Absolutely, he did say so. But he clearly lacks the necessary skills. He is probably just joking. Being a fisherman isn't as easy as it sounds, at the very least. One should apprentice on a larger vessel for a year or two. I suspect he is just dabbling. It's merely a fleeting enthusiasm, and once the excitement wanes, he'll lose interest. Chief, didn't you manage to secure him a job as a security guard? Did he decline? In my opinion, he'll eventually take it. Being a security guard is quite stable. After all, just sitting around, tearing off calendars, collecting a paycheck. Chief, if he is not interested, kindly refer me. I would love to be a security guard. Upon overhearing the fisherman's chatter about Zhang Hai, the village chief called out discontentedly, "Enough with your idle gossip. Everyone has their own aspirations. I believe Xiao Hai is well suited to be a fisherman. You all witnessed his impressive haul yesterday." The fisherman erupted into laughter. "Chief, you were a fisherman once. You must understand that much of a successful fishing venture relies on luck. Just because he had a bountiful catch yesterday doesn't guarantee the same today. Indeed, his fortune yesterday was extraordinary. Even seasoned fishermen seldom experience such luck. If you don't believe it, let us make a wager and see if today's catch surpasses yesterday's. He is docking now. Let us all go and take a look." The fishermen began to chuckle among themselves. In their eyes, Zhang Hai's luck yesterday was merely a stroke of fortune. For the harvest he reaped was indeed abnormal for someone lacking experience in fishing. After some light-hearted conversation, their curiosity about Zhang Hai's catch today grew immensely. They were eager to discover whether his haul would be as disappointing as they anticipated, particularly in comparison to yesterday's bounty. In truth, the village chief shared their skepticism. He recognized the validity of their remarks. Consequently, he waved his hand, urging those intent on witnessing the catch to return. Do not linger, do not linger. It would be unwise to undermine Xiao Hai's confidence with idle chatter. The fisherman responded, "Come now, we are all from the same village. Our suggestion for him to pursue a stable job is rooted in goodwill. Rest assured, Chief, we will not mock him. Indeed, Chief, let us have a look." "We promise to refrain from ridicule," they assured him. "We shall only speak of our thoughts when he is not present, and in his presence, we shall remain discreet. If we inadvertently dishearten him, perhaps that would serve a purpose, encouraging him to seek a more secure profession as a security guard. Surely, you too wish for him to find stable employment?" The village chief found their reasoning quite compelling and thus ceased to obstruct their pursuit. He decided to accompany them to observe Zhang Hai's fishing vessel. Thus, a small group made their way towards Zhang Hai's boat. Chapter 28. How did it happen? The village chief and the fisherman arrived at the spot where Zhang Hai had docked his boat. Eagerly, one of them called out to Zhang Hai, who was busy tidying up his fishing gear. "How did it go today, Xiao Hai? What was your catch like?" Preoccupied with securing the boat and organizing his tools, Zhang Hai did not respond. Li Xiang, aboard the vessel, overheard the question and recalled Zhang Hai's request for discretion. Thus, she replied, "We didn't catch much." Upon hearing Li Xiang's response, the fishermen's faces lit up with satisfaction. Just as expected. "See, I told you it wouldn't be much." The two children are exhausted. They've been out at sea since dawn and caught nothing. I doubt they'll venture out tomorrow. The village chief's feelings were somewhat mixed. He wished for Zhang Hai to retreat from the challenges of fishing and find solace in a stable job as a security guard or something similar. Yet he also feared Zhang Hai might become the subject of ridicule among the villagers. Therefore, he addressed the group, saying, "It's normal for novices to have a poor catch. Don't forget how you all fared when you first went out to sea. You likely fished even less than Xiao Hai." He then called out to Li Xiang and Zhang Hai, "No worries, just consider it a day of fun." While they conversed, Zhang Hai had secured the fishing boat. He began to unload the equipment, with Li Xiang being the first to step ashore and assist him in receiving the tools. After transferring the gear, Zhang Hai heaved a heavy bucket onto the shore and set it down. The village chief and several fishermen gathered around, their gazes fixed upon the bucket. When they beheld the overflowing bounty of seafood, their smiles abruptly froze, their expressions becoming utterly remarkable. An entire bucket. How could there be so much? Is this what you call not much? What on earth is going on? They stood in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable, collectively gasping, and inquired, "Li Xiang, is this what you refer to as not much? How did you manage to gather so much? Do the crabs and sea snails recognize you and come running to be caught? Speak honestly. Did you secretly purchase these at the market?" Li Xiang humbly replied, "It's truly not much. We've already eaten a portion of it. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd were filled with questions. You've eaten a portion? Just as the astonishment reached its peak, Zhang Hai approached the village chief and asked, Village chief, where can I rent a live fish tank? I would like to rent one. The previously curious crowd found themselves even more perplexed by Zhang Hai's question. The village chief asked, What do you need a live fish tank for? Zhang Hai glanced around at the astonished faces and replied, I need it for a purpose. The village chief and the fisherman exchanged puzzled looks. Rent a live fish tank? For what purpose? Are you planning to raise these crabs? Or perhaps the sea snails? Huh. There is no need for that. These can be taken straight to market for sale. It's hardly worth the trouble of keeping them alive. How amusing it is to hear that someone has specifically rented a live fish tank to nurture these stone crabs and chara snails. Little Hai, your antics are quite absurd. The fishermen chuckled, unable to contain their laughter. They believed Zhang Hai was making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, it was merely a bucket of crabs and snails. Was there truly a need for a live fish tank? These are not particularly valuable seafood. The village chief explained. Little Hai, these crabs and sea snails do not require a live fish tank. That is meant for fish. Zhang Hai nodded. I am aware. I intend to use it for fish. The village chief and the fisherman exchanged puzzled glances. One of them scrutinized the seafood in the bucket and remarked, But there are no fish here. This flower eel has long since perished. It doesn't require nurturing. Where are the fish? Upon witnessing the confusion, Li Xiang could not help but interject. We did catch some fish. We caught a few, and the live fish tank is indeed for keeping live fish. The crowd stared at Li Xiang in astonishment. You went fishing too? So, your haul today is not limited to what's in the bucket? The village chief and the fisherman were no longer composed, their gazes towards Zhang Hai, filled with incredulity. They had initially thought that the bounty in the bucket was already an unexpected surprise, only to discover there was more, and it was live fish. Live fish, which are far more valuable than crabs and snails. It was simply unbelievable that two novices had gathered such an impressive catch. The smiles on the faces of the fishermen who had previously laughed suddenly froze, leaving them unable to smile any longer. It turned out the true jesters were themselves. After taking a deep breath, the village chief weakly inquired, How many did you catch? Li Xiang remembered Zhang Hai's advice to remain modest, so she replied, Not many. Just a few. A single large tank will suffice. Oh, merely a few. Not much. Upon hearing Li Xiang's response, the others gradually exhaled in relief. The seafood in the bucket was already ample. If the fish caught were numerous as well, it would be quite overwhelming. The village chief nodded and said, Very well. I shall assist you in borrowing one. With that, he made a phone call. In the village chief's words carried weight, and he was held in high regard. After a brief call, a three-wheeled cart soon arrived at the dock, transporting a large live fish tank equipped with all necessary aeration devices. Observing this, Li Xiang returned home to fetch her own three-wheeled cart. When Li Xiang's cart arrived, Zhang Hai lifted the live fish tank onto the back of her vehicle, filled it with seawater, and activated the aeration system. After completing the preparations, Zhang Hai took a net and returned to the fishing boat. He opened the live well and scooped out the lively fish, placing them into the live fish tank on the back of the three-wheeled cart. The village chief and several fishermen watched the entire process, unable to suppress their curiosity as they helped Zhang Hai count the fish. 5, 11, 16. The group caught grouper, black sea bream, parrotfish, and bluefin, which was quite impressive. The capacity of the net was limited, and Zhang Hai could only haul up 5 or 6 fish at a time. After 3 attempts, he had already brought up 16 fish, and the others were suddenly agitated. Goodness, Li Xiang, is this all you caught? With an average size of over a pound each, there must be at least 10 to 20 pounds here. By the way, where on earth did you get these? Did you really catch them yourselves? The village chief and the fishermen were incredulous, their faces filled with bewildered expressions. They stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. Even seasoned fishermen like them rarely returned from the sea with such a bountiful catch in a single day. Not only had Zhang Hai caught an impressive number of fish, but he had also netted an entire bucket of seafood. It was utterly absurd, and astonishingly, the tally had not yet ceased. 23 fish, 29 fish, 35 fish. How could there still be more? At this point, the onlookers widened their eyes in sheer astonishment. Watching Zhang Hai continue to net fish from the boat left them utterly flabbergasted. Seriously? Over 30 fish, and he is still going? Is there no end to this? Xiao Hai, I now seriously suspect you've been secretly learning to fish. This was truly remarkable. Amidst the villagers' shock, Zhang Hai finally completed his haul. A total of 51 fish. The tank was brimming. Aside from a few that had turned belly up, the majority were lively and full of vigor. More and more fishermen gathered around, all equally dumbfounded. It's worth noting that before Zhang Hai docked, most of them were convinced that his catch couldn't possibly exceed a third of yesterday's yield. Was this truly the result of Xiao Hai and Li Xiang's fishing efforts? To catch so many in just one day? And in addition to the fish, there was an entire bucket of seafood? How was this accomplished? They were filled with questions. Someone even joked, "Do you two have connections with the Dragon King of the Sea?" Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Li Xiang beamed with delight and somewhat boastfully explained, "What is the big deal? It's not that much. We only fished for 3 hours." The crowd was once again left in a state of disbelief. Not that much. You caught all that in just 3 hours? Are you kidding us? The fishermen began to doubt their own fishing careers. They racked their brains but could not fathom how two novices managed to secure such an extraordinary catch in the span of a single day. Chapter 29. A day's earnings. Zhang Hai, undeterred by the astonishment of the fishermen, immersed himself in his work. After hauling in all the fish, he returned to the shore and inquired of the village chief, "How much is the rental for the live fish container?" "I shall pay immediately." Once the village chief regained his composure, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It is borrowed. They do not require payment." The driver of the tricycle, who had transported the live fish container, chuckled, "We are all from the same village. There is no need for money. Use it as you wish. Just return it to my home when you're done." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Hai then retrieved a 1-pound grouper from the water tank, placed it into a bag, and presented it to the driver. "Thank you. Take this fish home to enjoy." The man's face brightened with joy, though he felt somewhat embarrassed, exclaiming, "Oh, how can I accept your fish?" Zhang Hai generously insisted, "Please, take it. It's no trouble at all." The driver, grateful, accepted the grouper and left, humming a tune on his tricycle. His impression of Zhang Hai had dramatically transformed. The market price for wild grouper was around 70 to 80 yuan per pound, and this particular fish was likely worth over 100. Zhang Hai's act of generosity astonished everyone present. As they watched the man depart with the grouper, expressions of envy spread across their faces. If only they had brought their own water tanks. Subsequently, Zhang Hai fished out another grouper and a yellowfin snapper, placing them into a bag for the village chief. "Here, chief, take these 2 for your meal." The village chief, feeling bashful, initially intended to decline. But Zhang Hai's insistence, coupled with Li Xiang's encouragement, compelled him to accept. "Then after you sell the fish, come to my home for dinner." Li Xiang interjected, "Grandfather, I will accompany Brother Hai to sell the fish. You needn't wait for us to return." "Very well." The village chief nodded, cheerfully carrying the fish back home. After gifting the fish to the man who had lent the water tank and to the village chief, Zhang Hai loaded the buckets filled with seafood and his beachcombing tools onto the tricycle, then set off with Li Xiang. The fisherman at the dock watched the departing tricycle, engaging in animated discussion. "Incredible! He has earned several thousand in just one day. Could it be that he truly has a gift for fishing? How can a novice, just recovering from a serious illness, be so adept?" They were perplexed. No one would dare mock Zhang Hai anymore. Rather, they were filled with envy. After leaving the dock, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang first headed to his home, unloading the tools into the yard. They then proceeded to his uncle's house. Since his uncle and aunt had cared for him the most during his vulnerable times, he felt compelled to bring them some good fortune. Zhang Hai took out a grouper and entered to present it to his aunt, who was preparing dinner. His aunt looked at the grouper with surprise. "Xiao Hai, have you struck it rich? Why are you gifting us such a splendid fish?" Zhang Hai chuckled. "It's merely a small fish, hardly worth mentioning." After uttering these words, he departed from his uncle's house. Aunt San escorted him to the gate, watching as he left. Once Zhang Hai was gone, Aunt San relayed the incident to Uncle San. Upon hearing this, Uncle San ventured outside to inquire about the matter. After learning that Zhang Hai had caught a plethora of fish during his outing, he returned home to pay homage to the family's ancestors, firmly believing that it was a manifestation of their blessings. The clock now read just past 6 in the evening. The market was bustling with individuals buying ingredients for dinner, and it was not too late to take the fish to the market. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang rode their tricycle down the winding road to the town. After a journey of 20 minutes, they arrived at the local produce market. Upon paying the temporary stall fee of 30 yuan to the market administrator, they set up their fish stall at both sides of the market entrance, showcasing their catch. The fish were still alive, remarkably fresh. In no time, a crowd gathered around them. "How much for the grouper?" 71 yuan per G. "I'll take this one." "And the Black Sea bream?" 35 per gene. I want this one. Are these wild or farmed? Of course, they are wild, freshly caught today, guaranteed. Then I'll take 3. Do you also sell the crabs and clams in the bucket? Indeed. Everything is for sale. Could you let us pick some out? Certainly. Due to the remarkable freshness of the fish and the reasonable prices, the tricycle seafood stall quickly attracted a throng of customers. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang were bustling with activity, almost overwhelmed by the demand. Within an hour, they sold all 40 fish, leaving only a small portion of seafood in their bucket. Observing the remaining 2 gene of clams, over a gene of stone crabs, and several cockles, Zhang Hai decided it was time to cease selling. After all, they needed to eat as well, so he planned to use the leftover seafood for their dinner. As they packed up their stall, Li Xiang ventured into the market to purchase a few bottles of fermented vinegar. Upon her return, she gleefully announced to Zhang Hai, "Brother Hai, we shall feast on a seafood hot pot with fermented vinegar tonight. This vinegar, originating from the southernmost province of Long Country, served as a tangy and spicy base for hot pot, perfectly complementing seafood. Consequently, it was quite popular in this coastal town, having emerged as the local favorite over the past few years. Both Li Xiang and Zhang Hai relished the dish, having secured the fermented vinegar hot pot base. The two joyfully rode their tricycle back towards Lanhai village. Along the way, they recounted the day's earnings. The large bucket of seafood had sold for a total of 985 yuan, while the fish fetched 2,130 yuan. In total, they earned 3,115 yuan, with the majority of payments made via WeChat, receiving only 310 yuan in cash. Since Zhang Hai had acquired his own WeChat account, he utilized his payment code for transactions. After accounting for all their earnings, Li Xiang exclaimed with delight, "Over 3,000 in a single day means 100,000 a month. Wow, Haigu, you are truly remarkable." With admiration in her eyes, she gazed at Zhang Hai. Slightly embarrassed, Zhang Hai replied, "It's merely luck. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Moreover, the income from fishing fluctuates significantly. While today it may be over 3,000, tomorrow could yield far less. It's premature to speak of a monthly income of 100,000. I firmly believe you can achieve it. After all, luck is indeed a component of skill," Li Xiang declared. Zhang Hai responded, "Let us not forget. Your contributions are also significant. I'm just here to keep pace. I can't take credit for your success, merely the labor, haha." Li Xiang laughed. Then came the moment for profit sharing. Li Xiang proactively stated, "Haigu, you keep all the money. I don't want any. Just take me along next time." Zhang Hai, puzzled, queried, "Why?" Li Xiang explained, "You caught the majority of the seafood, and honestly, I was here for enjoyment, not profit. Today was such a joy. That is enough for me." Zhang Hai chuckled, "That won't do. Your contribution is considerable, and you deserve a share. If you refuse, I shan't take you next time." In Zhang Hai's view, Li Xiang was also a contributor and deserved her portion of the earnings. Furthermore, the 3,000 plus was merely a small yield. The real treasure lay in the 1,500 points, valued at 150,000. Seeing this, Li Xiang suggested, "All right, how about 90 to 10? You take 9, and I take 1. Zhang Hai shook his head, 50-50. Li Xiang widened her eyes in disbelief. "What kind of captain are you? Other captains strive to secure a larger share for themselves, and here you are, proposing an even split. Don't forget about the cost of the boat and fuel." She continued with a tone of admonition, "If you ever hire employees, do not distribute the earnings this way." Zhang Hai laughed, "Of course I know. Do you think I'm foolish? This division is only for you. Only for me." Li Xiang felt a flicker of joy in her heart, a blush creeping onto her face as she sensed a hint of flotation in the air. "What are you daydreaming about?" Zhang Hai inquired. Li Xiang snapped back to reality. Feeling bashful, I was daydreaming. 50-50 won't work. Let us be fair. How about 80-20? You take 8, I take 2, and that's settled." Before Zhang Hai could respond, Li Xiang quickly covered his mouth. "No more discussion." All right. Zhang Hai nodded, resigned. Then Li Xiang added, "Let us wait until we have more to share. We still have many tools to purchase, like a portable gas stove, pots, and pans. Not to mention fuel for the boat." At this point, she earnestly proposed to Zhang Hai, "Haigu, let me be your assistant, dedicated to managing these trivial matters." Zhang Hai asked, "Are you planning to accompany me to sea indefinitely? What about school? Aren't you still in university?" Li Xiang replied, "The second semester of my senior year is mainly for internships, so I hardly need to attend classes. Consider this my practical training at sea." Zhang Hai contemplated that having someone to assist with these mundane matters was quite agreeable. Primarily, venturing out to sea alone could be rather monotonous. Having a companion would certainly enhance the experience. His closest friend in the village was Li Xiang. If she wished to accompany him on his maritime adventures, he would welcome it wholeheartedly. Chapter 30. Procurement. By the time they returned to the village, it was already 8 in the evening. The village head and Ernyang had prepared a meal but had not yet eaten. Instead, they had been waiting at the gate for Zhang Hai and Li Xiang to return home. As the headlights of the tricycle drew nearer, joy illuminated the faces of the elderly couple. The children are back. Quick, prepare for dinner. The village had instructed Ernyang, who hurried off to the kitchen. The tricycle arrived in the courtyard. Zhang Hai first unloaded the tools from the cart and washed the live fish container. He then inquired of the village head, should I send the live fish container directly to Erzwang's house? The village head, puffing on his cigarette, replied, just leave it there for now. Let us eat first. I'll take it over later since I need to have a word with his father. Understood. Meanwhile, Li Xiang brought the fermented vinegar hot pot base and the remaining seafood to the kitchen, joining her grandmother in preparing the hot pot. The small courtyard soon buzzed with activity. Under the warm glow of the lights, the steaming seafood hot pot was served, and the village head's family, along with Zhang Hai, gathered around the dining table to relish a sumptuous dinner. Ernyang's culinary skills were commendable. She had prepared 2 delectable dishes featuring grouper and yellowfin snapper. One was steamed grouper, and the other was braised yellowfin snapper. Both were exquisitely delicious. As the village head savored the fish, he cheerfully remarked, Xiao Hai, next time, keep such expensive fish for sale. We can settle for some less valuable fish. After all, going to sea is for profit. Such was the tradition among the fishermen of Lanai village. The finest catch was rarely consumed. Instead, it was reserved for sale. While the family dined on less valuable small fish, noticing that Zhang Hai had given away 3 grouper today, the village head felt a twinge of regret. After all, that amounted to several hundred yuan, equivalent to a day's earnings for an ordinary fisherman. Zhang Hai, however, was nonchalant as he replied, it's no trouble. We caught plenty. We can afford to eat grouper regularly. You child such talk. Eating grouper like a staple is quite extravagant. The village head chuckled helplessly. Li Xiang chimed in to support Zhang Hai. I believe in Haigo. The village head feigned annoyance as he looked at Li Xiang, saying, I've noticed your allegiance has shifted. You're siding with your Haigo now, aren't you? Li Xiang remained silent, playfully making a face in response. After dinner, Li Xiang asked Zhang Hai to accompany her to the town. When Zhang Hai inquired about the purpose of their trip, Li Xiang explained that they were going to procure some supplies for the fishing boat. Zhang Hai realized the truth of her words. Their fishing boat was lacking in essentials, and many of their tools were borrowed. They indeed needed to stock up. Thus, the two set off again in the village head's tricycle. With the sound of the engine humming, they soon arrived in town. Holding over 3,000 yuan earned from selling seafood, Zhang Hai exuberantly told Li Xiang, buy whatever you want. Don't hold back. Li Xiang shot him a look. Don't get carried away. We need to save some. She then began to calculate with her fingers. Let us purchase 2 sets of life jackets. A foam boat shall suffice for boarding and disembarking without the necessity of wading through water each time. A complete set of kitchen utensils, a portable gas stove, and a reserve barrel of diesel to avert any fuel shortages are also essential. Additionally, a foam box for storing fish will allow the preservation of any catch that may perish. Raincoats are imperative to safeguard against unexpected downpours while at sea, and a few small stools would be quite beneficial as well. There is a considerable list of items to procure, and 3,000 yuan may not suffice. As she spoke, she diligently recorded her notes on her mobile device. Zhang Hai was pleasantly surprised by Li Xiang's meticulousness in anticipating the supplies required for the fishing boat. Observing her earnest calculations, a smile crept across Zhang Hai's face. Indeed, having Li Xiang's assistance alleviated much of his burden. Once finished with her list, Li Xiang declared, all right, let us set off to the boat engine market. The boat engine market was a bustling street lined with shops offering an array of products related to fishing vessels and their engines, repair tools, diesel engine parts, foam boats, and more. Given the coastal town's proximity to numerous fishing villages, such establishments were essential. The duo soon arrived at their destination and commenced their shopping according to the list. Primarily, it was Li Xiang who engaged with the shopkeepers to negotiate prices, while Zhang Hai focused on transporting the goods. In matters of haggling, Zhang Hai was indeed no match for Li Xiang, as it was a skill she naturally possessed. After a brief period, they had acquired a small foam boat, 2 sets of life jackets, several foam boxes, 2 fishing nets, a battery, a lighting fixture for nighttime operations, and various other supplies such as a sunshade, freshwater tank, and live fish container, all loaded onto the back of the tricycle. The total expenditure amounted to over 1,700 yuan. Next stop, the largest supermarket in town. Li Xiang exclaimed excitedly, her joy evident through her demeanor. Zhang Hai nodded and drove towards the supermarket she had indicated. Upon arrival, Zhang Hai remained with the newly acquired supplies. As the open back of the tricycle posed a risk of theft in the absence of supervision, the small town lacked sufficient surveillance cameras, and incidents of theft were not uncommon. Li Xiang entered the supermarket alone. A half hour later, she emerged, pushing a shopping cart brimming with goods. Zhang Hai glanced over the contents: kitchenware, dining utensils, a gas stove, small stools, storage boxes, bread, bottled water, and a plethora of other items, totaling 400 to 500 yuan. Together, they transferred the items from the shopping cart to the tricycle. Li Xiang then suggested, "Let us visit the pharmacy." Zhang Hai, puzzled, inquired, "What do we need from the pharmacy?" "We ought to procure some motion sickness medication, along with disinfectant, bandages, and adhesive bandages," she replied. Zhang Hai chuckled mischievously. "Haha, are you still fearful of being pinched by crabs?" Li Xiang playfully jabbed him with her small fist. "That was merely an accident. Next time, I shall demonstrate my crab-catching skills." "Very well. I shall ensure you are well equipped with supplies, and next time, let your talents shine." Zhang Hai laughed as they proceeded to the pharmacy. They purchased the necessary spare medicines and a medicine box. "Where else should we go?" Zhang Hai inquired. Li Xiang replied, "To the labor supplies store, to buy raincoats, water shoes, gloves, and such." "All right." The two set off in their tricycle, bustling through the town. The rear compartment of the tricycle gradually filled with an array of goods. After 2 hours of shopping, they finally completed their list. The more than 3,000 yuan they had earned a day was entirely spent. Gazing at the zero balance, Zhang Hai jested, "Li Xiang, you were right. This little amount isn't even enough to float." Li Xiang, with a sense of pride, responded, "See, I told you so. If it weren't for the lack of funds, there would be so much more to buy. Come on, let me treat you to a late-night snack." "Sure." Zhang Hai chuckled. After finishing their shopping, they headed to a nearby noodle shop for a simple late-night meal. They returned to the village with cheerful hearts. Upon arrival, it was already past 11. The village chief was still awake. Upon seeing Zhang Hai and Li Xiang riding their tricycle to the dock, he approached to see what they were up to. Upon arrival, the village chief was taken aback to find the tricycle laden with a substantial amount of supplies, as the two busily transferred items to the fishing boat. "What on earth? Why have you bought so much?" he exclaimed. "Wait, why do you need pots, bowls, and utensils? Isn't this a bit excessive?" The village chief was perplexed. As an experienced fisherman himself, he understood the essentials typically kept on board. What purpose did those pots and a gas stove serve on such a small vessel? Were they planning to spend the night at sea? While loading the supplies onto the fishing boat, Li Xiang smiled at the village chief and said, "Grandfather, it's best if you don't pry into the affairs of the young. You fishermen have your own ways, and we have ours." The village chief shook his head in resignation. "Very well, I shall leave you to it." With that, he turned and departed from the dock, heading back home. Chapter 31. Exchange of supplies. All the provisions have been loaded onto the boat. Li Xiang and Zhang Hai diligently arranged them in appropriate locations. The fishing vessel boasts storage compartments, where the valuable items were stowed away. However, the storage space was limited, so less valuable items, such as raincoats and sunshades, were placed outside. Folding benches were neatly stacked on the deck. The supplies were orderly and well organized, making the fishing boat appear less empty and chaotic. Essentially, they had everything they needed. Li Xiang beamed with joy as she surveyed the fruits of their labor from the night before. "Hai Gu, with these supplies, our journey tomorrow will be much more comfortable." Zhang Hai nodded in agreement, recognizing that as long as the boat could accommodate them, having more supplies was undoubtedly beneficial. After a long day of work, both of them felt physically exhausted. Yet, instead of fatigue, they were filled with a sense of happiness. The night had deepened. The sky was adorned with countless stars, the sea breeze caressed their faces, and the waves whispered soothingly in their ears. Once they had arranged the supplies on the boat, they settled back to back on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and gazing at the stars. "Hai Gu, do you remember those nights when we secretly sneaked onto Grandpa's boat to play? We would lie on the deck together, marveling at the beautiful starry sky, just like tonight." Li Xiang reminisced with a smile. She was referring to a time when Zhang Hai was about 7 or 8 years old. They often played together, especially during the summer holidays, spending every day from dawn till dusk in each other's company. One night, they had lain on the deck of the fishing boat, lost in the stars, until they eventually fell asleep. The adults searched for them all night, only to find them at dawn. Zhang Hai could no longer recall how splendid the starry sky had been that night. He only remembered the scolding he received after being found. How swiftly the years had flown by. Over a decade had passed. Zhang Hai sighed. Fortunately, we are still together, enjoying each other's company. Li Xiang replied, reaching out to grasp Zhang Hai's hand, smiling as she did so. May our friendship remain unchanged. Let us hope so, ha ha ha. Zhang Hai chuckled. Don't laugh. Is it wrong to be happy? If you laugh, it feels insincere. After half an hour of relishing the sea breeze and stargazing and engaging in conversation, Zhang Hai finally said, it's getting late. Let us head back to get some rest. We need to rise early for our journey tomorrow. All right. Although Li Xiang felt a twinge of reluctance, she agreed, knowing they would see each other again the next day. Leaving the fishing boat and stepping onto the shore, the two rode away on a tricycle from the dock. Upon returning to the village chief's courtyard, Zhang Hai watched as Li Xiang entered her house before walking home himself. Once at home, he quickly washed up and lay on his bed, contemplating the events of the day and planning for tomorrow. As he lay in bed, preparing to drift into slumber, the tranquility of the night enveloped him, fostering a serene mindset. It was during such moments that he habitually pondered his thoughts, a practice cultivated in his past life and carried into this new existence. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Hai accessed the system to open the item exchange marketplace. He first reviewed his current points. With the remaining 500 points from yesterday combined with the 1,500 points earned today, he found himself with a total of 2,000 points, sufficient to exchange for 2 items. Next, he perused the wares available in the marketplace, contemplating which 2 items to acquire. Personal points, 2,000. Marketplace level, 1. Level 1 fishing net, price, 1,000 points. Level 1 fishing rod, price, 1,000 points. Level 1 fish spear, price, 1,000 points. Level 1 diving suit, price, 1,000 points. Level 1 netting machine, price, 1,000 points. Level 1 drive, price, 1,000 points. Sold out. Level 1 detector, price, 1,000 points. Currency, 1.100 Dragon Country coins. Note, as the marketplace level increases, corresponding items will be unlocked. Condition to upgrade to next level marketplace, 3,000 points. All current marketplace items sold out. The selection within the level 1 marketplace was limited, making the decision straightforward. For Zhang Hai, the fishing rod was the epitome of his aspirations, a coveted item he dreamt of possessing. Thus, the priority to exchange for the fishing rod was paramount. The second item was destined to be the level 1 fishing rod as well. As he scanned the items available, his gaze settled upon the level 1 detector, prompting him to examine its detailed description. Level 1 detector. Functionality overview. 1. Capable of surveying water depth and seabed topography. 2. Capable of assessing the distribution of seafood within the ocean. 3. Automatically alerts upon discovering valuable treasures or seafood. 4. Surveys the distribution of fishing vessels, reefs, islands, and more on the surface. 5. Additional features can be explored in the user manual after acquiring the physical item. Detection range. Underwater detection range of 1 nautical mile. Surface detection range of 10 nautical miles. Upon concluding the description of the level 1 detector, Zhang Hai inhaled deeply, a smile of astonishment gracing his face. Most professional fishing vessels were equipped with fish finders, yet the system's level 1 detector far surpassed those onboard devices. Not only could it assess underwater conditions, but it could also evaluate surface situations, and it offered proactive alerts upon the discovery of high-value seafood and treasures. Its array of functions was not only extensive but formidable, serving as a fish finder, treasure detector, and even an electronic nautical map for navigation. Moreover, its detection range was impressively broad. What does it mean to be 1 nautical mile underwater? Activating the detector allows one to grasp every movement of the fish schools within that nautical mile, truly astonishing. Once this detector is installed, fishing or gathering from the sea will yield remarkable results with minimal effort. It is indeed an indispensable piece of cutting-edge technology for fishing vessels. Compared to other tools, the capabilities of the level 1 detector are evidently the most suitable for his current needs. Of course, these are merely speculations based on the detailed introduction of the level 1 detector's functions, but they are likely quite accurate. The exact nature of it will be revealed upon seeing the actual item. Zhang Hai resolved that the next item he would exchange for would be the level 1 detector. He was somewhat impatient to discover what the level 1 detector truly looked like. However, it was already too late. He planned to rise early the next day, taking the boat out alone before others set sail, to exchange for these 2 items, and then return after completing the transaction. During the exchange, he would have to be discreet, ensuring that no one, not even Li Xiang, saw him, for otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Zhang Hai was well aware of this. Having established his plan, he closed the system's item exchange shop, filled with anticipation for the morrow, and drifted into a blissful slumber. Chapter 32. The Universal Fishing Rod. In the early morning, before the sun had risen and the sky remained shrouded in a gray mist, the pier was already bustling with activity. Numerous fishing vessels had returned from their ventures at sea, and the dock was alive with industrious fishermen, their families, and fishmongers engaged in their daily toil. Zhang Hai had awakened early and made his way to the pier without exchanging a word with anyone, directly boarding his small boat. He set sail, propelling his vessel out into the expansive ocean. It was only when he reached a secluded spot, far from the prying eyes of others, that he decided to implement his exchange plan. With a swift motion, he activated the system to access the item exchange marketplace. Having made his decision the previous night, there was no need for further contemplation. His fingers danced rapidly across the holographic projection screen, and within mere seconds, the exchanges were completed. Notifications flashed before him. Congratulations. Level 1 fishing rod exchanged successfully. Level 1 fishing rod has been issued. Please check. Congratulations. Level 1 detector exchanged successfully. Level 1 detector is installing. Level 1 detector installation successful. Once the 5 notifications faded from view, Zhang Hai dismissed the interface and turned his gaze towards his fishing boat. To his astonishment, a metallic rod resembling a slapstick materialized before him. Half a meter long, it emanated a subtle metallic sheen and exuded an air of exquisite craftsmanship. Was this truly the Level 1 fishing rod? Zhang Hai mused as he lifted the rod, weighing it thoughtfully in his hands. In the next moment, a surge of information flooded his mind. Information and operational methods related to the Level 1 fishing rod have been recorded. It was the comprehensive guide to the rod's capabilities and usage. With this newfound knowledge, Zhang Hai grasped the workings of the Level 1 fishing rod. Unlike ordinary fishing rods, this one was operated through the power of thought. The operation method was facilitated by a system known as the fishing rod system. With merely a flicker of his consciousness, a holographic projection interface, visible solely to him, materialized before his eyes. On this interface, he could customize various attributes of the rod. According to his specifications, it would transform into the desired shape and functionality. For instance, should he set the rod to a length of 2 meters with a fishing line of 200 meters and a size 5 hook, the slapstick-shaped rod would instantly morph to match his configuration. Furthermore, it could be even simpler. By inputting the target species and size of fish he aimed to catch, the rod would automatically adapt to become the ideal tool for his pursuit. In essence, this Level 1 fishing rod was truly a universal rod. With it in hand, the world was at his feet. The realization of the rod's extraordinary capabilities ignited a spark of excitement on Zhang Hai's face. To possess a universal fishing rod was the dream of every angler, and its remarkable features extended far beyond mere functionality. In addition to its formidable capabilities and versatility to transform into various types of fishing rods, the fishing hook and line boast immense tensile strength. Not only can it catch fish weighing hundreds of pounds, but it is also more than capable of reeling in a whale. To exaggerate slightly, should it become snagged, it could almost loosen the earth's skin. Zhang Hai gazed joyfully at this treasured fishing rod in his hands, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test its prowess as advertised. Consequently, he activated the rod's interface with his mind. Instantly, a holographic projection screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes, a scene reminiscent of science fiction. The screen displayed an array of parameters regarding the fishing rod, all of which could be manually adjusted. Zhang Hai directed his attention to the section for target species, selecting the shark with a specified weight of 1 ton. He was curious to see what a rod capable of catching a 1-ton shark would be like. After confirming his selection, the rod in his hands began to shift. The half-meter fishing rod elongated to 2 meters, with the reel, line, and hook all fully assembled. The reel was an electronic model, designed to automatically retrieve and release line, likely a consideration given the sheer weight of a 1-ton shark, which could not be managed by human strength alone. The fishing line remained exceptionally thin, while the hook was larger than a human hand. In addition, the rod featured a sturdy holder for secure attachment to the boat, complete with an anti-slip rope. It appeared to be a top-tier sea fishing rod worth several $100,000. After examining the rod for catching a 1-ton shark, Zhang Hai proceeded to experiment further. He input white base into the species section of the rod's interface, specifying a weight of 20 grams. After testing the capability for larger fish, it was only fitting to try for smaller ones, as a truly universal fishing rod should be adept at catching fish of all sizes. Upon confirming, the rod began to reshape itself, transforming into a rather ordinary fishing rod, equipped with a manual reel and the smallest hooks available. Witnessing the transformation of the rod, Zhang Hai's delight intensified. 2 tests were sufficient to prove that this was indeed a versatile fishing rod capable of effortless transformation. Perfect. Finally, Zhang Hai selected the option to revert the rod to a more portable form and clicked confirm. In the next moment, the rod returned to its original casting stick appearance. From an outward perspective, it was indistinguishable from an unremarkable metal rod, greatly enhancing its portability. Satisfied, Zhang Hai closed the rod's interface and stored it away. Once the rod was securely tucked away, Zhang Hai's gaze shifted from the stern of the boat to the bow, searching for the level 1 detector he had just exchanged for. After a thorough inspection, however, he found no sign of the level 1 detector. Could it be that it had not yet been issued? But the system had clearly indicated that installation was complete. What on earth was happening? Surely the system hadn't swallowed the level 1 detector. Just as Zhang Hai was about to open the item exchange mall to investigate further, a surge of information flooded his mind. Information and operational methods regarding the level 1 detector have been recorded. After processing this influx of information, Zhang Hai instantly grasped the situation. Goodness! It turned out that the detector was integrated with the hull. Every inch of the hull served as a miniature detection device. In total, the vessel boasted approximately 13,000 such devices, collectively forming a level 1 detector. The method of operating the detector was akin to wielding a fishing rod, governed by the power of thought. With mere intention, one could access the detector's interface, display screens, and more. Such a method was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Hai couldn't help but marvel at the technological prowess of the system. Naturally, he found no aversion to this mode of operation. In fact, he was quite enamored by it. The advantages of this control mechanism were manifold. Firstly, the fishing vessel would not appear cramped due to an excess of machinery. Secondly, the devices were impervious to theft. Thirdly, the machinery was largely resistant to malfunction and required no maintenance. Fourthly, it offered remarkable convenience, allowing access anytime and anywhere. Lastly, it was exceedingly discreet. This advanced technology remained concealed, making it difficult for others to detect. A crucial aspect since openly displaying such impressive detectors could undoubtedly invite significant trouble if discovered. The advantages were plentiful, and these were merely the thoughts that came to mind. As for drawbacks, there appeared to be none. One cannot help but commend the system for its exceptional user-friendliness and thoughtful design. Chapter 33, Level 1 Detector. Subsequently, Zhang Hai commenced testing the functionalities of the Level 1 detector. He activated the operational interface of the device with his mind, and instantly, a holographic projection screen, visible solely to him, unfurled before his eyes. The screen displayed various parameters of the Level 1 detector, including those pertaining to the target detection settings and operational metrics. Zhang Hai, indifferent to the details, directly selected the option to view the detection imagery. There were 2 detection visuals available, one for the underwater environment and another for the surface of the sea. Zhang Hai first opened the underwater detection visual. As the screen illuminated, a new holographic projection materialized in front of him, showcasing a 3-dimensional image. This image distinctly marked the water depth, the topography of the seabed, and the detection range, among other details. Several red dots were also indicated on the screen. Curiously, Zhang Hai enlarged the view of these red dots, discovering they represented various schools of fish, both large and small. Through this detection imagery, he could clearly observe the fish schools within a 1 nautical mile radius centered around the fishing vessel, including information on their sizes and the presence of larger fish. Essentially, he could gain comprehensive knowledge of the underwater conditions in that area, demonstrating the detector's formidable capabilities. With its assistance, locating schools of fish became exceedingly effortless. After closing the underwater detection visual, Zhang Hai proceeded to access the surface detection interface. Another holographic projection screen unfolded before him. This time, the imagery resembled a 3-dimensional satellite map, encompassing a 10 nautical mile radius centered on the fishing vessel. The screen provided a clear view of other vessels within 10 nautical miles of the fishing boat, the docks of Lanhai village, and even the houses therein, all depicted with remarkable clarity. The imagery could also be magnified or minimized at will. Zhang Hai clicked on the dock of Lanhai village to enlarge the view, allowing him to observe the industrious fishermen at work. He could even discern a child in a corner of the dock, attending to nature's call, despite the darkness of night. which did not hinder visibility in the slightest. In essence, this depiction was akin to having a dedicated satellite hovering above the fishing vessel, meticulously monitoring everything within a 10 nautical mile radius of the boat. Of course, it only captured outdoor scenes and could not penetrate indoors. Having reviewed the surface detection imagery, Zhang Hai found himself once again astounded by the prowess of the Level 1 detector, exclaiming its remarkable capabilities. He confidently asserted that no such detector existed anywhere in the world. The 1,000 points he had expended were undoubtedly worth it. With this tool at his disposal, both navigation and fishing would become significantly more effortless. Delighted, after examining the two newly acquired items, Zhang Hai noted that the night still enveloped the surroundings. He navigated the vessel back to the dock, soon arriving at the harbor. After a brief nap on the boat, he was soon awakened by a call from Li Xiang. "Hey, brother Hai, are you awake? Let's go have breakfast. I have already arrived at the dock. Do hurry over and bring some packed breakfast." "Certainly." At this moment, the sky has brightened and the sun has emerged. The number of returning fishing boats has increased, rendering the dock even more boisterous than before. After ending the call, Zhang Hai decided against continuing his slumber. He disembarked and meandered along the pier, preparing to procure some bait for fishing. Today, he would continue using live shrimp. As he had validated their efficacy yesterday, live shrimp had attracted an abundance of fish. After a brief observation, Zhang Hai noted the absence of live shrimp vendors, but spotted a gathering of people ahead. Curiosity piqued, he approached to discern the commotion. "Goodness, how impressive!" he exclaimed. "This large vessel is truly remarkable. That he must weigh at least 100 pounds. And look at that grouper. It's been ages since I've seen one of such size." The vessel employed large long lines, thus yielding these substantial catches. On the shore before the grand ship, a multitude of voices buzzed with excitement. As Zhang Hai drew closer, he overheard their discussions, and upon comprehending the situation, his interest intensified. He squeezed into the crowd, craning his neck to see what was unfolding. The throng surrounded several large water tanks, recently unloaded from the ship. Within these tanks swam enormous marine fish, eels, groupers, and mackerels, all of colossal proportions. Particularly striking was the eel, which nearly filled an entire tank, weighing at least 180 pounds. No wonder so many were captivated. It was indeed an impressive haul. Zhang Hai quickly grasped the situation and recognized the owner of the catch, an acquaintance from his village, known affectionately as Old Chun. Old Chun was one of the more affluent fishermen in the coastal village, primarily due to his possession of a fishing vessel worth over $1 million. This large fishing boat operated diversely, sometimes using nets, other times long lines, and during squid season, it would engage in light fishing for squid. It traversed both coastal and deep-sea waters, depending on the fish conditions and weather. From the discussions, Zhang Hai learned that Old Chin's grand fishing boat had ventured out 2 days prior, returning to port today after a 2-day excursion. They had employed long-lining techniques for this trip and, by fortune, had managed to capture such a bountiful catch. Long-lining is a common fishing method among the fishermen of the coastal village, involving a main line exceeding 1,000 meters, strung with numerous branch lines spaced 2 to 3 meters apart, each adorned with an individual hook. During operations at sea, bait would be affixed to every hook, and rows of these lines would be cast into the ocean, typically deploying 500 to 600 hooks at a time. In other regions, this technique is referred to as longline fishing. Depending on the size of the hooks, long lines are categorized into small, medium, and large. Smaller fishing vessels, operated by a single fisherman, generally utilize small long lines. Medium-sized boats, manned by several fishermen, typically employ medium long lines. Old Chin's sizable vessel, with a crew of over 10, specializes in large long lines. The hooks employed for large long lines are of size 9 or larger and measure 10 centimeters in length, ensuring that the catch consists of fish weighing at least 5 to 6 pounds. On a day like today, catching a fish weighing over 100 pounds is not uncommon. As Zhang Hai gazed at the large fish lying in the tank, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. After all, for every angler, landing such a magnificent catch is a cherished dream. Although his boat was modest in size, it was equipped with all the necessary gear, particularly that versatile fishing rod, which was more than capable of handling such a catch. Thus, he felt confident that he too could reel in a fish of that magnitude. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hai could not help but inquire of Old Chin, "Where did you catch these fish?" Old Chin looked at Zhang Hai with a puzzled expression and muttered, "In the sea, where else could it be?" He wondered why Zhang Hai was asking such an obvious question, believing he had already adapted to the situation. Zhang Hai chuckled. "I know they're from the sea. I meant which specific area." "Oh, so that's what you meant." Old Shin finally understood, yet he remained perplexed. Why do you want to know? At that moment, one of the onlookers among the fishermen jested. Zhang Hai, are you thinking of going fishing too? This remark sent the crowd into fits of laughter. It was utterly amusing. Don't even think about it. With your little boat, you can't reach that spot. Just look at the kind of vessel Old Shin has compared to yours. Seeing someone catch a big fish makes you want to try as well. Isn't that a bit unrealistic? Even if, by some chance, you did catch one, would you be able to haul it in? Don't let it pull your little boat away. Laughter erupted amongst the group. In truth, their amusement was not directed at Zhang Hai personally. They simply found his question to be rather naive. Had anyone else posed the same query, they would have shared the same laughter. Chapter 34. Fishing for big fish. In response to their skepticism and ridicule, Zhang Hai remained unfazed, harboring no resentment, as he deemed their reactions quite natural. These fishermen bore no malice. Unflinchingly, he candidly addressed Old Shin, stating, "Indeed, I wish to fish as well. Just tell me where to go." Previously, they had merely speculated. But now, with Zhang Hai's own words, it was evident that he genuinely intended to fish. Instantly, laughter ensued among the crowd. Are you serious? Where do you find the audacity? Have you lost your mind? I suspect you have become foolish. The onlookers exclaimed. Old Shin, perplexed, gazed at Zhang Hai. Are you serious? As a fellow villager, he considered informing Zhang Hai of the specific fishing grounds. Yet, hearing the others mention that Zhang Hai's vessel seemed to be a small boat, he wondered if it could even reach such distant waters. After all, those depths lay several nautical miles from the shore. Accessible only by larger ships, wouldn't a small boat be courting disaster? Moreover, even if one were to venture there, catching fish was not guaranteed. The vastness of the ocean made such aspirations seem absurd. Observing Zhang Hai's earnest demeanor, Old Shin retrieved a piece of paper and a pen, scribbling down coordinates before inquiring. Can you understand latitude and longitude? Zhang Hai accepted the note, smiling. Rest assured, I can. The Level 1 detector was equipped to measure coordinates. Armed with the location's latitude and longitude, a fishing vessel could find its way there. Upon witnessing Old Shin actually divulge the coordinates to Zhang Hai, someone chuckled. Old Shin. You truly told him? Do you even know what kind of boat he has? Old Shin, having returned from sea just the day before, was unaware of the specifics of Zhang Hai's vessel and inquired, what boat? A bystander pointed towards the small boat docked nearby, stating, that one. Old Shin turned to see the diminutive fishing boat and was instantly taken aback. So small? Just a few meters long? Regaining his composure, he hurriedly intercepted Zhang Hai. Xiao Hai, return that paper to me. I cannot be the cause of your peril. Your boat is far too small to venture there. That area is dozens of nautical miles from the coast. You won't even have enough fuel to make it. Please, do not go. If anything happens, I would bear the blame. Old Shin's urgent plea only incited further laughter from the crowd. Look how anxious Old Shin is. Surely, Zhang Hai is merely jesting. He isn't foolish enough to actually go. Zhang Hai, however, steadfastly refused to return the note, asserting, Old Shin, worry not. If I encounter any misfortune, I certainly won't hold you accountable. There are too many witnesses for me to defraud. Old Shin, with a serious tone, warned Zhang Hai, if you genuinely go, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Fear not, Old Shin, I am not foolish. Zhang Hai replied, before departing. He departed, and Old Shin let out a sigh. His heart weighed down with concern. Had he inadvertently put Zhang Hai in peril by sharing the coordinates of the prime fishing spot? That young man seemed so earnest. Surely he wouldn't venture there. Others began to murmur as well. The bounty he had reaped from the sea over the past 2 days had likely inflated his confidence, spurring him to seek larger catches. But how could he be so deluded? Did he lack any self-awareness? His vessel was hardly substantial. How could he possibly navigate the vast ocean, dozens of nautical miles away? With a single tank of fuel, he likely wouldn't even reach halfway. Such naivety was truly astonishing. You all are equally misguided. He was merely speaking boastfully. Did you really believe he would actually go? He was probably just bragging. Rest assured, he wouldn't make the journey. Zhang Hai soon became the subject of jest among the fishermen at the dock. In everyone's eyes, it was inconceivable that he could venture so far into the open sea, let alone catch any significant fish. It was nothing more than a boast. After departing the scene where the large fish had captured the crowd's attention, Zhang Hai continued to stroll along the dock. He soon spotted a fisherman hauling up live shrimp and decided to purchase 3 pounds. Today, he intended to focus primarily on fishing. Hence, he bought a larger quantity of bait. Although this size of live shrimp would not entice larger fish, he did not need to prepare specific bait for them. He could use the smaller fish he caught as bait instead. Catching large fish was merely an additional goal. His primary aim was to accumulate enough points today. So he still needed to fish for smaller ones. After securing the bait, Zhang Hai proceeded to the designated ice station at the dock, where he filled a foam box with crushed ice. This ice was intended to preserve any dead fish, as even though the fish were kept alive in a flowing water tank, a few were bound to perish. The crushed ice was essential for preservation, otherwise they would spoil. Moreover, in the sweltering heat, the ice could be used to chill beverages and cool down, making it a prudent preparation. Once he had the ice, Zhang Hai filled a barrel with fresh water, another crucial supply at sea. He then headed to a small fuel factory that sold diesel. Most fishing vessels operated on diesel engines. The dock at Lanhai village was one of the largest in the vicinity, bustling with fishing boats. Thus, there was a dedicated small factory at the dock for diesel sales. Zhang Hai navigated his boat to the fuel station, first filling the engine's fuel tank to the brim, and then procuring 4 additional barrels. One barrel held 25 liters, totaling 100 liters. Though his fishing vessel boasted a powerful engine, it was a fuel guzzler, consuming 50 nautical miles per 100 liters. The spare 100 liters would allow for a 50 nautical mile journey, while the engine's tank, holding 200 liters, could enable a 100 nautical mile trip. Together, they would suffice for a round trip to the area Old Shin had mentioned. With all preparations complete, Zhang Hai sat on his boat, awaiting Li Xiang's arrival. Before long, she appeared, just as she had the day before, fully equipped and clad in protective gear from head to toe. Upon seeing Zhang Hai, she greeted him with a smile and then boarded the boat, carrying 2 portions of breakfast. The two began to enjoy their meal on the vessel. "Brother Hai, where are we heading to for our sea excursion today? Are we still going to fish?" Li Xiang inquired while savoring her breakfast. "We shall venture to the open sea, several dozen kilometers away, for some fishing," Zhang Hai replied candidly. As a crew member, he felt it was his duty to inform Li Xiang of the fishing boat's destination. Li Xiang's expression turned to one of surprise as she asked, "So far away? What? Are you afraid?" Zhang Hai teased. "With you here, I have nothing to fear." Li Xiang reassured him. "That's splendid." Zhang Hai chuckled. In truth, he had considered the safety aspects. The open sea could indeed present greater waves. However, his fishing boat was no ordinary vessel. It possessed exceptional structural strength and a high resistance to rough seas. Even in the event of a sudden storm, it could navigate safely. Moreover, the boat's speed was quite impressive. If they pushed it to 100 nautical miles per hour, they would arrive in just 20 to 30 minutes. Besides, should they encounter significant turbulence, they could simply turn back without any cause for concern. Chapter 35. The waters of Boundary Island. The two swiftly finished their breakfast. Zhang Hai donned a life jacket and helped Li Xiang into one as well. He untied the rope from the mooring post, and they set off. The small boat gradually sailed away from the dock. The fishermen on the shore noticed the slowly retreating fishing vessel and began to murmur among themselves. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang had ventured out to sea. Surely, they could not be heading towards that expanse of ocean. Just moments ago, I saw him filling up with a considerable amount of oil at the factory. No. It's impossible. It is merely a small boat. How could it reach such distant waters? Just boasting. The fishing boat gradually vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Before long, the village chief, pipe in mouth, ambled over to the dock. Upon seeing the chief, a few fishermen approached him, saying, "Chief, your granddaughter has set sail with Zhang Hai." The chief nodded. "I am aware of that. Aren't you concerned?" One inquired. The chief, puzzled, replied, "Why should I be worried? They haven't gone far. They are merely heading to Lingchang Reef Island to gather seafood." Another added, "No, today they seem to have a more distant goal." The chief set down his pipe, looking curiously at the speaker. Several fishermen took turns recounting the events of that morning to the chief. His expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What? Are you telling the truth? Xiao Hai truly mentioned going after big fish?" The chief's eyes widened in disbelief. He hurried to find Old Shin at the dock to confirm the matter. "Old Shin, did Xiao Hai inquire about the location of the large fish today?" Old Shin, understanding the chief's intent, explained, "At that moment, I had no idea his boat was so small. Had I known, I certainly would not have informed him." "Where exactly are those fish?" the chief pressed. "Near Boundary Island," Old Shin replied. As an experienced fisherman, the chief was well aware of Boundary Island's location. Similar to Lingchang Reef Island, it too was a reef that only emerged at low tide. Besides being a reef, Boundary Island served as a landmark for fishermen, with the term referring to the waters surrounding it. It lay over 30 nautical miles from the coast, nearly 50 nautical miles from our village's dock. Such a distance was beyond the reach of Xiao Hai's small boat. the chief exclaimed. Old Shin quickly added, indeed, he probably was just speaking whimsically. It's impossible for him to venture there. He is not foolish after all. Several onlookers among the fishermen chimed in. What are you worried about? He would never actually go. Although the chief nodded in agreement, a sense of unease lingered within him. He understood Zhang Hai's character. Once he spoke of an intention, he was likely to follow through. He would not make such claims lightly, especially in front of so many witnesses. With growing concern, the chief dialed Zhang Hai's number. The boat had not yet drifted far, and there was still signal. Soon, the call connected. The village chief asked straightforwardly, Xiao Hai, where are you planning to fish today? Zhang Hai, realizing that the chief was aware of his intended destination, replied without hesitation, we're going to the spot where Old Chin caught the big fish. Is that Boundary Island? The chief inquired for confirmation. I'm not sure if it's called Boundary Island. Old Chin just provided a set of coordinates, Zhang Hai responded. The village chief, adopting a serious demeanor, insisted, you must not go there. It's too far, and your boat cannot make it. Return immediately. After a brief pause, Zhang Hai confidently assured him, rest easy, chief. I have my own plans. If I truly cannot reach the destination, I will return at once. You need not worry. The chief found Zhang Hai increasingly perplexing. Fishing was one thing, but venturing to such a distant location, especially with only a small boat, was baffling. Yet, Zhang Hai appeared remarkably certain. Should he trust him, or should he intervene? After a moment of deliberation, the village chief ultimately decided to place his trust in Zhang Hai, saying, very well, just ensure your safety. Thank you, chief. Zhang Hai replied with a smile before hanging up. Observing the astonished expressions of Old Chin and several fishermen, the chief remarked, there is no need for such alarm. Fishing requires venturing further afield if one hopes to catch larger fish. Old Chin, bewildered, exclaimed, is Zhang Hai really going? The fisherman echoed his confusion. Chief, are you out of your mind? Can that small boat even reach such a place? The chief waved his hand dismissively. Whether he can or cannot, he has his own judgment. There is no need for idle speculation. With that, the chief, pipe in hand, meandered homeward. In truth, he harbored considerable anxiety for both Zhang Hai and Li Xiang, but having chosen to believe in Zhang Hai, he felt compelled to defend him. Once the chief departed, Old Chin and the fisherman exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the unfolding situation. What on earth was happening? Was the chief losing his faculties? Not only did he refrain from stopping Zhang Hai, but he also supported him. Did he genuinely believe Zhang Hai could reach that location and catch a big fish? As an experienced fisherman, surely he could not be so naive. They were left utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, Zhang Hai confidently navigated his fishing boat towards Boundary Island, maintaining a swift pace of 70 nautical miles per hour, significantly faster than before. A translucent screen, visible only to him, hung before his eyes, displaying the surface detection imagery from his sonar. This screen, while present in his line of sight, did not obstruct his vision. It allowed him to monitor the activities of other vessels within a 10 nautical mile radius, thereby minimizing the risk of collisions. Furthermore, the sonar continually displayed the current coordinates of his boat, enabling him to accurately ascertain the direction towards his target coordinates and navigate accordingly. The detection imagery from the device on the sea surface had become an indispensable tool for him while navigating the fishing vessel. Naturally, Li Xiang could not perceive the footage from the detector. She perched on a small stool on the deck of the boat, gripping the handrail tightly. Her astonishment directed at Zhang Hai, who was at the helm. The wind howled in her ears. She yearned to converse with Zhang Hai, but felt compelled to raise her voice. Brother Hai, how much further do we have to go? Zhang Hai called back. We will arrive in 20 minutes, not long now. Oh, how do you know the way? She inquired further. In her recollection, Zhang Hai had never ventured this far into the ocean. So how could he possibly know the direction and destination? It struck her as peculiar. Zhang Hai replied, Old Chin informed me. As Li Xiang gazed at the coastline fading into oblivion, the vastness of the sea stretched endlessly before her. A sense of unease crept in. The direction won't be wrong, right? I've heard that it's easy to get lost at sea, unable to find one's way. They say a compass is necessary, but I forgot to buy one yesterday. Did you bring it? Zhang Hai, brimming with confidence, reassured her. Rest easy, we won't need a compass. The direction is infallible. The detector serves as the finest compass. Just keep an eye on the imagery. Hearing this, Li Xiang felt a surge of admiration for Zhang Hai. In her eyes, he was remarkably capable, even able to navigate a vessel across the expansive ocean. Truly impressive. As they journeyed toward the Boundary Island waters, they would encounter a stretch of deep sea. reaching depths of 2 to 3,000 meters. The waves in this region were larger than elsewhere, causing the small fishing boat to sway violently. Li Xiang anxiously queried, "Brother Hai, will the boat break?" Zhang Hai shot her a glance. "You and your ominous words. Worry not, the boat won't fail." "Oh, now that you mention it, I feel reassured." Li Xiang chuckled. In truth, her concern was not unwarranted. It was not a lack of faith in Zhang Hai, but rather a natural response anyone would have in such a situation. Zhang Hai himself would be concerned if he were unaware of the vessel's strength. After all, with such towering waves and the boat moving at such speed, a typical small craft might indeed struggle to withstand the force of the impact. It was precisely due to the existence of this deep-sea region that Old Chin and the fishermen believed that Zhang Hai's small boat could never reach the waters of the boundary island. After another 10 minutes of navigation, the fishing boat arrived in a tranquil expanse of sea. Here, the water shimmered in a deep azure, crystal clear to the point of revealing a vast black reef beneath. They had crossed the deep water zone and entered the rocky area, with depths varying from several dozen meters to a few hundred. The seabed was characterized by a complex terrain of proliferating reefs. This extensive reef area was indeed a haven for various fish species such as grouper, snapper, and eel, who sought refuge among the rocky outcrops. Chapter 36. The School of Golden Pomfret. Shortly thereafter, the fishing vessel finally arrived at the designated coordinates. The waters were remarkably calm, with depths of approximately 70 to 80 meters, and the sea was unusually clear, revealing a seabed strewn with clusters of rocky reefs. Zhang Hai observed that, aside from his own fishing boat, there were numerous other vessels engaged in their activities in the vicinity. Yet, each boat maintained a considerable distance from one another, causing no interference. Upon reaching the location, it was not a matter of immediately encountering large fish. Rather, it required further exploration within this expanse of ocean. Zhang Hai activated the underwater display of the detector, configuring the target parameters and alert notifications. The device would sound an alarm upon detecting a sizable school of fish or a solitary fish weighing over 100 pounds. With the detector properly set, he began to navigate the small boat slowly around the area, allowing the coverage of the detector to expand in tandem with the vessel's movement. Searching for the hidden schools of fish and the signs of larger specimens, the speed of the fishing boat could not be excessive, otherwise the detector might not issue an alert before they drifted beyond its range, leading to significant inaccuracies in detection. Thus, Zhang Hai was compelled to reduce the vessel's speed to 10 knots. While this pace was relatively slow for a small fishing boat, it was considered rapid in comparison to other vessels, thereby having no adverse effect on their fishing efficiency. Once the speed was decreased, the boat stabilized. Li Xiang stood up, peering around her surroundings. After a moment of observation, her curiosity prompted her to ask, "Brother Hai, have we arrived at our destination?" Zhang Hai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we have." "Then why aren't we stopping to begin fishing?" Li Xiang inquired impatiently, eager to cast her line after the bumpy journey. Zhang Hai explained, "Do not be in such a rush. Fishing blindly may not yield any bites. We must first locate the fish. Once we find a school, we can cast our bait directly into their midst, increasing our chances of a catch." "Oh, wait, you mean we are searching for fish now?" Li Xiang surveyed the surroundings. Noticing the seemingly bottomless water, the color was uniform, offering no discernible differences. Confusion washed over her. How could they find fish without visibility of the seabed? She turned back to Zhang Hai, asking, "Is this how we search? How do we know if there are fish below when we can't see?" Feigning an air of mystery, Zhang Hai replied, "This is something you may not understand. I have my methods." Oh, Li Xiang thought to herself, intrigued by Zhang Hai's enigmatic demeanor. After several minutes of searching, the detector's screen suddenly displayed an alert. Zhang Hai noted the glowing red dot on the screen, which indicated a school of golden pomfret approximately 500 meters away. Upon further inspection, he discovered that it had detected a throng of golden pomfret foraging together. Though their intention was to catch larger fish, they could not overlook the smaller ones. After all, securing today's score was essential. Otherwise, if they failed to find large fish and also neglected the smaller ones, returning empty-handed would be quite the jest. Thus, Zhang Hai resolved to capture the school of golden pomfret and steered the vessel towards the location indicated by the detector. Soon, the fishing boat arrived at the designated spot and anchored above the school of fish. Zhang Hai announced to Li Xiang, "All right, this is the place. Let us commence fishing." Upon hearing this, Li Xiang cast a doubtful glance at the water surface, her face still adorned with confusion, and could not help but inquire, "It doesn't look any different. How can we be certain there are indeed fish below? Are we merely guessing? Zhang Hai chuckled. That's a secret. You will find out shortly whether there are fish. With that, Li Xiang ceased her inquiries and began to prepare the handline setup she had used the previous day. She had yet to purchase a fishing rod, so she had to rely on the handline for fishing, which was still feasible from the boat. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai cheerfully produced a versatile fishing rod, having transformed it specifically for catching golden pomfret before unveiling it. When Li Xiang spotted the rod, she was astonished and asked, "Brother Hai, when did you acquire a fishing rod? I found it this morning in a trash bin. I'm not sure who discarded it. But it seemed such a pity, so I picked it up." Zhang Hai fabricated a lie. He could not reveal that he had exchanged it in the system. Nor could he have plausibly gone to a fishing tackle shop so early. Thus, he had to stick to the story of having found it. As it was the only reasonable explanation, Li Xiang responded with an "oh," followed by a puzzled question. "Is it in good condition? Can this found fishing rod even be used?" Zhang Hai confidently replied, "I believe the rod is perfectly fine. It will definitely work." Li Xiang, still skeptical, remarked, "If it's usable, why was it thrown in the trash? How strange." Zhang Hai explained, perhaps some angler, frustrated by a lack of success, decided to discard it. Many anglers, in moments of frustration, often declare they will quit fishing and impulsively throw away their rods. It's quite common. That's a possibility, Li Xiang conceded, accepting Zhang Hai's rationale. Subsequently, she refrained from questioning the rod further and devoted her attention to her handline. Zhang Hai, relieved to have evaded her inquiries, exhaled deeply. The disadvantage of bringing Li Xiang out to sea was that he could not adequately explain the items exchanged from the System S shop. Fortunately, Li Xiang was simple-minded and trusted him, making it easier to deceive her. However, continuously misleading her was not a sustainable solution. He resolved to find an opportunity to inform her not to question any peculiar occurrences aboard the fishing boat. Before long, Li Xiang skillfully hooked a live shrimp onto her hook and cast it into the sea. Zhang Hai also baited his hook and cast his rod. With a swift motion, the line soared through the air, slicing through the wind, and the bait splashed upon hitting the water. As the bait sank, guided by the weight of the sinker, Zhang Hai sat upon a small stool, his spirits soaring. The thrill of fishing was exhilarating. Experiencing it in a different world was delightful. Moments later, Zhang Hai felt an unexpected tug on his line. The fishing line tautened swiftly, and the rod bent at an acute angle. He had hooked a fish. Zhang Hai joyfully retracted the rod, his smile widening uncontrollably. The universal fishing rod is impervious to tangling or detaching, rendering any tug-of-war with the fish in the sea unnecessary. Instead, with a vigorous twist of the reel, he retracted the fishing line, drawing the fish from the depths. Upon surfacing, Zhang Hai assessed the golden pomfret, estimating its weight to be around 3 to 4 pounds, quite commendable. Without employing a landing net, he effortlessly hoisted it up. The golden pomfret struggled in midair, causing the fishing rod to quiver delightfully. The price of golden pomfret is modest, with wild specimens fetching just over 30 yuan per pound. And the price remains similar whether alive or deceased. Given that this species is nearly impossible to keep alive, Zhang Hai promptly placed the fish in a foam container filled with crushed ice. He then cast his line again. Li Xiang also hooked a fish. Although the golden pomfret weighed only a few pounds, its pull in the ocean was formidable as it thrashed about in a bid for freedom, making Li Xiang feel as though she were battling a bull. First, ease the line, let the fish tire itself out, and then you can reel it in with greater ease, Zhang Hai advised succinctly. True to form, he refrained from assisting her, as he understood that this was part of her enjoyment in fishing. Li Xiang's hands trembled with exertion, her face flushed, clearly indicating the effort required. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's guidance, she slightly loosened the line, then reeled in, relaxed again, and repeated the process. After several trials, the golden pomfret grew weary. Its struggle diminished significantly, allowing Li Xiang to successfully bring it aboard. This marked her first golden pomfret. After lifting the fish onto the boat, she did not immediately unhook it to pursue another catch. Instead, she proudly posed for a photograph and shared it on her social media. Zhang Hai was accustomed to this behavior. Female anglers often indulge in such displays. If they caught a fish without posting it online, it would surely diminish their enjoyment by half. The essence lies in the act of showcasing. The larger the fish, the more one can boast. The 4-pound catch Li Xiang had landed was indeed worthy of a little celebration, as it was considered significant in the realm of sea fishing. Chapter 37. Fishing until one's hands grow weary. During the brief moment when Li Xiang was busy taking photographs of her catch, Zhang Hai managed to reel in a golden pomfret. Shortly thereafter, He caught another one. The schools of fish were directly beneath the boat, making it almost effortless to hook one with each cast. Though the exertion left his hands sore, the thrill of the chase brought immense joy. Zhang Hai was grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain his excitement. Li Xiang was also having a successful outing. While she wasn't as quick as Zhang Hai, she still managed to catch 2 or 3 fish, her enthusiasm palpable. With a thumbs up to Zhang Hai, she exclaimed, "Hai Gu, you truly are remarkable. You said there would be fish, and indeed, there are." Zhang Hai chuckled, "Of course. In just a few minutes, I've already caught several." As Li Xiang caught her breath, Zhang Hai noticed her panting and suggested, "You must be tired. Perhaps you should take a break?" "I'm not tired at all. How could fishing be exhausting?" Li Xiang replied with a silly grin, clearly smitten by the thrill of fishing. "Haha, all right then." Zhang Hai ceased to press her to rest, for it was impossible to convince a fishing enthusiast to pause when the fish were biting. The two fell silent, engrossed in their task, continuously reeling in the fish. Each cast yielded a bite, a testament to the advantages of having a detector that revealed the location of the fish. They could directly cast their bait into the mouths of the fish. It was only when the bite slowed significantly after 10 frantic minutes that Zhang Hai checked the detector and realized the school of golden pomfrets had scattered. It seemed they had sensed danger, witnessing their companions struggle and vanish, prompting them to flee. Consequently, they ceased to bite. Recognizing the futility of continuing, Zhang Hai exhaled deeply, reeled in his line, and announced to Li Xiang, "There are no more fish. Let us change locations." Li Xiang had developed an inexplicable trust in Zhang Hai. So upon hearing his words, she obediently withdrew her line and replied, "All right." This time, she refrained from questioning his reasoning. Once they had secured their rods, Zhang Hai glanced at the deck where the golden pomfrets lay, yet to be placed in the cooler. There were more than 20, each plump and averaging around 3 pounds. Their tails slapping against the deck, creating a rhythmic thud. The haul from those few minutes was quite commendable. In addition to the fish, Zhang Hai had another source of satisfaction: the system points. He checked his score for 118 points. Each golden pomfret rewarded approximately 20 points, and the earnings were respectable, especially considering the brief duration of their effort. Regrettably, the school of fish had dispersed too quickly. Otherwise, they could have continued fishing for a while longer. Time to get to work. Let us place all the fish into the cooler for preservation. Zhang Hai closed the point shop interface and stood up, moving to the deck to gather the flopping pomfrets into the cooler. Li Xiang joined him in the task. The golden pomfret secretes a slippery layer of mucus, making it quite elusive to catch, even on land, especially since they remain lively and jump around. Despite several attempts, Li Xiang was unable to grasp them. After a few minutes, the two managed to transfer all the golden pomfrets from the deck into a foam box. They counted a total of 23, weighing approximately 60 to 70 pounds. Fortunately, the foam box was spacious enough to accommodate them. Otherwise, they would have struggled. Based on the market price of 30 yuan per pound, this yielded an income of around 2,000 yuan, which was rather satisfactory. Zhang Hai wore a contented smile. Li Xiang, gazing at the plump golden pomfrets, could not help but inquire, "When shall we feast?" Zhang Hai glanced at the time. It was barely past 9 in the morning, and they had only been eating breakfast for less than half an hour. This fellow was already contemplating a meal. It was too early. Let us wait a bit longer. The taste of the golden pomfret is not particularly exquisite among sea fish. If we're to eat, we might as well indulge in something better. Let us wait until we catch a finer fish, shall we? All right, I will heed your advice. Li Xiang nodded. Excellent. Subsequently, Zhang Hai restarted the fishing boat and recalibrated the target for detection, setting the device to search for more valuable fish species. They bypassed the golden pomfret, priced at merely 30 yuan a pound, unless they were of substantial size. Having configured the settings, the fishing boat continued to search for schools of fish or larger specimens nearby. Li Xiang sat on a small stool, gazing at the sea and appreciating the scenic beauty while patiently waiting. Although the waters were calm, the boat experienced slight undulations, which could induce seasickness after a while. While focused on catching fish, she had not felt it, but now, sitting still, the sensation of nausea arose. Unable to hold it back, Li Xiang hurried to the side of the boat and retched several times, emptying her stomach of breakfast. Afterward, she sipped some water and awkwardly flashed a silly grin at Zhang Hai, saying, "Brother Hai, I'm sorry, I'm feeling seasick again." "That's quite all right. Seasickness is perfectly normal. The medicine is in the storage compartment of the boat. You should fetch some," Zhang Hai replied. Li Xiang waved her hand dismissively. "No need. It's not that severe, and I don't feel too uncomfortable." I'd like to acclimatize to the sensation of seasickness so that I want to experience it in the future. That's a good mindset, but seasickness can be unpredictable. Are you sure you can endure it? Zhang Hai remarked. Seasickness has an adaptation period. Everyone experiences it at first, but gradually, one becomes accustomed to it. Since she intended to be a fisherman, it was better to adapt early rather than rely on medication. Li Xiang chuckled. No problem, I can manage. Besides, it's better to have emptied my stomach so there's room for seafood. Seeing her still in good spirits to joke, Zhang Hai teased. Ha. You might as well be baiting the fish, right? Exactly. But you must wait until the boat is stationary to do so. Otherwise, it would be in vain. I can't control that. Very well. The fishing boat leisurely continued its search as the two chatted happily. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Hai noticed a prompt appear on the detector's screen indicating the discovery of a school of eastern starry flounder, numbering around 50 to 60. With their weight yet to be determined, the East Star grouper is indeed a prized fish species. Wild specimens, particularly those of a larger size, can fetch several hundred yuan per pound. Whether steamed or served as sashimi, their exquisite flavor is unmatched, complemented by their high nutritional value. Upon receiving the hint, Zhang Hai smiled and said to Li Xiang, your lunch has arrived. My lunch? What do you mean? Li Xiang exclaimed, quickly realizing the implication and eagerly inquired. Did you discover the fish? Indeed, Zhang Hai replied. That's fantastic. Li Xiang responded with heightened excitement, having already prepared her fishing line and bait, eagerly waiting for the boat to stop so she could begin her fishing endeavor. Will the fish we catch this time be edible? She could not help but ask, her hunger intensifying after the anticipation. As Zhang Hai steered the boat closer to the school of East Star groupers, he assured her, yes. The fish we catch this time will be not only edible but also quite delicious. Li Xiang swallowed hard, her enthusiasm palpable. That's wonderful. Not only had she readied her fishing line, but she also eagerly brought out her cooking utensils, preparing for a fresh catch to be savored immediately. Seeing her enthusiasm, Zhang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. This girl is truly a dedicated foodie. Chapter 38. The Eastern Starry Flounder. Upon arriving at the designated gathering spot of the Eastern Starry Flounder, Zhang Hai anchored the vessel and proceeded to assess the water's depth and the seabed conditions using a detector. The water here was over 60 meters deep, with a seabed composed entirely of rocks. The detected group of Eastern Starry Flounders was scattered in the crevices of the rocks below, not congregated as one might expect. Unlike the ease of fishing for golden pomfret, catching this particular group of flounders required bottom fishing, which was undoubtedly more challenging. After thoroughly analyzing the situation regarding the Eastern Starry Flounders, Zhang Hai informed Li Xiang about the appropriate size of the fishing hooks, the length of the line to be used, and various precautions. Although Li Xiang seemed somewhat unsure, she nodded in agreement, readying herself for the task ahead. As they began to fish, Zhang Hai set up the rod specifically for the Eastern Starry Flounder, baited it, aimed at the designated spot, and cast the line. In stark contrast to the foraging golden pomfret, the flounders hidden among the seabed rocks proved to be considerably more elusive. At a depth of over 60 meters, even when casting directly at the target, the bait would inevitably deviate due to the influence of the currents as it sank to the bottom. Thus, they could only wait patiently for the flounders to detect the enticing scent of the bait and emerge to feed. After several minutes of waiting, Li Xiang, growing somewhat impatient, inquired, Brother Hai, why has there been any bite yet? It was important to note that during their previous fishing for golden pomfret, bites were almost instantaneous upon casting, which led Li Xiang to harbor a misconception about fishing being a simple endeavor. Zhang Hai, somewhat speechless, replied, It has only been a few minutes. Fishing requires patience. Do not rush. Just wait slowly. Oh, all right. Just as he finished speaking, Fortune smiled upon Li Xiang. Her line suddenly twitched, eliciting a vigorous tug. Her face lit up with excitement as she quickly began to reel it in. Brother Hai, I've got a fish on the line. Should we cook it right away? I can hardly contain my eagerness. With a playful grin, she leaned over the side of the boat and retched, expelling the contents of her stomach. It was uncertain whether she was unable to control her nausea or simply wished to empty her stomach. Fine, you can toss the first fish directly into the pot, Zhang Hai remarked. Fishing while eating was something he had done before, adding a layer of enjoyment to the experience and alleviating any boredom while waiting for a catch. As Li Xiang reeled in several meters of line, it became apparent that she was close to bringing the hooked fish to the surface. Observing her movements, Zhang Hai felt a twinge of confusion. The ease with which she was reeling in the line did not seem characteristic of an Eastern Starry Flounder. Could it be a small bycatch instead? Moments later, the fish finally broke the surface, and Li Xiang, brimming with excitement, scooped it up with a net, preparing to place it in the pot. However, when Zhang Hai took a closer look, he was left utterly astonished. The fish was swollen and round. Goodness! This is no Eastern starry flounder, he exclaimed. This is clearly a pufferfish. Wait, do not put it in the pot. Zhang Hai urgently called out to Li Xiang, who was already preparing to heat the oil. If he had delayed his warning any longer, the pot would have been ruined. Perplexed, Li Xiang asked, "What's wrong?" "This fish is a pufferfish. It's toxic," Zhang Hai explained. Li Xiang, startled, tossed the pufferfish onto the deck, expressing her disappointment. "This thing isn't edible?" Zhang Hai retorted. "You don't recognize a pufferfish?" It was surprising. Despite being a city dweller, Li Xiang had frequently visited Lanhai village, so it was unexpected that she didn't know about pufferfish. She crouched down, gazing at the puffed-up fish, shaking her head. "I truly don't recognize it." "Now you do. This creature is highly toxic. Consuming it would be fatal. Quickly, dispose of it," Zhang Hai urged. "Oh, all right," Li Xiang replied, lifting the pufferfish and tossing it back into the sea, her face etched with disappointment. She had anticipated catching a delectable fish, only to discover it was a poisonous pufferfish, which felt rather disheartening. Her stomach grumbled in protest. Noticing Li Xiang's despondency, Zhang Hai comforted her. "Don't be discouraged. Fishing is like this. You can never predict what you'll catch next. It's all about the surprises." Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's disappointment faded, and she nodded. "You're right, Hai Ge." With renewed determination, she resumed her fishing endeavors. Before long, Zhang Hai hooked a fish. This time, it was the target fish, a 2-pound East Star grouper, vibrant red with star-like spots adorning its body, hence the name. After pulling the fish aboard, Zhang Hai tossed it to Li Xiang, saying, "Here, this is an East Star grouper. Make sure to cook it deliciously." Li Xiang's face brightened with joy at Zhang Hai's words. "So this is the East Star grouper. I've heard this fish is incredibly fresh. Sashimi would be wonderful, don't you think?" "Sashimi sounds great." Zhang Hai agreed with her suggestion. Li Xiang, no longer interested in fishing, began to prepare the East Star grouper on the deck. As Zhang Hai continued to fish, he glanced at Li Xiang and remarked, "Li Xiang, perhaps you should consider taking some cooking lessons. You could be the chef on the boat." Li Xiang shot him an incredulous look. "Are you implying my culinary skills are lacking?" "I can cook, but not to that extent." Zhang Hai responded, "Well, it's not that bad." Li Xiang scoffed, "Humph, it's a treat for you. Must you set the bar so high?" "I just don't want to waste such fine ingredients." Zhang Hai chuckled. Li Xiang brandished her small knife confidently, declaring, "Look at my knife skills. They're nothing short of exquisite. I wouldn't ruin the fish." She then pointed to her phone resting nearby. "Hai Ge, rest assured, I'm following tutorials. It won't turn out poorly." Zhang Hai nodded. "All right, I shall wait and see." During their conversation, Zhang Hai's fishing rod twitched again. Another fish was on the line. Upon reeling it in, he discovered yet another East Star grouper. It seemed the fish were biting well. His luck was favorable as he was only catching target fish, not any of the lesser species. After placing the East Star grouper into the live well, he resumed fishing. Minutes later, another catch came. Although the frequency of catching the Eastern Star snapper was not as rapid as when reeling in the golden pomfret, it was still a steady stream, with a fish caught approximately every 5 to 6 minutes. Overall, the pace was quite commendable. After reeling in 5 or 6 Eastern Star snappers, Li Xiang expertly prepared the fish destined for sashimi. The tender flesh was artfully arranged on a bed of ice, with wasabi and soy sauce prepared and presented before Zhang Hai. "Brother Hai, as the captain, you should be the first to taste it," Li Xiang said with a delightful understanding. Zhang Hai playfully remarked, "Are you afraid it might be poisonous?" "Well, I shall reluctantly serve as your guinea pig." Li Xiang shot him an amused glance. "If you don't want to, then don't." "Just kidding. Don't be upset." With that, Zhang Hai picked up a piece of Eastern Star snapper, dipped it in soy sauce, and savored it. Freshly caught and immediately prepared, the fish was incredibly fresh. And given that Eastern Star snapper is ideal for sashimi, anyone who relishes sashimi would be unable to resist this exquisite delicacy. "It's quite delightful. You should try some too," Zhang Hai encouraged. Li Xiang eagerly joined in, and the two delightedly shared bites, each savoring the taste, while they indulged in the fish. A catch tugged at Zhang Hai's line, prompting him to focus on reeling it in while Li Xiang fed him more sashimi. Zhang Hai felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He mused, could this be the ultimate joy for a fisherman? Not only the thrill of the catch, but also having a woman by his side to attend to him. Surely, other fishermen witnessing this would be envious to tears. "My arm is a bit sore. Could you give it a massage? Zhang Hai boasted. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief, and she promptly slapped his shoulder, exclaiming, "What? Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Hai was jolted back to reality. Realizing that he had perhaps overstepped, the true joy of fishing was still a distant dream. Chapter 39. The ones that got away are the biggest, though the East Star grouper weighed over 2 kilograms. The amount of flesh suitable for sashimi was merely around 1 kilogram. As the two indulged in fishing, they swiftly consumed the delicacy. Li Xiang, still yearning for more, licked her lips and exclaimed, "Haigu, I am still hungry." Zhang Hai, ever generous, replied, "Still hungry? Then continue to eat. Indulge yourself. However, we cannot have more sashimi. Consuming too much can lead to an upset stomach. How about steamed fish? It is quite delightful, and we could prepare some rice to accompany our lunch." "Very well. I shall take charge of the kitchen. I will arrange everything now." Li Xiang responded with a smile. Zhang Hai added, "There is no rush for the steamed East Star grouper. You should focus on fishing first. We wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to catch more East Star groupers, as such chances are rare." "All right." Li Xiang tidied the sashimi platter and then approached the boat's edge, resuming her fishing with a hand line. Having savored the taste of the East Star grouper, she fished with renewed diligence and anticipation, for there is nothing more delectable than a fish caught by one's own hand. Zhang Hai appeared to have better luck, consistently reeling in fish every few minutes, the majority being East Star groupers, with a few miscellaneous catches. Li Xiang, however, seemed to have passed her novice protection period, as she waited for over 10 minutes without a single nibble. Watching Zhang Hai's continuous success, envy crept into her expression as she inquired, "Haigu, is my hook poisonous? Why aren't any fish biting? Even a non-East Star grouper would suffice." Zhang Hai chuckled. "Do you think fishing is that simple? Have a bit of patience." Li Xiang retorted, "It wasn't like this before. I felt it was quite easy to catch fish." Bored while waiting for a fish to bite, Zhang Hai explained, "In the fishing community, there is a legend that every novice enjoys a period of protection, during which their luck in fishing is exceptional, making it easy to catch fish, including those typically elusive. Many novices, enchanted by their initial success, become addicted to fishing, only to find it far more challenging once they take it seriously. It is common to return home empty-handed after a day of fishing. I suspect your protection period has ended, and your luck has diminished. You must learn to embrace the feeling of waiting without bites and cultivate patience. After all, fishing is not as simple as it seems." Upon finishing his explanation, Zhang Hai reeled in another East Star grouper. "Ah, a novice protection period? Is that truly the case? How mysterious!" Li Xiang exclaimed, doubtful. Zhang Hai replied, "It is merely a legend, a saying among fishermen. As for its truth, I cannot say." "Very well," Li Xiang lamented, gazing at her fishing line on the water, pondering why her novice protection period could not last a tad longer. Then, a thought struck her. Zhang Hai persistently emphasized the difficulty of fishing, yet he continued to catch fish with ease. Wasn't he this contradictory? Unable to contain her curiosity, Li Xiang asked, "Haigu, why has your novice protection period not ended? How come you still catch fish so effortlessly?" Zhang Hai was acutely aware that his swift success in fishing was attributable to the system's tide-chasing good luck buff, yet he chose to keep this knowledge to himself. Jokingly asserting, "I am different. It is my prowess at play." Li Xiang nodded in agreement, well aware that Zhang Hai had already caught over a dozen grouper. To claim he lacked skill would be hard to believe. "Haigu, you were truly impressive. I had no idea you were such an adept angler. Have you been secretly honing your craft?" "Not at all. It might just be an innate talent." "You must have been secretly training." "Higi, think what you will." The two continued their banter while patiently awaiting a bite. Zhang Hai's line was consistently busy, while Li Xiang's was dreadfully still. However, she recalled Zhang Hai's teachings on the necessity of patience in fishing, and thus remained calm and steadfast in her wait. At last, the heavens rewarded the diligent, as every fish honors those who are willing to bide their time. After half an hour, Li Xiang's line suddenly stirred. Initially subtle, the movement piqued her attention, but she surmised it was merely a small fish. To her astonishment, the action escalated dramatically. The tug on her line was so fierce that it nearly caused her to lose her grip. Sensing the immense pull, excitement illuminated Li Xiang's face as she shouted to Zhang Hai, "Haigu, I've got a fish. This must be a big one." Zhang Hai looked at her with eager anticipation. "Good. Take your time and reel it in slowly." Li Xiang rose to her feet, bracing one foot against the edge of the boat, gripping the fishing line tightly with both hands as she strained upwards. After a moment of exertion, she would ease off slightly to relieve the tension. The fish thrashed in the water, generating a force far exceeding its own weight, for example. A 2-pound fish could produce a pull equivalent to 20 pounds. The fish Li Xiang had hooked was likely more than 2 pounds, judging by the strength. It must weigh at least 5 or 6. After a while, fatigued and breathless, Li Xiang felt the strain in her limbs. Catching a large fish was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Despite the exhaustion, she reveled in the experience, her face adorned with a joyful smile and her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Just as the sizable fish neared the surface, suddenly, bang! The tension vanished in an instant. The line had snapped. Li Xiang stumbled backward, regaining her balance before hastily reeling in her line, only to find it empty, devoid of both fish and hook, leaving her with nothing but an abandoned line. In that moment, she was struck dumb, her expression transforming into one of dismay. Damn it, it got away. Haiga, it escaped. That fish must have weighed at least 10 pounds. No, surely more, at least 20. She lamented, nearly striking her thigh in frustration. Zhang Hai empathized deeply with Li Xiang's predicament. For an angler, losing a fish that was almost within reach was a heart-wrenching experience, more painful than death itself. The weight of the fish that escaped will, with each subsequent mention, continue to grow. Even in the twilight of life, one may suddenly sit up in a fit of nostalgia, gesturing animatedly about the enormity of the fish they once lost. Brother Hai, if that fish could be reeled in, it would undoubtedly be the largest catch of the day. Don't you think? Li Xiang remarked. Zhang Hai promptly reassured her. I believe you. That fish indeed exhibited immense strength. If it has swum away, so be it. Do not let it dampen your spirits. Li Xiang sighed. Oh, rest assured, Brother Hai, I am not disheartened. That fish could easily weigh 30 pounds. If we could have brought it in, it would have fetched quite a sum. It's just such a pity. With that, she began to reattach her fishing hook, preparing to continue her pursuit. Zhang Hai felt a twinge of embarrassment. In Li Xiang's account, the fish had escalated from 10 pounds to 30 in an instant. At this rate, if she continued, it would soon be 100 pounds. Truly, it is said that the fish that get away are boundlessly enormous. Chapter 40. Outdoor cooking. The two continued fishing for half an hour. Zhang Hai persistently reeled in fish, the majority of which were the prized East Star grouper. Conversely, since the last large fish eluded Li Xiang, she had not had a single bite. From the onset of fishing at this spot, they had successfully caught over 30 East Star groupers, while the detector indicated a total of 50 to 60. Half of these had already been brought aboard. As the number of East Star groupers dwindled, Zhang Hai's rate of catching fish also slowed considerably. Now, it took nearly 10 minutes to catch a single fish. While this pace might seem remarkably swift to other anglers, it left Zhang Hai feeling unsatisfied. The diminishing catch rate suggested that they might not be able to exhaust the school of fish even after an entire day of fishing. This was not only exhausting but also a waste of precious time. Thus, Zhang Hai resolved to change their fishing location. As he reeled in a 1-pound East Star grouper, he turned to Li Xiang and said, "There aren't many fish left here. Let's move to another spot." Li Xiang, having experienced a complete lack of bites, had long wished to change locations. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's suggestion, she readily agreed, exclaiming, "I was wondering why there were no fish biting. It turns out there aren't many left. We must change." Before searching for the next fishing spot, Zhang Hai opened the live well to assess their catch. They had amassed 15 or 16 miscellaneous fish of various kinds, alongside 32 East Star groupers, each averaging about 1.5 pounds. In total, they weighed around 50 to 60 pounds. At the market price of 150 yuan per pound, they had earned an impressive sum of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. The live well on the small boat was not particularly spacious, and it was already occupied by nearly half of the East Star groupers. The less valuable miscellaneous fish were unworthy of being kept in the live well and were instead placed in a foam box to be kept fresh. Gazing at the vibrant, crimson forms of the East Star groupers in the live well, a smile crept across Zhang Hai's face. With this bounty of East Star groupers as a guarantee, even if they caught nothing else for the rest of the day, their outing would still be worthwhile, a veritable windfall. Moreover, they had also contributed significantly to his points tally. With 32 fish, averaging 40 points each, he had accrued over 1,200 points. Adding the points from the miscellaneous fish and the earlier catch of golden pomfret, he had easily reached the day's maximum of 1,500 points. After tallying their haul, Zhang Hai used a landing net to retrieve the largest East Star grouper from the live well and handed it to Li Xiang, saying, "Let us make this our lunch. It weighs over 3 pounds. Half will be steamed, and half will be braised. What do you think?" "Sounds great. Leave the cooking to me. While I may not be adept at catching fish, I am certainly skilled in preparing them. I assure you, the flavor will exceed your expectations." Li Xiang confidently accepted the East Star grouper and began her preparations for lunch. The small boat was limited in space, so she utilized the deck as her workspace. She first tended to the fish, then set up a makeshift stove with a portable gas burner and a pot. Although simple, it was fully functional, allowing her to execute both braised and steamed dishes. Li Xiang was busily occupied, while Zhang Hai was equally engaged. He monitored the underwater imagery captured by the detector while maneuvering the fishing boat at a leisurely pace in search of the next school of unfortunate fish. It must be said that the fishery resources in this marine area were quite abundant. The seabed was teeming with seafood, from schools of mudskippers to frolicking coral reef fish, along with a few red mullets, solitary cuttlefish, hunting octopuses, and crabs scuttling along, among countless others. The detector frequently revealed their silhouettes beneath the surface. However, having previously fished for the elusive eastern starry flounder, Zhang Hai had elevated his aspirations. Moreover, having already accumulated sufficient points for the day, he found little interest in the scattered smaller fish. His aim was to locate schools of fish with greater value and larger sizes. Yet, such pursuits proved challenging, for higher value fish and larger specimens were not easily found. Additionally, numerous fishing vessels frequented this area daily, increasing the likelihood that any promising catches had already been harvested. After half an hour of searching, Zhang Hai had yet to identify his target fish or suitable fishing spot. Soon after, amid the vast expanse of the ocean, he spotted land, a boundary reef island recognized by fishermen as a landmark. This island, akin to Linchong Reef, was only revealed at low tide but was significantly larger, more than tenfold in size. From the boat, an endless stretch of rocks was visible, unable to locate any fish. Zhang Hai contemplated landing on the boundary reef island to forage for some seafood to enhance their lunch, as a meal solely of eastern starry flounder would be rather monotonous. If he could catch a few crabs, collect some clams and sea snails, and perhaps even snag an octopus or lobster, their lunch would transform into a veritable feast. Thus, he steered the small boat towards the boundary reef island. As he approached the island, the water gradually became shallower and clearer. Gazing down from the boat, he could see the exquisite coral reefs beneath. Being an island far removed from human habitation, it remained largely unpolluted and undisturbed. Consequently, the coral here was remarkably intact, flourishing in vibrant hues under the sun's rays, creating a stunning spectacle. Schools of brilliantly colored coral fish darted among the corals, together forming a splendid underwater landscape. Zhang Hai navigated the boat with great care, captivated by the underwater coral scenery. Li Xiang, look below. He called out to Li Xiang, who was preparing a meal. Curious, she peered over the side of the boat and immediately beheld the dazzling array of corals, her eyes widening in amazement. How beautiful! I want to dive in and play, she exclaimed. Zhang Hai chuckled. Do be careful. Though the water appears shallow, that's merely an optical illusion. It's actually at least 5 to 6 meters deep. Oh, Li Xiang replied, although their primary purpose for venturing into the sea was to earn a living. However, upon witnessing such splendid scenery, it would be a delight to linger and appreciate the view, treating it as a form of sightseeing. Thus, Zhang Hai did not hasten his journey. Instead, he reduced the boat's speed to a gentle drift, allowing the fishing vessel to glide leisurely. He and Li Xiang gazed down upon the magnificent underwater coral landscape beneath them. After traversing a distance of several hundred meters, the small boat took about 10 minutes to arrive at the boundary reef island, where it came to a halt in water only a meter deep, as they were nurturing a batch of juvenile eastern starfish in the live well. It was imperative to avoid grounding the fishing boat. Li Xiang looked up at the expanse of rocks emerging in the distance and inquired, Haige, shall we go beachcombing? Zhang Hai nodded in agreement, suggesting, let us gather some other seafood. Li Xiang's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she proposed, why don't we head ashore for a picnic? We can carry everything to the beach, set up a large umbrella, and delight in a leisurely lunch. After all, the boat felt rather cramped, limiting their ability to stretch out, and the constant rocking had made her feel slightly queasy, diminishing her appetite. She added, Zhang Hai, having already accrued his points for the day, felt no urgency regarding fishing or beachcombing. Enjoying a leisurely lunch seemed quite appealing, and dining on land would undoubtedly be more comfortable than aboard the vessel. Thus, he acquiesced to Li Xiang's suggestion. They moved their belongings ashore for a delightful midday picnic. The beach at Boundary Reef Island, with its pristine white sands, crystal clear waters, and gentle sea breeze, offered a picturesque setting that rivaled renowned tourist destinations like the Maldives, making the idea of a picnic there truly splendid. Chapter 41. Boundary Island. Zhang Hai anchored the boat and then lowered the pre-prepared small foam boat. He meticulously transported pots, pans, a gas stove, tables, and benches onto the foam vessel, making several trips back and forth until all the necessary items were successfully brought ashore. In the end, he assisted Li Xiong onto the land as well. Everything was set for their outing. Li Xiong raised a large umbrella, securing it in the sand with Zhang Hai's help, thus creating a shaded area on the beach. This was crucial, for as noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely, and without such precautions, one could easily suffer sunburn or even heat stroke. With the sunshade in place, Li Xiong arranged their setup in the cool shade. She positioned the tables and chairs just so, placing 2 reclining chairs facing the sea, allowing one to enjoy the breathtaking coastal scenery while being caressed by the sea breeze. In front of the chairs, a small table was set with the gas stove and a pot simmering away, alongside an assortment of snacks like sunflower seeds and fruits. Beneath the table sat a small foam cooler filled with crushed ice, which cradled several chilled beverages, including green tea and cola. After their meal, indulging in some snacks and fruits while gazing at the sea and engaging in light conversation would surely be a delightful experience. On such a hot day, a refreshing cold drink would be absolutely invigorating. Li Xiong had meticulously planned all of this, demonstrating her thoughtful consideration. Zhang Hai, on the other hand, focused primarily on fishing and foraging from the sea, not preoccupied with the domestic aspects. Observing the well-equipped setup, he felt once again that bringing Li Xiong along was an excellent choice. It allowed him to relax comfortably. "You tend to things here. I'll take a stroll and see if I can find some seafood," Zhang Hai declared. One of the advantages of cooking outdoors on the rocky island is the opportunity to gather fresh ingredients directly from the environment. There was no need to prepare anything beforehand. One simply needed to collect what was available. As for the quantity, that depended on luck and skill. Although lunch already included some grouper and vegetables, it was far from sufficient and rather monotonous. A beach cookout deserved a sumptuous seafood feast. Therefore, Zhang Hai donned gloves, grabbed a bucket, and set off with a hook in hand. While he may not have been a seasoned expert in foraging, his good fortune, combined with the abundant seafood resources of the rocky island, soon led to a bountiful harvest. Not far from the campsite, he discovered several clams on the beach. In waters about knee-deep, he found 2 sizable flower crabs, plump and robust. He also uncovered several mannish shrimp concealed beneath the sand, their naivety leading them to believe they would remain undetected. However, they could not escape Zhang Hai's keen eyes. Beyond the beach, he reached the rocky outcrops, turning over stones to reveal a treasure trove of crabs, sea snails, and sea urchins. Boundary Island is particularly renowned for a type of conch known as the piglet conch. The shells of the baby conch are remarkably smooth and lustrous, oval in shape, resembling a tortoise shell, and far more exquisite than those of other mollusks. In marine craft shops, they are even fashioned into decorative items for sale. Beyond the allure of their shells, the flesh of the conch is notably firm and succulent, with a greater yield compared to other shellfish. In the eyes of fishermen, the baby conch represents a rare culinary delight. Zhang Hai discovered a multitude of baby conchs nestled in the crevices of the rocks or beneath them. There were both small and large specimens, with the larger ones reaching lengths of 10 centimeters and exhibiting a plumpness that was quite appealing. He selected several of the larger ones, gathering about a dozen or 20, deeming them sufficient for an additional meal. After a mere 10 minutes, Zhang Hai returned to the campsite with a bucket brimming with his catch. Li Xiong, upon seeing the half-full bucket of seafood, couldn't help but display her astonishment. "Brother Hai, you were gone for just a short while, and you've collected so much?" she exclaimed. "Indeed," Zhang Hai replied. "The seafood here is practically abundant. Then after we finish our meal, let us gather some more to sell," Li Xiong proposed. "Certainly." Zhang Hai understood that Li Xiong was excited by the impressive haul and was eager to join him in foraging for seafood. Thus, although these shellfish did not possess the same value as the prized grouper, it was nonetheless enjoyable to gather them, treating it as a form of leisure. Zhang Hai proceeded to clean and prepare the seafood, ultimately entrusting it to Li Xiong for cooking. Their roles were clearly defined. Once their tasks were completed, Zhang Hai settled back, stretching lazily against the chair's backrest, crossing his legs, and opening a bottle of cola as he leisurely gazed out at the sea. "Ah, how delightful," he mused. "This must be the essence of a fisherman's life. He could certainly spend his days tirelessly searching for schools of fish to catch and earn a living. But that would be excessively burdensome, akin to a beast of burden laboring solely for profit, a life Zhang Hai did not wish to embrace. Living once is an opportunity to relish life as pleasures. With a system, he was assured that wealth would be inexhaustible. Enjoyment was the ultimate goal. Before long, the sounds of seafood sizzling in the pot echoed through the air, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma. Half of the grouper was steamed while the other half was braised. The conchs and clams were boiled, and the crabs and mannish shrimp were stir-fried with salt and pepper. One must commend Li Xiang's culinary skills. Despite the simplicity of her tools and the rudimentary cooking conditions, she managed to infuse the seafood with rich flavors that filled the air with a mouth-watering scent. The only drawback was the insufficient heat of the portable gas stove, which required considerable time to cook. After approximately an hour, the seafood was finally ready. It was not too late, as it was now midday, aligning perfectly with lunchtime. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Li Xiang beamed with pride at Zhang Hai and asked, "So what do you think? Is it satisfactory?" Zhang Hai surveyed the seafood feast laid out on the table and smiled. "Of course, when it comes to culinary endeavors, you have always excelled." With a chuckle, Li Xiang took a seat beside him. She savored a refreshing gulp of cola before looking at the crabs and mannish shrimp, saying, "Let us see how well this salt and pepper crab and mannish shrimp turned out." As she spoke, she picked up the largest mannish shrimp and placed it into Zhang Hai's bowl. "You are the captain, and your contributions are the greatest, so you shall partake first." Zhang Hai, feeling quite famished, did not hesitate and began to eat immediately. The mannish shrimp, with its robust limbs and rich roe, boasted a firm and exceptionally delectable flesh. Perfectly complemented by a sprinkle of pepper and salt, it was simply exquisite. "This is truly delightful," he couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's joy intensified. For as a chef, receiving compliments on her culinary creations was the highest form of affirmation. With a smile, she grabbed a mannish shrimp for herself and indulged as well. After savoring the shrimp, they continued with crabs, followed by Asian sea bass and snails. The piglet snails were delicious, yet quite challenging to prepare, as one must shatter the shells to access the tender meat inside, thus they were saved for last. After they had nearly finished, Li Xiang suddenly inquired, "Hai Ge, with us eating like this, won't we risk a stroke?" Zhang Hai playfully tapped her on the head, eating so joyfully, "Why bring that up? If you wish to eat, do so without fear. If you are afraid, then perhaps you should refrain." "Hee, I'm not afraid, just curious. Even if there is a risk of a stroke, one must eat." Li Xiang laughed. Chapter 42. The Underwater Hunt. After finishing their lunch on the beach, the two tidied up their utensils and litter before settling into their chairs to enjoy some fruit while engaging in conversation. The weather and water quality were perfect for swimming, particularly for snorkeling. As Li Xiang gazed at the tranquil sea and the crystal-clear water, a sudden desire to swim arose within her. She imagined the seabed teeming with beautiful corals. Merely observing from the boat was insufficient. To explore the underwater world firsthand would undoubtedly be a more fulfilling experience. The water was so clear that even a brief dive would reveal the enchanting coral realm below. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement with Li Xiang's thoughts, but added, "This area is indeed ideal for snorkeling. However, we have not brought any gear today, not even a change of clothes. Therefore, swimming is out of the question. Otherwise, we would emerge drenched and uncomfortable, and you must remember that salty seawater is bearable for me, but not for you. Next time, we shall come prepared with our swimwear." Li Xiang insisted, refusing to abandon her swimming aspirations, already contemplating how to ensure they were equipped for their next visit. Zhang Hai shook his head, continuing, "Even with swimwear, it would still pose a problem, as the fishing boat is too small, and there is no place to change. Unless, of course, you are unbothered by changing in front of me. It would be quite challenging." Li Xiang shot Zhang Hai an incredulous look. "You must be joking. When I change, you can simply turn around, can't you? Are you afraid I might suddenly glance back?" Zhang Hai inquired. Li Xiang, surprised, retorted, "I trust you so much. And you actually consider the possibility of me looking back?" Zhang Hai scoffed. "I was merely asking. I have no interest in watching." Li Xiang grew increasingly irritated. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am unattractive? Let us return to the topic of swimming." Noting the conversation veering off course, Zhang Hai sighed. Li Xiang then asked, "All right, if we bring swimwear next time, will you agree to swim?" Zhang Hai replied, "If you believe changing clothes is not an issue, then I have no objections. It matters not to me." "Good, ha ha ha." The thought of swimming in the crystal-clear water, where beautiful corals abound, filled Li Xiang with excitement, her mind already racing with plans for what to prepare upon their return. After discussing swimming for a while longer, Li Xiang mused, "I wonder if there are any treasures hidden beneath the sea, perhaps large lobsters or crabs." Zhang Hai cautioned her, "The water here is quite deep, given your skills. Being able to float on the surface for a while would be an accomplishment. Dreaming of diving down to find lobsters is perhaps overly ambitious. You should not entertain such thoughts. Even if they exist, you would not be able to catch them." Li Xiang turned to Zhang Hai, asking, "What about you, Hai Ge? Can you dive down? Through their time together, Li Xiang had already come to regard Zhang Hai as a treasure in his own right. She believed he possessed surprising talents and was no longer the foolish boy who merely drooled in the past. Perhaps snorkeling was one of Zhang Hai's hidden strengths. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hai replied, Snorkeling for lobsters, that is indeed an intriguing idea. I shall consider it. Though Zhang Hai possessed the ability to free dive, he had yet to reach the level of underwater fishing, and it was essential to ascertain whether the system's item shop contained relevant equipment. Li Xiang, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Are you not certain of your own capabilities? Do you really need to contemplate this? At that moment, Zhang Hai had already accessed the system's item exchange shop to peruse the offerings. Among the myriad of products, he discovered a diving suit available for 1,000 points. After closing the shop interface, Zhang Hai nodded with conviction. I can do it. We shall attempt underwater fishing another day. Really? Li Xiang's face lit up with excitement. Underwater fishing, also known as free diving hunting, is akin to fishing, being a method of catching fish. It involves submerging oneself beneath the ocean's surface to seek and capture seafood. This pursuit can be categorized into two types, free diving and scuba diving. Free diving relies on one's ability to hold their breath without the aid of a breathing apparatus, requiring resurfacing for air every 2 to 3 minutes. This method, though simple in equipment, merely a diving suit, poses the greatest technical challenge and necessitates exceptional swimming skills, making it the preferred choice among diving enthusiasts. Conversely, scuba diving employs an oxygen tank and allows for extended periods underwater, involving more complex equipment and often yielding greater catches than free diving. While diving for fish, one can also revel in the exquisite underwater scenery. The current locale, abundant with coral, clear waters, and plentiful fish, is undoubtedly a paradise for fishermen. Given Li Xiang's mention of it, Zhang Hai contemplated becoming a free diver, as he aspired to be a proficient fisherman in all aspects. Moreover, free diving would afford him the opportunity to explore the underwater world while fishing. With the system offering diving suits for sale, it appeared to be a fortuitous opportunity. In response to Li Xiang's inquiry, Zhang Hai affirmed, Indeed, I can dive. Why would I deceive you? Tomorrow, we shall go underwater fishing. The reason for not embarking on this venture immediately was simply due to convenience. Although his points were sufficient to exchange for the diving suit, Li Xiang's presence posed a challenge if a diving suit were to materialize out of thin air. How could he explain it? The exchange of items was best conducted in solitude, thus it was prudent to postpone until the following day. After all, he had already accumulated enough points today. Li Xiang, upon hearing that Zhang Hai could indeed dive and planned to do so the next day, became even more animated. I want to dive too. Teach me what I need to prepare, and let us go by it tonight. Zhang Hai responded. That depends on your aptitude. I cannot guarantee success. With unwavering confidence, Li Xiang declared, I believe I possess extraordinary talent. I am a natural at free diving. Just look at my figure. I resemble a mermaid. Zhang Hai regarded her with a look of mild disdain. All right, enough boasting. Hey, regardless. Will you teach me to dive? Let us explore the ocean floor together. Please, dear Haigo, I implore you. With a playful tone, Li Xiang persisted in her plea to Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai, feeling somewhat helpless, reluctantly agreed, saying, I can teach you, but I cannot guarantee that you will learn. Do not harbor overly ambitious hopes. Thank you, you are the best. Li Xiang replied with a smile. It was evident that she held a keen interest in the underwater world. After speaking, she cheerfully leaned back in her chair, gazing at the vast ocean, and began to ponder, Brother Hai, what do you think lies beneath the sea? Are there sea turtles? Is there truly a dragon palace? What about pearls? Might we encounter a legendary mermaid? She expressed her imaginative musings as if she were a 3-year-old child, sharing every thought, no matter how fanciful. Zhang Hai merely listened, choosing not to engage, as he was not inclined to converse with someone he deemed naive. The notions of a dragon palace and mermaids seemed utterly ludicrous to him. He closed his eyes, preparing for a brief nap, and surprisingly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him with the gentle sea breeze. As Li Xiang continued to speak, she too became drowsy and fell silent. Upon noticing Zhang Hai's eyes shut in slumber, she followed suit, closing her own eyes in preparation for rest. Thus, the two reclined in their chairs for an afternoon nap, having stayed up late the previous night and risen early that morning. A siesta was indeed essential to avoid fatigue and drowsiness. The small fishing boat bobbed incessantly on the waves, making it nearly impossible to sleep, compounded by the heat of the sun. In contrast, the The beach offered a far more pleasant experience, with large umbrellas providing shade, a tranquil atmosphere, and a soothing sea breeze, making it easy to doze off while seated. Chapter 43. The Great Fish and the Sun's Shift. The shadow of the large umbrella had shifted position. Zhang Hai felt the sun's rays piercing his face, prompting him to awaken from his slumber. A glance at the time revealed it to be past 2 in the afternoon. He had unknowingly dozed for over an hour. Rising to his feet, he moved into the shade, stretched languidly, and said to the now awake Li Xiang, "It's time to get to work." Li Xiang, also stretching, nodded in agreement. "All right." She then surveyed their surroundings and inquired, "Brother Hai, where shall we head next?" Zhang Hai replied, "Did you not express a desire to go tide pooling? Let us explore the tide pools on this reef island and depart when the tide rises sufficiently." With a decision made, Zhang Hai first utilized a small foam boat to transport the camping gear from the beach back to the fishing vessel. Then, equipped for the adventure, he and Li Xiang set off to gather seafood from the reef. The pair ambled about, occasionally stopping to catch crabs, pursue mantis shrimp, and collect snails, essentially taking whatever they encountered. The abundance of seafood on the Boundary Reef Island was truly remarkable. Additionally, with Zhang Hai's fortuitous luck in tide pooling, they were nearly unstoppable, amassing a substantial harvest. In just 1 hour, they filled an entire bucket with various seafood, weighing over 60 pounds. This efficiency far surpassed their experience on the neighboring Chang Reef Island. Indeed, abundance is a blessing. Within the bucket, the haul predominantly consisted of piglet snails and crabs, with a dozen mantis shrimp, 3 octopuses, 5 small abalones, and a selection of clams and miscellaneous items. Compared to the previous day, Li Xiang had significantly improved her skills in catching crabs and collecting snails, with a quarter of the bucket's contents attributable to her efforts. Moreover, she had personally captured an octopus, a noteworthy accomplishment. Having experienced the joy of catching crabs firsthand, her heart brimmed with delight. Gazing at the bucket of seafood, she cheerfully exclaimed, "I truly thrive in the simple, mindless pursuit of tide pooling. At least there is a bounty to show for it." Fishing for half a day with no bites was becoming quite vexing. Zhang Hai teased, "So, will you cease fishing in the future?" "Of course not. How could I give that up?" she retorted promptly. It seemed she had fully embraced the pastime, even if it meant enduring some fruitless fishing sessions. Despite her complaints, she would still eagerly return to the fishing line. "Ha ha, then let us continue our fishing adventure." Zhang Hai laughed. Having filled their bucket to the brim, they decided against further collection. Upon returning to the boat, and with daylight still on their side, they planned to embark on one last endeavor to catch larger fish. The small vessel departed from the Boundary Reef Island. Zhang Hai activated the fish finder, scanning the nearby waters for fish while navigating the boat. Meanwhile, Li Xiang squatted on the deck, playing with a mantis shrimp and occasionally looking up to ask Zhang Hai, "Brother Hai, have you found any fish yet?" Zhang Hai responded, "Only some small fish, which are unworthy of our time." "You seem to be quite picky now, turning your nose up at the little fish." Li Xiang chuckled. Zhang Hai shrugged nonchalantly, such is the nature of things. To be honest, even small fish are acceptable. After all, mosquito legs are still meat. "Which is better than having nothing," Li Xiang remarked. Zhang Hai chuckled and shook his head, saying, "As fishing enthusiasts, shouldn't we aspire to greater dreams? Indeed, we should seek out the big fish." Li Xiang responded earnestly. As the sun gradually descended towards the horizon, it was nearly kissing the water's surface. The sunlight reflected off the sea, casting a crimson hue across the waters, creating the picturesque scene of sea and sky merging into one, as described in poetry. 2 hours had passed since their small boat departed from the reef, tirelessly searching the ocean, yet they had yet to catch sight of any large fish. Zhang Hai's dreams began to waver, and he even questioned whether he was wasting his time. Had they pursued the schools of snapper, sea wolves, or bullet tuna they had encountered earlier, their boat would likely be overflowing with fish by now. Alas, after 2 hours, not only had they consumed 2 barrels of fuel, but they also had nothing to show for it. If they couldn't find anything soon, they would have to return before nightfall. Zhang Hai gazed at the sea, feeling a pang of regret. Li Xiang, sitting idly on the deck, tried to console him, saying, "Brother Hai, perhaps the big fish are off on their own adventures today. We'll have better luck tomorrow. Don't lose hope." Throughout, she couldn't quite grasp how Zhang Hai determined the presence of fish, but she believed he must have his own methods and that their lack of success was merely a stroke of bad luck. Zhang Hai nodded. "Perhaps this area has no big fish left. Let's search for a few more minutes. If we still find nothing, we'll head back. After all, today's haul has been quite substantial." The dozens of Eastern starry groupers in the live well were worth around 7 to 8,000 yuan. Not to mention the golden pomfret in the foam boxes and the large bucket brimming with seafood. Today's earnings would exceed 10,000. Such a bounty would guarantee a triumphant return. Yet, the absence of a satisfactory large fish left Zhang Hai feeling somewhat disappointed. A few minutes later, the detector's screen remained silent. Zhang Hai sighed and said to Li Xiang, "Let's call it a day. Time to head back." Li Xiang nodded in agreement. "All right. We can come again tomorrow. There's always another day. We will catch the big fish eventually." With that, Zhang Hai turned the boat towards Lanhai village, gradually increasing its speed, 5 knots per hour, then 10, and finally 15 knots. As he accelerated, he still held on to a glimmer of hope, glancing at the detector screen. Suddenly, as the fishing boat crossed a trench, a flickering light appeared on the screen, a signal indicating the presence of target fish or possibly large fish. Zhang Hai was elated. He had waited 2 hours for this very indication, and it had finally arrived. He quickly reduced the boat's speed, excitedly selecting the light on the detector's screen to see what lay beneath. The sonar image displayed a massive silhouette. The detector assessed that this was likely a giant grouper, as hefty as a pig, with its precise weight undetermined, but undoubtedly enormous. Upon witnessing the silhouette displayed by the detector and analyzing the intricate details, Zhang Hai let out a deep sigh of relief, his excitement palpable. At last, he had made a discovery. It was concealed within the ocean trench. Fortuitously, the fishing vessel had chanced upon this location. As he spoke, Zhang Hai positioned the fishing boat directly above the colossal fish. Li Xiang, having overheard Zhang Hai's words, inquired in astonishment, "Brother Hai, does this mean you found the great fish?" Zhang Hai nodded affirmatively, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's face illuminated with excitement. "Wonderful. Is this not a testament to the adage that the heavens do not forsake the diligent?" With that, she retrieved her fishing line, preparing to use shrimp as bait. Zhang Hai chuckled. "Using shrimp as bait is somewhat beneath the grandeur of the fish below." "What do you mean?" Li Xiang tilted her head in confusion. "Isn't it customary to fish with live shrimp?" Instead of addressing her query, Zhang Hai opened a foam box and extracted the largest golden pomfret, weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Raising it aloft and declaring, "This is the true bait." "What? A golden pomfret of such size as bait?" Li Xiang was taken aback. She had imagined the great fish to weigh a mere 10 pounds, but clearly, this was not the case. Baiting with a 4 to 5 pound golden pomfret suggested that the target fish must weigh at least 30 to 40 pounds. In utter astonishment, she asked, "Brother Hai, is the fish truly that large?" Zhang Hai glanced at the information displayed on the detector screen and nodded with certainty. "It is indeed that substantial." He continued, "This time, you need not fish. Your hook type simply cannot withstand it. Even if you managed to catch it, the line would surely snap, and you would be unable to reel it in." Li Xiang, taken aback by Zhang Hai's assertion, set down her line and replied, "All right, then I shall watch you fish." She settled on the deck, her gaze eagerly directed toward Zhang Hai. Chapter 44. The giant grouper. Zhang Hai no longer paid any heed to Li Xiang, focusing intently on how to catch the magnificent fish lurking beneath the depths. He first assessed the water's depth, due to the nature of the ocean trench. It was significantly deeper than other marine areas, reaching over 300 meters. The data from the sonar revealed that the colossal giant grouper was swimming along the seabed, a staggering depth of over 300 meters from the surface. The daunting task of reeling it in from such profound waters was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, his fishing rod was a versatile one, capable of operating in such deep waters. Zhang Hai activated the fishing rod's interface, configuring it specifically for deep-sea grouper fishing. The rod swiftly transformed and was securely affixed to the boat. The modified rod was equipped with a hook nearly 20 centimeters long and a 5-pound lead weight, complemented by an electric reel. Many aficionados argue that using an electric reel lacks the soul of fishing, depriving one of the exhilarating struggle between angler and fish. However, this perspective is contingent upon the circumstances. With depths exceeding 300 meters, a lead weight of over 5 pounds is essential and immense burden. Even without a catch, manually cranking the reel would be exhausting. Moreover, the target fish weighed over 100 pounds, possessing a strength akin to that of a bull in the sea, making it exceedingly difficult to haul up with a manual reel. The fishing rod's reel allowed Zhang Hai to choose between a manual or an electric option. Considering the late hour and the exhaustion from a day spent at sea, he deliberated carefully before opting for the electric reel. Once the rod was secured, he attached a 4 to 5 pound golden pomfret as bait to the nearly 20 centimeter hook, combined with the 5-pound lead weight, and cast it into the ocean. Aimed at the giant grouper, the bait's descent would inevitably be affected by the currents. Thus, Zhang Hai attentively monitored the sonar's underwater imagery while gently tugging on the fishing rod to adjust the bait's position and minimize any deviation. Before long, with the lead weight guiding it, the bait reached the ocean floor. Zhang Hai patiently awaited a bite from the giant grouper, while Li Xiang watched in anticipation. After a while, she grew curious, noticing the rod appeared different from the one she had seen earlier, and could not help but inquire, "Brother Hai, this fishing rod seems unlike the one I saw before." Zhang Hai explained, "This is a high-tech fishing rod that can change its shape." "Oh, so that rod is quite remarkable," Li Xiang exclaimed, continuing her questions. "But the fishing line is so thin. Won't it snap?" Zhang Hai examined the line, knowing that, by conventional standards, such a slender line would indeed struggle with larger fish, likely to break. Yet, this was no ordinary fishing line. It could withstand over 100 tons of pulling force, making it perfectly suited for catching the giant grouper. He confidently reassured her, "It won't snap. Don't worry." "Oh," Li Xiang nodded in understanding. Though she did not grasp the intricacies, she trusted Zhang Hai's expertise. After their exchange, her gaze towards him held a newfound admiration. In her eyes, Zhang Hai was indeed a treasure trove of knowledge, solidifying his status as a remarkable individual. Seeing the perplexity in Li Xiang's eyes, Zhang Hai took the initiative to speak. "From now on, if you encounter anything astonishing or difficult to comprehend aboard the fishing vessel, just deem it as normal and refrain from overthinking, understood?" Li Xiang replied, I understand. And let us keep it to ourselves." Zhang Hai continued, "Indeed." Li Xiang nodded earnestly and solemnly, "All right, I promise I won't divulge anything." She was no fool, having spent the past few days with Zhang Hai. She had already discerned that he harbored great secrets. After all, it was quite extraordinary for a simpleton to suddenly transform and possess such vast knowledge. It was inconceivable that he had no secrets. She speculated that Zhang Hai might have encountered an extraordinary mentor or experienced some remarkable adventure. Should he choose to confide in her, she would listen. If he remained silent, she would not pry. Now that Zhang Hai had asked her to keep the matters aboard the ship confidential, she would certainly maintain her silence. She said, "Brother Hai, rest assured. Don't you know me? Since childhood, I have been the most discreet. Even when we sneaked some dried squid from Grandma, I never revealed you as the mastermind." Zhang Hai nodded. "Yes, I can certainly vouch for that." Hee. Li Xiang chuckled. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the grouper remained uninterested in the bait. Zhang Hai glanced at the screen of the detector and noticed that, due to the current, the position of the hook was drifting further from the hiding place of the grouper. The two were growing increasingly distant. In such circumstances, waiting for the grouper to bite would be akin to waiting for the next millennium. Observing this, Zhang Hai pondered a solution. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to employ a technique known as trolling. By maneuvering the fishing vessel to drag the bait, he aimed to animate it and entice the grouper to take the hook. Trolling was generally ill-suited for such deep waters, as one could not ascertain the precise location of the bait, and with the dragging motion, the bait would inevitably rise. However, that was only the case for others. With the aid of the detector, Zhang Hai could visualize the bait's position on the seabed as well as the location of the grouper, allowing him to accurately draw the bait near the fish. Without hesitation, Zhang Hai adjusted the length of the fishing line and then set the fishing vessel in motion, proceeding slowly. As the vessel propelled forward, the bait initially ascended, before gradually sinking once more. While maneuvering the boat and dragging the bait, Zhang Hai continuously monitored the display of the detector, executing the operation with meticulous care. After several minutes, he finally brought the bait to the grouper's vicinity. On the detector screen, the two positions nearly overlapped. If the grouper did not bite now, it surely must have had its fill, for the bait was practically being offered to it. Suddenly, from the detector's screen, Zhang Hai observed that the previously motionless grouper had stirred. His heart raced with excitement, for the grouper's movement signified it had detected the bait and was preparing to feast. Yet, just as swiftly, Zhang Hai noticed the grouper swimming away, distancing itself from the bait. Unable to restrain himself, he uttered a curse. The fellow appears rather foolish, does he not? He refuses to partake of the bait presented to him. No, perhaps he is too astute. Has he discerned that it is a trap? Or could it be that he is already satiated and indifferent to further nourishment? That seems improbable, for the grouper is known for its considerable appetite, even when full. It continues to feed. Just as Zhang Hai pondered these thoughts, the grouper suddenly turned back. Approaching the bait with increasing proximity, it opened its cavernous mouth and, with a swift motion reminiscent of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, devoured the bait in one gulp before darting away. Zhang Hai observed as the fishing line tightened instantaneously, the rod bending at an exaggerated angle. A catch. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhang Hai swiftly operated the reel, first loosening the line to allow the grouper to swim for a moment before reeling it in. The process of loosening and pulling was a delicate dance, constantly allowing the grouper to adjust. The speed of reeling in had to be measured, for the depth of over 300 meters resulted in a significant disparity in water pressure between the seabed and the surface. It was imperative to ensure that the grouper ascended slowly enough to acclimatize to the changing pressure. Otherwise, a sudden transition from the depths to the surface would surely lead to its demise from the drastic pressure shift. Zhang Hai meticulously devised a plan in his mind for how to bring this grouper to the surface. Chapter 45. The Dilemma at the Outset. The struggle of the grouper was quite intense. The fishing boat experienced several violent jolts, even skimming across the surface of the sea. After a prolonged tussle lasting over 10 minutes, the grouper gradually began to show signs of fatigue, its struggle less vigorous. However, each time the line was pulled, it was still palpable that it was desperately attempting to flee. After another 20 minutes, the grouper finally seemed exhausted. Or perhaps it had acclimatized to the sensation of being drawn. Its desire to resist was no longer as fervent, and it only occasionally flailed during the pulls. From that point onward, the process became considerably easier and remarkably smooth. Zhang Hai set the speed of the electric reel to draw the grouper upwards at approximately 10 meters per minute, allowing it ample time to adjust to the changes in water pressure. Consequently, the endeavor of reeling in the fish was destined to be a lengthy affair. Zhang Hai remained unperturbed. Such was the nature of big catches. Impatience was simply not an option. Beside him, Li Xiang was so excited that she stood up, her gaze fixed on the top fishing line, intermittently inquiring, "How's it going? Is the fish still under control? It better not escape like the last one." Zhang Hai nodded with pride, chuckling, "Of course, it won't get away." The universal fishing rod could not snap the line, and this grouper, firmly hooked, could not possibly evade capture. Zhang Hai's only task was to safely bring it from the depths to the surface, and he had complete confidence in that. At a depth of over 300 meters, reeling it in at just 10 meters per minute, combined with the earlier time spent coaxing the fish, it took more than an hour before the grouper finally surfaced. A massive splash erupted on the water's surface, and the grouper continued to resist, occasionally thrashing its tail against the water, sending sprays onto the boat. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang, witnessing the commotion, eagerly leaned over the side to glimpse the true nature of this substantial catch. Upon seeing it, a look of sheer joy spread across Zhang Hai's face. The grouper's actual size was even larger than the sonar had indicated. It was indeed as plump as a pig, with a mouth so vast it could easily swallow a small child. By estimation, it weighed at least 200 pounds. Its condition appeared robust, brimming with vitality, having adapted well to the water pressure, and its belly remained undistended. Having anticipated it was a grouper and being aware of its approximate size, Zhang Hai felt joy rather than astonishment. However, Li Xiang was in a different situation. She was unaware of the grouper's identity and its potential size, having assumed it weighed only 30 or 40 pounds. Thus, upon witnessing the grouper, she was rendered speechless, her mouth agape, face etched with astonishment. It's so big. Wow. Incredible. Her spontaneous exclamations of disbelief were entirely understandable. Anyone in her position would have been equally astounded. It is noteworthy that, even on television, she had never witnessed anyone catch such a colossal fish until now, and the sight left her utterly astonished. The sheer magnitude of the giant grouper was indeed a powerful visual spectacle. Beyond her astonishment, Li Xiang was also filled with excitement and exhilaration. Once she regained her composure, she couldn't help but give Zhang Hai a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Hai, you're incredible. You managed to catch such a massive fish. It's truly like a little cow standing on its head, absolutely astonishing. If one doesn't show off while fishing for big catches, what's the point?" Zhang Hai's display of prowess was certainly commendable. Witnessing Li Xiang's shocked expression and praise made him chuckle. "Oh, it's merely a small feat. I prefer to keep it low-key," he replied with a modest grin. The two of them continued to admire the enormous grouper that had been brought to the surface, finding it a truly delightful sight. Unable to resist, Li Xiang took out her phone to snap photos and record videos, eager to share her experience on social media with a fitting caption. After all, with such a grand fish, it would be a shame not to show it off. Zhang Hai, maintaining his composure, flashed a peace sign for the camera without revealing his face. They enjoyed several minutes of joyful observation until Li Xiang suddenly posed a question. After putting her phone down, she inquired, "Brother Hai, what should we do next? How do we get it onto the boat?" still basking in the joy of the catch. Zhang Hai had yet to consider this dilemma. Upon hearing Li Xiang's question, he fell silent. Indeed, how should they lift the fish aboard? It weighed over 200 pounds and was still wriggling energetically. While it was not difficult to bring it from the depths to the surface using an electric reel, hoisting it onto the boat posed a significant challenge. The landing net was far too small, and lifting it was nearly impossible. The fish was slippery and thrashing about. It would take at least 4 or 5 adults to restrain it and lift it up. Although Zhang Hai was strong, lifting a static 200 pounds was one thing. But grappling with a live giant grouper was an entirely different matter, exceedingly arduous. If they attempted to forcibly reel it onto the boat, there was a high risk of harming or killing it. Soon, Zhang Hai pondered another issue. The live well of the fishing boat could not accommodate such a gigantic grouper. Not even the fish's head could fit inside. Even if they successfully managed to hoist it aboard, how would they keep it alive, out of water? Its survival would be fleeting. A deceased grouper held little value compared to a living one. Catching it was one thing, but ensuring its safe transport back posed a new challenge. Contemplating these two dilemmas, Zhang Hai sighed, gazing at the grouper floating on the water's surface, feeling quite troubled. Releasing it was out of the question. They needed to devise a way to bring it back. Li Xiang, recognizing Zhang Hai's predicament, also stared at the grouper in deep thought. Why don't we call back home? Let my grandfather summon some villagers to assist us, she suggested. Zhang Hai shook his head, expressing his discontent. It is far too troublesome. The distance from here to the village spans 40 to 50 nautical miles. Given the capabilities of their fishing vessel, it would take them approximately 7 to 8 hours to arrive. We cannot possibly remain here for that duration. Li Xiang surveyed the surroundings and noticed other fishing boats operating in the distance. She continued, shall we seek assistance from those individuals? Zhang Hai cast his gaze toward a larger fishing boat in the distance, which appeared to have at least 5 crew members aboard. While enlisting their help could indeed be beneficial, he pondered over the fact that they were strangers and might not be inclined to assist. Moreover, even if they did lend a hand, their contribution would likely extend only to lifting the fish onto the fishing boat, which would not sustain the fish. They would inevitably perish. It seemed prudent to reconsider their options. Let us think of alternative solutions, Zhang Hai suggested. I cannot think of any, Li Xiang admitted. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Zhang Hai. A seemingly viable idea emerged, and a smile spread across his face as he exclaimed to Li Xiang, I have thought of something. What is it? Li Xiang inquired with excitement. Zhang Hai replied, instead of lifting the fish out of the water, we can leave it in the sea and use fishing line to drag it back. But won't the fishing line snap? Li Xiang questioned, eyeing the slender line with concern. Given its weight and the resistance encountered while moving, one can only imagine the immense tension the line would have to endure. If it were to break midway, all our efforts in catching the fish would be in vain. Zhang Hai chuckled reassuringly, fear not, the fishing line will not break. He had already contemplated Li Xiang's concern when formulating the plan. Were it an ordinary fishing line? He would never consider this method, but his fishing rod was equipped with a line capable of withstanding a pull of up to 100 tons. It was unlikely to snap. This strategy was indeed feasible. Li Xiang raised another query, but with the speed of the fishing boat, will the fish be able to endure it? We mustn't end up harming it. Zhang Hai rolled his eyes at Li Xiang's apprehension. We can simply proceed at a slower pace. That does seem reasonable. I believe your plan could work. Li Xiang conceded. Chapter 46. Returning well, it is time to head back. Without hesitation, Zhang Hai cast the long fishing line, allowing the grouper to sink into the depths of the ocean. He then started the small boat, towing the grouper back home. To ensure the grouper remained alive, he gradually increased the boat's speed, allowing it to adapt to the vessel's pace. Initially, he set the speed at 5 knots per hour, then gradually increased it to 10 knots, finally stabilizing at 15 knots. This, he believed, was the upper limit the grouper could endure. Any faster, and he feared it might perish. It is important to note that the grouper's usual swimming speed is not very high. If it were a tuna, sailfish, or shark, reaching 50 knots would pose no challenge. To ensure the safe return of the grouper to the dock of Lanhai village, Zhang Hai decided to proceed at a slower pace. He navigated the fishing boat patiently, attentively observing the indicators on the sonar screen as he sailed towards home. The sun had already descended to the horizon, casting a fiery red glow across the sky and sea, creating a scene reminiscent of a picturesque painting, a breathtaking sight. As the fishing boat glided over the crimson waters, both Zhang Hai and Li Xiang gazed at the setting sun. After a while, seizing the moment before the sun completely vanished, Li Xiang took out her phone and snapped a few photographs. Brother, hi. When I was little, I always thought the sun would dip into the sea, she remarked, admiring the sunset pictures. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. I thought the same when I was a child. Perhaps the kids in the mountains believe the sun sets behind the peaks. Li Xiang added, I even fantasized about sailing to the horizon, wondering if I could touch the sun. Zhang Hai couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that notion was rather naive. We were just children, unaware of the sun's immense distance from us, not to mention the absence of a true horizon. Indeed, children's imaginations are often so innocent, yet they are cherished memories. She replied, absolutely. Soon after, the sun completely disappeared from view, and the sky darkened. The sea breeze grew a bit chilly, and as they sailed, splashes of water occasionally sprayed onto the boat. There's a jacket in the storage compartment. Are you cold? If so, put it on, Zhang Hai inquired. Li Xiang shook her head. I'm not cold. In fact, I find it quite refreshing. We still have over 2 hours of sailing ahead. If you feel tired or sleepy, take a nap, Zhang Hai suggested. I'm not tired. I want to keep you company while we sail. If I sleep, you'll be too lonely. Let us chat. It makes the time pass more quickly, Li Xiang responded. All right. As the two continued their journey, they engaged in light conversation. During the return trip, Zhang Hai occasionally reduced the boat's speed to check on the grouper's condition. Seeing it still full of vitality, he resumed their course. At this moment, at the dock of Lanhai village, the lighthouse flickers rhythmically, casting its illuminating beams upon the dock. The fishing boats moored at the pier are adorned with twinkling lights, creating a scene reminiscent of countless stars against the inky night sky. The nighttime dock lacks the vibrant bustle of the day, hosting only a few scattered fishermen still engaged in their labor. A solitary figure sits on a stone bench at the pier, smoking and gazing out at the sea. A passing fisherman notices him and remarks, Village chief, are you waiting for Zhang Hai and Li Xiang to return? Don't wait for them. If they truly venture to the waters near Border Island, they likely won't be back anytime soon. The chief replies, I am not waiting for them. Why would I? They are not children anymore. I merely came to enjoy the sea breeze out of boredom. The fisherman cannot help but retort, that Zhang Hai, what was he thinking? He insists on going to such distant waters, as if he were an old fisherman himself. It's late, and now we worry for him. Before long, a few fishermen finished their tasks and, seeing the chief still seated at the dock, approached to share a smoke and engage in conversation. Chief, why not call to check on them? One suggests. The chief, showing a hint of concern, responds, I have called. But the signal at sea is poor and the call didn't go through. What if something has happened to those two? Another chimes in, surely they are fine. The chief shoots a disapproving glance at the speaker, saying, do not speak foolishly. The waters near Border Island are 40 to 50 nautical miles away. A round trip takes several hours. Most boats fishing there stay overnight. In my opinion, they are likely to remain there until tomorrow. You should return and rest, chief. There is no need to wait, someone advises. The chief, stubbornly insisting, replies, am I not aware of that? I told you. I merely came to enjoy the sea breeze out of sheer idleness. I am not waiting for them. Another suggests, it's possible they might return early. Or perhaps they have gone to another area or caught no fish and decided to come back sooner. They could very well return tonight. The chief falls silent, merely staring out at the distant sea. The others, noticing his demeanor, ceased discussing Zhang Hai and Li Xiang, instead shifting their conversation to other topics, chatting until after 9 o'clock in the evening. I'm heading back to sleep now. You all continue. One says, no more talking. I'm going back as well. Need to rise early to collect the nets. Another adds, then let us disperse. Chief, you should also return. The wind is growing chilly, and you might catch a cold. The chief replies, I will sit a while longer. Just as the fishermen prepare to depart, a flickering light in the distance signals a boat approaching the dock. This heralds the return of a vessel. The group pauses, watching the advancing light with curiosity. Who could it be returning? They wonder. As the light draws nearer, the silhouette of the fishing boat gradually becomes discernible in the night. Upon recognition, they exclaim, it's Zhang Hai's little boat. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang are aboard. It's Zhang Hai and Li Xiang returning, chief. Someone announces. Relieved, the chief stands and walks toward the edge of the dock, prompting the others to abandon their plans to head home and gather around in anticipation. They stood on the shore, gazing at the fishing boat that was about to dock, engaging in discussion. Returning so early, they must not have reached the boundary island waters. Perhaps they turned back midway. Or maybe they ventured elsewhere. I wonder what their catch is like. Surely it cannot be promising, if the haul were substantial. they would not have returned so soon. Indeed, the endeavor of fishing is far from straightforward. They were deeply concerned about the yield from Zhang Hai and Li Xiang's outing. Although the outcome remained uncertain, they had almost resigned themselves to the belief that the two must have had an unsatisfactory catch, not to mention large fish. They likely had but a few small ones. Hearing their discourse, the village chief interjected with displeasure, "You ought not to fixate on the catch day in and day out. Young Hai has only been at sea for a few days. Familiarity with the waters is what matters, not the quantity of the catch." One fisherman retorted, "Isn't our purpose in going out to fish precisely for that modest yield? If we don't discuss the catch, what else is there to converse about?" Another fisherman chimed in. "Indeed, Chief, please do not chastise us for discussing Zhang Hai's less than stellar results. It seems you are afraid of discouraging him." One fisherman chuckled. "Rest assured. We understand he is merely a novice at sea, and we certainly won't mock him. While you are correct that gaining experience is crucial for a newcomer, the yield remains significant, as it directly impacts a fisherman's livelihood. Wouldn't you agree?" The chief, realizing his bias in defending Zhang Hai had been exposed, sheepishly retorted, all right. Just hush now. Enough of this chatter." "Oh, must we be silenced?" The villagers protested. "Chief, you show too much favoritism. Zhang Hai is one of us, are we not? We have not bullied him." Several voices rose in unison, expressing their discontent with the chief's excessive protection of Zhang Hai, asserting that he was beyond reproach. Chapter 47. Overconfidence. Amidst the discussions of several individuals, the fishing boat docked. Zhang Hai stepped ashore, securing the mooring line to the anchor post, firmly fastening the vessel. Upon spotting the village chief, Li Xiang joyfully exclaimed, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" The village chief replied, "I came to enjoy the breeze and fortuitously encountered your return." The fisherman chuckled, "Do not heed the village chief. He has been waiting for your arrival." "Nonsense." The chief shot them a disapproving glance. Subsequently, the fisherman inquired, "Li Xiang, how did it go? Did you venture to the Boundary Island waters?" With excitement, Li Xiang responded, "Yes, indeed." A fisherman, puzzled, asked, "So you returned so soon? Did you not catch much fish?" Li Xiang, mindful of Zhang Hai's advice to remain modest, replied, "Indeed, the harvest was not substantial." Upon hearing this, the fisherman displayed knowing smiles, as if to say, "I knew it all along. Do not worry. After all, you are novices. The quantity is of little consequence. It is primarily about familiarizing yourselves with the sea conditions. The next time you venture out, you shall undoubtedly reap a bountiful harvest." Precisely. Do not lose heart. Fishing relies heavily on luck. If fortune eluded you this time, it shall surely favor you next. In truth, as newcomers, you have already surpassed many. When I first set sail, I lacked the courage to venture far from the shore. As the fishermen consoled Zhang Hai and Li Xiang, they refrained from discouraging them. After securing the boat, Zhang Hai addressed the village chief, "Chief, I must trouble you to help me rent a couple of live fish boxes." Upon hearing this, the chief's face lit up with delight. Have you caught fish again? What kind? How many?" Zhang Hai replied, "Not many, just a few eastern sweetlips. 2 live fish boxes should suffice, one of which needs to be larger." Upon hearing this, the chief and the nearby fishermen widened their eyes in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. "What? Eastern sweetlips? You caught eastern sweetlips?" Zhang Hai nodded humbly, stating, "Just a few." As seasoned fishermen, they were well aware of the eastern sweetlips and its hefty price of over $100 per pound. Just a couple would equate to their entire day's earnings. The fact that Zhang Hai had caught several was indeed remarkable. Having previously consoled Zhang Hai, they now felt somewhat foolish. After regaining composure, a fisherman remarked, "Could it be that you mistook the fish? Eastern sweetlips are not so easily caught. In my many years at sea, I have only managed to catch them a few times. You have only been out for a short while, yet you claim to have caught them?" The other fisherman chimed in, "Indeed. Are you certain you did not confuse them with another species? Those are valuable fish, and the price difference is significant. Misidentifying them would indeed be embarrassing." Thus, it was suggested that what he had caught might not be eastern sweetlips after all, but rather another type of fish. Upon hearing their doubts, Zhang Hai chose not to elaborate excessively, for there was truly no need for explanation. They would soon witness the truth for themselves. After enlisting the village chief's assistance in renting a live fish tank, Zhang Hai returned to the boat to tidy up his tools. At that moment, a fisherman, consumed by curiosity, approached Zhang Hai and inquired, "Zhang Hai, may I board your vessel to take a look? I want to ascertain whether that is indeed the elusive East Star Grouper." Zhang Hai regarded the speaker, a fisherman who had previously treated him quite well, and casually replied, "If you wish to see, feel free to come aboard." But if you do, you must help me lift the fish. Deal. The man, granted permission, eagerly climbed aboard Zhang Hai's boat. Upon boarding, he spotted the foam boxes filled with fish and immediately opened one for inspection. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a box brimming with golden pomfret. Wow, so many golden pomfret. He then called out to those on the shore. It's a box of golden pomfret, weighing approximately 60 to 70 pounds. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. 60 to 70 pounds of golden pomfret? How on earth did he catch so many? That's worth at least 2,000 yuan. Incredible. The village chief beamed with delight. Subsequently, the fisherman aboard opened the live fish compartment, revealing it to be filled to the brim with East Star Grouper, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. It was indeed the East Star Grouper. However, the quantity far exceeded Zhang Hai's earlier claims, not just a few, but dozens. Each fish was plump, exceeding a pound in weight. After inhaling sharply, he shouted to those on shore, "It's undoubtedly East Star Grouper. Dozens of them. I can't even count them all." The people on the shore were left speechless, utterly shocked. Could it truly be East Star Grouper? Dozens? Surely, this must be a mistake. How on earth did he manage this? Impossible. In their astonishment, Zhang Hai calmly continued to organize his fishing boat, glancing at the astonished fisherman aboard, and remarked with a smile, "Enough staring. Help me lift this box of fish onto the dock." The man snapped back to reality, regarding Zhang Hai with envy, and together they hoisted the box of golden pomfret onto the pier. "Xiao Hai, I had underestimated you. I never imagined you were this skilled." "Impressive." Others chimed in, "Indeed. We, as seasoned fishermen, have never achieved such a bounty alone. We are left in your shadow. Your haul has truly astonished us." Li Xiang even remarked that it was not much. "What do you call this if not significant? Please, spare us the jest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai felt a twinge of pride. The praise for his catch was the highest affirmation for any angler. Fishing was not merely a pursuit of vanity, for that would render it meaningless. In that moment, he had indeed made his mark. He replied, "Dear uncles, please do not speak so highly of me. I merely had a stroke of good fortune. In terms of fishing prowess, I cannot hold a candle to you. You are the true fisherman. I am but a novice just beginning my journey. Furthermore, I would like to request your assistance shortly." The village chief, ever cheerful, stood there and, upon hearing Zhang Hai's need for help, inquired, "Xiao Hai, what do you wish for them to assist you with?" Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the rear of the fishing boat, where the dragon grouper was thrashing about in the water. Splash! Water flew everywhere, startling those who were chatting on the shore. They abandoned their curiosity about Zhang Hai's request and turned their gazes towards the commotion, exclaiming in astonishment, "What just happened? Who disturbed the water? Did someone throw a large stone into it?" Splash! Another resounding sound echoed. This time, everyone's attention was drawn clearly to a massive fishtail slapping against the water's surface. All were left in a state of shock. A big fish. Indeed, a gigantic fish. Goodness, it must weigh at least several tens of pounds. How could such a large creature be in the waters by the dock? Let's go take a look. They were all agitated, even preparing to venture into the water with a small boat to investigate. Zhang Hai stopped them, saying, "No need for confusion, it is indeed a large fish, one that I caught. The reason I sought your help is that the fish is too enormous for me to lift alone, so I kindly ask for your assistance in bringing it aboard." Chapter 48. Even more astonishing upon hearing Zhang Hai's words, the village chief and several fishermen were left utterly bewildered, their faces betraying a mix of astonishment and skepticism. They glanced at the large fish thrashing in the water, then back at Zhang Hai, questioning, "What? You claim that fish belongs to you? So, does that mean you have another large fish tied to your boat's stern? Is this for real?" Their disbelief was palpable. Yet it was quickly dispelled when they noticed a fishing rod standing upright at the back of Zhang Hai's boat, with a taut line leading directly to the massive fish. Just as Zhang Hai had asserted, indeed, a large fish was tethered to his vessel. Once this was confirmed, the village chief and the fishermen collectively gasped in astonishment. After swallowing hard, they exclaimed, "You're incredible. Just from the commotion in the water, that fish must weigh at least 50 to 60 pounds. Truly impressive. We initially thought the eastern starry flounder was the pinnacle, yet here you are with an even larger catch. How on earth did you manage this? You've surpassed all expectations." As they spoke, they regarded Zhang Hai with the eyes of those who had encountered a marvel. Logically, one would think that a novice like Zhang Hai, who had only been at sea for a few days, would be fortunate merely to avoid getting lost in such distant waters, let alone return with an abundance of seafood, a large bucket of assorted marine life, a foam box filled with golden pomfret, and a hold brimming with with eastern starry flounder. To top it all off, a colossal fish was still thrashing at the stern of the boat. The crowd stared at the magnificent creature in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. Even the village chief, who had consistently supported Zhang Hai, found it hard to believe. Seeing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Li Xiong approached, unable to suppress a smile. Filled with pride as he slightly boasted, "Come on, it's just a fish of this size that has you all so awestruck?" To be honest, catching this fish was a breeze for Brother Hai. The crowd snapped out of their reverie, casting complex glances at Li Xiong, unsure of how to respond. Is this really just a fish of that size? A small boat catching so many fish, how could we not be amazed? What a statement. Well, I suppose it's only natural to show off a bit when you've landed such a large catch. The village chief cleared his throat twice and said, "Everyone, stop standing around. Since Xiao Hai needs our assistance, let us lend him a hand." One fisherman inquired of Zhang Hai, "What kind of fish is that? Roughly how much does it weigh?" Fearing their astonishment might delay matters, Zhang Hai replied, "Oh, it's not that heavy. You'll see when we pull it up." They murmured amongst themselves, "Not that heavy? It must weigh at least 40 or 50 pounds. How can you call that not heavy? You're getting a bit carried away." Just then, with a series of rumbling sounds, a tricycle arrived at the dock, carrying live fish containers. It was the live fish box that the village chief had called to borrow, and it had arrived in mere minutes, demonstrating impressive efficiency. The individual delivering the live fish box was indeed the same person from yesterday. Upon arrival, he parked his tricycle and inquired of the village head, village chief, "What is the purpose of the live fish box at this late hour? Have you caught some exceptional fish?" A fisherman elucidated, "Indeed, there are dozens of East Star groupers, and a massive fish weighing several tens of pounds." Upon hearing this, the delivery man was utterly astonished, leaping from his vehicle to gaze towards the boats at the dock, asking, "Is this for real? Dozens of East Star groupers? A single fish weighing several tens of pounds? Which large vessel caught them?" He observed that only the boat named Zhang Hai had returned to port, heightening his astonishment. Turning back to the fisherman, he queried, "Was it this small boat, Zhang Hai, that captured them? How is that possible?" The fishermen waved their hands, "Do not inquire of us. We are equally bewildered." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Hai, seeing that the live fish box had been delivered, commenced scooping the fish using a landing net, transferring the East Star groupers from the live well into the box. The net had limited capacity, able to lift only 3 or 4 fish at a time. With each haul, the crowd counted aloud, and ultimately, Zhang Hai successfully retrieved all the East Star groupers from the well. In their amazement, they counted a total of 31. After tallying, they gazed at the vibrant East Star groupers in the live fish box, swallowing hard, and exclaimed once more, "Incredible! Over 30 East Star groupers. Even large vessels find it challenging to catch so many. To be honest, after over 30 years of fishing, I have never caught this many East Star groupers combined. Just think of their worth. How much are they worth? The East Star grouper fetches over 100 per pound, and there are 50 to 60 pounds here. Do the math?" They were enviously awestruck, while the crowd was already in utter disbelief at the sight of the East Star groupers. The thought of Zhang Hai's catch not being limited to these, but also including an unknown large fish tethered to the boat, left them even more astounded. Some even began to use WeChat to summon others to witness the spectacle, snapping numerous photographs. "Old Wu, come to the dock. Someone has caught a big fish." One person exclaimed to a friend, "Look, can you guess who caught it? It's right at the dock, come see." Another boasted with pictures, "Has anyone ever seen so many East Star groupers?" Someone inquired in the group with images attached. News spread rapidly through the fishing community of Lon Hai Village, prompting numerous fishermen to flock to the dock to witness the event. After all, it was a rare sight to behold dozens of East Star groupers and a sizable fish. Soon, the dock became lively. New arrivals, upon seeing the many East Star groupers in the live fish box, exclaimed in awe. Zhang Hai's uncle, known as Zhang Chaozi, also arrived. Upon learning that Zhang Hai had caught all these fish, he was so overcome with emotion that he nearly wept, saying, "This child, Xiao Hai, has endured much hardship in the past, but now fortune has finally turned in his favor. The ancestors of the Zhang family must be watching over him." Others chimed in, "Indeed, Xiao Hai has truly made something of himself." Zhang Hai busied himself with other tasks. The attention was solely focused on the dragon grouper. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered at the dock, eagerly awaiting the sight of the magnificent fish. They remained oblivious to the species or its precise dimensions, only aware of the occasional splashes that signaled its presence. Whispers of speculation arose among them. Who had discerned the type of fish? How much did it weigh? Could it truly be several dozen pounds? It seemed plausible that it weighed around 50 or 60 pounds. I believe it exceeds that. It must be over 100 pounds. Do not exaggerate. Over 100 pounds? Even a large vessel would struggle to catch such a hefty fish. A small boat would only manage a few dozen pounds at best. Shall we wager? I assert it weighs over 100 pounds. What shall we bet? $100. I contend that fish certainly does not weigh 100 pounds. Very well, let us place our bets. Amidst their conversation, two individuals found themselves embroiled in a dispute over the weight. Chapter 49. The fish seller as onlookers overheard a dispute regarding the weight of the large fish. They eagerly joined in, each voicing their opinions. Claiming it to be 100 pounds seemed implausible. Several tens of pounds would be more reasonable. The splashes were indeed significant, potentially indicating a weight exceeding 100 pounds. However, one must not be swayed by the size of the splash. For a large splash does not necessarily equate to a large fish. A fish weighing over 100 pounds is not something that can be easily caught. I, for one, doubt that Zhang Hai, with such a small boat, could reel in a fish exceeding that weight. All present were seasoned fishermen, well aware of what a 100-pound fish truly entails. Even catching a fish weighing merely a dozen pounds can be quite taxing. 100 pounds? Impossible. It was clear that most fishermen estimated the fish's weight at most in the tens of pounds. This was the prevailing sentiment. Only a select few believed the fish exceeded 100 pounds. While the crowd was embroiled in debate, Zhang Hai had already managed to pull the dragon grouper out of the water, bringing it alongside the fishing vessel. He then called out to those on shore, "I need 5 or 6 people to help me bring this fish aboard." The fishermen, eager to ascertain the identity and size of the catch, quickly responded to his call. A total of 5 men boarded the vessel. Once aboard, they hurriedly glanced at the large fish by the side of the boat. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed a dragon grouper, its size surpassing their expectations. Tens of pounds? 100 pounds? They were all mistaken. The fish weighed at least 200 pounds. Instantly, the 5 men were struck with astonishment. They had been informed it was merely a few tens of pounds, yet upon seeing it, they were confronted with the reality of a fish weighing over 200 pounds, a complete reversal of their assumptions. Goodness, it's so massive. How on earth did we manage to bring it aboard? After a moment of awe, they heard the people on shore inquiring, "What is happening? How big is it?" One of the men took a deep breath and shouted back to the shore, "It's a colossal dragon grouper. It's as hefty as a pig. It must weigh at least 200 pounds. Upon hearing this, the people on shore widened their eyes in disbelief, particularly those who had estimated the weight in the tens of pounds. Their faces were etched with incredulity, as if they all shared the same expression at that moment. "What? 200 pounds? Are you certain?" Some, unable to trust their own ears, shouted back to the men on the boat. The fishermen, growing impatient, replied, "It's over 200 pounds, a dragon grouper over 200 pounds. Did you hear that clearly?" This time, the people onshore understood perfectly. "What? Is that true? A dragon grouper? Over 200 pounds? How could it possibly be caught? I don't believe it." All present wore expressions of disbelief. Unless they witnessed it with their own eyes, it was hard to accept the truth. They had lived in the fishing village for so long, making a living off the sea, and had never encountered such a colossal and valuable fish as the dragon grouper. It was utterly unfathomable. Even with fortuitous luck in encountering such a magnificent fish, it seemed nearly impossible to reel it in. A small boat with 2 novices could hardly be expected to capture such a colossal grouper. The faces of the onlookers were painted with expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Soon, under the collective effort of Zhang Hai and 5 others, they managed to grasp the fish, 2 holding its head, 2 its body, and 2 its tail. With immense effort, they finally hoisted the grouper onto the shore and placed it into a live fish box. After depositing the fish, they were left panting. For it was no mere task of lifting a weight exceeding 200 pounds. This grouper was alive, thrashing vigorously during the ascent. Had it not been for their combined strength, they would have surely failed. The grouper was so immense that the 1.5-meter-long fish box could barely contain it. It was only sufficient to ensure its survival, and there was no room for it to swim freely or even turn over. Once the grouper was secured in the box, the onlookers hurriedly gathered around, eager to behold this extraordinary creature. Gazing at the grouper up close, their eyes widened in astonishment. Although they had seen it while lifting, the proximity rendered it even more awe-inspiring. Those who had previously speculated its weight to be in the dozens of pounds were left utterly speechless. For the grouper lay before them, dispelling any notions of it being merely a few tens of pounds. One person gestured, exclaiming, "Incredible! Just its tail is larger than my head." Others nodded in agreement, asserting, Indeed, it must weigh over 200 pounds. Its mouth could easily swallow a child. Just seeing such a massive creature terrifies me. Zhang Hai is truly remarkable. How could one not admire him? As they cast their gazes towards Zhang Hai, a newfound respect glimmered in their eyes, for they understood that had it been any of them, they could never have captured such a grand grouper. Subsequently, discussions ensued. What could this giant grouper possibly be worth? Does anyone know the price per pound for such a large fish? The consensus was that the larger the grouper, the more valuable it became, yet its unprecedented size left them uncertain about its worth. For a fish of this caliber, it would likely be sold by the piece rather than by weight. If you can afford it, and one must find the right buyer to fetch a high price. Zhang Hai listened intently to their deliberations, contemplating how to sell the fish. As they had noted, its rarity made pricing elusive. Finding a buyer with a genuine need was imperative. Thus, selling this magnificent fish presented a formidable challenge. Of course, if one were indifferent to the price, there would be no shortage of buyers. However, who would not aspire to achieve a lucrative sale? At the very least, it should meet one's expectations. Zhang Hai then inquired of the village chief, "Chief, do you have any insight on how this fish should be sold? What might it be worth?" The village chief, possessing extensive knowledge and experience as an old fisherman, might indeed have a solution. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's inquiry, the chief furrowed his brow, contemplating the sizable fish in the live fish tank. To be frank, I have never encountered a grouper of this magnitude, nor do I know its market value. He continued. However, based on my experience, I would estimate this fish could fetch no less than 50,000 yuan, if not more. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement with the chief's assessment. Yet, despite the discussion, the question remained, who would be willing to purchase such a catch? Not only the large grouper, but also the several dozens of Eastern Star groupers and a box full of golden pomfret. Who would buy them? Zhang Hai found himself in a quandary. Taking these fish to the market for sale would undoubtedly prove challenging. The Eastern Star grouper is expensive and attracts few buyers, especially now that it was well past 10 in the evening, having missed the dinner rush. It seemed the only viable option was to sell to the fishmongers. These merchants traverse various docks to purchase fish directly from fishermen, later transporting them to the city for sale, distributing them between markets and seafood restaurants, thus profiting from the price differential. Their broad network allows them to buy virtually any fish at any time. Most fishermen, weary from their day at sea, prefer to sell their catch directly to fishmongers for convenience. While this method is certainly easier, the downside is that fishmongers typically offer significantly lower prices than market rates, as they must ensure their profit margins. Given the abundance of fish, contacting a fishmonger was Zhang Hai's only option. Noting the late hour, he recognized that he and Li Xiong were exhausted from their day as labor. Attempting to sell the fish themselves would not only be tiring but also uncertain in success. Accepting a lower price from a fishmonger seemed a fair compromise for the sake of convenience. Thus, Zhang Hai asked the fisherman present, "Does anyone have the phone number of a fishmonger? Please share it with me so I can arrange for them to collect the fish." Old Shin, with his larger vessel, had established connections with several reputable fishmongers. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's request, he replied, "Let me assist you. There's a woman named Sister Lu who operates over a dozen seafood stalls in the city. She would likely be interested in these Eastern Star groupers, and even that large grouper." Zhang Hai nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Old Shin." Afterward, Old Shin dialed Sister Lu's number. Upon learning of the dozens of Eastern Star groupers and the sizable grouper weighing over 200 pounds, Sister Lu excitedly declared that she would dispatch a vehicle immediately and would come personally. Chapter 50. Sister Lu. The distance from Wanghai City to the village is approximately 40 to 50 kilometers, which is quite a trek. After waiting for about an hour, a truck finally drove into the dock. A woman emerged from the passenger seat, hastily making her way toward the crowd. "Where is it? Where is the 200-plus pound grouper?" she exclaimed as she approached. "Sister Lu, this way," Old Shin called out. Zhang Hai turned his gaze toward the woman. Although Old Shin referred to her as Sister Lu, she was not older than him. In fact, she appeared quite youthful, perhaps in her 20s. Her attire was notably fashionable, and she possessed a certain charm. It seemed that everyone called her Sister Lu, prompting Old Shin to follow suit. Upon her arrival, Sister Lu immediately directed her attention to the live fish tank containing the large grouper, her face registering astonishment. "Wow, it really is over 200 pounds. It's enormous. Even bigger than the one we caught before. The skin of this fish, once dried, would be perfect for making top-tier Kunlun abalone." After her moment of admiration, she turned to the crowd and inquired, "Whose fish is this?" Zhang Hai stepped forward, declaring, "It's mine." Sister Lu sized him up, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. She hadn't anticipated that this hefty catch belonged to a young man who didn't resemble a seasoned fisherman and who, she mused, was rather handsome. Are you looking to sell this fish? She asked. If the price is right, then yes, Zhang Hai replied. Sister Lu nodded, then continued. Well, name your price. How much do you intend to sell it for? I'm not familiar with the market or the pricing, Zhang Hai admitted. Sister Lu, you make an offer, and if I find it reasonable, I will sell. As a savvy businesswoman, Sister Lu was acutely aware that the first person to name a price would find themselves at a disadvantage. The market value of such a large grouper was uncertain, fluctuating based on negotiation between buyer and seller. Sister Lu genuinely coveted this magnificent fish. If the price were not exorbitant, she was likely to acquire it. Yet she also hoped to negotiate a lower price. Faced with Zhang Hai's reluctance to state a price, she found herself in a quandary. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, let us weigh the grouper first to determine its exact weight. All right, Zhang Hai responded with a nod. With that, Sister Lu gestured toward the truck. The vehicle approached, and 2 or 3 of her associates disembarked. They opened the truck's rear compartment and retrieved a scale, along with various tools specifically designed for weighing large fish. Together, they secured the tank containing the grouper to the scale, weighing it along with the tank. They then transferred the grouper to another tank, weighed the original tank alone, and subtracted the 2 weights. Finally, the result was revealed. One of the associates responsible for weighing the fish turned to Sister Lu and announced, 216 pounds. Sister Lu, this fish weighs 216 pounds. Upon hearing the precise weight, Sister Lu and the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, once again taken aback by the sheer size of the fish. This dragon flatfish indeed weighs over 200 pounds, which is truly rare. Young man, if you are genuinely intent on selling, Sister Lu will offer you a fair price. Sister Lu continued speaking to Zhang Hai. Last year, I purchased a flatfish weighing over 130 pounds for 60,000 yuan. Your fish is considerably larger. Hence it will naturally command a higher price, especially in light of rising inflation. With that, Sister Lu took out her calculator and began tapping away. Once finished, she turned to Zhang Hai and said earnestly, let us not dither any longer. I shall offer you the highest and most sincere price, 168,000. What do you think? Upon hearing Lu's offer, everyone was astonished. Selling a fish for 168,000. This was beyond their wildest dreams. Most of them earned merely a few hundred yuan for a day at sea, with the better ones making just over 1,000. Zhang Hai's single fish was worth 168,000. In their amazement, they could not help but display envy. Zhang Hai responded to Sister Lu, let us discuss this. I will get back to you shortly. After all, he was unfamiliar with the market, so he wished to consult the seasoned fishermen in the village. Noticing this, the village head pulled Zhang Hai aside and remarked, 168,000 is indeed a fair price. Old Chen also approached, stating, based on my years of experience in selling fish, this price is quite generous. Wait a moment, let me discreetly inquire with other fishmongers. With that, Old Chen called several other fish traders to ask how much they would pay for a flatfish weighing over 210 pounds. The other traders quoted prices ranging from 80 to 100,000, with no one offering more than Sister Lu. Thus, Old Chen informed Zhang Hai, I've checked, and Lu's offer is the highest. After some deliberation, Zhang Hai had a clearer understanding. He returned to Sister Lu and declared, Sister Lu is a straightforward person. I will sell you the fish. Sister Lu breathed a sigh of relief. She truly desired this large fish. Since inheriting her family's seafood business, she had never encountered such a sizable dragon flatfish, and she was determined to acquire it at a very reasonable price. Initially, she feared Zhang Hai might ask for an outrageous sum, but to her surprise, he readily agreed, which was quite refreshing. Well then, let us collaborate joyfully. Sister Lu cheerfully extended her hand to Zhang Hai. He nodded and inquired, shall we proceed via WeChat or cash? Bank transfer would be preferable. What is your bank account number? Sister Lu replied, or perhaps you could add me on WeChat so we can continue our partnership in the future. Zhang Hai possessed a bank card, which he had obtained when the village had assisted him during a more naive time, intended for receiving social welfare benefits. He had since linked his WeChat to this bank account. After adding Sister Lu on WeChat, he sent her his bank account number. Sister Lu first instructed her assistants to load the fish onto the truck, then turned her attention to another live fish tank. Gazing at the 30 or so tiger groupers within, Sister Lu possesses remarkable strength, having successfully acquired a large dragonfish, and naturally, these dozens of eastern starry flounders are no challenge for her. She addressed Zhang Hai, stating, this batch of eastern starry flounders is quite impressive. It's evident they are wild. The market purchase price is 120 per pound. Do you wish to sell them? Yes, and let us include this box of golden pomfret as well. Zhang Hai replied. Sister Lu nodded in agreement. All right. Before weighing the fish, Zhang Hai retrieved several golden pomfrets from the phone box, distributing aid to the villagers who had helped him carry the fish. He then took 4 Eastern Starry Flounders from the live fish container, one for the village chief, one for Old Chin, another for Uncle San, and the last one reserved for himself and Li Xiang as a late-night snack. Although each Eastern Starry Flounder is worth 200 yuan, Zhang Hai regarded it as mere pocket change, feeling no reluctance to give. After all, others had assisted him, and he could not let their kindness go unacknowledged. In addition to the fish, he also shared the seafood from the bucket with everyone. Before long, the Eastern Starry Flounders were weighed, totaling 53 pounds, priced at 120 yuan per pound, amounting to over 6,300 yuan. The golden pomfret weighed 72 pounds, priced at 25 yuan per pound, totaling 1,800 yuan. There were also some miscellaneous fish, worth several hundred yuan. The large dragonfish, Eastern Starry Flounders, golden pomfret, and miscellaneous fish together fetched a total of over 176,000 yuan. Once all the fish were loaded onto the truck, Sister Lu transferred the funds to Zhang Hai, over 170,000, the full amount deposited. As he watched the delivery truck depart and saw the string of numbers increase in his mobile banking app, Zhang Hai felt a whirlwind of emotions. Having a system is indeed exhilarating. The earnings that would take an ordinary person years to accumulate, he had made in just a single day. With this newfound wealth, the possibilities ahead are boundless. Chapter 51. Level 1 diving suit. After concluding their seafood sale, the crowd at the dock gradually dispersed. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang departed as well, making their way to the village chief's home. Upon arrival, Ernyang had prepared a late-night meal for them, nutritious fish porridge made with East Star grouper and yellow leaf vegetables. Additionally, she sought a few mannish shrimp and crabs, and cooked a plate of conch to accompany the porridge. The 4 of them, along with the village chief and Ernyang, began to eat together. In the cramped little kitchen, a dim bulb cast its light, illuminating the steam rising from the piping hot fish porridge in the late night. The atmosphere was exceedingly warm as they gathered around the table. During their late-night meal, Zhang Hai requested the village chief's assistance with a matter. He said, Chief, my house is old and dilapidated. Now that I have some money, I would like to rebuild it to ensure a comfortable living space in the future. The village chief took a puff from his cigarette and replied, That courtyard was left to you by your grandfather. Your father never had the chance to rebuild it before he passed. It has been 4 or 5 decades since then, so it is indeed time for a reconstruction. If you need my help, do not hesitate to ask. Zhang Hai continued, I don't know many people, and I'm unsure whom to approach for the reconstruction. So I would like to ask for your help in finding a construction team. I intend to contract the entire building project to them. The village chief nodded, no problem. I will take care of this for you. Zhang Hai elaborated, as for the budget, around 300,000 to 400,000 should suffice. My requirements are modest. Just like most people in the village, I'd like to build a 2-story house with a yard. Although Zhang Hai had only earned over 170,000 at that moment, he was confident he could earn at least 340,000 within the 2 to 3 months required for construction. If necessary, he could always exchange points. Living alone without family, he did not need a large space, just a small house facing the sea would suffice. After hearing Zhang Hai's requests, the village chief nodded again. This is simple. Tomorrow, I will send someone to your home to inspect the land and discuss the details. Zhang Hai responded, Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your assistance with this matter. The chief laughed, Oh, it's just a small matter. It is my duty as the village chief to ensure the villagers live better lives. So there is no need for such formality? Li Xiang, who had been listening intently, felt a surge of joy at the thought of Zhang Hai building a house. Once Zhang Hai finished speaking with the village chief, she leaned closer to him and whispered, Once the house is built, could you save a room for me? I would like to stay at your new home. Zhang Hai generously replied, Of course. I can't occupy all the space by myself. Having another person around would only bring more liveliness. She laughed heartily, her heart already envisioning the future. After finishing their late-night meal, it was already past 11 o'clock. Zhang Hai had initially planned to head to town that evening to purchase fishing and diving gear for Li Xiang. However, with the hour so late, the shops had long since closed. Thus, he suggested they go in the morning instead. Li Xiang agreed to this proposal. After tidying up, Zhang Hai left the village chief's house and returned home. After taking a shower, he lay down on his bed, gazing through the dilapidated window at the twinkling stars outside. I found myself lost in contemplation. First, I reflected upon the gains of the day, followed by planning for tomorrow, and then contemplating future aspirations. I had amassed 1,500 points today, achieving the daily points limit. The seafood sales exceeded my expectations, totaling over 170,000. Overall, it was a day of bountiful harvest, a rather satisfactory day indeed. As for tomorrow, I plan to venture to the coastal waters of Boundary Island, where formidable fish are known to abound. Furthermore, I promised Li Xiang that I would take her on a diving expedition. What of the future? Once I have accumulated greater wealth, what shall I pursue? Rebuilding the ancestral home is one ambition. Additionally, I envision establishing a seafood stall. Currently, selling fish directly to fishmongers results in a loss of approximately one-third of the profits. Owning a seafood shop would allow me to retain more of the profits from my catch. Whether on Earth or in this realm, earning money remains of paramount importance. Beyond the seafood shop, I aspire to open a seafood restaurant and even a fishery, among other ambitions. Zhang Hai refrained from dwelling further on these aspirations. Instead, he accessed the system's item redemption store to explore the items he intended to exchange. In an instant, a holographic projection screen, visible only to him, manifested before his eyes. Personal points, 1,500, store level, 1, level 1 fishing net, price, 1,000 points, click for details, level 1 fishing rod. Price, 1,000 points, sold out, click for details, level 1 spear gun, price, 1,000 points, click for details, level 1 diving suit. Price, 1,000 points, click for details, level 1 net collector, price, 1,000 points, click for details, level 1 driver, price, 1,000 points, sold out, click for details, level 1 detector. Price, 1,000 points, sold out, click for details. Currency, 1.100 Longwa coins. Note, as the store level increases, corresponding items will be unlocked. Condition to upgrade to next store level, 3,000 points, all current store items sold out. At present, I had already redeemed 3 items, marked as sold out, while 4 items remained unexchanged. Thus, the choice was straightforward. With plans to dive tomorrow, I needed to select items pertinent to this endeavor. The items related to diving were the spear gun and the diving suit, with the diving suit taking precedence over the spear gun. Consequently, Zhang Hai's primary focus was placed upon the diving suit. He clicked to view the detailed description of the diving suit. The level 1 diving suit, composed of variable metal bionic fibers, boasts remarkable features such as pressure resistance, shock absorption, intelligent buoyancy, enhanced underwater vision, and the ability to breathe underwater, among others. Upon seeing it, Zhang Hai's face was instantly illuminated with astonishment. While the materials of the diving suit eluded his comprehension, that was of little consequence. The significance lay in its functionalities. Although the descriptions were somewhat vague and general, it was evident that the capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. Not only could it withstand pressure and shock, but it also offered intelligent buoyancy and improved underwater vision. However, the ability to breathe underwater stood out as a truly extraordinary feature. Could this diving suit enable its wearer to breathe beneath the waves, akin to a fish? Anyone with a passion for diving or knowledge of the sport would recognize the sheer brilliance of such a capability. Zhang Hai could hardly contain his eagerness to experience this underwater breathing function firsthand. In essence, as he had anticipated, donning this diving suit would grant him the prowess of an underwater hunter. Chapter 52. The powerful function. After thoroughly reviewing the detailed introduction, Zhang Hai no longer hesitated and promptly chose to make the exchange. As the item was intended for personal use, there was no need for redemption on the ship. He could do so anytime and anywhere. The exchange was successful, and the system issued a prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully redeemed a level 1 diving suit. The level 1 diving suit has been issued. Please check. The moment the notification vanished, Zhang Hai beheld a metallic sphere, resembling a droplet of water, materializing before him. He was lying in bed, and this metallic droplet floated above him, seemingly defying the laws of gravity, an extraordinary sight. Upon seeing the metallic water droplet, Zhang Hai was utterly bewildered. Was this truly the diving suit? How could it look like this? The shape of a metallic droplet had no apparent connection to a diving suit. The disparity from his expectations was staggering. As he murmured to himself, he scrutinized the diving suit closely. Before redeeming it, he had envisioned the form of a diving suit. Yet he could never have anticipated that it would take the shape of a metallic droplet. After a moment of astonishment, Zhang Hai reached out to touch the floating metallic droplet. The instant his finger made contact, the droplet adhered to it, transforming into a transparent object that adorned his finger like a ring. Its color was akin to that of glass. so transparent that one might overlook it if not observed closely. Once the metallic droplet had morphed into a glass ring upon his finger, a stream of information regarding the diving suit and its operational methods flooded Zhang Hai's mind. After assimilating the information, he realized the truth. The transparent ring he wore was indeed the diving suit. When donned, it would swiftly envelop his entire body, akin to a delicate yet indestructible layer of transparent armor. The method of wearing it was remarkably simple. It required only the manipulation of his consciousness. Zhang Hai could not help but gasp in amazement, sitting up in bed as he marveled. This diving suit is truly extraordinary. I must see how effective it is. He was eager to discover whether this diving suit's capabilities were as wondrous as he had anticipated. Thus, he focused his mind on the diving suit, enabling it to adorn his body. His consciousness had already established a connection with the suit, and with a mere thought, he could wear it. The transparent ring on his finger unfurled, spreading across his body and quickly enveloping him in a gossamer-like invisible garment. After successfully donning the suit, he approached the mirror to observe the transformation. To his astonishment, there was no visible indication of the diving suit's presence. He appeared just as he had before putting it on. Not only was there no discernible difference in appearance, but he also felt no alteration in his movements. As he gazed at his reflection, Zhang Hai even questioned whether he had truly worn the diving suit. To ascertain this, he meticulously examined his arm, utilizing a magnifying glass. What he discovered was astonishing. A layer of exceedingly thin, transparent covering adhered to his skin, even more delicate than the renowned Okamoto 01 by 100-fold. A mere touch elicited an unusual sensation, distinctly different from the absence of such an encasement. After a thorough investigation, Zhang Hai confirmed that his entire body was enveloped in this transparent sheath. Even his nose was unable to breathe directly. Yet, he felt no sensation of suffocation, for once clad in this diving suit. Every pore of his skin was capable of respiration. The suit absorbed and filtered the surrounding air, infusing it into his skin and permeating his capillaries to provide oxygen. Not only could it extract oxygen from the air, but it was also capable of drawing it from the water while submerged. Is this the functionality of underwater respiration? Zhang Hai pondered in astonishment, for this technology surpassed the current human advancements by innumerable folds. He contemplated the defensive capabilities of the suit. Was it as formidable as described? The efficacy of the diving suit hinged critically upon its defensive prowess. The underwater environment is fraught with complexities, including hidden reefs, ferocious predators like sharks, and toxic creatures such as jellyfish. A diving suit with poor airtightness or fragility could hardly be deemed a worthy garment. To ascertain the defensive capacity of this level 1 diving suit, Zhang Hai procured a small knife and gently scraped it against his arm. The blade met an impenetrable barrier, inflicting no harm upon his skin. Encouraged, he exerted more force, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Ultimately, he resorted to stabbing his skin with the knife, but still, the result was the same. No matter how sharp the blade, it could not breach the suit to injure him. In other words, wearing this diving suit rendered him impervious to blades and firearms alike. Though termed a diving suit, it could equally serve as armor. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Next, he sought to test its pressure resistance. The underwater pressure is immense, increasing with depth. For every 10 meters descended, one must endure an additional atmosphere of pressure. Generally, free diving reaches its limits at depths of 20 to 30 meters. Beyond that, specialized equipment is required. His diving suit, however, boasted built-in pressure resistance. Though the extent remained uncertain, Zhang Hai wished to conduct a test. Lacking a hydraulic press at home, he considered placing himself on one for amusement. Instead, he gathered the few heavy objects available and pressed them against his arm. To his astonishment, regardless of the weight applied, his arm felt merely a trivial pressure, effortlessly enduring it. Even when the cumulative weight exceeded 100 pounds, his arm exhibited no discomfort whatsoever. Clearly, he had yet to reach the limits of this remarkable suit. Given the scarcity of heavy objects at his disposal, Zhang Hai decided to cease his experiments for the time being. The more he tested the diving suit, the more he found it to be extraordinary. Its functions aligned perfectly with the store's descriptions, perhaps even surpassing them. However, there were drawbacks to wearing this suit. Prolonged use left him feeling disconnected from the world. He could no longer perceive the gentle caress of the breeze, the chill of the cold, the warmth of heat, or the sting of pain. After all, his entire body was encased in a shell. It was akin to engaging in intimacy while wearing a condom, an experience that inevitably felt somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, this drawback was minor and easily overlooked. After thoroughly assessing the suit's capabilities and effects, Zhang Hai willed the suit to transform back into a glass-like transparent ring, which adorned his finger. The process of donning and doffing the suit took merely a second, executed with remarkable speed. Zhang Hai contemplated that he would simply remove it for everyday activities, donning it again when diving or in moments of peril. Having redeemed the level 1 diving suit, he found himself with only 500 points remaining, rendering him unable to exchange for any further items. Thus, he decided against perusing the item shop any longer and lay back down in bed to sleep. Chapter 53. Pearl Oyster. The following day, just past 6 o'clock, Li Xiang made an early morning call, inviting Zhang Hai to breakfast and suggesting a stroll through the town for some shopping. After hanging up, Zhang Hai rose to wash up. Half an hour later, the two set off on the village chief's tricycle to the town. They began with a delightful breakfast before embarking on their shopping adventure. Their first stop was a fishing tackle shop, where Zhang Hai purchased a boat rod for Li Xiang, which cost over 3,000. While boat rods are generally expensive, this entry-level rod was deemed quite suitable for a novice. The plan was to start with a decent rod, and, once Li Xiang became more adept, to invest in a superior one, an idea that Li Xiang herself supported. After acquiring the fishing rod, they proceeded to buy a set of diving gear. The freediving suit, priced at over 5,000, was of commendable quality and included all the necessary features. While selecting the diving suit, Li Xiang noticed that Zhang Hai was only buying for her and couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Hai, aren't you getting one for yourself?" Unable to disclose that he already possessed a complete diving suit, Zhang Hai fibbed, "I don't need a diving suit. There's no need to buy one." Overhearing their conversation, the shopkeeper interjected, "If you plan to dive, how can you do so without a diving suit? You must at least get a pair of fins." Zhang Hai chuckled, "I truly don't need them." The shopkeeper replied, "Then you must either be unprofessional or just diving for fun. I've never encountered anyone free diving without a suit. It's far too dangerous." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's remarks, Li Xiang encouraged Zhang Hai, "Brother Hai, why not buy a set as well?" Zhang Hai remained steadfast, "I genuinely do not require one." With the shopkeeper's puzzled gaze following them, the duo exited the tackle shop. Beyond the tackle shop, they visited various other locations to replenish the supplies needed for the fishing boat, such as gas, drinking water, and snacks. Additionally, Zhang Hai ventured to the tricycle dealership and purchased a larger, brand-new tricycle. Now that he had the means, it was time to acquire his own vehicle. Relying on the village chiefs was a bit awkward, especially since the chief needed it too. A tricycle costing only 6,000 or 7,000 was not worth skimping on. If he had a driving license, he would even consider buying a pickup truck, as it could carry more and travel faster than a tricycle. Zhang Hai pondered enrolling in driving school soon to obtain his license. After purchasing the tricycle, he also acquired a live fish box measuring 1.5 mx 5 mx 2 m, capable of holding dozens of live fish. Ultimately, each of them drove their tricycles laden with supplies back to the village. By the time they returned, it was already past 10 in the morning. Zhang Hai noted that time was of the essence and urged Li Xiang to prepare for their fishing expedition. Li Xiang hurried home to get ready, while Zhang Hai organized his tools on his tricycle and made his way to the dock to await her, loading the equipment onto the boat while leaving the live fish box on the tricycle. The fishing vessel is equipped with a live well, rendering the need for a live fish box obsolete. Additionally, the live fish box is rather cumbersome, occupying excessive space on the boat. Thus, it is more practical to place it on a tricycle for storage until the return journey, when it can be used for transporting fish. After all the equipment has been moved, Li Xiang has yet to arrive. Zhang Hai wanders about the dock, purchasing several pounds of shrimp for fishing. This time, he opts for small mannish shrimp, which, though only the size of a finger, possess the same allure for sea fish as smaller shrimp, albeit with a more substantial size, making them suitable for enticing larger fish, particularly the fierce grouper. "Are you going fishing today?" inquires a fisherman selling mannish shrimp. Zhang Hai candidly responds, "Indeed. Fishing is quite lucrative. Why wouldn't I go?" The fisherman retorts, "That may be true for you, but many others return empty-handed, unable to even recoup the cost of bait." Zhang Hai replies, "I consider myself fortunate. Today's outing may not guarantee a catch. You are being overly modest. Who in our village does not know of your prowess in fishing?" The fisherman chuckles. Zhang Hai notices a shift in perception just days prior when he purchased live shrimp. Others had cautioned him against fishing, suggesting he was a novice likely to incur losses. Today, however, the sentiment has changed, with everyone expressing confidence in his ability to land a catch, even proclaiming him the finest angler in the village. It appears that yesterday's haul of dozens of eastern star groupers, along with that sizable dragon flatfish, has garnered the respect of these seasoned fishermen, who now regard him as a fishing expert. Quite amusing indeed. Having completed his purchase of mannish shrimp, Zhang Hai meanders around the dock, observing the catches of others. As it is morning, most fishing boats have returned to port, and the catches are being unloaded for fishmongers, creating a lively atmosphere. As an avid fisherman, Zhang Hai delights in witnessing the fruits of others' labor, gravitating towards the bustling activity. Uncle Chong, today's haul looks impressive. You've got several dozen pounds of shrimp. Zhang Hai exclaims cheerfully to one fisherman. The man, upon recognizing Zhang Hai, lets out a sigh. Ah, how can it compare to your bounty? Approaching another area, Zhang Hai inquires, Brother Zhao, did you catch all these flatfish and sole using nets? The man known as Brother Zhao replies, Indeed. These fish prefer to hide in the mud and sand. Dropping the nets in such areas invariably yields a good catch. After wandering for a while, Zhang Hai notices a gathering of people, seemingly captivated by something. He draws closer, overhearing, what a colossal pearl oyster. Surely it contains a pearl. Where did you find such a specimen? Did you discover it while diving? What luck. Why not sell it to me directly instead of opening it? Upon closer inspection, Zhang Hai sees two fishermen clad in diving suits, crouched down prying open the pearl oyster. One of the oysters is larger than an adult's palm, measuring at least 30 centimeters, and it is the focus of everyone's attention. Pearl oysters are a type of mollusk capable of producing pearls, encompassing various species such as freshwater triangular mussels, pond butterfly shells, and saltwater black butterfly shells, golden butterfly shells, and white shells, among others. The larger the pearl oyster, the greater the likelihood of producing pearls, and the pearls themselves tend to be larger. Listening to the discussions of those around him, Zhang Hai learned that the two individuals were divers who frequently hunted in the nearby coral reef waters. Today, they had unexpectedly discovered several pearl oysters, and, upon reaching the shore, began to open them at the dock. Curiosity piqued among the bystanders about whether the oysters contained pearls. They gathered around, engaged in animated conversation. Some even offered to purchase unopened oysters, eager to test their fortune. However, the two divers remained focused on their own task and refused to sell. Zhang Hai, equally intrigued, decided to stay and watch. At that moment, Li Xiang also arrived at the dock. Noticing Zhang Hai's interest, she joined him, standing behind him to observe. After a while, one oyster was finally pried open, revealing its succulent flesh. The diver, removing his gloves, began to search through the flesh with his fingers, hoping to find pearls. Soon enough, he uncovered several small pearls, measuring just a few millimeters, no larger than a fingernail. Their shapes were quite irregular, resembling ordinary stones. Yet they gleamed with a bright white luster. Just tiny pearls, not worth much. Someone remarked upon seeing them. The diver displayed a look of disappointment but nonetheless collected the pearls. Although they held little monetary value, it was said that when ground into powder, they possessed medicinal properties and could even be used as a beauty treatment when mixed with water and applied to the face, thus retaining some usefulness. Chapter 54. Do you know how to dive? Subsequently, the individual opening the pearl oysters proceeded to unveil another one. Unfortunately, it yielded merely a few insignificant small pearls. After several attempts, no valuable pearls emerged. At this point, only the largest oyster remained, and he, with a surge of determination, decided to open it as well. The onlookers, having lost their hopes of discovering anything of worth, were taken aback when he extracted a large, round pearl from within. At last, something of value had surfaced. The pearl, estimated to be around 12 millimeters in diameter, exhibited a splendid luster, radiating a brilliant white hue and nearly perfect spherical shape. Such a pearl, of this size and quality, could easily fetch a price exceeding $1,000. Upon revealing this pearl, the oyster opener's face finally lit up with delight. The gathered crowd expressed astonishment, their faces reflecting envy as well. Wow, a large pearl has truly emerged from this shell. I told you, with a shell this size, it surely must contain something valuable. What incredible luck! This sizable pearl will be worth quite a sum. Truly a delightful surprise. Perhaps it is inherent in women to be drawn to pearls. Upon seeing the magnificent pearl, Li Xiang's eyes widened, her expression revealing envy, as her interest in pearl oysters surged. She couldn't resist asking the oyster opener, "May I inquire where you sourced your pearl oysters?" The oyster opener glanced at Li Xiang, recognizing her companion Zhang Hai, aware that they were affiliated. He chuckled and replied, "To be honest, telling you wouldn't be of much use. You wouldn't be able to catch them." Li Xiang's face was filled with confusion. How could he assert that they were incapable without even specifying a location? Did he truly look down upon them? Defiantly, she responded, "How do you know we can't catch them?" With a hint of mockery, he explained, "When I say you can't catch them, it means exactly that. Don't blame my candor. These pearl oysters lie on the seabed. They cannot be caught with a fishing rod. One must dive to the ocean floor to capture them. Since you cannot dive, what good does it do to tell you where they are? Can you even swim? What would you use to catch them?" Asking is pointless. After his remarks, many onlookers nodded in agreement. Addressing Li Xiong, he speaks the truth. Harvesting pearl oysters is nothing like fishing. They won't bite a hook, thus cannot be fished. While it's true you excel at fishing, diving is certainly outside your realm. So, focus on fishing honestly, and forget about pearl oysters. Moreover, it largely depends on luck. Under ordinary circumstances, one wouldn't encounter a pearl oyster of such size. Hearing the crowd's comments only fueled Li Xiong's determination, as she dismissively retorted, "Pfft. How do you know we can't dive? To be honest, we are actually planning to go diving today." The crowd was instantly taken aback by her declaration. With a skeptical gaze, she looked at the two of them. "What? You intend to hunt underwater? Is this for real? Surely, you jest. Can you even dive? This is ludicrous." Several individuals could not contain their laughter and remarked, "Who doesn't know if you can dive? Li Xiong, can you manage it? I doubt you've ever dived." "And Zhang Hai? Just a few days ago, he wouldn't even dare enter the water. I question whether he can swim, let alone dive. The idea of you two going underwater hunting is simply laughable, isn't it? Do you truly believe that diving is so effortless? I've been fishing for over 20 years, and I still cannot dive for hunting. Yet, you claim you will dive for it?" A kindly old fisherman, who was close to Zhang Hai, felt compelled to advise Li Xiong and Zhang Hai, "Little Hai, they are correct. Your fishing skills are commendable, so focus on that. Don't engage in activities you're inexperienced in. It's not only a waste of time, but also fraught with danger. Underwater hunting is not akin to fishing from a boat. It carries risks. Heed my advice, and do not venture into diving recklessly." Li Xiong, feeling defiant at such remarks, thought to herself that, in her eyes, Zhang Hai was capable of anything at sea. While others might doubt their abilities, she would not tolerate any skepticism directed towards Zhang Hai. She rolled up her sleeves, placed her hands on her hips, and prepared to argue with them. At that moment, Zhang Hai hastily stopped her. "Let them say what they wish. Why engage in such disputes? Come, let us not waste our time fishing." After saying this, Zhang Hai led the irritable Li Xiong away. As they watched the two depart, the onlookers could not help but murmur among themselves. Look at her, still unwilling to concede. What is she thinking? Does she genuinely believe they can succeed? Young people today are so audacious, unaware of their limitations. They are blissfully ignorant of the dangers. In my opinion, they are becoming too confident, having caught a few fish. They think they're invincible, assuming that all tasks at sea are simple. They cannot dive, yet they believe they can hunt underwater. It is sheer nonsense. Surely, they do not intend to truly dive, do they? If something were to happen, it would be disastrous. Have no worries. They are merely boasting. Once they enter the water, they will soon realize how challenging it is. When they return, we shall ask them if they managed to hunt underwater and see if they continue to boast." With a sigh of resignation, now that Li Xiong had arrived, Zhang Hai no longer lingered at the dock. The two boarded the boat, first setting out to refuel, gather ice, and procure fresh water before preparing to venture into the sea. Seated aboard, Li Xiong, still simmering with indignation, declared, "Hai Go, they look down upon us. Today, we must catch a magnificent pearl oyster to open their eyes and demonstrate your prowess." Zhang Hai could not help but inquire, "You have such confidence in me?" Li Xiong paused momentarily and responded, "If not, then what else could it be? I must confess my unwavering faith in you. And I do not merely trust you, I have come to admire you." Observing Li Xiong's mysterious gaze of trust, Zhang Hai could not help but chuckle. "Very well. Since you place such faith in me, I shall strive to live up to your expectations. However, do refrain from engaging in disputes with others, after all. They are not acquainted with me, and their skepticism is entirely understandable. Were you not also doubtful of my abilities at the outset?" Li Xiong nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true." "Very well, I shall no longer argue with them. Let them say what they will. We shall prove ourselves through our actions. Haha. By the way, Brother Hai, where shall we go fishing today? Let us return to the spot we visited yesterday. The resources there are quite abundant." Chapter 55. The video goes viral as Zhang Hai navigated the boat. He engaged in a lively conversation with Li Xiong. Equipped with a level 1 diving suit, he felt confident in his abilities. He was at least as skilled as anyone else in the realm of diving. especially paired with a high-precision detector. The bounty from spearfishing was not something to be underestimated. Thus, he assured Li Xiang that upon their return, they would undoubtedly astonish onlookers. As their conversation flowed, the fishing vessel gradually departed from the dock, heading towards the Boundary Reef Island. Zhang Hai had two primary objectives for this outing: fishing and diving. He aimed to earn money and accumulate points, while also indulging in his passion. The thought of fishing alone was exhilarating for a devoted angler like Zhang Hai. A day without casting a line would leave him restless. Now that he was at sea, he was determined to make a few casts. With the acquisition of his level 1 diving suit, diving had also become a newfound passion for Zhang Hai. He yearned to plunge into the depths of the ocean and explore the vast and enchanting underwater world, capturing extraordinary seafood treasures. As he steered towards their destination, his gaze was filled with anticipation for his first dive. He was cautious, however, not daring to descend too deeply. Although deeper waters harbored larger seafood, depths of several hundred or even 1,000 meters were shrouded in darkness, and he was not yet ready to venture into such unknowns. The Boundary Reef Island, with its depths of merely several dozen meters, offered clear waters where sunlight penetrated, making it an ideal training ground for him. Moreover, the resources around the Boundary Reef Island were indeed abundant. Beyond fish, various mollusks and crustaceans thrived there, and with a stroke of luck, he might even encounter a giant lobster. In Zhang Hai's estimation, it was undoubtedly a paradise for spearfishing, which is why he selected this area for his fishing expedition today. The Boundary Island was approximately 50 nautical miles from the dock of Lanhai village, requiring the fishing boat nearly half an hour to reach its destination. During the voyage, aside from admiring the unchanging seascape, there was little else to occupy their time. Li Xiang sat on the deck, growing somewhat bored after a while of gazing at the ocean as horizon, and thus turned to her phone. She opened Douyin to check the video she had posted yesterday featuring the capture of a dragon grouper. When she had pulled the fish ashore, she couldn't resist recording it and sharing it on Douyin. Though she frequently posted videos, she had never shown her face. Her typical content consisted of cooking or showcasing peculiar finds. This was her first time sharing a video of her catch. To her surprise, upon opening Douyin, she discovered that her video of the dragon grouper had garnered significant attention since its release. It had received hundreds of thousands of views, over 10,000 likes, and several thousand comments. Overwhelmed with excitement, her face beamed with joy as she exclaimed, "Hi Gu, I posted the video of the dragon grouper yesterday, and it has over 10,000 likes." She waved her phone, unable to resist boasting to Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai chuckled, "Really? That is quite impressive. With so many likes, is there any money to be made? If one possesses wealth, it would be wise to capture more moments in the future, as this serves as a commendable means of generating income." In Zhang Hai's perspective, there is nothing inappropriate about showcasing one's catch. What is the point of fishing if one does not share the spoils? In the past, when he reeled in a sizable fish, he was eager to let the entire neighborhood know, often wandering aimlessly while carrying the fish home. His social media accounts would be flooded with photographs. Thus, he finds it quite agreeable that Li Xiang is recording videos of her catches to share online. If these videos can indeed yield profit, then she ought to produce even more. Who does not relish in the act of boasting? Who would turn their back on financial gain? It is splendid. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiang remarked, "It seems there might be some monetary reward. I am uncertain, but it appears that for every 10,000 views, one earns a modest sum." "Oh, that is rather commendable." Subsequently, Li Xiang attentively perused the comments from netizens, eager to discern their opinions regarding the dragon grouper. The majority expressed amazement, yet a few stood in stark contrast. After a brief observation, Li Xiang turned to Zhang Hai and said, "Brother Hai, some commenters claim that we purchased this fish from the market and merely pretended to catch it. Is that not slander? Just because they cannot catch one themselves, they insinuate that others have resorted to the market?" Zhang Hai chuckled at Li Xiang's indignation and replied, "Many anglers resort to such tactics when they fail to catch fish. They simply buy one to film. This is far from uncommon, so we must not be surprised by their skepticism." "Very well," Li Xiang continued, "Brother Hai, someone commented that they were abducted as a child and vaguely remember a dragon grouper from their hometown, inquiring where we caught ours, as they wished to find their way home." After saying this, Li Xiang mused in confusion. How could our catch possibly resemble the one from their hometown? That seems far-fetched. Moreover, we are at sea. Where would there be any residential areas? Seeing Li Xiang's perplexed expression, Zhang Hai clarified, "They are indirectly inquiring about our fishing spot. Anglers often seek to uncover where others have successfully caught fish." "Oh, I see now," Li Xiang exclaimed with a delighted laugh. Additionally, some comments praised the video, urging for more content. Others inquired about the fishing rod used and suggested the possibility of a live fishing broadcast. The costs of streaming at sea are exorbitant. I shall not partake in that. I will simply record videos for you all. The notion of a live broadcast is utterly fanciful. She muttered to herself while glancing through the comments. Zhang Hai remarked, it is likely that about 70% of those watching your videos are fellow anglers. When they cannot catch fish themselves, they enjoy watching others do so. Oh, understood. After scrolling through the comments for a while, Li Xiang turned off the video and checked her profile, discovering that her follower count had surged by several thousand. From a mere 200, it had escalated to over 3,600, despite having previously shared numerous food videos with little viewership. She was astonished to find that a single video of a dragon grouper had garnered such a substantial increase in followers. With this in mind, she resolved to share more videos in the future. After glancing at the increasing number of followers, Li Xiang proudly remarked to Zhang Hai, I've gained quite a few followers. Several thousand. Zhang Hai responded, that's impressive. If you reach 10,000 followers, you'll be considered a minor internet celebrity. This is all thanks to your efforts. Li Xiang continued. Haigu, I have an idea. From now on, I'd like to use this account to specifically document our coastal fishing adventures. What do you think? If we make some money, we could split it, 90 to 10, with you taking the larger share. But is it possible not to capture my face? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hai inquired. Documenting the fishing activities and the catch was acceptable to him, as long as he remained anonymous. All right. I want to film you, and I want to show my face either. We'll just focus on the seafood. Li Xiang nodded in agreement. Zhang Hai concurred. That sounds good. You'll be in charge of the documentation. Later, when we have some free time, we can look back at it. And it will serve as a delightful memory. Great. The two joyfully decided to capture their coastal fishing life through video. With that, Li Xiang raised her phone and began filming the scenic views of the sea, the splashes of water at the boat's stern. These picturesque moments would make for excellent footage at the beginning or end of their videos. With the task at hand, the journey became far less tedious. Chapter 56. The School of Mackerel. The fishing vessel sailed for more than 40 minutes, traversing a vast expanse of deep sea, until it finally arrived at the waters surrounding the boundary island. The weather today was splendid, with an abundance of sunshine illuminating the tranquil sea. Seagulls flocked overhead, creating an idyllic setting for fishing. Perhaps word of yesterday's successful catch of grouper had spread for today. The number of fishing boats in the area seemed to have increased significantly. A glance around revealed at least a dozen fishing vessels, each harboring 5 or 6 anglers. Additionally, there were several larger boats engaged in fishing operations, making this area considerably busier than the previous day. As the fishing vessel passed a nearby fishing boat, Zhang Hai deliberately glanced over to see several rods set up specifically for catching hefty fish weighing dozens of pounds. It was evident that they had indeed received the news and had come well prepared. Zhang Hai steered his boat closer and inquired of those on the fishing boat, brothers, how's the fishing? Any luck? The anglers aboard the fishing boat replied, it's decent, but mostly just small fish weighing 1 or 2 pounds. We haven't caught anything substantial. Zhang Hai responded, having a bite is fortunate enough. 1 or 2 pounds isn't insignificant, but catching the big ones is no easy feat. With a confident look, one of the anglers remarked, don't set your expectations so low. Just yesterday, someone here caught a grouper weighing over 200 pounds. We're also aiming for the big one. Ah, very well then. Best of luck to you, Zhang Hai said before departing. As he had anticipated, the news of the monstrous grouper had circulated, attracting numerous anglers. The individuals on the fishing boat watched Zhang Hai's retreating figure with disdain, one sneering, that little boat. Why do they even bother fishing here with us? As long as they get a bite, they seem content. They have no ambition at all. It's laughable. The anglers aboard the boat couldn't suppress their laughter, commenting on the amateurish gear of Zhang Hai's vessel, speculating that they were likely just a couple of inexperienced youths. Zhang Hai chose to ignore the chatter from the other fishing boats and focused intently on his own fishing. He activated the fish finder, searching for nearby schools of fish or hidden treasures lurking beneath the sea. The fishing vessel glided slowly through the waters near the boundary island. Fortune smiled upon him today, for after merely 10 minutes of searching, he spotted a school of fish erupting from the water's surface. The fish finder chimed with a signal, and upon checking the alert, he discovered it was a school of mackerel, numbering around 1 or 200. The mackerel, scientifically known as Scomberomorus quadrifelis, and colloquially referred to as mayuyu, is renowned for its exquisite meat and high-fat content, offering a delightful taste that has garnered it a reputation as the finest fish in the South China Sea. Coupled with its limited availability, the price of mackerel is exceptionally high, often surpassing that of grouper. During this season, wild mackerel can fetch a market price of up to 150 yuan per pound, with fresh specimens commanding even higher prices. Shanghai, intent on targeting only the more valuable fish species, had little interest in those fetching mere dozens of yuan per pound. Thus, this school of mackerel fortuitously became his first target of the day. The Ma Yu, often referred to as the Ferrari of the water, possesses remarkable pulling power that rivals that of heavier fish species, making it a favorite among anglers. Zhang Hai found it impossible to resist the allure of fishing. He quietly maneuvered the boat closer. Although Li Xiang could not see the sonar screen, she noticed fish jumping in the water ahead, her face lighting up with excitement. Inquiring whether Zhang Hai had discovered a school of fish, she eagerly prepared her fishing rod upon receiving his affirmative nod. Zhang Hai, too, readied his fishing rod. Anticipating the moment they would cast their lines for the Ma Yu, he utilized a long-casting lure rod, employing a jig that resembled live shrimp. As this school of Ma Yu is active in the upper water column and in a feeding frenzy, they would readily bite the hook, making the lure an efficient choice. However, as the fishing boat approached, Zhang Hai encountered an issue. The Ma Yu were remarkably astute. They swam in the upper water layer, easily detecting disturbances on the surface. Upon sensing the boat's proximity, they swiftly fled. Fortunately, the school had not scattered and had not ventured too far. After pinpointing their new location, Zhang Hai pursued them once more, only to find that the fish darted away again as the boat neared. It seemed they were deliberately evading the vessel, displaying impressive cunning. Yet, Zhang Hai was not one to give up easily. He steered the boat once again, determined to outsmart them. Thus began a game of chase between the fishing boat and the Ma Yu. Despite several attempts to stabilize the school, the boat remained unable to draw close. After a series of fruitless pursuits, Zhang Hai resolved to alter his strategy. He decided to create a bait trail, hoping to lure the fish closer with enticing morsels. The bait he chose was the small mantis shrimp favored by the Ma Yu. After making this decision, he anchored the boat a short distance from the fish school. He retrieved approximately a pound of mantis shrimp from the bucket, chopped it into pieces, and crushed it to release its pungent aroma. Casting it towards the direction of the Ma Yu, he aimed to draw them closer to the boat with the bait scattered from afar. Before long, he had exhausted the supply of mantis shrimp, yet the Ma Yu remained unresponsive. Minutes passed with no sign of movement. What could be the reason? Was the bait unsuitable? Or was the casting distance inappropriate? Just as Zhang Hai feared that he had wasted the shrimp, the Ma Yu finally caught wind of the enticing scent and began to swim en masse towards the boat. The baiting had finally yielded results. Zhang Hai watched with exhilaration as the sonar displayed the approaching school of Ma Yu, his face alight with anticipation. When the fish were approximately 50 to 60 meters from the boat, he sensed the moment was right. His long-casting rod, equipped with a jig suitable for distance, was capable of casting over 100 meters with ease. He stood up, deftly casting his line towards the school while rhythmically retrieving it. The lure was cast with remarkable precision, landing squarely amidst the school of fish. It wasn't long before a bite was felt, and it was a solid one. Sensing the tug transmitted through the fishing rod, Zhang Hai knew he had hooked a fish. In the interest of efficiency, he refrained from letting the fish run and instead swiftly cranked the reel to haul it in. After all, this rod would not snap under pressure. It must be said that the strength of the mackerel was indeed formidable, truly deserving of its reputation as the fisherman's delight. The line was taut as the fish struggled vigorously, and Zhang Hai found himself laboriously cranking the reel. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in bringing a mackerel aboard. Weighing approximately 4 pounds, it felt more taxing than reeling in a fish weighing over 10 pounds. Once he had released the fish into the live well, Zhang Hai resumed casting his line. Li Xiang, upon witnessing Zhang Hai catch a mackerel, was visibly exhilarated, brimming with impatience as she attempted to cast her own line, albeit with limited distance, only managing to throw it a mere 10 meters. The mackerel, however, had not yet ventured that close, rendering her efforts futile. Observing this, Zhang Hai, while reeling in his catch, advised Li Xiang, wait a moment, once the fish swim closer, then cast your line. Adjust your float to about a meter. The mackerel are in the upper water column. Li Xiang nodded, somewhat understanding, and patiently awaited the arrival of the fish. Continue to bait the area, but focus on the vicinity of the boat. This time, half a pound of shrimp will suffice. Don't overdo it. Zhang Hai instructed further. Understood, Li Xiang replied. following Zhang Hai's lead as she prepared the shrimp and subsequently tossed it into the sea. Though lacking experience, the act of baiting was not particularly challenging, and having previously observed Zhang Hai in the process, she managed quite well. Chapter 57. The Big Fish Tugboat. In no time, Zhang Hai reeled in another fish, and then another, with a continuous stream of catches. It must be said that, in the presence of abundant resources, the quality of one's equipment and fishing techniques becomes inconsequential. The abundance of the horse mackerel was staggering, and they were in a foraging frenzy. Zhang Hai hardly needed to employ any advanced baiting techniques. A simple cast and a brief wait yielded results. Long casting is inherently a test of endurance, and with the horse mackerel's formidable strength, bringing them aboard was equally demanding. After reeling in 7 or 8 fish, Zhang Hai's arms began to ache with fatigue. This was still manageable for his robust physique, for a Frilia angler. Reeling in a single fish might necessitate a break. Despite the exhaustion, the sight of the splashing horse mackerel school invigorated Zhang Hai's spirit. He was unwilling to let them escape. Thus, he adjusted the manual reel of his fishing rod to an electric winch. He decided to forego the pleasure of reeling in fish by hand, opting instead to maximize his catch. With the electric winch, his only responsibility was to cast the line, while technology would handle the laborious task of reeling in. This adjustment indeed alleviated his burden, sparing his arms from excessive strain. Lured by the bait, the horse mackerel gradually approached the fishing boat, coming within a mere 10 to 20 meters. With the electric winch, Zhang Hai's efficiency in reeling in fish improved significantly. He could land one nearly every couple of minutes. Li Xiang also began casting her line and soon hooked a fish. However, her petite frame struggled against the horse mackerel, often requiring her to pause for a breather. After 10 minutes of struggle, she had yet to bring her fish aboard, and her arms were already weary. In contrast, Zhang Hai continued to pull and fish effortlessly, prompting Li Xiang to recognize the vast disparity between their abilities. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Brother Hai, what kind of fish is this? Why is it so hard to reel in?" "I'm exhausted," Zhang Hai explained. "This is the horse mackerel. It possesses significant strength in the water. Just take your time, manage your energy, and tire it out." "But I feel like I'm running out of strength," Li Xiang exclaimed. After a moment of thought, Zhang Hai remarked, "The horse mackerel is renowned for its exquisite flavor, especially when sliced and pan-fried, releasing an irresistible aroma." Upon hearing that the horse mackerel was delicious, Li Xiang's spirits lifted, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Is this fish truly that tasty? I must reel it in today." It seemed her fatigue had vanished, and she pulled with newfound vigor. Zhang Hai observed her enthusiasm, feeling a mix of admiration and amusement. Is this the power of a true foodie? Impressive. Moments later, she finally managed to reel in her horse mackerel, weighing over 3 pounds. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she expressed her disappointment. "I thought it would be bigger, only 3 pounds, and it was such a struggle. If I had hooked one weighing 10 pounds, I might have given up." Before long, the bait had completely drawn the school of horse mackerel in. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang entered a frenzied mode of fishing, continuing for nearly half an hour. By then, they had caught a total of 30 to 40 horse mackerels, each weighing over 3 pounds, filling their live well to capacity. Just at that moment, suddenly, Zhang Hai's fishing rod was violently yanked, a powerful force surged through it, and he nearly lost his grip, almost being pulled into the water. At the last moment, he instinctively embraced the rod and lay on the boat to secure it. Feeling the immense strength in his hands, Zhang Hai realized that he had hooked a substantial fish. He quickly secured the rod to the boat and activated the electric reel to reel in the line. To his astonishment, the fish did not come in. Instead, the boat was dragged along. Watching the vessel being towed, Zhang Hai felt no fear. Rather, a thrill of excitement spread across his face. Although the pulling force of a mackerel is formidable, it is rare for one to drag a boat unless it is exceptionally large. Typically, mackerels weigh around 2 to 3 pounds, with those exceeding 10 pounds being quite rare, and those in the tens of pounds being exceedingly uncommon. This one, capable of pulling the boat, must weigh at least several dozens of pounds. For any angler, catching a mackerel of such magnitude is a dream come true. The mere thought of it sent Zhang Hai's adrenaline surging. As the boat was towed, he felt no need to intervene. He simply ensured the rod remained secure and did not get pulled into the sea. The fish would tire eventually, and there was no risk of cutting the line or capsizing the boat. The only regret was that the commotion might scatter the school of mackerels that had gathered near the boat. But that was inconsequential. Catching one large fish was far more exhilarating than reeling in dozens of smaller ones. In contrast, Li Xiang was not as composed. She anxiously gazed at the moving boat and hurriedly asked Zhang Hai, "Brother Hai, what is happening? Why is the boat being dragged?" After Zhang Hai explained the situation, a look of excitement also spread across Li Xiang's face as she observed the taut fishing line, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wow, a mackerel weighing dozens of pounds. Incredible! She pulled out her phone to capture the moment. Under the strain of the large mackerel, the fishing boat danced erratically across the sea, its course wildly unpredictable, veering left and right, spinning in place, swaying incessantly. It was undeniable that this large mackerel possessed immense pulling power and remarkable endurance. After more than 10 minutes, it showed no signs of fatigue and continued to thrash about. The boat was dragged several hundred meters, coming alongside the fishing boat they had encountered earlier. The anglers aboard that boat noticed the commotion and turned their attention toward Zhang Hai's vessel. Upon witnessing its erratic path, confusion spread across their faces. Is it those two? What are they doing? Is this how one operates a boat? Soon, someone realized the truth and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, they're not steering the boat. They're being towed by a giant fish." Hearing this, shock washed over the faces of the onlookers. What? A fish is dragging a boat. What size fish could possibly accomplish that? Although their boat was small, it still required considerable force to tow it along. What kind of fish possesses such strength? It seemed implausible that they could have hooked such a large one. As the fishing boats and angling vessels drew nearer, they beheld the fishing rod gripped firmly, ensnaring a sizable catch, with the taut fishing line indicating the struggle. It was undeniable. A grand fish was indeed pulling the boat. The fishermen aboard the angling vessel gasped in astonishment, their attention fixated on Zhang Hai's fishing boat, their eyes brimming with envy. Those who had previously mocked Zhang Hai and Li Xiang now wore expressions more grotesque than if they had swallowed a fly. Why had they caught so few while their adversaries landed such a magnificent fish? It was disheartening. Everyone relished the thrill of reeling in a big catch. And they were no exception. After a moment of watching, they began to murmur amongst themselves. The exhilaration of landing such a colossal fish was palpable. Why was it not us? We had arrived earlier, had a larger crew, and even possessed more advanced equipment. Alas, they surely could not reel it in. The line was so thin, it would undoubtedly snap. It was only a matter of time before the fish escaped. After all, even for professionals like us, success was not guaranteed. Amid the chatter of the fishermen on the angling boat, the fishing vessel inched closer. Ultimately, it came to a halt merely 5 meters away, the two boats almost touching. At that moment, the great fish grew weary, its struggle diminishing. Unable to exert further force, it allowed the fishing boat to spin in place. Observing this, Zhang Hai sensed the opportune moment had arrived. He deftly operated the electric reel, bringing the magnificent fish to the surface. Thus, to the astonishment of the onlooking fishermen, a fish weighing approximately 60 pounds and measuring over a meter in length, a magnificent grouper, was drawn from the water and onto the boat. While he struggled with the 200-pound dragonfish, this sizable grouper was effortlessly managed. In the moment that the grouper broke the surface, the fishermen aboard the angling vessel were left in stunned silence, their envy spilling forth as they stood transfixed, their mouths agape and eyes wide. They scrutinized the enormous grouper that Zhang Hai had pulled aboard. Incredible! Unbelievable! They exclaimed in disbelief. A fish of such magnitude, successfully reeled in. How exhilarating! Why was it not me? What justified this? They marveled, envious and begrudging. Chapter 58 had already begun. After reeling in the giant snakehead, Zhang Hai opened the hatch of the fish compartment and glanced at the other empty live well. The snakehead was elongated, although it measured over a meter. Its width was only 30 to 40 centimeters, barely fitting into the live well. However, there was no guarantee that it would survive, as it was essentially active within the confines of the live well. Once he confirmed that the live well could accommodate the fish, Zhang Hai did not hasten to place the massive snakehead inside. Instead, he cast a proud gaze toward the anglers on the nearby fishing boat. He cradled the giant fish in his arms, gesturing to indicate its length, while casually asking Li Xiang to take a photograph of him. Indeed, Zhang Hai's intention was to showcase his catch. The group of anglers on the boat watched him intently, their faces betraying envy and jealousy as they beheld him holding such a colossal snakehead. After Li Xiang snapped the photo, she noticed that Zhang Hai was still holding the fish and curiously inquired, "Brother Hai, why haven't you put the fish away?" Zhang Hai, with a smile, replied, "It's already being stored." Already being stored? Li Xiang glanced at the giant snakehead still cradled in his arms, her expression revealing confusion. Realizing she did not grasp the joke, Zhang Hai explained, "Isn't this enough to showcase?" Upon understanding, Li Xiang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It certainly is enough to show off. It's already stored." The anglers on the fishing boat, witnessing Zhang Hai with the enormous fish, were overwhelmed with envy, nearly to the point of tears. How much did this snakehead weigh? Truly impressive. How delightful it would be if it were their catch. Envy, jealousy, and resentment filled the air. "Brother, could we borrow it for a photo to post on social media?" Not catching a big fish themselves felt more painful than any defeat. Watching Zhang Hai flaunt his catch, they were not only envious but also filled with jealousy. Soon, someone began to speak sarcastically. "What are you showing off for? It's just a matter of good luck. If you don't put it down soon, it might struggle and escape, and that would be quite the spectacle. It's just the beginner's luck. Who hasn't caught a few big fish when they first started fishing? What's so impressive about it? My friend caught one even larger." Zhang Hai, noticing the envious glances from the anglers and overhearing their comments, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Not flaunting a big catch would be akin to not having caught anything at all. In this instance, he indeed succeeded in showcasing his achievement. Of course, there is a fine line to be drawn when it comes to boasting. After his display, Zhang Hai finally placed the giant snakehead into the live well. Once the fish was secured, he turned to the anglers on the boat and, with a smug expression, remarked, "You needn't look at me like that. It's merely a small fish. Is it really necessary to be so astonished?" Upon hearing this, the anglers felt a surge of irritation. One, seeing Zhang Hai's smug demeanor, called out sarcastically, "Well, you're right. It is indeed just a small fish. It appears to weigh merely 50 or 60 pounds. Let us not forget that just yesterday, someone here managed to catch a giant grouper weighing over 200 pounds. Do you comprehend the significance of 200 pounds? In comparison to the individual from yesterday, your catch pales in insignificance. There is nothing to boast about." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai realized they were referring to him, and feigned ignorance with a smile. "Oh, is that so? Were you, or perhaps a friend of yours, the one who caught the 200-pound grouper yesterday?" One of the individuals on the fishing boat replied, "Indeed. A remarkable angler did catch one yesterday, but he is not my friend. Since you do not know him, what is the point of bringing it up?" Zhang Hai inquired. The person retorted sarcastically, "Just because you do not know him, does that mean I cannot mention it? I merely wish to inform you that there are indeed many impressive fishermen out there. You caught a mere 60-pound catfish. There is no need for arrogance. No matter how skilled you may be, you cannot compare to the one who caught the grouper yesterday." Li Xiang found the situation amusing. Comparing Zhang Hai to another angler? She wondered what expressions these individuals would exhibit if they were aware that the one who caught the grouper was indeed Zhang Hai himself. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, she approached the fisherman and smiled. "Apologies, but I must confess, the one who caught the grouper yesterday was also my Zhang Hai." Zhang Hai quickly interjected to Li Xiang, "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key." "What?" The fishermen were taken aback, their smiles frozen, replaced by expressions of confusion. Particularly the sarcastic one, whose face was filled with question marks. They gazed at Zhang Hai and Li Xiang with incredulity. However, it was not long before they erupted in laughter. You claim that the one who caught the giant grouper yesterday was you? This is utterly absurd. You must be joking." They mocked. "It is impossible. How could you two possibly catch a grouper weighing over 200 pounds? Surely, you must draft your lies before presenting them." In their eyes, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang's boat appeared small and rudimentary, and their fishing gear lacked professionalism. They presumed them to be mere novices, incapable of reeling in a grouper of such magnitude. Zhang Hai, upon hearing their skepticism, could not help but chuckle. Yet, he refrained from providing any explanation, for it was unnecessary. He simply smiled and said, Yes, you are correct." With that, he chose not to engage further, steering the boat away and leaving behind a confident silhouette. The fishermen watched as Zhang Hai departed without clarifying anything, feeling a mix of annoyance and disbelief. Consequently, they resolved to verify the matter, convinced that Zhang Hai and Li Xiang were merely boasting. At the request of the crew, the captain placed a call to their contact. "Sister Lu, from whom did you acquire that giant grouper yesterday?" On the other end of the line, the voice of the seafood shop owner, Sister Lu, responded, "A handsome young man." "Why do you ask?" "A handsome young man." Upon hearing the news, everyone instinctively recalled the somewhat handsome visage of Zhang Hai, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Could it truly be him? Surely not. The captain, his voice trembling, pressed on, "Sister Lu, could you provide a more detailed description?" Sister Lu, displaying a hint of impatience, replied, "Approximately 1.8 meters tall, a young fellow in his 20s, accompanied by a girl of similar age." Why the sudden inquiry? The description, about 1. 8 meters, in his 20s, with a touch of charm, accompanied by a girl, fit perfectly. It was confirmed. It truly was him. After hanging up the phone, the fishermen aboard the boat turned their gazes toward Zhang Hai, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Had they really caught that enormous grouper? After all the commotion, it turned out that the jesters were indeed ourselves. How infuriating to have been outsmarted by that young man. He had already departed, yet the ruse lingered. Yesterday, they had boasted of a 200-pound grouper, and today it was a mere few dozen pounds of horse mackerel. How was he so adept? Yet, one must admit, they were indeed formidable. Remarkable. In the end, they all erupted in exclamations of awe. Though envy and jealousy for Zhang Hai coursed through their veins, they could not deny his undeniable prowess. Chapter 59. Snorkeling after setting sail. Zhang Hai navigated the fishing boat back to the location where he had previously been angling for the prized mahua fish. His intention was to continue fishing, for these creatures were quite valuable, and one could never have too many. However, upon arriving at the original spot, he discovered that the school of mahua fish had dispersed, leaving behind only a scant handful, merely a dozen or so. While it was still possible to catch a few, the efficiency had markedly diminished, requiring several minutes before there was a bite. After expending over 20 minutes, he managed to reel in just 2 or 3 fish. Frustrated by the lack of productivity, he decided to cease fishing and instead seek out a new school. After reeling in his line, Zhang Hai opened the System's item shop to check the points accrued from catching this batch of mahua fish. He noted that his personal points had increased from 500 to 2,000, a rise of 1,500 points, reaching the daily limit. It must be said, catching large fish was indeed exhilarating. A single fish weighing dozens of pounds could instantly elevate one's points to the maximum. Henceforth, any further seafood captured would not contribute additional points. Nevertheless, in pursuit of greater earnings and personal enjoyment, Zhang Hai had no intention of calling it a day just yet. He had yet to commence his underwater hunting, and returning so soon was out of the question. Closing the item shop interface, Zhang Hai glanced at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, coinciding with the lunch hour. Having set out to sea rather late in the day, and only having fished one school of mahua fish, time had flown by. With the lunch hour upon them, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang's stomachs began to rumble with hunger, especially for Li Xiang, who had expended considerable energy while reeling in the mahua fish. Her anticipation of the fish's delectable taste had left her quite famished. "Brother Hai, when are we going to eat?" she asked weakly. Zhang Hai, well aware of Li Xiang's penchant for food, was accustomed to her inquiries and responded, "Would you prefer to eat on the boat or camp on the beach?" "Let us go to the beach. There is too little space on the boat to spread out," Li Xiang replied eagerly. "All right then, just like yesterday. We'll camp on the beach and indulge in a seafood feast." Although camping on the beach would consume more time, Zhang Hai felt no urgency as he had already earned ample points for the day. He was pressed for time, and happiness was what mattered most. With that, Zhang Hai steered the boat toward Boundary Island. The tides had receded by midday, revealing the island. When not searching for fish, the boat could travel at a swift pace. And soon they arrived at Boundary Island, anchoring in front of the same stretch of beach where they had camped the previous day, in waters just a meter deep. He then used a small foam boat to transport their supplies ashore: sun umbrellas, tables, chairs, fruits, snacks, drinks, and everything necessary for camping. Zhang Hai did not need to worry about these provisions. He also brought along 2 mahua fish, each weighing over 3 pounds. One would be prepared as a fragrant pan fry. Rich in oil, the mahua fish, when sliced and lightly seared to a golden brown, would release an aromatic scent and, with each bite, burst with flavor, earning it the title of the finest fish in the South China Sea. The pan-seared mackerel is indispensable, while the other is reserved for sashimi. The sashimi of mackerel is quite delectable, as its abundant fat lends a luxuriously tender texture, with high-quality specimens melting in the mouth. Its fresh, savory flavor is accompanied by a delightful sweetness, making mackerel sashimi highly sought after by many. Although it may not rival the fame of tuna, it is nevertheless exceptionally delicious. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang, both aficionados of sashimi, were naturally eager to sample mackerel sashimi. The 2 fish together weighed over 7 pounds. Fishing is a labor-intensive endeavor, thus necessitating a hearty meal. In addition to mackerel, they had also brought along vegetables and beef prepared before setting sail. Upon reaching the shore, the 2 divided their responsibilities clearly. Li Xiang, as the chef aboard the vessel, took on the crucial task of preparing the meal. Zhang Hai, with a bucket in hand, ventured onto the island to forage for additional seafood to enhance their lunch, such as shrimp, conch, clams, and crabs. The resources around the boundary island were abundant. Seafood was plentiful, and discoveries awaited every few steps. In less than 15 minutes, Zhang Hai returned with nearly half a bucket of seafood. Since it was intended solely for lunch and not for sale, he did not gather excessively, collecting only what sufficed. His selections were particularly discerning, with crabs larger than those typically found. The conch and clams were equally sizable, and there was a greater proportion of shrimp. He also acquired sea urchins and abalones, all impressively large. After an hour of meticulous preparation, a sumptuous seafood feast was laid out, featuring 7 delectable dishes: pepper and salt shrimp, steamed crab, pan-seared mackerel, mackerel sashimi, boiled conch, stir-fried spinach, and tomato beef. A platter of fruits accompanied the spread, along with a large bottle of chilled cola. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Li Xiang surveyed her hour's success with a satisfied smile. Observing her accomplishment, Zhang Hai felt a profound sense of happiness. Having a girl who could cook for him was indeed a blessing, allowing them to enjoy such a lavish meal, even at sea. He remarked, "This looks wonderful. A feast for the senses. Your culinary skills have certainly improved. But with so much food, can we manage it all?" With unwavering confidence, Li Xiang replied, "Don't worry. I've been studying recipes in my spare time these past 2 days. We'll finish it for sure. We can stick to the dishes and skip the rice." "So there won't be much left," Zhang Hai suggested. "What if we got a dog as a pet on the boat? Any leftovers could feed the dog, preventing waste. Plus, having a dog aboard would alleviate boredom during the voyage and assist with transporting things." Li Xiang nodded, finding Zhang Hai's idea quite appealing. "Yes, having a dog as a companion sounds wonderful. It would be nice to play with it. But will the dog get seasick?" Zhang Hai reassured her, "If trained properly, it won't. I've seen many people keep dogs on boats." Li Xiang responded, "Oh, then when we return, let us find a beautiful, gentle, and obedient one." Zhang Hai added, "Let us wait a bit. The boat is still too small. We can discuss it again once we have a new vessel." The fishing boat, albeit a tad too small, was brimming with an abundance of supplies. Adding another dog would render it excessively cramped, so they decided to wait for a larger vessel. As the two indulged in a sumptuous seafood feast, their conversation flowed effortlessly, primarily revolving around matters concerning the boat. They discussed topics such as pet care, inventorying necessary supplies, and potential fishing destinations. The delightful luncheon concluded in a harmonious atmosphere, with Zhang Hai and Li Xiang contentedly reclining in their chairs, fully satiated. They had nearly finished all the prepared dishes, leaving no waste behind. After their meal, Li Xiang tidied up the utensils while Zhang Hai set an alarm for 3 o'clock and indulged in a brief nap. When the clock struck 3, the pair set off once more, returning to the fishing vessel. The afternoon brought a respite from the heat, and the water remained calm and serene. Zhang Hai proposed, "Let us forego fishing for now and embark on a diving expedition." Li Xiang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, where shall we dive?" Zhang Hai cautioned, "For our inaugural dive, let us not venture too deep. 10 meters shall suffice." Li Xiang concurred, "I am fine with that. After all, I cannot reach the ocean floor. But I can learn gradually while floating on the surface." Having reached a decision, Zhang Hai recalibrated the search parameters on the detector. With the device's display in view, he navigated the boat around the boundary island, seeking suitable diving spots. The waters surrounding the boundary island were blessed with vibrant coral reefs, and the clarity of the water allowed for a stunning view of the colorful corals below. Schools of small fish darted among the corals, clearly visible from the boat. As they sailed, Li Xiang perched on the edge of the vessel, gazing intently at the underwater vistas. She was captivated by the swarms of fish weaving through the coral and the blooming sea anemones resembling lush underwater flora. With an air of eagerness, she inquired, "Zhang Ge, have we found a diving spot yet?" Zhang Hai, observing the detector's display, noted that it had yet to provide any indications. With patience, he replied, "Not yet. Let us wait a little longer. To dive for hunting, we must locate a place abundant in seafood. Otherwise, our efforts would be in vain." "Understood." Li Xiang nodded in agreement, recognizing that the thrill of the hunt was one of the joys of diving. Chapter 60. The Abalone School. The fishing vessel searched the coral waters at depths exceeding 10 meters for approximately half an hour. At last, the detector displayed an indication on the screen. Zhang Hai clicked on the prompt to investigate further. To his delight, the detector had located a wild school of abalone. Within a 300-meter radius, a multitude of native wild abalone clung densely to the seabed coral reefs, their numbers uncountable. The market price for abalone is notably high, typically sold individually. Smaller specimens fetch around 5 yuan each, while those of medium size are priced at 20 yuan apiece. For larger specimens, the cost can vary dramatically, ranging from hundreds to over 1,000 yuan each, depending on their size. The size of abalone is measured by the head. For instance, 2 abalones equal 1 pound. Thus counting as 2 heads, while 10 abalones also equal 1 pound, counted as 10 heads. If one abalone weighs 2 pounds, it is considered half a head. The fewer the heads, the larger the size, and consequently, the higher the price. Zhang Hai had previously seen a restaurant sell half a head of abalone for as much as 18,000 yuan. Although he was unaware of the size of this batch, their value was undoubtedly substantial. It would be wise to designate this area as a diving spot. Consequently, Zhang Hai steered the boat directly above the location of the abalone school and halted. First, he assessed the water depth, which measured 7 meters, crystal clear to the seabed. Then he examined the underwater terrain, which resembled a flat coral plateau, devoid of intricate ravines, presenting minimal risk. The current was gentle, lacking any swift flows, ensuring a high safety factor. In summary, this location was ideal for novice divers to practice their skills. After anchoring the vessel in the 7-meter deep waters, he turned to Li Xiang and said, "Let us dive here. Prepare the equipment." Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's face lit up with excitement. She leaned over the edge of the boat to admire the underwater scenery, exclaiming, "The underwater view here is splendid." Subsequently, she retrieved her newly purchased diving gear. A professional hunting wetsuit, complete with a high-definition mask, snorkel, fins, gloves, and all necessary accessories. The wetsuit fit snugly, requiring only a swimsuit and swim trunks underneath, as wearing too much would be uncomfortable. Before donning the wetsuit, Li Xiang realized she needed to remove her outer clothing, just as she was down to her last t-shirt. She suddenly remembered Zhang Hai was on the boat, and continuing to undress would be awkward. Thus, she said to Zhang Hai, "Hey, turn around. No peeking. Wait until I'm dressed before you look." Zhang Hai scoffed and turned away, retorting, "With your figure, I wouldn't want to look anyway." "What did you say? Do you dare to provoke me?" Li Xiang replied, displeased, as she changed her clothes. After finishing, she announced, "All right, you can turn back now." Zhang Hai turned around, casting a dismissive glance at Li Xiang, now clad in her wetsuit, suddenly feeling a rush of blood. He did not expect Li Xiang's figure to be so exquisite. Clad in a form-fitting diving suit, her curves were accentuated, especially her well-rounded posterior. Typically, she favored loose-fitting attire, which concealed her figure entirely. That ample backside was undeniably prominent and round. Zhang Hai was not lecherous. He was merely captivated by the unexpected allure of Li Xiang's physique. As he gazed at her with wide eyes, Li Xiang playfully punched his arm with her small fist, exclaiming, "What are you staring at?" Regaining his composure, Zhang Hai earnestly replied, "I apologize for my previous ignorance. I had no idea your figure was so remarkable. You should wear more fitted clothes. Can you stop joking around?" Li Xiang retorted, a mixture of embarrassment and irritation evident in her tone. Zhang Hai insisted, "I am not joking. I speak the truth." "Rogue." She playfully hit him again. Though she feigned resistance, Li Xiang did not truly mind Zhang Hai's compliments. In fact, she felt a twinge of delight. Quickly changing the subject, she scrutinized Zhang Hai and inquired, "Brother Hai, where is your diving suit?" Zhang Hai removed his clothing, leaving only his shorts, and said, "I don't need a diving suit. I'll dive like this." "Is that really feasible?" Li Xiang asked skeptically. Although she was not an expert diver, she possessed the basic knowledge that diving without a suit could be unprofessional and perilous, especially for underwater hunting. Zhang Hai nodded confidently, "Don't worry, it's perfectly fine." In truth, he did possess a diving suit, a level 1 suit acquired from the system's item shop, which was invisible to the naked eye. Unable to explain this to Li Xiang, he resorted to a small fib. Seeing Zhang Hai's unwavering confidence, Li Xiang decided to trust him. "All right then, just be careful." With a reassuring okay, Zhang Hai activated his diving suit. The transparent, glass-like ring on his finger quickly melted and enveloped his entire body, forming an almost imperceptible, gossamer layer. "Ready," Zhang Hai announced to Li Xiang, "Let us dive." He secured a net bag for seafood around his waist and leaped into the water first. The seawater was slightly chilly, but under the protection of the diving suit, Zhang Hai felt no chill, only a comfortable temperature. As he submerged, he discovered he could breathe without any suffocating sensation of oxygen deprivation. The capillaries in his skin, aided by the diving suit, filtered oxygen while expelling carbon dioxide. The suit itself functioned as an extraordinary respiratory system. In the water, he felt akin to a fish. Emerging from the depths, he called out to Li Xiang, who remained on the boat. You should join me. Li Xiang hesitated, cautiously dipping one foot over the boat's edge, then the other, sitting nervously on the boat's rim. Though she repeatedly expressed her eagerness to dive, a tinge of fear inevitably crept in as the moment approached. After all, it had been several years since she last swam, and the vast ocean before her, despite its depth of merely 7 or 8 meters, commanded great respect. Zhang Hai discerned Li Xiang's trepidation and encouraged her, saying, "Come on. I'm here. There's nothing to worry about. I will protect you." "All right, then catch me," Li Xiang replied. "Sure." Zhang Hai opened his arms wide, gathering her courage. Li Xiang leaped from the boat, diving into Zhang Hai's embrace. She was indeed a capable swimmer. Upon entering the water, her body instinctively floated as she began treading water, not requiring Zhang Hai's assistance at all. As she overcame her initial fears and gradually acclimated, she found the experience akin to swimming in a pool. A smile of exhilaration spread across her face as she exclaimed, "Hai go, I want to dive down and see the seabed." Zhang Hai nodded in affirmation. "All right. I'm watching you. Dive with confidence." Li Xiang nodded, adjusted her goggles, and plunged into the water, snorkeling to marvel at the underwater coral beauty. Zhang Hai accompanied her, ensuring her safety throughout the experience. However, Li Xiang's lung capacity was limited, and after less than 30 seconds, she resurfaced, gasping for air. "I can't do it. Holding my breath is too uncomfortable." Zhang Hai chuckled lightly. How could it not be uncomfortable? This takes practice. For an ordinary person, managing 30 seconds is impressive. And this is just snorkeling. Deeper diving would be even more challenging. Li Xiang, acknowledging her limitations, nodded. "I didn't realize diving would be so difficult. It seems I won't be able to explore the depths. It might take 3 to 5 months of practice just to be able to hunt." Zhang Hai reassured her. "Just enjoy the diving. Let me handle the hunting." "All right." After adjusting her breathing, Li Xiang submerged once more, continuing her exploration. After several attempts, she gradually adapted. Noticing Zhang Hai's constant presence, she said, "Haigo, you go ahead and dive. Don't worry about me. I'll stay close to the fishing boat and come up to rest when I'm tired. It's no problem." Zhang Hai nodded. "Fine, but do be careful. If you find yourself in distress, just thrash your arms. I will be watching you from below, and I'll come up if I see you signaling." "Okay," Li Xiang agreed, feeling relatively confident in her swimming ability. Equipped with flippers, although she couldn't reach the seabed, she could still frolic in the water's surface without issue. Moreover, with the calm sea and the fishing boat nearby, there was little danger to her safety. After establishing a signaling system, Zhang Hai focused on his own diving, plunging into the depths. While Zhang Hai possessed average diving skills, able to hold his breath for just over a minute, he felt transformed with his level 1 wetsuit. He moved through the water with the grace of a fish, enjoying the freedom of movement without the discomfort of pressure. In mere moments, he descended to the ocean floor at a depth of 7 or 8 meters. Chapter 61. Underwater Exploration. Zhang Hai sat upon a rocky outcrop on the ocean floor, surveying his surroundings. He first beheld the enchanting coral landscape, where vast expanses of coral resembled a vibrant forest before his eyes. This coral forest constituted a self-sustaining ecosystem, teeming with schools of small fish, shrimp, crabs, and various other marine creatures. The diversity of species created a magnificent underwater realm, far surpassing the aesthetic appeal of any aquarium. However, it was evident that Zhang Hai's purpose extended beyond mere admiration. After a brief period of observation, he set about his primary task, foraging for seafood. His objective was unequivocal, to collect whatever he could find. Although he had primarily come in search of abalone, he would not shy away from any edible and marketable finds, provided they were not protected species. It was important to remember that numerous protected marine animals inhabited these waters, such as hawksbill turtles and giant clams. During his previous life as an angler, Zhang Hai had memorized these protected species to avoid inadvertently landing them and facing severe penalties. As he scanned the vicinity for his targets, he marveled at the clarity of his vision. Contrary to the common experience of diminished eyesight underwater, Zhang Hai found his vision remarkably unaffected. In fact, the clarity he experienced beneath the waves surpassed that of his vision on land. This was due to the exceptional diving mask integrated into his level 1 wetsuit. This specialized mask not only prevented seawater from entering his eyes, but also possessed a powerful capability to enhance his sight. The enhancement was extraordinary, allowing Zhang Hai to perceive details at a distance of 100 meters as clearly as if he were observing them on land, even better than through a low-powered telescope. The benefits of this enhanced underwater vision were self-evident. Not only did it facilitate his hunting endeavors, significantly increasing his efficiency in locating seafood, but it also allowed him to appreciate the underwater world with remarkable clarity. With such extraordinary vision, any seafood within 100 meters could be easily spotted with careful observation. Thus, it was not long before Zhang Hai swiftly discovered the cluster of abalones detected by his device. They were densely attached to various rocky surfaces on the ocean floor, some clinging to the tops of rocks, others nestled within crevices, and some concealed beneath the rocky substrate. Their sizes varied. Larger specimens included 10 and 5-headed abalones, while smaller ones comprised 20 and 30-headed varieties. The tiniest were the juvenile abalones. The quantity was staggering. In addition to the abalones, Zhang Hai also encountered crabs, enormous sea snails, and honeycomb grouper hiding near the coral. Upon closer inspection, he realized there was an abundance of seafood ripe for the taking. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Hai redirected his gaze and commenced his task. He first swam towards the rocky outcrops where the abalone clung. Upon arrival, he deftly pried the abalone from the stone using a small knife, then opened his net bag to deposit the abalone within. The abalone's grip was formidable, requiring some effort to detach it from the rock. However, it was a mere trifle, and within 10 seconds, Zhang Hai successfully liberated one. With ease, he captured the first abalone in under 20 seconds. He proceeded to extract a second, then a third, and subsequently a fourth abalone. One after another, they were pried from their rocky confines and collected, regardless of whether they were nestled on the surface, hidden within crevices, or even beneath the stones. Any abalone that met the capture criteria was seized without exception. With an abundance of abalone present, he found it nearly impossible to pause. After extracting one, he immediately sought another. The harvest of abalone was exhilarating. Amidst this endeavor, he occasionally glanced at Li Xiang, who was submerged in her own underwater exploration, completely oblivious to his presence as she swam gracefully. No matter her activities, as long as she was safe, Zhang Hai felt at ease. He withdrew his gaze from her and resumed his joyful pursuit of abalone. In addition to abalone, he also encountered the honeycomb grouper. This species of grouper, aptly named for its honeycomb-like patterns, favored hiding beneath the coral reefs. Each time Zhang Hai spotted them, they gazed back at him with an endearing yet vacant expression, seemingly unperturbed, which only heightened his desire to bring them home. Typically, honeycomb groupers are not large, averaging around half a kilogram each, yet their market value is quite substantial, fetching prices between 70 to 80 yuan per kilogram. One fish could easily yield several dozen yuan. To his surprise, this area teemed with honeycomb groupers, prompting Zhang Hai to capture them, for it was akin to collecting money. Opting for a hand capture method, Zhang Hai forewent the use of a net, swiftly reaching out with his palm to grasp the honeycomb groupers. After donning a level 1 wetsuit, he discovered that his agility underwater exceeded that of land, enabling him to strike with remarkable speed, making the capture of fish with bare hands a feasible task. This undoubtedly enhanced his efficiency in fishing. It is noteworthy that other underwater hunters typically relied on spear guns or nets, both of which were time-consuming and labor-intensive, with a high failure rate. Of course, Zhang Hai's hand capture technique was only effective for fish weighing less than 3 kilograms. Larger fish would struggle too vigorously to be secured effectively. In addition to abalone and honeycomb groupers, Zhang Hai also casually caught any crabs he encountered. The crabs found on the ocean floor were generally larger than those on land and came in various species. Alongside rock crabs, he captured orchid crabs, tiger crabs, and even bread crabs. While these crabs might not possess significant monetary value, as a beachcomber, the sight of them ignited a compulsion to catch them. Even if he did not intend to sell them, indulging in their delectable taste was a delightful prospect. Not only did he effortlessly catch crabs, but he also collected sizable sea snails along the way. Zhang Hai reveled in the thrill of fishing beneath the waves, finding it far more exhilarating than gathering shellfish on the shore. The ocean floor teemed with abundant and sizable seafood, showcasing a delightful variety. Indeed, it was a splendid underwater harvest. Within less than half an hour, his net bag was filled to its limits, brimming with treasures too numerous to contain. His hands were laden with abalones, leaving no room for more. Thus, Zhang Hai resolved to resurface momentarily, intending to deposit the bounty from his net onto the fishing boat before diving back down. With a net weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds, he ascended towards the surface. Were it not for the diving suit he wore, he would have struggled to carry such a weight from the depths of the sea. However, clad in his diving gear, he found it effortless to swim upwards while dragging the heavy load. At that moment, He marveled once more at the remarkable capabilities of his diving suit, which had cost him a mere 1,000 points, an investment that was truly worth its weight in gold. Breaking through the surface, Zhang Hai swam towards the fishing boat and ultimately clambered aboard. Standing on the deck, he unfastened the net bag, and instantly, the contents cascaded onto the deck with a delightful clatter. The sound of his bountiful catch resonated like music to his ears, a harmonious symphony of success. Chapter 62. Abundant harvest. After emptying the catch of seafood from the net onto the deck, Zhang Hai surveyed the fruits of his underwater endeavor. There were over 100 abalones, more than a dozen grouper fish, 20 or so crabs, a handful of sea snails, and a few sea cucumbers. The haul was quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, who had been snorkeling, noticed the commotion and, upon seeing Zhang Hai return to the fishing vessel, swam over and boarded the boat. Upon spotting the impressive pile of abalones, groupers, and crabs on the deck, astonishment washed over her face. "Brother Hai, did you really gather all this seafood in such a short time? Is this abalone? Grouper? So much. It's incredible!" Li Xiang stood there, momentarily stunned by the bounty. It was difficult for her to contain her surprise, considering Zhang Hai had only been underwater for less than half an hour. To achieve such a remarkable catch in that brief period was quite extraordinary. It was worth noting that this was deep-sea hunting at depths of 7 to 8 meters, where one must frequently surface for air. Thus, the actual time spent capturing seafood was considerably less than half an hour. Earlier, while Li Xiang was snorkeling with a breathing tube, she had not realized that Zhang Hai had not surfaced for air like the others, who typically came up every 2 minutes. Even seasoned hunters, with a stroke of good fortune, rarely gathered more than a third of what Zhang Hai had amassed in half an hour. Li Xiang found it hard to believe that such an abundance of seafood could be caught on a first dive. Noticing her astonished expression, Zhang Hai chuckled. "Come on, don't be so surprised. This is hardly anything. Just a little bit, really." Li Xiang retorted with a playful smirk. "Look at you, so proud. I'm serious. This isn't my limit. It's the net's limit." Zhang Hai explained. Li Xiang nodded, accepting his words. "Yes, I believe you." Had Zhang Hai said this to her in the past, she would have dismissed it as boasting. However, after spending time together over the past few days, she had come to realize his true prowess. Capturing such a substantial amount of seafood on his first dive was no exaggeration in her eyes. "Stop standing there. Help me sort and organize this seafood," Zhang Hai directed. "Place the abalones in one container and put them in that foam box. Keep the groupers in the live well. Crabs and sea snails can go into another foam box." After they had efficiently organized the seafood on the deck, the two of them plunged back into the water. Li Xiang continued to practice snorkeling at the surface, while Zhang Hai descended once more to the ocean floor, eager to continue his gathering. The abalones, groupers, and orchid crabs were awaiting him, and he could not afford to disappoint them. After joyfully foraging for another half hour, Zhang Hai's net was again overflowing. He had to return to the fishing vessel once more to deposit his catch onto the boat. This dive had been entirely focused on the task at hand, with no time wasted on sightseeing, resulting in an even greater bounty than the previous dive. His net was stuffed fuller than before. Upon boarding the vessel, Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Impressive, my dear brother. Are you perhaps a natural-born master of underwater hunting? How is it that you excel so remarkably? Let us not forget the basics." Zhang Hai offered little explanation, merely leaving her with a parting remark before diving back into the depths. Li Xiang remained on the deck, assisting in organizing the seafood. Once finished, she too descended into the water to continue her practice of free diving. After more than 50 minutes, Zhang Hai returned to the fishing boat for the third time. The bounty he brought back was akin to the previous two, a net brimming with seafood, albeit the time taken was slightly longer. This was due to the fact that most of the underwater creatures in the vicinity had already been harvested. The abalone were nearly all gone, leaving only a few small ones that did not meet his standards. The once abundant honeycomb groupers were now scarcely visible, and the crabs had retreated into their hiding places, leaving behind only a handful of small fish, shrimp, and crabs. Zhang Hai unloaded the catch onto the deck and addressed Li Xiang. "Let us call it a day for our underwater hunting. We have gathered quite enough." Li Xiang glanced at the time and nodded. "Indeed, it's already past 5. We should head back." After over an hour submerged in water, she felt a sense of satisfaction. As she spoke, Li Xiang instructed Zhang Hai to turn around, remove his diving suit, and rinse off with fresh water before changing into his clothes. Only after she had dressed did Zhang Hai turn back around. And upon seeing how her admirable figure was concealed beneath loose clothing, he felt a twinge of regret. He then jested, "We are on the same boat now. Why so formal? A glance won't harm anyone. Next time, I shan't turn away. I'm not your minnow, always turning around." Li Xiang playfully threatened him with a fist. "You rogue. Are you daring enough not to turn around? I was only joking. Don't take it to heart." Zhang Hai laughed, quickly shifting the topic. "Let us tidy up the seafood." Thus, the two of them knelt on the deck, sorting through the third hall. The abalone were placed in a foam box. The honeycomb groupers were kept in a live water tank, while crabs, conchs, and various other items were stored in another foam box. Once everything was organized, Zhang Hai estimated the total yield from his 3 dives. The foam box was filled with abalone, approximately 500 to 600 pieces, all substantial in size, averaging over 10 per pound, weighing a total of around 70 to 80 pounds. The honeycomb groupers numbered about 40 to 50, each weighing roughly half a pound, totaling around 20 to 30 pounds. The crabs, consisting of rock crabs, flower crabs, and bread crabs, amounted to 70 or 80, also weighing several dozen pounds. There were 30 to 40 conchs and a plethora of miscellaneous items. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Gazing at the dazzling array of seafood, Li Xiang was once again astounded. She gave Zhang Hai a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Hai, you've opened the door like a cow for a calf. This is truly remarkable. From the very beginning, I believed in your prowess as an underwater hunter, and you certainly did not disappoint me. No, you have far exceeded my expectations. It's as if the little calf is taking flight." Zhang Hai scoffed with a smirk. "Such flowery language. Are you preparing for an exam? It's merely a modest catch, hardly worth mentioning. Let us stick to the fundamentals," Li Xiang remarked. "You certainly embody the essence of Versailles. Other aspiring hunters might not even accumulate a fraction of your bounty in 2 hours, and yet you speak of maintaining basic fundamentals. If other seekers were to overhear this, they would surely be left speechless." As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and began to photograph the day's catch, intending to edit this footage along with other recordings from today for a post on Douyin upon her return. Time was of the essence. Today's expedition could already be deemed a resounding success. Thus, it was time to head back. After organizing the seafood, Zhang Hai shed his diving suit and donned his attire, then started the fishing vessel, steering towards the dock at Lanhai village in preparation for the return journey. The waters were teeming with fishing boats, so he initially navigated at a leisurely pace. Gradually, the fishing boat distanced itself from the boundary reef. A few minutes later, the crystal-clear waters transformed into a profound blue, depths unknown. The depth shifted from mere meters to dozens, even hundreds. Zhang Hai prepared to switch off the detector and accelerate his return. However, at that moment, the detector emitted an unexpected alert. A school of fish? Or something else? Chapter 63, Discovery of the Bounty. Zhang Hai, upon noticing the alert displayed on the detector's screen, felt a flicker of confusion, quickly followed by curiosity as he opened it to investigate what had been detected. Although he had intended to conclude his work and return home, the prospect of uncovering a substantial catch enticed him to reconsider. After all, a plentiful bounty is always welcome. Thus, when the detector emitted a notification, it was only natural to examine it further. The underwater imagery from the detector unfolded before Zhang Hai's eyes. To his astonishment, he spotted a large lobster. Judging by the visuals, this creature weighed no less than 20 to 30 pounds. A lobster of such considerable size is indeed a fisherman's dream come true. Confronted with a lobster of this magnitude, Zhang Hai was momentarily rendered motionless. Without hesitation, he promptly reduced the boat's speed and navigated toward the location indicated by the detector, preparing to harvest his prize. Li Xiang, observing Zhang Hai's abrupt stop, inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "Brother Hai, why have we suddenly halted?" Zhang Hai replied, "We shall dive here for a while longer." "Dive here?" Li Xiang glanced at the seemingly bottomless depths beneath the boat, her expression one of astonishment. The water was a deep azure, obscuring the seabed, and was at least several dozen meters deep. Free diving at such depths? Was he out of his mind? After taking a sharp breath, she questioned him, "Brother Hai, are you certain we should dive here? Or should we turn back?" Zhang Hai confidently asserted, "We dive right here." "Are you serious?" Li Xiang's face was a portrait of disbelief as she continued, "The water is far too deep. We can't dive here." Zhang Hai glanced at the analytical data regarding this marine area on the detector's screen and calmly stated, "It's not that deep. It's just over 120 meters. Just over 120 meters? That is not deep?" Li Xiang exclaimed incredulously. "That is free diving. You're aware that the human record for unassisted diving is only 110 meters. Here, it exceeds that by 10 meters. Can we really hunt here?" Moreover, he lacked any diving gear, let alone a wetsuit. Setting aside the pressure concerns, at such depths, one would likely run out of air before even reaching the bottom. How could this be feasible? Li Xiang stared at Zhang Hai, whose earnest expression suggested he was not jesting. Brother Hai, are you certain? Or are you merely teasing me? How could you possibly dive at such depths? Her voice trembled with uncertainty. In contrast, Zhang Hai wore a relaxed smile as he replied, Li Xiang, I want to delve into the specifics, but you must trust me, all right? Oh, Li Xiang gazed at Zhang Hai with a mixture of confusion and awe. In that moment, she was torn between believing him and adhering to her own understanding. For according to her knowledge, no one could possibly free dive at such depths for fishing. Yet she held an unwavering faith in Zhang Hai. Finally, Li Xiang exhaled deeply and earnestly proclaimed, all right, I trust you, but you must prioritize your safety. Zhang Hai gently patted Li Xiang's head, reassuring her, I understand. Don't worry. Li Xiang nodded emphatically. After pinpointing the location of the lobster, he shed his clothing, reactivated his diving suit, and took the largest net from the fishing boat, preparing to plunge into the depths. After advising Li Xiang to remain on the boat and await his return, he unhesitatingly dove into the water. With a splash, bubbles surfaced on the sea, and his figure vanished beneath the waves. Li Xiang approached the edge of the boat, her gaze fixed on the bubbling surface, her eyes reflecting a deep concern. Although she chose to trust Zhang Hai, it would be disingenuous to claim she was untroubled. She was acutely aware of the perilous nature of swimming in such profound waters. After a moment, she murmured, Brother Hai, please be cautious. Upon entering the water, Zhang Hai swam directly toward the seabed, equipped solely with the net for the purpose of capturing lobsters. Gazing at the seemingly bottomless sea, confidence radiated from his countenance, devoid of any trepidation. Despite having never ventured to such depths before, his previous diving experiences instilled him with a robust sense of assurance. With his diving suit, he felt capable of descending not just 100 meters, but even 1,000, with ease. Indeed, after descending several dozen meters, he felt no pressure. The suit effectively neutralized the formidable water pressure. With the absence of pressure, the ability to breathe underwater, and freedom of movement, coupled with enhanced vision and heightened sensitivity, it felt even more effortless than walking on land. The only challenge was overcoming the fear that lingered within. The profound depths of the ocean could indeed evoke feelings of suffocation, oppression, and an unsettling sense of the unknown. However, Zhang Hai, inherently bold and emboldened by advanced technology, felt little apprehension toward the abyss. Without a hint of hesitation, he ventured deeper. 2 minutes later, Zhang Hai reached the ocean floor, which was still a rocky plateau strewn with boulders of varying sizes, interspersed with seabed silt. The terrain posed no significant danger. The detector had indicated that a large lobster was hiding nearby. Arriving at the ocean floor, Zhang Hai began his search, following the detector's guidance. It was remarkably sensitive. Yet his entry point was slightly off, placing him at a distance from the lobster's location. He navigated as one would follow a GPS on land. While traversing a sandy area, Zhang Hai spotted several sizable scallops concealed within the sediment, each larger than an adult's palm. Without hesitation, he collected them and placed them in his net. After swimming several dozen meters along the seabed, he quickly arrived at the lobster's hiding place, where the terrain grew somewhat intricate. A cluster of massive stones huddled together forms a series of interconnected caverns, within which a sizable lobster conceals itself, vigilantly observing the activities outside. Upon Zhang Hai's arrival, the lobster acutely sensed the disturbance, instinctively retracting its body further into its refuge. After surveying the surroundings, Zhang Hai soon discerned the hidden lobster. Upon witnessing the creature in its full glory, a flicker of delight surged within him, exclaiming, "What a specimen!" This lobster was even larger than depicted by his detector, exceeding 30 or even 40 pounds. Its body, excluding the antennae, measured nearly a meter in length, robust and formidable, with its claws extending approximately half a meter. Those familiar with lobsters would recognize it immediately, while those encountering such a giant for the first time might mistake it for a monstrous sea beast or even a creature from the journey to the west. Its size was truly astonishing. Zhang Hai regarded the lobster, an expression of satisfaction spreading across his face. Such a magnificent catch made the journey worthwhile. He was determined to secure it. He then began to scrutinize the rocky haven where the lobster resided, contemplating strategies for its capture. Although he had located the lobster, the challenge of capturing it loomed large. After observing the surrounding environment for a while, a sense of foreboding crept over Zhang Hai. The labyrinthine complexity of the lobster's lair suggested the presence of other, unfathomably deep caverns beyond its hiding spot. Moreover, The entrance was too narrow for an adult to enter, and his reach was insufficient to grasp the lobster. The colossal rocks that comprised the cavern were firmly anchored to the seabed, utterly immovable. Thus, if the lobster chose to remain hidden within its sanctuary, extricating it would prove exceedingly difficult. Most critically, should it become alarmed and retreat into deeper recesses, capturing it would be nearly impossible. The challenge of securing this lobster was indeed formidable. Chapter 64. Shrimp fishing. In order to avoid alarming the lobster and causing it to retreat deeper into its lair, Zhang Hai discreetly withdrew to a concealed position behind a rock, continuing to observe the creature while contemplating a strategy to capture it. After a moment of reflection, he devised a feasible plan. Since the lobster was hiding within its den, he would lure it out by enticing it with bait. He aimed to draw it away from its rocky refuge and execute a surprise attack from behind. Relying on deception and ambush combined with careful preparation, he was confident that he could secure this formidable lobster. In the face of human cunning, the lobster was merely a naive creature. With his plan in mind, Zhang Hai wasted no time in springing into action. During his journey to this location, he had collected several large scallops. Thus, he decided to utilize the scallops as bait. The succulent meat of the scallops was a delicacy that the lobster could not resist. Employing a small knife, he pried open the shells and extracted the flesh. These scallops were substantial, and the meat was incredibly rich. Had it not been for the lobster, Zhang Hai would have hesitated to use them as bait. After opening one scallop, he proceeded to pry open another, ultimately extracting the meat from the numerous scallops he had gathered. Each piece weighed over a pound. Much like the practice of fishing, the more bait one provided, the greater the allure for larger catches. One piece of scallop meat alone might not entice the lobster, but a multitude of them certainly would. Reluctant to part with his prize, Zhang Hai was determined to overwhelm the lobster's defenses with an abundance of bait. After extracting the scallop meat, he crushed it to maximize the release of its enticing aroma. He then scattered some at the entrance of the den and a portion several meters away. This strategic distribution served a dual purpose. The first step was to lure the lobster out of its hiding place, and the second was to ensure its eventual capture. After all, if the scallop meat were placed too far away, the lobster, being timid, might hesitate to venture out. However, placing the bait directly at its entrance was a different matter altogether. Even a human would find it difficult to resist such a conveniently presented feast, let alone a foolish lobster. Once the lobster sampled the scallop meat at the entrance and discovered its delectable flavor, it would surely be tempted to venture further to consume the scattered morsels. Zhang Hai, capable of breathing underwater, had ample time to patiently entice the creature. With the scallop meat laid out, there was little else to do. He concealed himself with the net near the stones at the entrance, waiting for the lobster to leave its den so he could execute a sudden ambush. Zhang Hai had mentally rehearsed the capture plan several times and waited patiently, occasionally glancing at the movements of the lobster inside the den. However, the reality proved somewhat different from his expectations. The lobster, timid to the core, remained as still as an old dog. Faced with the freshly presented scallop meat, the lobster remained utterly still, its senses tantalized by the alluring aroma of the delicacy. Minutes passed, yet it showed no sign of movement. Zhang Hai, observing this, couldn't help but question whether the lobster had an aversion to scallops. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. It was implausible for a creature of such stature to shun such a treat. Perhaps this lobster was inherently lethargic. Or perhaps it had feasted before his arrival, allowing it to exude such calmness in the presence of the scallop. Truly, the lobster had reached a considerable size for a reason. Only the cautious survived in the wild. Zhang Hai quietly admired the lobster's composure. Yet, as an avid angler, he possessed ample patience and resolve. Since the lobster remained still, he too would remain unmoved. He was confident that the lobster would ultimately succumb to the allure of the scallop. As long as it sensed no danger or hunger, it would eventually emerge. He merely had to wait for it to take the bait. Time slipped by, minute by minute. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Hai had been waiting for over 10 minutes. And still, the lobster showed no signs of life. He recognized this as a test of patience and thus continued to wait. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, in their small boat, Li Xiang anxiously awaited Zhang Hai's return. As time dragged on, her worry deepened. Standing at the edge of the boat, she gazed at the unfathomable depths below. Where's Hai go? He has been down for 20 minutes. Why hasn't he resurfaced for air? She scanned the nearby waters, searching for any sign of Zhang Hai breaking the surface. For those 20 minutes, her eyes remained fixated on the tranquil sea, devoid of any human presence. Despite her previous immersion in snorkeling, She had not realized that Zhang Hai did not require surface brakes. Now, as she observed from the boat, his prolonged absence raised her anxiety to alarming levels. She knew that a normal person could not hold their breath for such an extended period, even in a tranquil state. The world record was merely a few minutes. During her wait, she had even researched online to confirm this. Yet, Zhang Hai had been submerged for over 20 minutes, engaging in the oxygen-demanding activity of fishing. Surely, this was absurd. Haigyo, Haigyo, can you hear me? Li Xiang called out. Her voice lost to the depths of the ocean, unable to penetrate the 100-meter expanse of water. Below, Zhang Hai, still awaiting the lobster's emergence, remained oblivious to her cries. As the sea remained uneventful, Li Xiang's worry intensified. Checking the time, she noted that another 5 minutes had elapsed, and tears began to stream down her face. A chilling thought gripped her. It was conceivable that Zhang Hai had drowned. Why has it been so long without a breath of fresh air? Though she is reluctant to accept this notion, even hesitant to entertain it, the speculation lingers in her mind, refusing to dissipate. After all, a full 25 minutes have elapsed, and there is still no sign of him. Haigyo, please come up. What should I do? What should I do? The waters here plunge to depths exceeding 100 meters. Sitting helplessly in the small boat, Li Xiang feels utterly powerless. As she lacks the ability to dive beneath the surface, all she can do is watch, with no recourse whatsoever. Soon, she notices a fishing vessel passing not far away. It is a large ship engaged in maritime operations, likely manned by numerous crew members and equipped with ample resources. Perhaps they could offer assistance. Resolute, she calls out to the fishing boat and waves her clothing vigorously as a conspicuous flag, striving to catch the attention of those on board. Her efforts indeed attract the attention of the large fishing vessel, which steers toward her small boat and eventually comes to a halt alongside it. Upon seeing only the sobbing Li Xiang aboard the small boat, the crew of the fishing vessel expresses their surprise and leans in to inquire, "Young lady, what are you doing here alone? What has happened?" Chapter 65. Rescue. After wiping her tears, Li Xiang urgently called out to the fisherman aboard the vessel. "My brother is underwater hunting. He hasn't resurfaced for a long time. I'm unsure of his condition now. I implore you to help me save him. I will reward you afterward. Please." The crew of the large fishing boat, seasoned in their operations in these waters, were taken aback by Li Xiang's revelation of someone hunting here. Hunting here? Is he out of his mind? The water depth exceeds 100 meters. Calm down, young lady. Please elaborate on the situation. What equipment did your brother take with him? Does he have an oxygen tank? Any pressure suit? They asked rapidly. Li Xiang shook her head. My brother wore nothing but a pair of shorts and brought only a net. The crew members were left dumbfounded. What? Are you serious? He went down wearing just shorts? Free diving? With only a net? This is absurd. Li Xiang nodded with determination. I'm not joking. What should we do now? Though the crew found her account hard to believe, they could see her urgency and reassured her. Don't panic. Your brother surely has descended to the ocean floor. He is likely just free diving near the surface. We'll look around for him. Li Xiang interjected. I've looked already. He is not there. He jumped in and went straight down, not just floating. The crew exchanged glances, their expressions filled with skepticism. 100 meters deep, free diving, how could anyone manage that? Were these two novices in the art of underwater hunting, lacking such fundamental knowledge? Alas, how reckless. This was a matter of life and death. Despite their doubts, the urgency of the situation compelled them to press on. By the way, how long has your brother been submerged? If it's only been a few minutes, we could send down an experienced diver. Perhaps he might be found. Upon hearing their inquiry, Li Xiang checked the time and, after confirming the seconds, replied, a total of 27 minutes and 40 seconds. As soon as she finished speaking, the crew's astonishment deepened. Is that for real? 27 minutes? Young lady, you must be mistaken. That is impossible. You must have miscalculated. They looked at Li Xiang, filled with doubt. Li Xiang glanced at the time once more. She had been meticulously tracking Zhang Hai's descent. How could there be any error? Therefore, she asserted, no mistake. It's indeed 27 minutes. It's now 28. Upon hearing this, the fishermen were utterly bewildered. Soon, they sighed heavily. 28 minutes. He must have drowned. Oh dear, young lady. Summon your family to recover the body and prepare for the inevitable. Let me put it this way. 28 minutes. Forget an ordinary person. Even the world's best diver would not stand a chance. Indeed, after such an extensive period submerged, it is evident that he has succumbed to the depths. Alas, this is the dire consequence of ignorance. Venturing into such profound waters for hunting is tantamount to courting death. Upon overhearing the crew's words, Li Xiang's complexion turned ashen, tears streaming down her face. Dead? You mean to say that Haigu is already drowned? No, it cannot be true. She had contemplated this possibility before, but was unwilling to accept that Zhang Hai could truly be lost to the sea. She fervently insisted, it is impossible. Haigu cannot so easily meet his demise. He is invincible. It cannot be. Please, I implore you, dive in and save him. The fisherman, observing Li Xiang's tear-streaked face and her stubborn denial, felt a mixture of pity and incredulity. They had been submerged for over 20 minutes without resurfacing. Yet she still clung to the notion that he could not have drowned. He is not a fish. How could that be? Oh dear girl, your brother has been down for so long. I advise you to relinquish any hope. We are powerless to save him. You overestimate our abilities. At this depth of over 100 meters, we cannot dive. One of them handed her a satellite phone, saying, use this to call home. It appears you are not a seasoned fisherman. What made you think to hunt in such deep waters? Regardless of the crew's reassurances, Li Xiang could not heed their words. In a frenzy of tears, she shook her head, exclaiming, no, Haigu promised me he would return safely. He cannot be lost. It is impossible. Please, you must save him. Witnessing her descent into despair, the fisherman could only offer consolation. Calm yourself, young lady. We truly cannot assist him. The waters are too deep. Though the fishermen were skilled swimmers, they were certainly incapable of diving over 100 meters, especially without specialized equipment. Gazing at the unfathomable sea, they felt utterly helpless. Otherwise, out of sympathy for Li Xiang's plight, they might have attempted to retrieve a body, as there was no hope for him to be alive. Seeing that they could not help, Li Xiang ceased her pleas. She wiped her tears away fiercely, taking deep breaths to regain her composure. Haigu, Haigu, she called out into the water. Suddenly, a terrifying resolve took root in her heart. Since no one would assist her, she would plunge into the depths herself to find Haigu. Though her swimming skills were not particularly strong, perhaps she could still locate him. With this thought, Li Xiang disregarded the need to change into a diving suit. Standing at the edge of the boat, she drew a deep breath, steeling her determination and summoning her courage. She leaped into the ocean. The water was dark and unfathomable, instilling an overwhelming sense of fear. Yet, in that moment, Li Xiang felt no trepidation as she plunged recklessly into the depths. The fishermen aboard the vessel were astounded. Good heavens, this girl is throwing her life away. Is she seeking death? A depth of over 100 meters is no trivial matter. Soon, Li Xiang's figure vanished beneath the surface of the sea. The crew members initially intended to leap into the water to prevent her descent, yet fear held them back. Moreover, given their lack of personal connection, they deemed it unnecessary to take such a risk. After all, Li Xiang had willingly jumped in, and it was not their place to intervene. Thus, they stood on the boat, merely observing and engaging in hushed discussions. Goodness, are the youth of today so audacious? Such profound waters, and they display no trepidation whatsoever. Fully aware of the peril of drowning, yet they remain unafraid. This cannot be mere sibling affection. Surely, it borders on romantic entanglement. The captain proclaimed. He instructed the crew that if, after a few minutes, they had not seen her resurface, they should call for help. While they might not be able to rescue her, they could certainly assist in alerting the authorities. Once submerged, Li Xiang plunged recklessly into the depths, driven by an indefatigable resolve to find Zhang Hai. Yet, the harsh reality soon set in. Within less than a minute, she felt the sting of oxygen deprivation. Nevertheless, she persevered, fighting through the discomfort as she continued her desperate descent. Her eyes widened as she searched for any sign of Zhang Hai. However, with her limited diving skills, she had only managed to descend a mere few meters in that minute. The chances of spotting him were slim indeed. After 2 minutes, she reached her limit. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a bubble of air, but could no longer hold her breath as the frigid seawater surged into her nose and mouth. She was drowning. Her body weakened, surrendering to the depths, and she could no longer muster the strength to swim upwards. Chapter 66. Fool. At this moment, Zhang Hai patiently awaited his prize, and the large lobster finally emerged. Instead of feasting on the scallop meat at the entrance of the burrow, it lunged directly toward the succulent morsels outside. Once outside, it began to relish the scallop meat, but soon attempted to use its claws to transport the delicacies back to its lair for a more leisurely enjoyment. One must commend its extreme caution. It was exceedingly reluctant to expose itself to the outside world for any length of time. However, after waiting for so long, Zhang Hai was fully prepared. As soon as the lobster completely emerged from its hideaway, he silently crept closer with his net, stealthily approaching from behind and swiftly capturing the lobster. The creature was so large that the net could barely accommodate half of its body. Yet it effectively hindered the lobster's movements. Startled by the sudden ambush, the lobster thrashed in a desperate struggle. Yet, Zhang Hai, unwilling to let such a hard-won prize slip away, lunged forward and pinned it to the ground, successfully securing his catch. With the aid of his diving suit, he effortlessly embraced the lobster, ensuring it could not escape. Once he was certain of its capture, a satisfied smile spread across his face. To prevent any chance of the lobster fleeing, he began to swim upward, clutching the lobster and the net. After swimming for several meters, he glanced toward the surface of the sea and caught a glimpse of a figure struggling in the water. Although he could not discern who it was, he was certain it was a person. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Hai swam vigorously toward the figure. Saving a life is worth more than the construction of a towering pagoda. Regardless of the identity of the drowning person, he was determined to lend assistance. Thus, he propelled himself through the water with remarkable speed, aided by the buoyancy of the sea. Within a minute, he reached the struggling figure. To his astonishment, it was Li Xiang. In that moment, his heart raced with anxiety. Swimming frantically, he grasped Li Xiang and propelled them both upward. Seconds later, they breached the surface of the water. Without hesitation, Zhang Hai swam toward the fishing boat, hoisting Li Xiang onto the deck before climbing aboard himself. The lobster, meanwhile, was carelessly discarded onto the deck as his focus shifted entirely to Li Xiang's condition. Li Xiang lay unconscious, her breathing ceased. Yet, he was relieved to find that her heart still faintly pulsed. Zhang Hai immediately commenced resuscitation efforts, administering artificial respiration. Given that Li Xiang had been submerged for only a short time, there was hope for her recovery. After a series of compressions and breaths, Li Xiang finally stirred, expelling mouthfuls of seawater. Her breathing resumed, and her heartbeat steadied. As her eyes gradually opened, she instinctively called out, Haigo, where are you? Seeing this, Zhang Hai quickly brought his face close to hers and reassured her, I'm right here. Upon meeting Zhang Hai's gaze, Li Xiang's face broke into an exuberant smile, and she suddenly embraced him tightly. As she embraced Zhang Hai, tears of excitement streamed down her face as she exclaimed, Haigo. Zhang Hai, perplexed by the intensity of her emotions, realized that it was not the moment to inquire, so he remained still, allowing her to hold him tightly. The fishermen aboard the fishing vessel, witnessing the scene unfold on the small boat, were utterly astounded. Their bodies froze, and their faces were etched with expressions of shock, as if they had been struck by an overwhelming revelation. After a prolonged silence, they finally broke the stillness with exclamations of disbelief. How is this possible? It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Is he truly the person she mentioned? After more than 20 minutes, how could he still be alive? And to emerge unscathed. Not only that, but he also rescued that girl and brought up a giant lobster. This is over 100 meters deep. They glanced at the embrace between Zhang Hai and Li Xiang, then at the enormous lobster beside them, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The crew members were bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation, even questioning whether they were witnessing a ghostly apparition in broad daylight. The young man had indeed dived down, just as the girl had described, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. The evidence lay in the large lobster he had brought back, indicating that he had indeed reached the ocean floor and had a bountiful catch. Yet, how could one possibly dive to such depths without any equipment? And after such an extended period, how could he still be alive? How could he have brought up such a massive lobster? Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. Faced with this astonishing spectacle that shattered their understanding, the crew preferred to believe they were mistaken. One crew member even questioned the captain, Captain, are we seeing their ghosts? Have they drowned? What we see, are they not living beings? This is madness. The captain was at a loss for words. He had always been a skeptic of the supernatural, yet in this moment, he found it difficult to accept the reality before him. It was simply too shocking, too extraordinary. After taking a deep breath, the captain resolved, let us depart this treacherous place. The fishermen are most wary of such ominous occurrences. In this mysterious sea, it is best to steer clear of such strange events. Thus, the captain, drawing upon his wealth of experience, chose to set sail away from the site, leaving behind a trail of astonishment, confusion, and speculation as the fishing boat departed. On the sea, only the small boat remained, where Li Xiang continued to cling tightly to Zhang Hai. Feeling the solidity of his presence, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security. After a few minutes, She finally released her hold, gazing into Zhang Hai's handsome face, her voice trembling with emotion as she said, "Haigu, I thought I would never see you again. They all said you must have drowned." Zhang Hai looked at the dazed Li Xiong and chuckled. "How could that be? Am I not standing here, alive and well? How could I possibly have drowned?" He then inquired, "By the way, how did you end up in the water? Wasn't I clear about you staying on the boat?" Li Xiong wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and replied, "They said you must have drowned, but I refused to believe it, so I wanted to dive in to find you." "You nearly drowned because you wanted to search for me?" Zhang Hai suddenly found the girl before him to be adorably foolish. Her foolishness was infuriating yet profoundly moving. The frustration stemmed from her reckless actions. Had he not discovered her in time, it could have ended in tragedy. How would he explain such a calamity to the village chief? The emotion arose from her sheer naivety, knowing full well her lack of swimming prowess and the inherent dangers. Yet she still chose to plunge into the depths for his sake. Zhang Hai gazed at Li Xiong's lovely and innocent visage, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. He gently ruffled her hair and earnestly said, "Silly girl, promise me you won't act so foolishly again. First, I am not in any danger underwater. It's impossible for me to drown. Second, even if I were to drown, your diving in would be futile, only resulting in another lost life. Promise me, never do this again, all right? It's far too dangerous." Li Xiong shook her head, responding with determination, "I cannot promise that. If you are ever in danger, I will still take the risk to save you." Zhang Hai was both amused and exasperated by her naive persistence. However, he understood her actions stemmed from genuine concern. So he refrained from scolding her. Instead, he reassured her, "Trust me, I am safe in the water, all right?" This time, Li Xiong nodded, "All right, I believe you. This time it's my fault for not trusting you. Yet, I cannot entirely blame myself. I searched online and found no one could dive that deep or stay submerged for that long. You exceeded the limits." Zhang Hai retorted, slightly exasperated. "I've dived for that long before. It's not my fault you weren't paying attention." Li Xiong, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "Fine. From now on, I will believe in you. Yes, not only must you believe in me, but you must also refrain from engaging in perilous activities. Otherwise, if something were to happen, how would I explain it to the village chief?" Zhang Hai reiterated. Upon hearing this, Li Xiong's mood soured. She pouted, saying, "So, you're not really concerned about me. You're just worried about how to explain things to my grandfather." Zhang Hai clarified, "I do care about you." "You only care because of my grandfather, so I'm ignoring you." Li Xiong turned her head away, pretending to be upset. Zhang Hai, skilled in luring fish but not in placating girls, quickly shifted the topic, pointing at a large lobster he had caught. "Look what I've brought up." Chapter 67. You must take responsibility. Li Xiong was not initially angry. However, upon hearing Zhang Hai's remark, she began to glance around and soon discovered a colossal lobster on the deck, staring at the impressive creature, which weighed dozens of pounds. She was utterly astounded. "What on earth is this?" Zhang Hai approached, lifting the lobster and holding it before him, gesturing proudly. "It's a lobster. Have you ever seen one this large?" Li Xiong, both astonished and exhilarated, moved closer to inspect it. Indeed, it was a lobster, but it was extraordinarily immense. To her, a typical lobster seemed like mere shrimp in comparison. "Hi Go, did you perhaps capture a shrimp soldier from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea?" she teased, prodding the lobster's shell with her finger and continuing, "It's so hard. It must not be a plastic prop, but genuinely real." Zhang Hai set the lobster down, bemused, and replied, "Come on, do you think I would use a plastic prop to deceive you?" Li Xiong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Hi Go, you're impressive. Hee, let us keep it low-key." Next, Zhang Hai filled a foam box with water, placing the lobster inside for safekeeping. The live water chamber was already occupied by Ma Yoyu, but the lobster was remarkably resilient. Although the foam box was not a live water chamber, it would suffice for the time being. After all, they were about to return, and it would likely survive the journey. The lobster, however, clearly disliked being confined to the foam box. Once inside, it struggled incessantly to escape, even using its massive claws to attack the mesh enclosure. When Li Xiong reached out to touch it, she narrowly avoided being pinched, a moment that was quite perilous. Fortunately, she managed to evade it just in time. With its half-meter-long, powerful pincers, a pinch could easily lead to a catastrophic fracture of her finger. Feeling a rush of apprehension, Li Xiong refrained from touching the lobster again, instinctively stepping back. Observing this, Zhang Hai fetched 2 ropes and bound the lobster's claws, rendering it incapable of further aggression. Once restrained, the lobster became much more docile. lying quietly in the foam box, having lost its will to struggle. Clearly, its confidence derived from its formidable pincers. After securing the lobster, Zhang Hai asked Li Xiang, "How do you feel now? Are you better?" "I'm fine," Li Xiang replied, taking a few deep breaths and feeling that she had recovered from her earlier panic. Aside from a slight headache, she was otherwise unscathed. After speaking, she crouched by the foam box, her curiosity piqued as she observed the now-bound lobster. She had never seen such a large specimen, and it was indeed a rarity. Anyone in her position would find it fascinating and would be unable to resist gazing at it. Zhang Hai suggested, "Shall we head back? It's getting late." "Yes." Li Xiang nodded in agreement. The fishing boat restarted, heading back towards Lanhai village. The speed of the vessel increased, ultimately reaching 60 nautical miles per hour. At this moment, dusk was settling in, the sun setting in the west, and the night enveloping the sky. The sea breeze turned cool, and with the boat in swift motion, the wind became quite strong. Li Xiang's clothing was completely drenched while she struggled in the water, lacking a change of dry attire. She had no choice but to remain in her wet garments. As the evening breeze howled around her, she felt a chill creeping in, prompting her to huddle in the shelter of the cabin, trembling uncontrollably. If this continued, she would likely catch a cold. Observing her plight, Zhang Hai took off his own coat and offered it to her, saying, "You should take off your wet clothes and wear my coat." Li Xiang hesitated for a moment, acutely aware that she was soaked through. If she were to undress, she would have to remove everything, and with Zhang Hai nearby, the thought was quite embarrassing. Yet the cold was undeniably biting. Finally, she nodded in agreement. "Okay, turn your head away and don't peek." Li Xiang instructed Zhang Hai to avert his gaze, and then proceeded to strip off her wet clothing, including her undergarments, leaving only her panties before slipping into Zhang Hai's coat. Given Zhang Hai's taller stature, the coat was rather large on her, reaching down to her knees like a long dress, allowing her to forego pants without fear of exposure. The ill-fitting garment gave her a rather comical appearance, yet there was an undeniable charm to it, reminiscent of a child donning adult attire. Simultaneously, it exuded a certain allure. As her bare thighs were strikingly pale, and without a bra, the contours of her form were subtly revealed. Zhang Hai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, remarking, "I must say, you look quite lovely in that coat." Upon hearing his teasing, Li Xiang feigned anger, exclaiming, "You rascal, no laughing. If you keep it up, I might just hit you." With that, she playfully swung her small fist at him. Zhang Hai quickly covered his mouth and replied, "I've been trained to maintain my composure. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it." And with that, laughter escaped him once more. Seeing his amusement, Li Xiang bashfully punched his arm with her tiny fist. "Stop playing around. We're navigating the boat. It's dangerous. Who told you to laugh at me?" "I won't laugh anymore. Ha ha ha. You're too much, Zhang Hai." After their playful banter, Li Xiang settled beside Zhang Hai, her curiosity piqued. "By the way, how did you save me? How did you bring me back to consciousness?" She recalled losing her senses while submerged, awakening to find Zhang Hai before her. Eager to understand the events that had transpired, Zhang Hai succinctly recounted the harrowing moment he discovered her and pulled her from the water. "It was truly perilous. You were on the brink of death. If I had been a minute later, it could have been fatal. After getting you on the boat, I performed CPR and gave you rescue breaths, and then you regained consciousness. I had learned it before, but I never expected to put it into practice." Li Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment as she grasped the significance of his actions, a mixture of shock and shyness washing over her. "Wait, you performed mouth-to-mouth on me?" Zhang Hai shot her a bemused glance, asking, "Is there any other method of rescue breathing besides mouth-to-mouth?" "In that situation, it was the only option. You scoundrel. Taking advantage of me. Couldn't you at least have consulted me first? That was my first kiss. Now I'm not pure anymore. Woe is me." Li Xiang struck Zhang Hai's arm with her fist, exclaiming with a roar. Although her voice was fierce, a sense of secret delight and shyness bubbled within her, causing her ears to flush crimson as she dared not meet his gaze. Zhang Hai, mistaking her demeanor for genuine anger, retorted in exasperation, "At that moment, you were unconscious. How could I consult you? Furthermore, it was my first kiss as well. Who truly suffered remains uncertain." While his words held a semblance of truth, Li Xiang, undeterred, insisted, "Regardless, I cannot be held accountable. I have already lost my innocence, and you must take responsibility." Intrigued, Zhang Hai inquired, "And how do you propose I take responsibility? You do not expect me to offer myself, do you? This requires careful consideration." With a flushed face, Li Xiang replied, "Dream on. As for how you should be responsible, I have yet to contemplate that. For now, consider it a debt you owe." Zhang Hai Growing weary of conversing with someone he deemed foolish, conceded, "Fine, whatever you say goes. Moreover, this matter must remain confidential." Li Xiang added, "And why is that?" "There is no reason. It simply must not be spoken of," she shyly declared. "Very well, if you insist on secrecy, then I shall remain silent." Chapter 68. The deep-sea fishing vessel. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, the villagers often took to the streets for leisurely strolls after their meals. The quaint fishing village of Lanhai lacked entertainment, and the pier served as a communal square where villagers congregated to enjoy the sea breeze and engage in conversation. Today, the pier was particularly crowded, as a deep-sea fishing vessel had returned, bringing back an astonishing variety of fish, both in size and quantity. The villagers gathered to marvel at the bountiful catch. Had they ventured to the South China Sea after a 9-day expedition? No wonder the haul was so plentiful. There were dozens of grouper, and what about the mai-mai? A dozen of them, worth thousands. 2 large baskets of black sea bream, bluefin, red snapper, yellowfin tuna, barracuda, wolf fish, long-tail tuna, so many species. Remarkable. Old yen, the catch must be worth at least 100,000 yuan. You've struck gold this time. The crowd admired the fishing vessel's bounty, showering it with praise. Compared to the local fishing boats that returned daily, the yield from this deep-sea vessel was truly impressive. A feast for the eyes. The captain of the fishing boat was a seasoned fisherman in his 50s, affectionately known as Old Yen. Alongside him were 5 crew members, all of whom beamed with delight at the villagers' compliments. With a humble smile, Captain Yen replied, "The catch isn't that substantial. It took us 9 days. And with 6 of us, each person only gets a few thousand. It's really not much." As he spoke, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. For despite downplaying their earnings, the acclaim from fellow fishing enthusiasts brought him more joy than mere monetary gain. At that moment, someone thought of Zhang Hai, sparking comparisons among the crowd. "If anyone in our village can fish, it's Zhang Hai. Indeed, he has been quite the sensation these past few days. I wonder how his catch turned out. He should be back soon, and then we'll know." Old Yen's expression darkened upon hearing the villagers discuss Zhang Hai. While everyone admired their own catch, they were lauding another, implying that someone else was a better fisherman. Was this not a slight against him? Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Who is this Zhang Hai?" "Why, you know him, the fellow from our village." Old Yen mumbled, "Zhang Hai? From our village? Are you referring to that fool?" "Old Yen, you may not be aware, but Zhang Hai is no longer foolish. Just a few days ago, he suddenly became quite normal, and not only that, he has turned into quite the fisherman, now recognized as the best in our village." After hearing this, Old Yen was utterly bewildered. Is it truly that Zhang Hai? No. Has he really become the greatest fisherman? I can hardly believe it. Surely, you must be jesting. To claim someone else is the finest fisherman in front of another fisherman, who would accept that? Especially if it's about someone who was once considered a simpleton. Old Yen pressed on, inquiring, "What is the matter? Why is he said to be the most formidable fisherman in the village?" Someone explained, "Well, he catches both a great quantity and size." Another added, "Just yesterday, Zhang Hai reeled in a giant grouper weighing over 200 pounds. Guess how much it sold for? A staggering 168,000. Impressive, isn't it?" Old Yen's eyes widened in disbelief. A grouper over 200 pounds? After years of deep-sea fishing, the largest I've caught was just over 100 pounds. However, by this measure, Zhang Hai indeed surpasses me. Yet, he remained unconvinced, retorting, "Come on. That was just a fluke. One lucky catch does not define skill." I interjected, "Old Yen, you truly should not doubt it. I believe that lad possesses an extraordinary talent for fishing. I am already convinced." Someone else chimed in, "Today, Zhang Hai is out at sea again. You will see for yourself soon." Old Yen was adamant in his skepticism. He pondered deeply, convinced that Zhang Hai could not possibly be that exceptional. After all these years of fishing, how could I be outdone by a fool? Fine, we shall see. He ventures out only during the day, right? I won't be unfair. If he catches more than a ninth of my haul, I will concede." Old Yen proclaimed confidently. Zhang Hai's fishing boat had been at sea for less than a day. They had been out for 9 days with 6 people aboard in the resource-rich South China Sea. Thus, Old Yen was certain that Zhang Hai's catch would fall far short of even a ninth of theirs. In fact, he suspected it might not even amount to a 50th under normal circumstances. Someone remarked, "Old Yen, you are being unfair. Your boat has 6 fishermen. Zhang Hai only has 2, and one of them is the inexperienced Li Xiang. How could he possibly match your ninth?" Old Yen recognized the unfair advantage in this comparison but maintained his composure, asserting, during these 9 days at sea, much of the time was spent navigating. The actual fishing hours were limited. Regardless, This comparison is unjust. Isn't it said he is the best fisherman in our village? Shouldn't that stand on its own? At that moment, the village chief approached, having noticed the fisherman arguing with old Yin over Zhang Hai. He inquired, "What is going on?" Upon learning the details, the village chief felt a sense of delight, but humbly waved his hand. Enough with the comparisons. Zhang Hai has just been lucky in previous outings. He isn't that extraordinary. Old Yin, stop competing and hurry to sell your fish. And everyone else, let us cease the chatter about Zhang Hai. With the village chief's intervention, the discussion came to a close. Before long, the fishmonger arrived, specifically to purchase Old Yan's catch. Onlookers gathered around, watching the fish being weighed. The grouper weighed 63 pounds, worth at least 4,000 to 5,000. The Black Sea bream weighed 230 pounds, fetching 5,000 to 6,000. The red snapper was 62 pounds, worth over 2,000. The yellowfin tuna, at 150 pounds, also commanded several thousand. As Old Yin meticulously weighed basket after basket of fish, the onlookers engaged in lively discussion, their faces betraying a tinge of envy. The fish represented not only sustenance, but also a glimmering fortune, cold hard cash. Sensing the admiration in their eyes, a smug smile crept across Old Yan's lips. Eventually, after all the fish had been weighed, the fishmonger calculated the total price. With a flair for showmanship, Old Yin boasted about his earnings this time, an impressive sum of 110,000 yuan. After deducting expenses for fuel and other costs, each individual would net just over 10,000. "Do not envy me," he declared, "for this endeavor requires skill. Many fishing boats incur losses." Earning over 10,000 in 9 days is considerable for a fisherman, providing Old Yin with a modicum of bragging rights. However, the reality is not as rosy. Following 9 days of relentless fishing, they must rest for a spell, at most venturing out to sea twice a month. Should inclement weather arise, they may find themselves unable to set sail even once, rendering their income precarious. Moreover, the arduous task of fishing continuously for 9 days is a strenuous affair. For individuals like Old Yin, it is merely a hard-earned wage. The fish collection vehicle departed, taking the catch with it, and the once vibrant atmosphere surrounding the fish haul gradually waned. Most of the crew from the fishing boat returned to rest, yet Old Yin lingered at the dock, eager to witness Zhang Hai's catch, curious whether the tales of his prowess were indeed true. Chapter 69, Sister Lu returns Old Yin, the village head, and a dozen fishermen, idly gathered at the dock, smoking and gazing at the distant sea, all awaiting Zhang Hai's fishing boat. After a while, when the boat had yet to arrive, they noticed the headlights of a truck approaching from behind. "Why has the fishmonger returned again?" one fisherman pondered aloud. Old Yin squinted at the truck, observing that as not the same fishmonger from earlier. Curiosity piqued, they turned to see who it was. Soon, after the truck parked, a figure emerged. The fisherman recognized her as Sister Lu, the seafood proprietor who had come to collect fish the previous day. Sister Lu, accompanied by a few associates, approached them. Upon arrival, Sister Lu inquired, "Has he not returned yet?" "Who?" the village head asked, intrigued. Old Yin, familiar with Sister Lu's role in the fish trade, replied, "Sister Lu, I fear you have arrived too late. My fish have already been taken by Tang Lauer and the others. I truly apologize. I shall be sure to contact you in advance next time." Sister Lu cast a disdainful glance at Old Yin, retorting, "Don't flatter yourself. I'm not here for your fish. Your meager catch hardly warrants my personal attention." Old Yin felt slightly embarrassed. After all, it was a haul worth hundreds of thousands. Meager catch? He thought, though he understood the strength Sister Lu wielded in the seafood industry and refrained from further comment. "What brings you here then, Sister Lu?" one fisherman inquired. Sister Lu turned her gaze toward the sea and replied, "I am waiting for Zhang Hai's fishing boat." Her presence here was no coincidence. She had received news from the captain of Zhang Hai's fishing vessel, who had mentioned that Zhang Hai had caught a massive grouper weighing several dozen pounds. The larger the grouper, the more valuable it becomes. Even a 1 to 2 pound fish could fetch 150 per pound, while a fish of several dozen pounds was priceless. Acquiring such a specimen for her seafood stall would undoubtedly serve as a signature attraction. Hence, she was determined to secure that grouper. The fishermen, upon hearing Sister Lu's intent, were visibly astonished, especially Old Yin, who found it difficult to comprehend. How could a catch worth hundreds of thousands be deemed unworthy of her personal attention, while she rushed here for a small boat that had only set sail a day prior? It seemed contradictory. Unable to contain his confusion, he asked, "But, Sister Lu, could Zhang Hai's catch possibly rival mine?" A hint of a cold smile crossed Sister Lu's lips at Old Yin's question. "What do you think?" Old Yin, indignant, responded, "Impossible. He only has a small boat and has been out for a day. How could his catch surpass mine? I'd wager he hasn't even caught 1/10 of what I have." With confidence, he declared, "Sister Lou, I believe this trip of yours may indeed prove fruitless." Sister Lou offered no extensive explanation and simply stated, "Whether it's fruitless or not will be revealed upon his return." Old Yin couldn't help but scoff, declaring, "I can assure you, you will be utterly disappointed." Sister Lou chose to ignore Old Yan's remark. The others were equally perplexed. It was true that Zhang Hai possessed remarkable fishing skills, yet how could Sister Lou be so certain that Zhang Hai would have a bountiful catch this time? Was it merely a guess? The village head interjected, "Boss Lou, your presence here suggests that if Xiao Hai returns with little to show, it would indeed be a wasted trip." The other fisherman chimed in. "Exactly. Zhang Hai was fortunate yesterday to encounter such a large grouper. There's no way he would have the same luck today. It's improbable he'll reel in such sizable fish again." They all concurred, indeed. Catching large fish is no simple task. No matter how skilled one is, it's unlikely to land big catches every day. Sister Lou, this time, you have certainly miscalculated. Precisely. While we believe Zhang Hai can catch a fair amount of fish, if you disregard a haul worth over 100,000, it's evident you undervalue Zhang Hai's potential. After all, it's impossible for him to catch so many today. Initially, everyone thought Sister Lou had come for Old Yan's catch. To their surprise, she claimed her visit was solely for Zhang Hai's catch. This left them bewildered. Could Zhang Hai's catch truly surpass Old Yan's? After all, Old Yan had ventured to the South Sea with a group of 6 for a full 9 days. Zhang Hai had only been at sea for 1 day with just one companion. How could that possibly compare? Hence, everyone, including the village head who usually supported Zhang Hai, believed that Sister Lou's trip was in vain. Old Yan found it amusing, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Hai's fishing boat slowly approached the dock. As it was evening, the crowd initially saw only the lights. As the boat drew near, they recognized it was indeed Zhang Hai's vessel. Upon this realization, their spirits lifted. Zhang Hai had returned. The details of his catch would soon be revealed. "Sister Lou, let us see if you'll be disappointed." She huffed, "I am eager to witness what Zhang Hai is capable of." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Hai's boat docked. He disembarked, secured the anchor line to the mooring post, and stabilized the vessel. The eager crowd rushed forward, inundating him with questions. "How did it go? What was your catch today? Did you land any big fish?" Sister Lou came personally to collect your catch. Zhang Hai, preoccupied with mooring the boat, did not respond to their inquiries. Instead, it was Li Xiang who replied. Remembering Zhang Hai's advice to remain low-key, she said, "Not much, just a few fish." Old Yin, unaware of Li Xiang's modesty, assumed that Zhang Hai truly had caught only a handful of fish. His excitement bubbling over as he could barely contain his smug grin. "See, what did I tell you? Did you hear that? Not much at all. You all spoke so highly of it, and I almost believed you. It seems that the situation is not as favorable as one might have hoped, is it? There is simply no comparison." With that, he turned to Sister Lou and continued, "Sister Lou, was your trip in vain? Had you arrived earlier? You might have been fortunate enough to witness my catch. That would have made the journey worthwhile." Upon hearing Old Yan's remarks, the fishermen sensed that Zhang Hai's haul was indeed meager this time, and they chimed in, "True, one cannot expect to be fortunate every time. Fishing sometimes yields an empty net, and that is quite normal. Fear not, do not lose heart." The village chief nodded in agreement, "Indeed. One cannot anticipate good fortune on every occasion." Listening to the discussions, Li Xiang smiled quietly and chose not to interject. She gathered her belongings and made her way to shore, saying, "Haigu, I shall return to wash up and change." Having previously gotten her clothes soaked, she now donned Zhang Hai's attire and intended to freshen up before rejoining them. Zhang Hai nodded. "Go ahead, I can manage alone." The onlookers, witnessing this, became more certain of their assumptions. Just a few days prior, when the catch was plentiful, Li Xiang would assist on the boat or boast on shore. Yet today, she declared her intent to leave immediately. Clearly, there was little to show for their efforts. Perhaps it was indeed a day of empty nets. Why else would she not stay to lend a hand? With such a scant catch, assistance was unnecessary, was it not? Disappointment was etched upon the faces of the crowd. Old Yan, however, found amusement in the situation. "Now, you ought to realize who the true master of fishing in our village is. Comparing me to a novice is nothing short of an insult. Whoever was just arguing with me must apologize." The fishermen regarded Old Yan with disdain. They retorted, "Have you considered where you fished, how many were with you, and for how many days?" Zhang Hai only had 2 people and was fishing close to shore. How can that be compared to your endeavors? Look at you, so boastful. Moreover, a single day's poor catch does not signify anything. Let us not jump to conclusions too hastily. Let us wait for tomorrow. Old Yin could only laugh in frustration. Very well, you may remain obstinate. Chapter 70. A trouble caught with ease. Excuse me, please make way, for I am about to commence my display. Oh no, I meant my catch. Zhang Hai instructed the gathering crowd at the dock to clear a space as he prepared to unload his haul. He began with the less valuable catch. Hauling a foam box brimming with crabs, clams, and various other marine delicacies onto the shore and setting it down. He returned to the fishing boat to retrieve the next box. No sooner had the foam box been placed on the ground than the eager onlookers surged forward. Their curiosity piqued. Zhang Hai, is this your catch for today? What do you have? May we take a look? The anticipation was palpable. Zhang Hai nodded in response. If you wish to see, feel free to open it. With Zhang Hai's assent, a fisherman eagerly lifted the lid of the foam box. The crowd's gaze instantly converged on its contents, examining them with keen interest. Goodness, look at all these crabs. The crustaceans were robust and sizable, accompanied by large clams and sea snails. This haul is quite impressive, a box full. You call this a meager catch? The astonishment on their faces was evident. Zhang Hai's bounty exceeded their expectations. Moreover, it was clear that these crabs and clams were not sourced from the rocky shores, as those typically yielded smaller specimens. One inquisitive individual asked, Zhang Hai, did you go diving? While continuing to unload, Zhang Hai nodded, just for a bit. The fisherman gasped in awe and remarked, incredible. Just this morning, we all doubted your diving skills. It seems we underestimated you. This catch rivals that of seasoned divers. Truly remarkable. At that moment, someone noticed Zhang Hai was still retrieving foam boxes from the boat and exclaimed, look, Zhang Hai's haul is not limited to just this box. More? How can there be more? That kid Li Xiang must be pulling our leg, calling this a small catch. The sight of yet another foam box being transported to shore stirred excitement among the crowd, especially the village chief, who insisted, I told you. Xiao Hai's catch is far from insignificant. Behold, another box filled to the brim. Old Yan's expression shifted to one of discomfort. If both foam boxes were indeed full, that would amount to over 100 pounds of catch, weighing nearly as much as he himself. He muttered, what's the big deal? Just some worthless fish. Hardly worth mentioning. The fisherman, in contrast, gazed curiously at the newly arrived foam box, covered with a lid, wondering what treasures lay within. They turned to Zhang Hai and inquired, Zhang Hai, may we take a look inside? Preoccupied with his task, Zhang Hai replied dismissively, go ahead, you may look. Just don't steal anything. With Zhang Hai's permission granted, another fisherman lifted the lid of the second foam box. The crowd leaned in, eager to scrutinize the contents within. Upon closer inspection, astonishment was etched upon each face. A foam box brimming with sizable abalone. The smallest among them boasted 10 specimens. 1, 2, 10, 20. The count became utterly bewildering, a veritable cornucopia. This box of abalone had evidently left the assembled crowd in a state of shock, for they had anticipated Zhang Hai's haul to be modest. Who could have imagined he would possess an entire box filled to the brim with abalone? The quantity was estimated to be around 500 to 600. Such substantial abalone could fetch approximately 20 each. This implies that the value of this box of abalone soared into the tens of thousands. Clearly, this box was a result of skilled underwater hunting. It is worth noting that the rocky shores offered no such bounty. Typically, a proficient diver might return with a haul worth a mere 1,000 to 2,000 in a day. Yet here was Zhang Hai, a novice perceived by many as unskilled in diving, amassing over 10,000 in a single day's work. It was utterly unfathomable. The fisherman regarded Zhang Hai with eyes wide in disbelief. Is this what you call a modest haul? One exclaimed. Where's Li Xiang? I want to confront her. This is unbelievably pretentious. Their discussions erupted. Among the onlookers were those who had speculated earlier that Zhang Hai and Li Xiang would struggle in their underwater pursuits. Their expressions now reflected a complex mix of emotions, realizing that their morning predictions had been utterly misguided. The embarrassment was palpable, as if they could scrape it from the ground. Zhang Hai was not merely competent, he was astonishingly adept. The smirk on old Yan's lips had frozen. Yet he stubbornly insisted, this is all from underwater hunting. I am comparing it to fishing. Soon, someone noticed Zhang Hai using a net to scoop fish from the live well into the foam box. Stunned silence ensued. More? With such a bounty? There was still more to come? They gasped in disbelief. Upon closer examination, they saw Zhang Hai pulling out an array of honeycomb grouper, dozens of them, each weighing over half a pound. My heavens, so many grouper! They exclaimed. Was this from fishing or from underwater hunting? Incredible! The fishermen were rendered speechless. Initially, they had presumed Zhang Hai's catch would be minimal, but now there were not only crabs, sea snails, and clams, but also abalone worth thousands. And now dozens of honeycomb grouper. It was beyond comprehension. They could hardly fathom how Zhang Hai and his companion could have amassed such a bounty in a single day. Was the sea teeming with them? Clearly, it was not. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhang Hai finished scooping the honeycomb grouper, lifted the box onto the shore, and transferred it to the prepared live fish tank. As they beheld the lively, wriggling grouper, their astonishment deepened. The village chief was already beaming with delight. Old Yin, however, had fallen silent, his embarrassment palpable as he observed Zhang Hai. Some fishermen could not restrain themselves and approached Zhang Hai, inquiring, "Did you catch these? Were they from diving?" Zhang Hai calmly remarked, "I casually caught it while diving. Such a small grouper, I wouldn't bother to fish for it." The more questions arose, the more astonished the onlookers became. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's response, a look of bewilderment spread across the faces of the crowd, each sporting an expression riddled with questions. Observing Zhang Hai's demeanor, one could even detect a hint of disdain towards this group of groupers. The crowd was further perplexed. How could such a multitude of groupers merely be a casual catch while diving? And wouldn't he even consider fishing for them? Surely, he must be exaggerating. If others were to catch even 10 or 8 groupers, they would be overjoyed. What could possibly account for his look of disdain? At this moment, even Lu Jia, who was always composed and well-informed, could not help but be moved, her gaze towards Zhang Hai now tinged with admiration. Due to her involvement in the seafood business, she was acquainted with many seasoned fishermen and divers, yet Zhang Hai was the first to astonish her so profoundly. Could it truly be a mere casual catch? And yet it was the very bounty that other fishermen dreamed of? Surely, he could not be boasting. Such thoughts echoed in her mind. Chapter 71. The sacred body of fishing. As the 2 foam boxes were hauled ashore, along with a multitude of honeycomb groupers from the live fish tank, the gathered fishermen were engulfed in astonishment. Their amazement only intensified when they witnessed Zhang Hai return to the fishing boat and open another live fish compartment. Whispers of disbelief permeated the crowd. Could the catch still be ongoing? Surely it must be over by now. With this bounty, there can't possibly be more. As they exchanged these thoughts, a collective breath of disbelief was drawn in, with silent prayers that Zhang Hai would refrain from extracting any further fish from the live tank. The prospect of more fish seemed utterly absurd. However, they soon beheld Zhang Hai once again scooping fish. Indeed, there were more. What kind of fish were these? They were substantial in size. Goodness, it appeared there were quite a few. The onlookers widened their eyes, scrutinizing the fish that Zhang Hai had drawn forth. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a batch of several-pound horse mackerels, renowned as the finest fish of the South China Sea. Their exquisite flavor and high market value made them the dream catch for every fisherman. Naturally, they recognized this coveted prize, often fantasizing about catching even a single one. To unexpectedly land a solitary fish would signify a secure day's earnings, filling them with joy for hours. Yet now, they observed in disbelief as Zhang Hai, with his net, pulled out horse mackerels in multiples, each one impressively large, weighing no less than 1.5 pounds. In that moment, they were utterly astounded. Dozens of horse mackerels. How could this be possible? Where had he managed to catch so many? No wonder he dismissed the half-pound honeycomb groupers, initially suspecting he was boasting. They now realized the truth, how foolish they had been. As the shock began to subside, the fishermen could not help but shower Zhang Hai with praise and admiration. This young man was truly remarkable. He was undoubtedly a prodigy of fishing, endowed with unparalleled talent. It was an understatement to say he was merely adept. His prowess as an angler was unparalleled. Indeed, he was born to be a fisherman. After decades of experience, I felt humbled in his presence. Clearly, I must learn from him moving forward. His skill was undeniable. He truly was the finest fisherman of Lan Hai Village. The onlookers were effusive in their compliments, as Zhang Hai's extraordinary haul had utterly won their admiration. Initially believing that a large box of crabs was the pinnacle of his catch, they were astounded to discover an equally large box of abalones, followed by dozens of honeycomb groupers, and now, astonishingly, dozens of horse mackerels. What more could they possibly say? How could they not be impressed? It was important to remember that Zhang Hai was merely one man in a small boat, accompanied by a girl, and had only been fishing for a single day. Upon hearing the accolades bestowed upon Zhang Hai, Old Yin found himself devoid of objections, no longer willing to dispute the claims of Zhang Hai being the premier fisherman of Lan Hai Village. His expression was one of palpable embarrassment. as he recognized that even a handful of horse mackerels alone was more than enough to silence any criticism. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he stood humbled. Zhang Hai completed his task of catching the Mayu fish in the live well and subsequently transported them ashore. The foam boxes brimming with Mayu fish were exceedingly heavy, compelling Zhang Hai to hoist them onto his shoulder to manage their weight. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to accomplish this feat. Had it been a more frail individual, the task would have proven insurmountable. After considerable effort, he managed to bring the foam boxes to the shore and hastily transferred the Mayu fish into a larger live fish tank. As the fish tumbled into the tank, a crowd of onlookers rapidly gathered, unable to resist counting the fish as they observed the lively spectacle. 1, 2, 3, 10, 46. Upon tallying, they confirmed a total of 46 fish, each weighing no less than 1.5 pounds, with the largest reaching an astonishing 6 pounds, exceedingly plump. Once the count was completed, they expressed their astonishment, exclaiming that the entire catch weighed an estimated 80 to 90 pounds. With a market price of 150 per pound, this haul amounted to over 10,000 yuan. What a windfall, in just a single day. This equaled 2 months of my earnings. As they gazed at Zhang Hai, their expressions conveyed not only shock, but also envy. The value of this box of Mayu fish, combined with the honeycomb grouper and a box of abalone, exceeded 30,000 yuan. To achieve such income in a single day at sea was simply extraordinary. It was nearly impossible for any fisherman not to feel envious. One individual seized Zhang Hai's arm, inquiring, "Zhang Hai, how on earth did you manage to catch these Mayu fish? Please enlighten us." Zhang Hai nodded and replied, "I caught them in the waters near the boundary island." Observing the astonishment on their faces, he continued, "Oh, don't look so surprised. They're merely a few small fish, nothing to be astonished about." However, his words only intensified their shock. Confusion etched on their faces, they responded, "What? Did you just call these small fish? Fish weighing several pounds, and you call them small?" The crowd was left speechless. Even the village chief, who usually defended Zhang Hai, could no longer remain silent and admonished, "Xiao Hai, do not boast recklessly. How can such large Mayu fish be considered small?" The fisherman quickly echoed the chief's sentiments. "Zhang Hai is indeed becoming a bit too proud. Such arrogance. I have never encountered Mayu fish heavier than 6 pounds. The chief was correct. Was Zhang Hai not merely boasting? If he deemed these large Mayu fish as small, then he should produce even larger ones. Amidst the commotion, only Sister Lu remained silent, for she understood that Zhang Hai was, in fact, accurate. Compared to that colossal specimen, these could indeed be regarded as small fish. Despite the chief and the fisherman's criticism, Zhang Hai maintained his composure, grinning. "If I say they are small fish, then they are." With that, he returned to his fishing boat. Observing Zhang Hai, the crowd continued to murmur, "Look at his arrogance. This village's pride will inevitably be overshadowed by his boastfulness. It is undeniable that he excels at fishing, yet he seems rather overly confident. In my opinion." Before he could finish speaking, the others fell silent. Their mouths agape, eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the direction of the fishing boat. For they witnessed an astonishing scene. Zhang Hai emerged from another live well, hauling out an enormous catch. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a massive mullet weighing several dozen pounds. Those who had just moments ago dismissed Zhang Hai's claims were now rendered utterly speechless. Even those who had remained silent were equally astounded. The village chief, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, dropped it to the ground, oblivious to the act. Only Sister Lu could be seen chuckling softly. Amidst the shock and awe of the crowd, Zhang Hai triumphantly carried the hefty mullet ashore and placed it into the live fish tank. He then addressed the onlookers, asking, "So, what do you think? Was I wrong? Those mullets we saw before were mere fry, weren't they?" The crowd's gaze shifted toward the colossal mullet now nestled in the tank, alongside other smaller mullets. The stark contrast was evident. It appeared that Zhang Hai had indeed spoken the truth. The other mullets were, in fact, juveniles. They realized their earlier judgments had been hasty. "Brother Hai, I admit my earlier remarks were rather loud. I apologize. We were simply narrow-minded. Truly, it's like a young cow setting off firecrackers, impressive beyond measure." One person recalled Old Yin and called out to him, who stood awkwardly to the side, "Old Yin, come take a look. We said Zhang Hai was an impressive fisherman. Do you still disagree? What else can you say?" This time, Old Yin could not maintain his bravado, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, I never disagree. Don't speak nonsense." The crowd couldn't help but laugh at the stark contrast between Old Yan's previous bravado and his current demeanor. Chapter 72. What madness! There are still more. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Sister Lu approached the live fish tank, her gaze fixed upon the sizable mahi-mahi within. She could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. It seemed the intelligence was indeed accurate. This mahi-mahi was remarkably large, splendid. Reluctantly tearing her eyes away from the magnificent fish, she directly inquired of Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai, are you willing to sell this fish? Zhang Hai had noticed Sister Lu from the outset, surmising her intention was to procure fish. Hence he was not taken aback by her question. He replied straightforwardly, I will sell it, provided the price is right. Sister Lu's primary purpose for visiting was to acquire this hefty mahi-mahi. Having been engaged in the seafood business for many years, starting from her father and continuing through her own endeavors, she had never encountered a fish of such magnitude. The larger the mahi-mahi, the more exorbitant the price, a fact beyond dispute. Thus, this particular fish did not possess a standard price. It depended on the willingness of both parties involved. After a moment's hesitation, Sister Lu asked, What price can you offer? Zhang Hai responded, I am not well versed in fish pricing. As per our usual practice, you should quote a price. Make a direct offer, and if it suits me, I'll sell it without haggling. Sister Lu gazed at the large mahi-mahi in the tank, her desire intensifying. After hearing Zhang Hai's words, she nodded, saying, Let us weigh it first to ascertain its weight. Knowing the precise weight would facilitate her pricing. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement with her suggestion. Subsequently, Sister Lu instructed her subordinates to bring the truck around, utilizing the truck scale to weigh the large mahi-mahi. After a brief operation, the results emerged, a total weight of 63 pounds and 2 ounces. Upon learning the specific weight of the fish, Sister Lu took a deep breath and candidly remarked, To be honest, I have never seen a mahi-mahi this large before. Typically, mahi-mahi fetches 150 yuan per pound, so for this exceptional specimen, I will offer you 1,000 yuan per pound, totaling a propitious sum of 66,600 yuan. What do you think? Before Zhang Hai could respond, she confidently continued, I assure you, this is undoubtedly the highest price in the industry. You will not find better elsewhere. My fondness for this fish compels me to offer such a generous price. Others cannot match it, so please consider. Zhang Hai had spent much of his life as a fisherman, although he had never caught a mahi-mahi of such size. His years mingling in fishing circles had imparted some understanding of the pricing for large fish. A price of 66,600 yuan for a fish weighing several tens of pounds was indeed steep. Sister Lu's offer was both generous and fair. Given this, he readily agreed, saying, Very well, 66,600 is a lucky number. Let that be the price. Seeing Zhang Hai acquiesce, Sister Lu promptly signaled her subordinates to begin loading the fish. While her primary reason for visiting was to procure this large mahi-mahi, she decided to take the opportunity to collect other items as well. She offered a fair price and inquired if Zhang Hai would consider selling her the abalone, honeycomb grouper, and mahi-mahi. Zhang Hai, disinclined to seek out other buyers, and recognizing the fairness of Sister Lu's offer, consented. After finishing the weighing of the large grouper, Lu Jia's subordinates began weighing the abalones, honeycomb groupers, and grouper fish one by one. Zhang Hai selected some abalones and grouper fish for himself, intending to share them with the village chief and his uncle. The remaining catch was weighed. There were a total of 620 abalones, priced at 20 yuan each, amounting to over 12,000 yuan. The honeycomb groupers weighed over 30 pounds, priced at 50 yuan per pound, totaling over 1,000 yuan. The grouper fish weighed 86 pounds, priced at 150 yuan per pound, also exceeding 12,000 yuan. After Lu Jia calculated the total price, she handed the calculator's display to Zhang Hai and said, The total is 93,617. Would you like to recalculate? Zhang Hai examined it carefully, nodded, and affirmed, that is correct. The surrounding fishermen witnessed the entire process of fish collection, filled with immense envy. Over 90,000. Goodness, that's over 90,000 for just one day's work. I don't even earn that in a year. The disparity is astonishing. Someone's daily earnings equate to our annual income. Incredible. If this continues for a few more days, wouldn't he become wealthy? Fortunately, it didn't surpass yesterday's earnings. After all, yesterday was over 170,000. How could it exceed yesterday? Yesterday, there was that 200-pound grouper. If it had surpassed yesterday, that would have been outrageous. Those who once looked down on Zhang Hai now regarded him with newfound respect. Lao Yin, like everyone else, felt an overwhelming sense of envy, coupled with a tinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had presumed that Zhang Hai's catch could not possibly amount to 1/9 of theirs. Now, with over 90,000, He was nearly matching their total. He silently rejoiced that he hadn't been surpassed. After all, their boat had been out for 9 days. Even venturing into the South China Sea with 6 crew members aboard, it would have been mortifying if a small fishing boat with just 2 people operating for a single day outperformed them, especially after boasting so confidently before. Once Zhang Hai's catch was settled, everything was loaded onto the vehicle. Lu Jia, thoroughly pleased, clapped her hands and smiled at Zhang Hai, saying, "Today's collaboration was delightful. If there's a large shipment next time, remember to contact me. It's getting late. We should head back." This trip was certainly worthwhile for her. Not only did she acquire an impressive amount of abalones, honeycomb groupers, and grouper fish, but she also secured that large grouper. Zhang Hai had indeed not disappointed her. She admired him and looked forward to their next collaboration, if time permitted. She even thought of sharing a cup of tea with Zhang Hai to strengthen their bond. However, the seafood business was too demanding, and with the hour growing late, she needed to return. As Zhang Hai noticed Lu Jia preparing to leave, he stopped her and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to depart. The catch isn't finished yet." What Zhang Hai referred to as the large lobster, weighing several tens of pounds. That lobster was an extraordinary specimen, surpassing world records. Rarer and more precious than the large grouper. Thus, he intended to showcase it last. Having processed the other catches, it was now time for the lobster to make its grand entrance. Sister Lu was undoubtedly unaware that he possessed another colossal lobster. Upon hearing his words, a look of skepticism crossed her face. Is it possible that there is still more to come? Not only Sister Lu, but the onlookers were equally perplexed. What does he mean by not finished? Is it the catch that is incomplete? Could there be more? Goodness! After all this, there is still more? I must be losing my mind. They all gazed at Zhang Hai in astonishment. Initially, they believed that the appearance of the giant mackerel was the pinnacle of the event. To their surprise, there was even more to come. They were utterly astonished. After a moment to collect herself, Sister Lu curiously inquired, "Is there other seafood?" "What could it be?" Zhang Hai tantalizingly replied, "You'll see shortly. It will undoubtedly astonish you, and I am certain you will adore it." "Huh? Is that for real?" Sister Lu regarded Zhang Hai with heightened suspicion. The giant mackerel was already enough to amaze her. She could hardly fathom that there was yet another surprise. Intrigued, she smiled and said, "Very well, I shall wait with eager anticipation." The crowd understood Sister Lu well. She would not be impressed by seafood worth hundreds of thousands. Her taste leaned towards rare and substantial catches. Zhang Hai's assertion that there was still something she would appreciate was baffling. Could it possibly be another substantial catch? Surely not. With one giant mackerel already present, could there truly be more? It must be a jest. The crowd regarded Zhang Hai with incredulous expressions as he returned to the fishing boat, each one convinced he was merely joking. Chapter 73. The Lobster, Astonishing. Amidst the curious gazes and murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Hai returned to the fishing boat and brought a foam box ashore, placing it on the ground. "Sister Lu, look at this fellow," he exclaimed, pointing at the foam box. The onlookers quickly gathered around, and Sister Lu approached with keen interest, peering at the box which was covered, concealing its contents. The crowd was filled with perplexity. "Zhang Hai, what's inside? It can't be another box of fish, can it? Hurry up and open it. Don't keep us in suspense." Their eager eyes were fixed on him. Noticing their impatience, Zhang Hai decided to cease the teasing and directly lifted the lid of the foam box. Instantly, a massive lobster emerged, astonishing everyone present. The box, over a meter long, was filled to the brim with this colossal creature. As the lid opened, its formidable claws sprang forth. The crowd, upon closer inspection, displayed expressions of utter shock. As fishermen, they had encountered lobsters many times before, typically weighing half a pound or at most a few pounds for the larger ones. However, the lobster before them weighed at least dozens of pounds, an astonishing size, 100 times larger than what they were accustomed to. It resembled a monster, and witnessing it up close was a visual spectacle. Gasp. Soon, the crowd was heard inhaling sharply in disbelief. "Wow, this lobster is enormous. Zhang Hai, how on earth did you manage to catch it? Honestly, do you have connections with the Dragon King? Even in the market, one couldn't find such a giant. This is incredible." They gazed at Zhang Hai with incredulity, unable to comprehend how he had procured such a lobster. It is known that lobsters typically do not bite hooks. They prefer to hide among the rocky seabed. A lobster of this size is exceedingly dangerous, especially underwater. Even if spotted, it is uncertain who the true predator might be. With just a small boat, 2 individuals, and rudimentary tools, how had Zhang Hai managed to catch this behemoth? The crowd was filled with wonder and admiration for Zhang Hai. Moreover, they had initially thought the hefty mullet weighing dozens of pounds was remarkable, but now they were confronted with the king of lobsters. Thus, upon seeing this colossal lobster, they found it utterly unbelievable. Old Yin was so stunned that he was rendered speechless. He recalled his previous remarks and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He had confidently asserted that Zhang Hai's catch was less than 1/9 of what he could haul in. Yet, the reality was a complete and utter triumph for Zhang Hai. Old Yin felt as if his face was being slapped repeatedly. The heat of embarrassment flushed over him. Sister Lu also marveled silently. This surprise was indeed extraordinary. Having been in the seafood industry for decades, she had never encountered a lobster of such magnitude. Do not mention dozens of pounds. Even a mere 10 pounds is exceedingly rare. This magnificent lobster, aptly titled the King of Lobsters, is nothing short of extraordinary. If all goes according to plan, it shall break the world record. Such a specimen is incredibly precious and would be the pride of any seafood establishment. Alive or deceased, its value remains immense. Once deceased, it can be preserved as a specimen, fetching a considerable price. As she gazed at the colossal lobster in the foam box, Sister Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Taking a deep breath, she said to Zhang Hai, "Zhang Hai, you have truly astonished me. This lobster is indeed remarkable. What do you say? Will you sell it? If you do, I assure you I will offer the highest price in the industry." Sister Lu had an affinity for such grand catches, and the more she looked at the lobster, the more she coveted it, eagerly wishing to acquire it. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Zhang Hai couldn't contain his joy. Fishermen delight in the astonishment of others regarding their catches. With a broad grin, he exclaimed, "It's merely a lobster. Everyone need not be so astonished. Let us not get carried away." Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but twitch in disbelief. "Just a lobster, you say? This is a lobster weighing dozens of pounds. Surely, this is an overstatement. Fine, you are impressive," they thought to themselves. Yet, no one doubted Zhang Hai's claims anymore, for they had come to realize he indeed possessed remarkable skills. After all, to accumulate such a bountiful catch in a single day, it was not unreasonable to regard this lobster as unremarkable. Sister Lu, with a flattering smile, remarked, "Indeed, you are quite impressive, Brother Hai. So, will you sell this lobster?" Zhang Hai replied, "Yes, I will sell it, provided the price is right." Currently, he did not own a seafood shop, and retaining the lobster would prevent it from reaching its true potential value, not to mention the risk of it dying, which would drastically diminish its worth. Thus, selling it was the prudent choice. Since Sister Lu expressed great interest, selling it to her would surely yield a favorable price. Zhang Hai continued, "As per our usual arrangement, you make an offer, and I will consider it. Well then, let us first weigh the lobster. Knowing its precise weight will aid in pricing." Sister Lu proposed. Zhang Hai agreed with her suggestion. Soon, a truck arrived, and Sister Lu's associates began weighing the lobster. The crowd watched and speculated. How much could it possibly weigh? It must be 30 or 40 pounds. I think it's more than that. The shell is quite heavy. Just looking at its size, 1 t suffice. Regardless, this is the largest lobster I have ever seen. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the weighing was completed. Sister Lu's associate, upon seeing the displayed weight, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, it's 62 pounds. Hearing this precise figure, the crowd could not help but gasp in disbelief. 62 pounds. Goodness, that's incredible. 6 pounds is already rare, yet this one reaches an astonishing 62 pounds. A look of unease crossed Sister Lu's face as she addressed Zhang Hai, saying, "To be frank, I have never encountered a lobster of such substantial size before. It is quite challenging to assess its value. I must consult with a seasoned expert in the field. Allow me to make a quick phone call, and I shall return with a price for you. Would that be agreeable?" "Certainly," Zhang Hai replied. With that, Sister Lu discreetly stepped away from the crowd to make her call. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to speculate. How much could a 62-pound lobster be worth? One wondered. The market price for lobsters is no trifling matter. Even those weighing 2 or 3 pounds can fetch several hundred yuan, while those weighing 7 or 8 pounds can command thousands, even tens of thousands of yuan. The larger the lobster, the more valuable it becomes. This particular specimen weighs a staggering 62 pounds. It must be worth at least several tens of thousands, if not more. Several tens of thousands? I would wager it exceeds that, perhaps even reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Their envy was palpable. Chapter 74. Telling you is futile before long, Sister Lu returned, her face beaming with delight as she raised 6 fingers at Zhang Hai. What could this signify? The crowd, perplexed by Lu's gesture, inquired Sister Lou. Are you offering 60,000 for this massive lobster? While 60,000 is no small sum, many felt it was rather low. Indeed, at that price, I would advise Zhang Hai against selling. Another chimed in. 60,000 is simply too little. It should at least be doubled. The assembly consisted of seasoned fishermen. Although they had never encountered such a colossal lobster, nor had experience selling one, they understood through common sense that 5,000 was rather cheap for such a creature. Zhang Hai was one of their own, and they could not bear to see him deceived, thus they urged him not to sell. However, some believed that 60,000 was already quite reasonable. After all, 60,000 is not an insignificant amount. Ultimately, a single lobster, no matter how grand, was still just that, a lobster, not a source of immortality. Zhang Hai remained silent, turning his gaze towards Sister Lou. She shook her head and laughed, clarifying, everyone is mistaken. It is not 60,000, but rather 600,000. She earnestly addressed Zhang Hai. I am offering 600,000 for your lobster. I have consulted numerous industry veterans, and this price is undoubtedly high. Upon hearing the figure of 600,000, the disgruntled fishermen fell silent, their breaths becoming uneven. 600,000. Gasp. Incredible. Most of them had never encountered such wealth in their lives. Those who had deemed 60,000 insufficient now felt utterly embarrassed. In contrast, Zhang Hai maintained an air of composure. After all, in his previous life, he was somewhat of a minor affluent heir. A sum of several 100,000 was not enough to astonish him. I won't sell it for 600,000, he declared, shaking his head. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Not selling for 600,000? This was outrageous. If it were me, I would undoubtedly sell. Sister Lou, though surprised, persisted with her inquiry. Then how much do you desire? Zhang Hai, without further hesitation, stated, 88,000, not a cent less. After a moment's contemplation, Sister Lou glanced at the colossal lobster in the foam box and finally nodded. Very well, 88,000 it is. Let us have a fruitful collaboration. The two shook hands to seal the deal. Lou then began transferring the funds to Zhang Hai while her subordinates prepared to load the lobster. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. 88,000. Gasped. Why was it not me? The envy was overwhelming. Lao Yen felt an even deeper pang of regret. He recalled his earlier assertions that Zhang Hai's catch could not possibly exceed 1/9 of his own, which now felt painfully ironic. This lobster, valued at 88,000, combined with the previous fish haul of over 90,000, totaled nearly 1 million. Meanwhile, he had only managed a meager sum of a little over 100,000. He realized he had not even achieved 1/9 of Zhang Hai's success. It was the complete opposite. Upon reflecting on this, he felt a surge of emotions. The muscles on Lao Yan's face twitched with tension as the crowd gazed upon Zhang Hai with utmost envy. Zhang Hai's daily earnings equated to what they would collectively earn in over a decade or two. They swallowed their unvoiced resentment. After Sister Lou's truck departed, someone inquired of Zhang Hai, Brother Hai, where exactly did you catch those lobsters? I want to go too. Could you share the location with everyone so we can all prosper? Lao Yan, noticing the curiosity of the crowd, mustered his courage and chimed in. Indeed, there are plenty of lobsters in the sea. Why not let everyone know where to catch them? Lobsters are typically captured through spearfishing. Among the crowd were several adept spearfishers who believed their skills rivaled those of Zhang Hai. They thought that if Zhang Hai could catch them, surely they could as well, attributing their lack of success to mere bad luck. Eagerly, they leaned in, waiting for Zhang Hai's response, contemplating a nighttime expedition to see if there were more lobsters to be found. Even if they couldn't find ones as large, smaller ones would suffice. Zhang Hai glanced at the inquirers, recognizing many from his village, some of whom had supported him during his earlier, naive days. He pondered the notion that there were no secrets about the lobster hotspots. Yet, would sharing this information truly benefit them? The waters were over 100 meters deep. Could they dive? Surely, they could not. Thus, Zhang Hai candidly replied, I don't mind telling you, but you might not be able to dive there. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd bristled with indignation. They were seasoned spearfishers, boasting decades of experience. Some could hold their breath for an astonishing 5 minutes, diving to depths exceeding 20 meters, and they considered themselves quite adept in the waves. How could a novice like Zhang Hai claim they could not dive? His words, while not overly harmful, carried a sting of insult. They could not endure such a slight. Soon, one person scoffed, Zhang Hai, if you don't want to share, you don't have to belittle us. We have been diving for decades. Abalone, pearls, lobsters, sea snails, sea cucumbers. We've done it all. Your words are quite disheartening. Another echoed, our skills are by no means inferior to yours. If you can dive there, so can we. Don't look down on others just because you've achieved some success. Even the village chief, who had always defended Zhang Hai, felt compelled to step in, admonishing him. Xiao Hai, you shouldn't say such things. It's truly discouraging. Zhang Hai, witnessing their reactions, felt a sense of helplessness. He was merely speaking the truth, wasn't he? Could they really dive in waters over 100 meters deep? Just as he prepared to clarify, he spotted Li Xiang returning from her bath, riding the village chief's electric scooter. Upon her arrival, she overheard the discussions and sought to understand the situation. As someone who had experienced near drowning in that very spot, she knew Zhang Hai was correct. The location where the large lobsters were caught was far too deep for the average diver. She herself could not fathom how Zhang Hai managed to dive there. His ability was nothing short of miraculous. Seeing that the crowd was unconvinced, Li Xiang could not help but scoff. Hey, do not be so defiant. Hai Gu is absolutely right. It is futile to tell you, for you simply cannot dive. Her words reignited the competitive spirit among them. What is the situation here? It was one thing for Zhang Hai to assert such a claim, but for someone like Li Xiang, who hardly possessed any diving skills, to echo it? How could they possibly accept that? Why is it that we cannot dive? I say, do you two hold us in such low regard? If you two novices can manage to dive, how could we possibly be incapable? Just tell us where to go, and I shall dive right before your eyes, demonstrating our prowess. Allow you to witness what it truly means to be a master of diving. To understand that there are always greater heights and more skilled individuals beyond your reach. You two youngsters, armed with a mere smattering of diving skills, believe yourselves invincible. You have no idea how many years we have spent in the depths, and yet you dare to claim we cannot dive. Chapter 75. Why aren't you going to dive? Seeing the disbelief among the crowd, Li Xiang remarked, all right, I shall reveal to you where this magnificent lobster was caught. If you wish to dive, then go ahead. Where is it? Let us see if we shall dive. The group pressed. Li Xiang responded, it is in the waters near Boundary Island. Approximately 4 or 5 nautical miles from the island heading towards our village's dock, at a depth of over 120 meters. Most of those present were seasoned fishermen, well acquainted with the fishing grounds near Boundary Island. They understood the underwater topography and knew that the waters became shallower as one approached the island, while moving farther away led to deeper depths. They were aware that Li Xiang's words held truth. As soon as Li Xiang finished speaking, a hush fell over the gathering. The faces of those who had doubted were now painted with shock. What? Did you just say that the lobster was caught from a depth of over 120 meters? Is that truly the case? Are you certain? They were bewildered. As experienced free divers, they comprehended the implications of such a depth. It was an unfathomable abyss. It was a near impossible feat. Not to mention 120 meters, they could barely manage to dive to 30 or 40 meters. Li Xiang, you must be exaggerating. It's utterly impossible. Or perhaps you all had equipment. They speculated, casting glances at Zhang Hai's small fishing boat, which bore no traces of diving gear, causing them to gasp in disbelief. No, it is absolutely impossible, they exclaimed. Hearing their doubts, the village chief could not help but turn to Zhang Hai for confirmation. Is what Xiao Xiang said true? Is she not lying? Li Xiang, slightly irked, replied, Grandpa, I am not deceiving you. When have I ever lied to you? Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. What Li Xiang said is indeed correct. It was caught from a depth exceeding 120 meters. The village chief, knowing the characters of Zhang Hai and Li Xiang, understood that both children were honest and would not boast or deceive in such a setting. He assured everyone, it seems their words are true. Then the village chief inquired, who was it that said they wanted to dive just now? Are you still going? If so, I will ask Xiao Hai to provide the coordinates. The group that had previously doubted now appeared deflated. To dive to a depth of 120 meters was akin to courting death. They exchanged glances, muttering, not me, I was, occupied. Nor I just arrived. Who mentioned diving? I have matters to attend to at home. I shall take my leave. The wind is quite chilly tonight. And the waves are rather high. It's not suitable for diving. Indeed, the air pressure is too low. The fish must be hiding. Perhaps we should forego diving. As they spoke, they began to depart. Watching their retreating figures, Li Xiang called out to them, Hey, don't leave. Were we not just saying that we look down on you? I have already informed you of the location. Why have you not gone to dive? Hello. They left with great determination, and no amount of pulling could retain them. Gradually, the people at the dock dispersed. After organizing his tools, Zhang Hai set off in his newly acquired tricycle alongside Li Xiang and the village chief, departing from the dock. A portion of the fish and shellfish, including sea cucumbers and abalone, was delivered to the village chief's home for Yang to prepare a seafood supper, while another part was sent to Zhang Hai's uncle. After delivering the seafood, Zhang Hai returned home, stored his tools in the warehouse, took a shower, and ultimately made his way to the village chief's residence. Upon arriving at the village chief's home, Zhang Hai noticed that, besides Li Xiang, the village chief, and Yang, there were two men in their 40s or 50s in the yard. He recognized them as villagers. One was named Zhuang, and the other Sin Zhuang, two brothers. The village chief introduced them to Zhang Hai, stating, Zhuang and San Zhuang are currently engaged in construction work, helping others build houses. I plan to have them work on your house, as it is reassuring to hire fellow villagers, and they shared a good relationship with your father, so they will certainly put forth their best effort. That is why I invited them to join us for supper to discuss the construction. Upon Zhang Hai's arrival, Zhuang and San Zhuang greeted him. Xiao Hai, it has been a long time. We never imagined that after all these years, you would improve so much. We were all delighted to hear this news. The village chief informed us that you intend to demolish your old house and rebuild. This is precisely what we do. So the village chief called us back to assist you. Zhang Hai nodded. Thank you, Uncle Zhuang and Uncle San Zhuang. By the way, what kind of house do you envision building? Zhuang inquired. Zhang Hai glanced beyond the yard and spotted a two-story villa with a garden in the distance, replying, something like that. Zhuang remarked. Most people are building such small villas nowadays. We are quite familiar with this type of structure. So you can rest assured if you entrust it to us. When do you plan to commence construction? San Zhuang asked. Zhang Hai responded, the sooner, the better. Our construction team is currently free. How about we have them start tomorrow? Have you moved everything out of your house? Tomorrow is fine. There is nothing of value left to move. Zhang Hai replied. Then I will arrange for an excavator to come and demolish the house tomorrow? Yes. The three of them then engaged in discussions about the construction. Before long, the supper was ready. The village chief invited them to sit down, and they began to eat while continuing their conversation. They discussed the matter for 2 to 3 hours, ultimately reaching a conclusion. The construction project was officially entrusted to Zhuang and San Zhuang. In the presence of the village chief, both parties signed a construction contract. Afterward, Zhang Hai directly transferred a deposit of 50,000 yuan to them. After Zhuang and San Zhuang departed, the village chief said to Zhang Hai, during this period of construction, if you have nowhere to stay, you may reside at my home, as I have plenty of vacant rooms. You can move your belongings over tonight. Before Zhang Hai could speak, the village chief commanded Li Xiang, Xiang, help your brother Zhang Hai move things tonight. Sure, Grandpa. Brother Hai, would you mind staying in the room next to mine? Li Xiang exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Hai felt a twinge of guilt for imposing on the village chief, who had already extended so much kindness towards him. However, the warmth and hospitality shown by the village chief and his granddaughter made it impossible for him to decline. After all, he had grown accustomed to the village chief's generosity during his previous naive days of indulgence. Staying at the village chief's home during the construction of his house seemed a minor inconvenience. He could always repay the village chief's kindness in the future. All right. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. After finishing their late-night snack, Zhang Hai drove his tricycle with Li Xiang to his home. They began to sort through the clutter in his house. There was little of value within. The tables, chairs, and bed were all quite worn and deserved to be discarded. Ultimately, it was best to leave them be, as they would be cleared away when the excavator demolished the house. The primary items to be moved included Zhang Hai's few sets of clean clothes, bedding, and the portraits and belongings of his parents. The keepsakes were stored in a wooden box. Though not valuable, they held significant sentimental value, and Zhang Hai could not bring himself to part with them. Once they finished moving the items, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang returned to the village chief's home. With few family members present, there were several spare guest rooms available, allowing Zhang Hai to choose from 3 options. At Li Xiang's insistence, he selected the room adjacent to hers, enabling them to stay close together. Chapter 76. Level 1 Fishing Net. After Zhang Hai selected his room, Li Xiang diligently assisted him in tidying up the space, dusting surfaces, mopping the floor, and arranging the bedding. The room had been unoccupied for quite some time, accumulating a layer of dust. Observing Li Xiang bustling about, a smile of contentment crept onto Zhang Hai's face. He found himself contemplating the notion that having a girlfriend like Li Xiang would be rather pleasant. She was not only beautiful and kind-hearted but also industrious, a quintessential model of a virtuous wife and mother. After a while, Zhang Hai felt reluctant to watch Li Xiang toil alone, so he joined her in the cleaning efforts. Together, they diligently organized the room until, around noon, it was finally in order. Brother Hai, if there's nothing else, I shall return to my room to rest. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I will fetch it for you, Li Xiang remarked, surveying the now spotless room and clapping her hands with a smile. Zhang Hai nodded appreciatively, replying, Thank you for your hard work. If I need anything, I will certainly let you know. On the first night, one might struggle to adjust to the bed. If you find it difficult to sleep, feel free to chat with me anytime. Li Xiang offered with genuine concern. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. Yes. Well, good night then. Good night, Li Xiang said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. After their farewells, Li Xiang returned to her own room. Zhang Hai closed the door behind him and lay down on his bed, preparing for sleep. Before drifting off, he often took a moment of tranquility to reflect on various matters. He pondered the fact that he had finally settled into this world, and with the assistance of the sea-catching system, his earnings had been steadily increasing. Over the past 2 days, he had amassed over 1 million. If things continued this way, the future certainly looked promising. He resolved to keep pushing forward. With that thought in mind, Zhang Hai accessed the system's item store interface to review his points and the items he intended to redeem. A holographic screen, visible solely to him, materialized before his eyes. Personal points, 2,000, store level, 1, level 1 fishing net, price, 1,000 points, click for details, level 1 fishing rod, price, 1,000 points, sold out, click for details, level 1 spear gun, price, 1,000 points, click for details, level 1 diving suit, price, 1,000 points, sold out, click for details, level 1 net collector, price, 1,000 points, click for details, level 1 driver, price, 1,000 points, sold out, click for details, level 1 detector, price, 1,000 points, sold out, click for details, currency, 1 point for 100 Dragon Country coins. Note, as the store level increases, corresponding items will be unlocked. Condition to upgrade to next store level, 3,000 points, current store items, all sold out. With the 500 points remaining from yesterday combined with the 1,500 points earned today, he now had a total of 2,000 points. He could redeem 2 items once again. After reviewing his points, Zhang Hai's gaze fell upon the items displayed on the marketplace interface. He had already redeemed 5 items from the level 1 marketplace, leaving 3 remaining: the level 1 fishing net, the level 1 harpoon, and the level 1 netting machine. The fishing net and netting machine were complementary, thus, it would be most prudent to redeem them together. The harpoon served as a tool for underwater fishing, but currently he could manage by hand-catching fish, rendering the harpoon less urgent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hai resolved to utilize his 2,000 points to redeem the level 1 fishing net and the level 1 netting machine. The fishing net offered a significantly higher catch efficiency compared to the fishing rod, which required 1 fish to be caught at a time, whereas the net could haul in a multitude at once. With the fishing net, should he detect a school of fish, he could effortlessly cast the net to capture them, thus saving time and yielding a bountiful harvest. He intended to use the fishing rod only when targeting a solitary large fish. Hence, the utility of the fishing net was considerable, making it an essential item for any fishing vessel. However, redeeming the net and netting machine necessitated being aboard the boat. And as Zhang Hai was not currently on one, he could not proceed with the redemption. Consequently, he exited the marketplace interface, planning to rise early the following day to navigate to an uninhabited area for the exchange. The next day, before dawn, Zhang Hai arose. Upon checking the time, he noted it was just past 5. Although he felt quite fatigued, he dared not return to slumber, for Li Xiang also rose early, typically seeking him out around 6. Thus, he needed to finalize the redemption of the fishing net and netting machine before her arrival. After rising, Zhang Hai promptly drove his tricycle to the dock and boarded his fishing vessel. The dock was ablaze with light, the sound of ship horns ringing out continuously as fishing boats returned from the sea. The bustling figures of people flitted between the dock and the vessels, creating an early morning commotion. To avoid drawing attention to himself, Zhang Hai steered his boat away from the dock, navigating to a remote area of the ocean before coming to a halt. He then opened the system's marketplace to commence the redemption of items. Having already determined his choices the previous evening, he hesitated little upon the marketplace interface unfolding before him. Directly selecting the level 1 fishing net and the level 1 netting machine, foregoing any need to review their detailed descriptions. After all, he would eventually need to redeem them, and he could examine them later. The marketplace interface then displayed a prompt. Level 1 fishing net redeemed successfully. It has been dispatched. Please check your inventory. Level 1 netting machine redeemed successfully. It is currently loading. Level 1 netting machine loading complete. Please check your inventory. Zhang Hai dismissed the notifications and closed the marketplace interface. He then turned his attention to the deck of the fishing boat, where he found the Level 1 fishing net and Level 1 netting machine awaiting him. Approaching, he examined the fishing net's material, noting that the threads were fine, yet remarkably resilient, seemingly crafted from a type of high-strength metal wire. At that moment, a surge of information flooded into Zhang Hai's mind. Upon digesting the information, it becomes evident that this passage provides a detailed introduction to the fishing net and its operational methods. From the description, Zhang Hai learns that the type of net is a 3-layer adhesive net. It spans a length of 1,000 meters and reaches a height of 1.5 meters. Constructed from variable metallic materials through nanotechnology. The mesh size is adjustable, allowing for both enlargement and reduction. The netting can withstand an astonishing tensile strength of up to 100 tons. The buoyancy and weights attached to the lower section of the net are also adjustable, enabling the net to be deployed at varying depths within the marine environment, be it the surface, midwater, or the ocean floor, allowing for precise control over the depth at which the net is cast. For instance, if a school of fish is spotted at the water's surface, the net can be lowered there. If the fish are located in the midwater, the net can be deployed at that level, and similarly for those found at the seabed. The net can be adjusted accordingly, affording complete flexibility and depth management. The method of operating the fishing net is conducted through conscious control, akin to manipulating a fishing rod or a detector. By merely using thought, one can access the net's control interface, which is visible only to the user. Within this interface, the necessary parameters can be set, transforming the net into the desired configuration. Even more conveniently, by simply inputting the species, size, weight, and depth of the target fish. The net can adapt to become a specialized tool for capturing that specific school of fish, showcasing remarkable user-friendliness. In summary, possessing this fishing net essentially guarantees that upon discovering a school of fish, there is a 70 to 80% likelihood of successful capture. With an understanding of the net's formidable capabilities, Zhang Hai is increasingly eager to put it to use, though he recognizes that the appropriate moment has yet to arrive. He shall wait until the official voyage to proceed. Chapter 77. The Father's Legacy. Subsequently, Zhang Hai cast his gaze upon the newly installed net retrieval machine. Positioned along the edge of the deck, it bore a resemblance to a conventional net retrieval device. However, upon absorbing pertinent information, Zhang Hai discovered that this machine was far more intricate than it appeared. Its pulling force reached over 10,000 tons, allowing it to effortlessly retrieve anything entangled in the net, be it a submerged object or even a submarine. In addition to its formidable strength, this machine was interconnected with the fishing net, automatically utilizing the net's mesh expansion feature during retrieval. Upon sensing fish, it would seamlessly extricate them from the net. In essence, this was a sophisticated amalgamation of net retrieval and extraction. With the assistance of this machine, Zhang Hai could significantly reduce manual labor, achieving an automated production process that was both efficient and expedient. The operation of the retrieval machine was conducted through a consciousness-activated interface. By inputting the specifics of the target fish school into the interface, the machine would adjust the size of its net opening according to the fish's dimensions, thus preventing entanglement. Beyond its primary function of net retrieval, Zhang Hai contemplated other potential applications for this device. For instance, it could serve as an anchor winch. Raising an anchor from the seabed was a labor-intensive task. By attaching the anchor line to the retrieval machine and activating it, the machine would effortlessly hoist the anchor. Currently, the fishing vessel lacked a dedicated anchor winch, making this machine an invaluable substitute. Additionally, it could be employed to haul large fish. When a catch weighing several hundred pounds proved too heavy for manual retrieval, the machine could easily pull the fish aboard by securing the fishing line to it. In summary, the net retrieval machine was an exceptionally powerful apparatus with numerous functionalities and vast utility. Zhang Hai was thoroughly impressed with it. After collecting these two newly exchanged items, he glanced at the time. It was just past 6 o'clock. The sun had risen from the eastern horizon, illuminating the clouds above. He was in no rush to return to the dock and chose instead to remain on the boat for a while longer. Moments later, a call from Li Xiang came through. "Hey, where have you been? Why aren't you in the room?" she inquired. Zhang Hai replied, "I took the boat to procure some equipment. I'll be back shortly." His intention to delay his return was precisely to inform Li Xiang of his equipment acquisition. Otherwise, Upon seeing the unexpected addition of nets and the retrieval machine aboard the fishing vessel, she would undoubtedly be astonished and filled with questions, leaving him at a loss for words. On the other end of the line, Li Xiang responded, "Oh, how long until you return?" Zhang Hai explained, "The equipment was arranged yesterday, and I'm merely collecting it now. I'll be back in no time." "All right, I'll wait for you at the dock. Let us go have breakfast together," she said. "Sure." After a leisurely half-hour, Zhang Hai finally made his way back to the dock. There, he found Li Xiang already waiting. As his boat approached the shore, she moved closer and boarded the vessel. She was eager to discover what equipment Zhang Hai had procured. Upon boarding the vessel, she beheld a heap of fishing nets piled on the deck, alongside a net retrieving machine. The fishing boat was rather small, making these two items conspicuously prominent. "Hai ge, did you purchase fishing nets? And what is this?" Li Xiang inquired, gesturing towards the net retrieving machine. Zhang Hai elucidated, "This is a net retrieving machine, designed to pull the nets up." "Oh, are we going to cast nets today?" she pressed further. Zhang Hai responded, "It depends on the situation. I bought them as a precaution, but we may not necessarily use them." "All right then." Shifting her gaze from the nets, Li Xiang turned to Zhang Hai, continuing, "Hai ge, let's go have breakfast. By the way, Uncle Erzwang took a crew early this morning to your home to begin demolition. Would you like to return and take a look?" "Let's go ashore." Zhang Hai led Li Xiang away from the dock. Upon arriving home, Zhang Hai was met with two excavators poised to commence work. Erzwang approached him, inquiring, "Zhang Hai, have all the items been moved? If so, we can proceed with the demolition." Zhang Hai nodded. "Yes, everything has been relocated." "Good." With that, Erzwang signaled the operators of the excavators to commence their task. The machines roared to life, advancing towards Zhang Chang's courtyard. Under the might of the mechanical arms, the courtyard walls crumbled with a thunderous crash, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Once the surrounding walls were toppled, the focus shifted to the house itself. Having lived in this residence for over 20 years, Zhang Hai felt a tumult of emotions as he watched it being demolished. Breakfast was no longer a priority. He stood there, transfixed by the scene. Erzwang cheerfully remarked, "With two excavators, it won't be long before everything is cleared away, and we can start digging the foundation." Zhang Hai silently nodded in agreement. True to Erzwang's words, the two machines worked swiftly, flattening the structure in mere minutes, starting with the utility room, followed by the bathroom, then the living room and bedrooms. Suddenly, one excavator came to a halt, and the operator signaled the other to cease as well. He dismounted and approached a pile of rubble, retrieving an iron box from the debris before hastening back to Erzwang and Zhang Hai. This item was concealed within the wall. "I wonder if it holds any value." The operator handed the box to Erzwang. After a brief inspection, Erzwang instructed the operator to continue working and then passed the box to Zhang Hai, saying, "See if this is something your parents might have hidden. Open it. It could contain money." Zhang Hai accepted the box and examined it closely. It was a tin mooncake box, a relic of the past when people could not afford better storage options, thus repurposing such boxes for various items. The surface was rusted, indicating its age. If it had indeed been hidden by his parents, it must have been over a decade ago. The box was openable, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hai easily pried it open. Erzwang and Li Xiang leaned in curiously, eager to see if Zhang Hai's parents had concealed money within the box. If that were the case, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. However, they were disappointed. Inside was not a trove of money, but rather an old, worn notebook, reminiscent of a journal. Encased within a metal box, the notebook was free from dust, though the staples binding it had rusted, and the cover's paper had begun to mildew. "Let us open it and see what is written inside," Li Xiang said with curiosity. Erzwang remarked, "It surely isn't a diary. Your parents are fishermen, not intellectuals. They only attended elementary school and know just a few characters." Zhang Hai was equally intrigued by the contents of the notebook. Thus he began to leaf through its pages. The first page read, May 7th. Hooking. Expenses. Fuel 20 yuan, ice 1 yuan, bait 45 yuan, dry rations 5 yuan. Total, 71 yuan. Income, black bream 3 jean. 15 yuan per jean, totaling 45 yuan. Grouper 4. 2 jean, 31 yuan per jean, totaling 130. 2 yuan. Yield 2. 8 jean, 17 yuan per jean, totaling 47. 5 yuan. Miscellaneous fish 2. 7 jean, 10 yuan per jean, totaling 27 yuan. Total, 249. 7 yuan. The handwriting was crooked, akin to that of an elementary school student. riddled with numerous misspellings, yet it was generally legible. Turning to the next page, he found similar entries. Several subsequent pages contained the same type of records. Zhuang commented, "This is a ledger for fishing trips, documenting expenses and earnings, so one can ascertain how much can be earned in a month. Everyone used to do this." After saying this, Zhuang lost interest in the notebook and returned his focus to directing the excavator. Zhang Hai, recalling his father's habits from memory, realized that this little notebook must have served as a record of his fishing income and expenses. Chapter 78, Double Butterfly Reef. Zhang Hai, having discerned the nature of the records within the notebook, continued to peruse its contents with keen interest. It must be noted that seafood prices in the past were remarkably affordable. Grouper was priced at merely 30 yuan per jean, while snapper could be acquired for just a few yuan per jean. Eels were similarly inexpensive. In stark contrast, contemporary prices have surged, often doubling these figures. It is no wonder that fishermen of yore often found themselves in dire financial straits. Such low seafood prices rendered their income woefully inadequate. Indeed, during lean fishing seasons, they struggled to even recoup their fuel expenses. Furthermore, due to the capriciousness of the weather, they would often find themselves resting for several days after a few days at sea. A month of fishing yielding merely 10 to 15 days of work was considered quite commendable. Before long, Zhang Hai reached the final few pages of the notebook. On the penultimate page, he stumbled upon an entry that deviated from the norm. Unlike the preceding records of fishing income and expenditures, this page bore only a few words. Double Butterfly Reef, southeast, 3 nautical miles. Zhang Hai furrowed his brow in perplexity at these words. What could this mean? Why had his father inscribed this in the notebook? It struck him as peculiar. Given the notebook's pattern of meticulously recording financial accounts, it was unlike his father to write such a thing without reason. What could have prompted this notation? Had he discovered something significant there, compelling him to document it lest he forget? Zhang Hai was engulfed in curiosity and felt an urge to visit the location. However, given that the entries were over a decade old, he pondered the relevance of such a journey. The likelihood of unearthing anything substantial seemed rather slim. Yet, this was ultimately a legacy left by his father. Regardless of the outcome, it would be prudent to explore it, perhaps as a means of fulfilling his father's unrealized aspirations. With a resolute heart, Zhang Hai silently vowed to visit the site when the opportunity arose. With this thought, he closed the notebook and returned it to its iron box for safekeeping. Half an hour later, the house was completely flattened by the excavator. Subsequently, the machinery began to clear away debris such as wood and stones, preparing to dig the foundation. There was little of interest left to observe. Zhang Hai and Li Xiang decided against lingering any longer and opted to go for breakfast. During their meal, Zhang Hai encountered Uncle Chang, an elderly fisherman from the village. Preoccupied with the words left by his father, he inquired of Uncle Chang, "Do you know where Double Butterfly Reef is located?" Uncle Chang regarded Zhang Hai with a hint of skepticism. "Double Butterfly Reef? What, are you planning to fish there?" "Indeed, I wish to pay a visit," Zhang Hai replied candidly. Uncle Chang gestured toward the distant sea, saying, "Head in that direction for over 20 nautical miles. When the tide recedes, you will see a cluster of exposed rocks. The shape of those rocks resembles 2 butterflies, hence the name Double Butterfly Reef. There is a lighthouse nearby. Without the tide going out, the rocks remain unseen. Keep an eye on that lighthouse while navigating, and be mindful of the water's color to avoid running aground on hidden reefs." The waters of the Double Butterfly Reef serve as a splendid natural fishing ground. However, the influx of fishing vessels has diminished its bounty significantly. Those with the means would be wiser to venture further to the boundary islands. Uncle Chang not only provided directions to the Double Butterfly Reef, but also shared valuable navigational tips and precautions. Their conversation lingered for quite some time, allowing Zhang Hai to form a substantial understanding of the reef. In gratitude, he covered the breakfast bill and also kindly paid for Uncle Chang's meal. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang returned to the dock to procure supplies for their expedition. Their shopping list included bait for fishing, which this time consisted not only of live shrimp but also dead shrimp for attracting fish. This proved effective in congregating fish once a school was located. They also needed diesel for the boat, an essential for their journey, ice for preserving their catch, drinking water, and fresh water for daily needs. Additionally, they purchased 10 more foam boxes, bringing the total to 15. This voyage would involve the use of fishing nets, suggesting that their catch would likely exceed previous hauls, necessitating more storage. The 15 foam boxes were neatly stacked on the small boat, drawing considerable attention. Zhang Hai had become a notable figure at the dock. and many onlookers were curious about his preparations. Observing the numerous foam boxes, several fishermen expressed their doubts. Each box could hold over 100 pounds of fish, totaling nearly 2,000 pounds when combined. With the live well aboard the vessel, the potential catch could surpass that amount. While they acknowledged Zhang Hai's prowess in fishing, consistently landing sizable catches, his past hauls typically reached only 300 to 400 pounds, far from 2,000. Some could not resist questioning Zhang Hai. Why did you buy so many foam boxes? Do you really need that many? They argued that a few would suffice, suggesting perhaps he intended to store other items. In response to the fisherman's inquiries, Zhang Hai candidly stated, "Of course, the foam boxes are intended for seafood. What else would they be for?" Upon hearing Zhang Hai's response, the fishermen voiced their skepticism. "We understand they're for seafood. But are you certain you can fill them all? Zhang Hai, have you lost your sense of reality? Do you really believe you can catch thousands of pounds of fish in a single outing? Buying so many boxes is undoubtedly excessive. I could use a couple myself since I'm short on them. Your small boat doesn't require such a surplus." Zhang Hai chuckled at their remarks. Was it a crime to prepare adequately? They were relentless in their doubts. Zhang Hai, rendered speechless, remarked, "Enough. You needn't meddle in affairs that do not concern you. If I had no use for it, I would not purchase it." Li Xiang echoed, "Indeed. Even if it proves unnecessary, it is none of your concern." The fisherman, upon hearing this, became visibly displeased. These two children, why do they refuse to heed our counsel? And now they blame us for being nosy. Does having too many foam boxes not take up space? Is purchasing excess not a waste of money? We are merely looking out for your best interests. Very well. You will regret it once you realize that having too many is of no use. After all, it is merely a small boat. I doubt it can even catch 500 gene of fish in a day, let alone 2,000. I can assure you that most of the foam boxes will remain in use. This behavior resembles attempting to fit 3 melons and 2 dates into a large sack, wasteful and utterly ridiculous. Even larger vessels may not require such quantities. How laughable. Once idle. Individuals often take pleasure in discussing the actions of others, and these fishermen were no exception. Zhang Hai, weary of their disputes, chose not to engage further and departed from the dock. As the boat sailed away, Li Xiang gazed at the vast, boundless ocean and inquired of Zhang Hai, "Brother Hai, where shall we fish today?" Zhang Hai glanced at the iron box in his hand and replied, "We are heading to Shuangdi Reef." "Excellent." Li Xiang's face lit up with excitement, her curiosity mirroring Zhang Hai's, as she too was eager to uncover the meaning behind what was inscribed in the notebook. With that, Zhang Hai steered the fishing boat swiftly towards the direction of Shuangdi Reef. Chapter 79. The Reefs as the fishing vessel navigated through the waters. Li Xiang sat on the deck, gazing at the picturesque seascape. Boredom soon prompted her to retrieve her mobile phone to check the viewership of the video she had posted the previous day. Captured were the majestic giant trevally and the splendid lobster, which she had meticulously edited and shared on the Douyin short video platform. Curiosity about the number of views, likes, and the comments from netizens spurred her to open the app. Upon viewing, a look of delight illuminated her face as she called out to Zhang Hai, "Brother Hai." The video has gone viral, over 3 million views and more than 100,000 likes. Zhang Hai chuckled, "Of course. Just look at what you posted. Those hefty trevallies and lobsters are nothing short of rare treasures. With that many likes, there's bound to be some monetary reward. Let us split it 91. Li Xiang responded joyfully. Next, she checked her follower count, which had surpassed 11,000. In a small place like Lanhai Village, such a following could be deemed the mark of a minor internet celebrity. She waved her phone at Zhang Hai, exclaiming, "Brother Hai, we have over 10,000 followers." Zhang Hai smiled. "Excellent. Let us keep pushing forward." Afterward, Li Xiang opened the video to peruse the comments beneath it, eager to see what viewers were saying. "Where did you catch that trevally? My son was taken by one just like it. I must save him. This is absurd. It can't be a real lobster, can it? How could such a creature exist? Did the person above only watch half the video? Didn't they see it's still alive? All I can say is, the blogger is impressive. This resource must be overseas." Desperately requesting a live stream. Watching the video isn't enough. I want to see the process of catching the big haul. This comment received 10,086 likes. After a moment of reading, Li Xiang turned to Zhang Hai with excitement. "Brother Hai, someone asked where we caught it. Should we tell them?" In truth, revealing the location posed little risk. Even if they knew, it was unlikely they could catch anything themselves. However, disclosing the address could easily expose their identities. To safeguard their anonymity, Zhang Hai replied, "Let us not tell them." "Understood," Li Xiang added. Everyone is praising your skills. Zhang Hai, feeling a bit proud, responded with a grin, basic skills, no big deal. Following his remark, Li Xiang indeed commented, basic skills, no big deal. Then she turned to Zhang Hai again. Everyone hopes we can do a live stream. They want to see the catching process. Can we, Brother Hai? Zhang Hai did not oppose the idea of live streaming. After all, it was an effective method to gain followers and earn money. Most importantly, it provided an opportunity to showcase the magnificent fish they caught in real time. Every angler yearns for their prized catch to be acknowledged by all. Sharing one's bounty, especially a significant one, is the ultimate joy for a fisherman. For instance, after reeling in a fish weighing several dozen pounds, one might find it difficult to return home, opting instead to stroll around the neighborhood, proudly displaying their catch. In his previous life, while fishing, Zhang Hai harbored dreams of becoming a fishing streamer, engaging in live broadcasts while casting his line. Alas, his fishing skills were lacking, and fortune seldom favored him, resulting in a plethora of empty catches and dismal streaming outcomes, preventing him from realizing his aspirations. However, fortune smiled upon him in his current endeavors, as he often reeled in substantial catches while foraging the shores. Should he embark on a live streaming venture now? Success would surely follow, garnering him hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of followers, thus making the pursuit of profit exceedingly effortless. Moreover, live streaming would facilitate the sale of seafood. When he captured rare and sizable catches, he could auction them within the live stream, yielding far greater profits than selling to Sister Lu. Provided he had the time, streaming would undoubtedly yield more advantages than drawbacks. With Li Xiang aboard as his assistant, the situation was fortuitous. Her fishing and foraging skills were minimal, making her the perfect candidate for live streaming. Additionally, her loquacious nature and sweet voice rendered her a natural fit for the medium. At that moment, upon hearing Li Xiang mention live streaming, Zhang Hai expressed his thoughts. Streaming sounds feasible, just ensure that no faces are captured. The signal at sea may not be reliable, and streaming is not guaranteed. After receiving Zhang Hai's approval, Li Xiang replied, I'll give it a try. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. Li Xiang continued, once we reach our destination, we'll assess the signal before deciding whether to stream. Agreed. In response to the fervent request of their fans, Zhang Hai and Li Xiang engaged in discussions and resolved to broadcast the seafood harvesting process, albeit without revealing their identities. Having made the decision, Li Xiang recorded a video at sea as a teaser for the upcoming live stream, enticing viewers to anticipate the broadcast. The Shuangdi Reef lies over 20 nautical miles from the dock of Lanai Village. To an ordinary fishing vessel, this would be considered a distant area, as it typically requires around 3 hours to reach. However, for Zhang Hai's small boat, it was merely a brief journey. After a short conversation, the fishing boat navigated through the waves for over 20 minutes before successfully arriving near the Shuangdi Reef. It was now just past 9 in the morning. With the tide having recently receded, the majority of the reef's rocky formations remained partially submerged, revealing only a hint of the reef's outline, which bore no resemblance to the butterfly shape described by Uncle Chong. Nevertheless, the distant, distinctive lighthouse assured Zhang Hai that he had not erred in his navigation. This was undoubtedly the domain of the Shuangdi Reef. This natural fishing ground is abundant in seafood resources, attracting numerous fishing vessels to the area. Upon arrival, Zhang Hai observed no fewer than 20 boats scattered throughout the region, including trawlers, longline vessels, and fishing boats, predominantly larger crafts. His own 10-meter vessel was the sole small boat present. Upon reaching the location, Zhang Hai reduced the boat's speed, carefully surveying his surroundings, and then steered the fishing vessel directly towards the lighthouse, intending to use it as a reference point for continued navigation in a southeast direction. In the notebook left by his father, it was inscribed that the southeast of Double Butterfly Reef lies 3 nautical miles away, likely using the lighthouse on the reef as a point of reference. The fishing vessel sailed towards the lighthouse for a brief period, until it encountered another fishing boat engaged in its operations. The crew aboard the latter suddenly waved vigorously at Zhang Hai, calling out loudly, "Hey, stop. There are treacherous reefs over there. Do not head in that direction." Zhang Hai noticed the fishermen gesturing, but could not discern their shouts clearly. Out of curiosity, he steered his boat closer to ascertain their warnings. As he approached within 10 meters, he finally understood their message and calmly replied, "No worries. I am merely heading to the lighthouse." The fisherman explained, "From here to the lighthouse, in the direction you are sailing, there are reefs all along the way. You cannot navigate that route. You must take a detour, or you will certainly collide with the reefs." After speaking, the fisherman pointed out a direction. guiding Zhang Hai on a safer course. Upon observing the route indicated by the fisherman, Zhang Hai noticed it required a considerable diversion, which seemed rather cumbersome. He nonchalantly shook his head and remarked, "Where there are reefs, there are reefs, it matters not." The fishermen regarded Zhang Hai with bewilderment, expressing their confusion. "It matters not? Are you not aware of the peril that comes with a fishing vessel striking a reef? A collision would lead to significant trouble." "I am aware. Thank you for your warning," replied Zhang Hai, as he continued to navigate his vessel along his original course, heedless of their counsel. Chapter 80. The School of Mudfish. Zhang Hai disregarded the fisherman's warnings and resolutely steered his vessel directly towards the lighthouse, maintaining a brisk pace, seemingly unconcerned about the lurking reefs. The fishermen aboard the other boats watched the departing craft with growing trepidation, murmuring amongst themselves, "Such audacity! Not only does he disregard the numerous reefs, but he also dares to speed through them. He clearly has no regard for his own safety. Just wait. He is bound to collide with a reef. At this velocity, he will surely damage his boat. When that happens, he should not expect any assistance." As the fisherman predicted, Zhang Hai's course was fraught with peril, as the ocean concealed immense rock formations beneath its surface. These rocks would emerge during low tide, but at present, they were still submerged, creating an array of treacherous reefs, some of which were barely 20 centimeters from the water's surface, rendering passage impossible for the fishing vessel. After a brief period of navigation, a resounding creaking noise erupted from beneath the boat. Indeed, they had struck a reef. The sound was the result of the hull grinding against the underwater rock. Alongside the noise, both Zhang Hai and Li Xiang felt the vessel shudder violently. Observing the commotion, Li Xiang's face betrayed her concern. "Brother Hai, did we just hit a reef? Will the boat sustain any damage?" Zhang Hai, ever composed, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. We have made contact. Will it leak?" Li Xiang's worry deepened. For fishermen, reefs represented a dire threat. A careless collision could lead to minor damage or, in the worst-case scenario, create a gaping hole in the hull, potentially resulting in capsizing. Each fisherman harbored an inherent fear of these underwater hazards. Given the speed at which their small vessel was traveling, the impact would be considerable, and Li Xiang could not shake her anxiety. Yet, Zhang Hai remained unfazed, explaining, "Do not fret. Even if we strike the rocks, our boat is constructed from exceptionally durable materials that surpass even those used in tank manufacturing. It will not be compromised." For other vessels, reefs posed a lethal threat, but for his own, they were negligible. A collision would merely lead to the destruction of the reef itself. Though perplexed, Li Xiang found her doubts assuaged as the reality of the situation unfolded. Following the violent encounter, the hull remained unscathed, with no visible cracks. In stark contrast, the rocks that had collided with the vessel lay shattered at the stern, evidence of the fishing boat's formidable strength. Li Xiang, witnessing the broken fragments of the reef, felt her worry dissipate, replaced by astonishment. "Brother Hai, your boat is remarkable and incredibly resilient." Zhang Hai chuckled modestly. "Let's remain humble." With unwavering momentum, the small craft continued its relentless journey towards the lighthouse. The small vessel encountered several collisions with hidden reefs along its journey, yet miraculously emerged unscathed, leaving the reef shattered in its wake. Before long, the fishing boat successfully reached the lighthouse beneath Shuangdi Reef. The fishermen aboard the vessel that had earlier cautioned Zhang Hai were closely monitoring the small boat's progress. Upon witnessing its safe arrival at the lighthouse, expressions of astonishment and disbelief spread across their faces. How could this be? The route was clearly fraught with treacherous reefs. How could it have arrived there so effortlessly? Was it sheer luck that allowed it to evade all obstacles? It seemed implausible, given the abundance of reefs. Could it be that the vessel was made of steel? How could it withstand collisions without sustaining any damage? They found it bewildering. Nonetheless, he was the only individual they had seen bravely traverse this perilous path and emerge unscathed. The fishermen began to discuss their astonishment. Each heart brimmed with wonder and confusion. After a moment of observation, confirming that the small boat was indeed unharmed, they exclaimed in admiration, "Truly remarkable." Beneath the lighthouse, Zhang Hai utilized a detector to reveal the southeastern direction. He then steered the small boat towards that bearing, keeping the detector activated to survey the underwater fish conditions, hoping to uncover something of interest. The notebook indicated a distance of 3 nautical miles. The fishing boat quickly reached that point, after which Zhang Hai conducted further explorations in the vicinity. Throughout the journey, apart from encountering a few schools of fish, no significant discoveries were made. Zhang Hai even programmed the detector to search for shipwrecks, antiques, gold, and treasures, yet ultimately found nothing of note. After several fruitless searches, He halted the vessel and opened the notebook left by his father. He turned to the page inscribed with the words Shuangdi Reef, southeast, 3 nautical miles, written in a somewhat haphazard script, and fell into contemplation. Why had his father chosen to record these specific words in a ledger meant for documenting maritime earnings and expenditures? Was it a mere afterthought? Yet, he was not the type to jot down trivialities. What could it possibly mean? Zhang Hai mumbled to himself. Li Xiang. Having overheard Zhang Hai's musings, offered an analysis. Perhaps it was simply a note jotted down by your father without any real significance. Moreover, so many years have passed. Even if he had made a discovery here back then, it likely no longer exists. Perhaps it was salvaged long ago. Or maybe it signifies something entirely different. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement and subsequently closed the notebook. The records from over a decade ago did not warrant excessive time spent on investigation. He had arrived at this location without any discoveries, and it was reasonable to assume that nothing remained. After all, he had approached this venture with a spirit of experimentation. It was best to focus on fishing first. Zhang Hai resolved to set aside thoughts of the notebook and commenced his primary task. He navigated the fishing boat, utilizing the detector to search for fish. Before long, the detector indicated a discovery, illuminating a signal point on the screen. Zhang Hai tapped the point to investigate, revealing a school of mudskippers. The mudskipper, also known as the stinky belly fish, sustains itself on marine algae and is fond of residing near rocky reefs. Its flesh is exquisite and commands a high market price, with wild specimens fetching up to 30 yuan per gene. Armed with a fishing net, Zhang Hai, in addition to seeking rare fish, also aims to exploit substantial schools of fish, intending to triumph through volume. This particular school of mudskippers, while not classified as a rare species, boasts an impressive quantity. The discovery revealed tens of thousands of them, densely congregated among the rocky seabed. Not only are their numbers considerable, but they are also quite sizable, with most being about the size of a palm, weighing around 3 to 4 liang. Mudskippers are categorized as small fish, yet those of this size qualify as larger specimens, thus commanding a higher market value than the average mudskipper. As Zhang Hai contemplated the analytical data regarding the fish school, he began to formulate a plan. If he could successfully harvest 30% of the 10,000 mudskippers, that would amount to several thousand fish, translating to over 1,000 gene, at a price of 30 to 40 yuan per gene. The economic benefit would reach upwards of 30 to 40,000 yuan. An economic efficiency of 30 to 40,000 yuan from a single catch is certainly substantial. Therefore, this discovered school of mudskippers is indeed worthy of pursuit. Chapter 81. The net is cast. After meticulously analyzing the situation, Zhang Hai navigated his fishing vessel toward the area where the mudfish congregated, poised to commence his fishing endeavor. The initial step involved selecting the appropriate tools for the task at hand. While it was possible to catch mudfish using bait and fishing lines, that method was far too inefficient compared to netting. Knowing the precise location of the mudfish schools, deploying a fishing net would yield a catch rate exponentially superior to that of traditional angling. Zhang Hai opted for a fishing net, measuring 1,000 meters in length, which he skillfully maneuvered to encircle the entire school of mudfish. Without hesitation, he activated the net's operational interface through sheer willpower, specifying his target species, the mudfish, and indicating the depth of the water where the school resided, the ocean floor. With the net configured, Zhang Hai simultaneously monitored the display of his sonar detector while steering the vessel to lower the net. The waters here plunged over 30 meters deep. As the net descended, it sank directly to the seabed, forming a sticky barrier designed to entrap any mudfish that swam into its vicinity. Zhang Hai's strategy involved encircling the mudfish school, creating a layered netting that would ensnare any fish attempting to escape. Once the net was deployed, Zhang Hai realized he could not afford to remain idle. Waiting passively was not an option. The mudfish typically lay in a tranquil state, nestled against the rocks at the bottom. In such a condition, they would not become ensnared in the net. To provoke them into a frenzy, he needed to create some commotion to drive them into the trap. In shallower waters, fishermen often resorted to making noise on the surface, using a long pole to strike the water, creating disturbances that would send fish scattering into the nets. This technique was colloquially referred to as striking the net among the fishermen of Hanhai village. However, at this depth of over 30 meters, such surface disturbances would scarcely reach the ocean floor, rendering the method ineffective. In truth, inciting a school of fish to stir at such depths presented a considerable challenge. Many fishermen opted for patience, waiting for hours or even days for the fish to naturally swim into the nets. An early retrieval would often result in a barren catch. Yet, Zhang Hai was not inclined to wait that long. While other fishermen felt powerless against the depths, he devised a plan of his own. He resolved to dive to the ocean floor, intending to create a ruckus to drive the mudfish into the waiting net. Diving to the ocean depths was as familiar to him as moving on land. Zhang Hai activated his diving suit and turned to Li Xiang, saying, "I shall descend to the seabed to drive the fish toward the net. Remain on the vessel and do not venture into the water." Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's face betrayed a look of confusion. She had witnessed others casting nets for fish, but the notion of personally driving fish from the depths was entirely new to her. However, Zhang Hai was well aware of her capabilities. Diving was indeed a remarkable skill. Thus, she refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding in agreement as she said, "Very well. I shall await your return on the boat and will not venture elsewhere." After clarifying their arrangements, Zhang Hai plunged into the water, descending towards the ocean floor. As he dove, he monitored the display of the detector, pinpointing the locations of the fish schools and fishing nets. Before long, he reached the seabed and beheld a congregation of mudfish lingering there, along with the fishing net he had just set. The net had already ensnared a modest number of mudfish, only a few dozen. It seemed that he would need to create a disturbance to garner a greater catch. Thus, Zhang Hai chose a suitable spot and began to create a commotion, driving the mudfish towards the net. The mudfish were exceedingly timid. Any noise would send them into a frenzy. Upon hearing the sounds, they ceased their stillness and began to dart chaotically, swiftly moving towards the net. Like headless flies, they collided into the net, becoming ensnared. In mere minutes, Zhang Hai observed that the net had become densely populated with mudfish. He then altered his approach, continuing to drive the mudfish towards the net. The process was repeated, and soon the net was filled to the brim, not only with mudfish but also with an assortment of other fish, such as red crabs, flatfish, grouper, and various species that thrive among the rocky seabeds. Having been submerged for nearly 20 minutes, Zhang Hai inspected the net and deemed it sufficiently laden. He then swam back to the surface, boarding the fishing vessel, prepared to haul in the catch. Upon seeing Zhang Hai's return, Li Xiang eagerly inquired, "How did it go?" "Hi go." Zhang Hai replied with a smile, "It's a bumper catch." Li Xiang's excitement intensified. "A bumper catch? That's incredible. Can we haul it in now?" She waved her phone, adding, "There's signal here. While you were underwater, I initiated a live stream. There aren't many viewers yet, only about 50. But they are all waiting to see the harvest." Zhang Hai glanced at Li Xiang's phone screen, noticing the rather ostentatious title of her live stream: "The Strongest Fisherman, Beachcombing, Fishing, Diving, Netting, all in first place." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he remarked, "That title seems rather extravagant, doesn't it? The Strongest Fisherman? First in everything? I can't claim such accolades." Li Xiang responded, "A more exaggerated title attracts more viewers, and in my eyes, you truly are the strongest and the best." Zhang Hai could only respond with a resigned silence. At that moment, the audience in the live stream began to comment, "Hurry up. Why hasn't the net been pulled in yet? There's nothing to see. The host clearly lacks experience and probably has little catch. Indeed, a normal fisherman wouldn't sound this sweet. Let us not have overly high hopes for the harvest. I bet this haul, even if it's not empty, won't exceed 2 pounds. 1. As he read the comments, Zhang Hai felt a mix of amusement and anticipation. Li Xiang addressed Zhang Hai, saying, "Brother Hai, they do not believe in you." Zhang Hai remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. After all, it was their inaugural live broadcast, and it was only natural for skepticism to arise. Soon, they would witness the true display of skill. He proceeded to the net retrieval machine, preparing to commence the operation. Li Xiang approached with her phone, capturing footage of the sea and the net retrieval apparatus, explaining, "Dear viewers, we are about to haul in the catch. How many fish do you think we will net?" The barrage of comments surged in response. "Incredible! Wait, didn't we just drop the net 20 minutes ago? Why are we hauling in so soon? Indeed. It should take at least 3 to 4 hours. This seems rather unprofessional. If there's fish, it must be a miracle. I'm astounded. The host clearly lacks experience. I suspect those big fish in the video were purchased from the market." Going from fans to detractors, I predict an empty haul. 20 minutes for a catch? This is ludicrous. If the haul exceeds 5 pounds, I'll eat my hat. The viewership of the live stream exceeded 100. With the comments flowing in more abundantly than before, yet the majority were laden with doubt. Some even speculated that the net would yield nothing. Li Xiang, upon reading the comments, chose not to engage in argumentation, instead chuckling. Some individuals wished to deceive for a meal, They should just be honest. As for professionalism, you shall witness it soon enough. 5 pounds. How about we aim for 10 times that? The audience was taken aback by her confidence. If 5 pounds can multiply tenfold, I'll send gifts immediately. Please, stop exaggerating. Cows are flying now. What gives you such confidence? Anything more than a few pounds would be impressive. If it weren't for your lovely voice, I would have left by now. Hurry it up, hurry it up. Chapter 82. Outrageously incredible. Within merely 20 minutes of casting the net, it was time to haul it in. Under normal circumstances, one would not expect a significant catch. It is no surprise that the viewers expressed skepticism as they approached the situation with logic and reason. Yet, they were unaware that Zhang Hai had personally ventured into the sea to drive the fish towards the net. Moreover, he had strategically positioned the net amidst the school of fish. Despite the brevity of the time, the net was already brimming with fish. Amidst the viewers' doubts and scrutinizing gazes, Zhang Hai activated the net retrieving machine, preparing to haul in his catch. The reel of the device began to turn rhythmically, emitting a series of mechanical creaks. Observing this, Li Xiang quickly brought her phone's camera closer, intent on capturing the moment. While she had faith in Zhang Hai's fishing prowess, she, like the audience, was oblivious to the state of the net, and at that moment, her anxiety heightened. Should the haul be meager, it would indeed be a considerable embarrassment. In her heart, she silently prayed for a bountiful catch, at least over 10 kilograms. A net yielding more than 10 kilograms would be respectable, averting any disgrace. Under the collective gaze of the audience, the net retrieving machine gradually pulled the net from the ocean floor. Before long, a portion of the net surfaced, and upon seeing it, Li Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment, her face alight with excitement. For within the few meters of netting were an abundance of mudfish. This was indeed a promising sign. Eagerly, Li Xiang leaned closer to capture the haul, ensuring that everyone could clearly see the bounty. As the net continued to rise, an ever-increasing number of mudfish came into view. 1, 2, 10, 20. There were too many to count. In less than 10 meters of net, the fish were already overwhelming. The net passed through the machine's detangling apparatus, automatically enlarging the mesh openings, causing the mudfish clinging to the net to tumble down onto the deck in a flurry. The rhythmic slapping of the lively mudfish against the deck resonated like applause. What a magnificent harvest! Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless. Particularly those who had confidently proclaimed that there would be no catch were now wearing incredulous expressions, their disbelief palpable. After a brief silence, the live chat erupted with excitement. A flurry of 6,666 comments flooding the screen. What had initially seemed a modest haul transformed into an unexpected bounty. It exceeded all expectations, surpassing what they had witnessed from others. Truly astonishing. Wow, they actually hit the jackpot. Didn't they just cast the net for over 20 minutes? How could there be such a substantial catch? Are these mudfish genuinely wild? Or have they been placed in a fishery? The density of fish is rather astonishing. Isn't it? To have over 10 kilograms after just a few meters? Impressive. 6,666. Keep going. I love watching this. As they gazed upon the teeming school of fish, the viewers in the live stream were exhilarated beyond measure. A bountiful harvest is a sight that delights all. Particularly thrilling was the moment of catching fish. Though surprised, the excitement was palpable. Aside from the barrage of comments, numerous gifts began to flood in. The audience proved to be quite faithful, genuinely contributing gifts. Noticing the skeptical comments, Li Xiang explained that the net was cast in a wild fishing area. She then captured a glimpse of the vast ocean with her phone, elucidating, "Take a good look. This is not a breeding pond, but the open sea, entirely wild. Incredible! What luck, encountering a school of fish. This is something remarkable. To achieve such a catch in merely 20 minutes is utterly astonishing." The viewer count surged to over 100 as more people joined the lively chat and contributed gifts, naturally elevating the atmosphere of the live stream. In a moment of exhilaration, Li Xiang approached the school of mudskippers on the deck, eager to capture a close-up for her audience. Recklessly, she reached out to grab one for a better shot. Startled, Zhang Hai quickly intervened, urging, "Do not touch the mudskippers." Perplexed, Li Xiang turned to him, asking, "What's wrong?" "Look at the comments," Zhang Hai replied, knowing the audience would provide the necessary context. Li Xiang retracted her hand, glancing at the lively comments. The viewers were in an uproar. Wow, the host is truly brave, reaching for the lively mudskippers without even wearing gloves. If she gets stung, she might cry for days. Mudskippers rank among the most venomous marine creatures. Host, please be cautious. I've been stung before. The sensation is something else. If the host gets stung by a mud skipper, I'll be first to post it on Douyin. Those wishing for her to get stung are not well-intentioned. If she gets stung, it would be hilarious. Upon reading the comments, Li Xiang comprehended the gravity of the situation and felt a surge of apprehension. She was relieved she had not touched the fish. Otherwise, she could have faced the painful consequences. Averse to pain, she cautiously opted to use her phone for close-ups instead of risking a direct encounter. Just as the audience fervently discussed the venomous nature of the mud skipper, Zhang Hai prepared the netting device to automatically collect the fish. He approached the school of mud skippers on the deck, intending to place the catch into a foam box for refrigeration. With the increasing number of mud skippers, space on the deck was becoming limited. Timely removal was essential. While the price of mud skippers is not particularly high, the living specimens do not differ greatly from the deceased, and an abundance of catches cannot be sustained in the live well. Hence, the only option was to store them in the foam box for freshness. The lively and unpredictable mud skippers indeed posed a danger, particularly with their long, sharp spines, which could easily inflict injury even through gloves. Seasoned anglers are familiar with the mnemonic: 1 ray, 2 tigers, 3 sand spikes for golden drums, 5 mud skippers. This serves as a common guide for identifying venomous fish. Although being stung by any of them may not be fatal, the sensation is undeniably excruciating and unforgettable. For anglers, handling these particular fish requires utmost caution. The mud skipper, despite ranking 5th, possesses considerable toxicity and should not be underestimated. However, this caution applies to others, for Zhang Hai harbors no fear whatsoever. Upon activating his diving suit, a transparent defensive barrier envelopes him, rendering him impervious even to the sharpest of blades. Thus, he remains unconcerned about the threat of being pierced. With confidence, he boldly grasps the mud skippers with his bare hands, placing them into a foam box. In the interest of efficiency, he employs a shovel-like technique with his hands. Li Xiang, who has been filming the mud skippers, captures the moment when Zhang Hai nonchalantly scoops them up. Witnessing this, the viewers in the live stream are left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, their faces marked by expressions of confusion and myriad question marks. Just moments ago, they fervently debated the ferocity of the mud skipper's venom, advising the host to exercise extreme caution. Now, however, they find themselves watching in disbelief as Zhang Hai effortlessly collects mud skippers with his bare hands. Is this not absurd? It is absurdity taken to the extreme. Chapter 83. A bountiful harvest soon. The barrage of comments erupted. Is that the iron sand palm? Aren't you afraid of getting pricked? With the captain's method of catching, he must have been pricked. Does it not hurt at all? This is not just pricking, it's utter chaos. Is this still the mud-skinned fish I know? Incredible. How is it even possible? I am utterly dumbfounded. 66,666. Li Xiang gazed at the comments, a faintly embarrassed smile gracing her face. She found herself at a loss for words to explain. Beyond expressing admiration, there was little else to convey. Finally, mimicking Zhang Hai's demeanor, she proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, for our captain, this is merely a fundamental operation. Its basic skills, don't be alarmed." Her words incited another wave of excitement among the audience. What do you call that basic? I'm impressed. 6,666. The captain is quite skilled. This show is captivating. I'll keep my gifts. Evidently, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly impressed by Zhang Hai's technique. Those entering the stream were reluctant to leave, even spontaneously promoting the stream in other channels to draw in more viewers. The popularity surged, with the number of online viewers exceeding 200. For the first day of broadcasting, this audience size was indeed remarkable. The net retrieval machine worked tirelessly, hauling in increasingly abundant nets. The catch grew heavier, with dozens to hundreds of pounds piling up in a foam box. Zhang Hai proceeded to fill another foam box with fish. As the quantity of mud-skinned fish increased, the audience became somewhat desensitized. The barrage transformed into a chorus of 6,666 and various gift notifications. In this chaotic era of online entertainment, as long as one engages the audience, many will undoubtedly tune in. Zhang Hai's feat of netting over 1,000 pounds of mud-skinned fish with bare hands distinguished him as a leading figure among the coastal streamers. Consequently, the number of viewers only continued to rise, and gifts flowed in incessantly. After several minutes, the entire 1,000-meter fishing net was retrieved, each meter densely packed with fish. Zhang Hai's pace could barely keep up with the influx, and soon, the deck was piled high with mud-skinned fish. Observing this mountainous accumulation, the The viewers' astonishment surged once more, reigniting the fervor in the barrage. Incredible. I watched the entire process. At least 1,000 pounds were caught. This quantity could sustain the neighboring angler for a year. Why didn't he, such an impressive streamer, start earlier? Is the streamer still casting nets? I'd love to watch more. Where is this? Please enlighten me. My fishing rod is itching with anticipation. Li Xiong, reading the comments, explained. If you enjoy this, please follow. We will be live streaming fishing almost every day. Beyond netting, we also engage in angling, underwater hunting, and coastal foraging. As long as it's on the sea, our captain can do it all. You will undoubtedly be amazed. With that, Li Xiong concluded. The number of followers in the live stream surged steadily, with an increasing number of viewers tuning in. Naturally, there were also skeptical comments in the chat. What is the host bragging about? It's merely a stroke of luck to catch a school of fish. The previous commenter is right. Netting is just a matter of chance and a bit of experience. This time it was a bountiful catch, but who knows what the next haul will yield. If I had good fortune, I could do it too. Claiming to be omnipotent? Is there no script for this boasting? Can fishing compare to the expertise of the neighboring angler? Old Dang? Can spearfishing outshine the professional diving instructor next door? Amidst the skepticism, Li Xiong remained calm and composed. Responding with a smile, whether I am boasting or not, the results will speak for themselves. There is no need for contention. Many viewers defended Li Xiong. Exactly. Just watch and enjoy. Why all the chatter? If it's so easy, why don't you go live? Regardless, the captain certainly has a knack for catching mudskippers. Right. In the midst of the discussions, Zhang Hai took a few more minutes to place all the mudskippers he had caught into foam boxes. He then counted the haul, a total of 8 foam boxes, each filled to the brim, capable of holding around 120 to 130 pounds. As anticipated, he had captured approximately 1,000 pounds of mudskippers. Zhang Hai felt quite satisfied with this catch. Such large wild mudskippers, weighing between 3 to 4 pounds, could yield an income of over 30 to 40,000 yuan from this single haul, all within just 1 hour. What other job could provide such earnings in such a short time? After organizing the catch, Zhang Hai sealed the foam boxes with transparent tape and neatly arranged them to one side. Li Xiong approached, filming and explaining that this was the entirety of their catch. Upon seeing this, the audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment once more. So many fish caught in one net. What a fortune. It must be over 1,000 pounds, several tens of thousands of yuan. Simply incredible. We want more. Noticing the overwhelmingly positive comments, Li Xiong felt immense joy. This is one of the great advantages of live streaming, the ability to share the harvest and further relish the joy of a bountiful catch. After all, for anglers, a successful haul is something to boast about, and live streaming allows for immediate celebration without the need for social media posts, enabling real-time appreciation from viewers. After finishing his tasks, Zhang Hai also glanced at the comments in the live stream, feeling equally delighted. Captain, shall we continue the live stream? Or wait until we find more fish? Li Xiong inquired. With the fish collected, the program reached a temporary pause, and Li Xiong contemplated whether to end the stream for now and resume once they located more fish. Zhang Hai remarked, "Let us see what the audience in the live stream has to say." As for whether to conclude the broadcast or continue, he wished to gauge the viewers' reactions. It was evident that the audience had overheard the conversation between the two. They inundated the chat with comments. Please don't end the stream. Keep it going. Are you planning to log off just to visit the market? Is it possible to stream the entire process? I beg you. I relish watching the fishing process. Please don't stop. Gifts have been sent. We implore you to continue the broadcast. Almost all viewers expressed a desire for the live stream to persist. Upon noticing this, Li Xiong said, "Very well, let us continue the broadcast and show you the beauty of the ocean. However, please be aware that the signal may be inconsistent out at sea and there might be occasional disruptions. I hope for your understanding." That's all right, we can understand. 6,666. Let us shower the host with gifts. Let us show our support. Could the host establish a fan group? I would like to join. Could we have a moderator? Please. The audience engaged in lively conversation within the live stream. The number of viewers surged from just a handful at the beginning to over 300, eventually stabilizing. Chapter 84. The wager. Zhang Hai ceased to pay attention to the barrage of comments. He navigated his vessel, continuing his quest for bountiful schools of fish or seafood. Amidst his search, he took a moment to access the system's item shop, checking his points balance. To his surprise, the points had escalated from 0 to 1,500. Having caught 1,000 pounds of mudfish had indeed garnered him this total, reaching the daily cap. Upon seeing his points, Zhang Hai felt a twinge of disappointment. The daily limit seemed rather meager at merely 1,500 points, easily reached. However, he reassured himself that he had nearly exchanged all the items available in the level 1 shop. In 2 or 3 days, he would be able to upgrade the item shop, and upon achieving level 2, the points cap would also increase. Zhang Hai felt a growing anticipation for the level 2 shop. After closing the item shop interface, he focused intently on the display screen of the detector, searching for schools of fish. With his points already maxed out for the day, the remainder of his endeavor was purely to catch fish for profit. He relished the freedom to fish as he pleased, unburdened by concerns about points. He hadn't even cast his line twice yet. He hoped his next target would reveal a splendid large fish. Having ventured out to sea, with an abundance of fish resources around him, the temptation to cast his line was irresistible. The fishing boat circled the double butterfly reef for several minutes, yet no target schools or sizable fish were in sight. As the tide receded, the reef gradually emerged, revealing more rocks above the water's surface than when he had arrived, forming what appeared to be an island. Li Xiang, holding her phone, captured the breathtaking seascape for everyone, perhaps growing impatient from the wait, or perhaps bewildered by Zhang Hai's leisurely navigation. The viewers in the live stream transformed into keyboard warriors, offering unsolicited advice. Based on my years of fishing experience, there must be a treasure trove near those rocks. Captain, steer the boat that way. I suggest we encircle the rocks with nets. Once the tide recedes, we can gather all the fish that couldn't escape. Captain, stop dawdling. There's a prime fishing spot beneath that lighthouse. Cast your line there. The sea is so calm, and the water's so clear, it's the perfect time for spearfishing. Didn't T the captain say he would do that? Why has T yet? I'm perplexed. What is the captain doing? Was he just boasting before? Does he really know what he is doing? Have we been deceived? All those gifts for nothing. Hurry up. Some viewers exhibited a lack of patience. Observing Zhang Hai still searching for fish, they began to express their frustration vocally. Li Xiang, noticing the barrage of comments, patiently explained, "Everyone, please hold on. The captain isn't idling. He is searching for fish, and once he finds them, he will surely catch them. Please be patient." Searching for fish? This method seems rather aimless. It clearly appears he is just wandering around, continuously sailing. How can he spot any fish like this? If this is his method of searching, I'll turn upside down and leap. Indeed, one must pause to observe the flow of the water and gauge its depth, or at the very least, cast a bait to test the waters. Who wanders aimlessly in search of fish? The audience expressed their disbelief, suggesting that the captain might be lacking in skill. This remark touched upon Li Xiang's area of ignorance, as she too was unaware of Zhang Hai's methods for locating fish. She only knew that he consistently navigated the waters aimlessly yet managed to find fish each time, albeit with occasional errors. Despite her lack of understanding, Li Xiang held unwavering faith in Zhang Hai, confidently assuring the viewers in the live stream, "Trust the captain, he will undoubtedly locate the school of fish, so worry not." The audience, however, was not convinced. We've never witnessed such a method for finding fish. Surely the captain does not intend to wait for the fish to surface before confirming their presence. The odds of that are slim. And he might search for an entire day without success. If it were me, I'd head straight to the spot beneath the lighthouse. There are bound to be bites. Their impatience and skepticism grew increasingly pronounced. Li Xiang, growing weary of the explanations, suggested, "How about a wager? I bet the captain can find either a school of fish or a big one." With this proclamation, the audience's enthusiasm surged. "If that's how you feel, I'm all ears. This is an astonishing level of confidence. Let's wager. If the host loses, we want our gifts refunded. In addition to the refunds, we demand the captain dress in women's clothing and dance. If the host wins, we shall generously double our gifts. I, Lu, accept this wager. If the host's prediction holds true, I'll shower the stream with the most extravagant gifts." Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Li Xiang turned to Zhang Hai and inquired, "Captain, they say if you fail to find a big fish, you must don women's attire and dance. Do you agree?" Zhang Hai, recognizing that Li Xiang was placing a bet with the audience, furrowed his brow, thinking, "If we are to wager, why all this fuss? Can't we keep it simple?" Just then, the detector signaled a target acquisition. Zhang Hai quickly checked the alert and discovered a school of pomfret, the largest of which met the specifications for a pomfret king. His spirits lifted. At that moment, Li Xiang called out to him, "The audience insists you wear women's clothing. Will you take the bet?" Zhang Hai replied, "Fine, if that's what it takes, as long as they play fair." This was a surefire victory, leaving Zhang Hai little reason to deliberate further. With his agreement, The audience in the live stream buzzed with excitement. 66,666. Eagerly awaiting the captain in women's attire. Incredible. He exudes such confidence. I am curious to see how he locates the big fish. We promise not to renege, Captain. Just play fair. Li Xiang, mirroring the anticipation of the audience, wore a similar expression of excitement. Deep down, she secretly hoped for Zhang Hai's defeat. But her position compelled her to maintain her support for him. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, she resolutely declared to the audience in the livestream, "The captain will undoubtedly prevail, so do not fret." The comments soon transformed into a chorus of skepticism. As she spoke, the fishing vessel came to a halt, suspended above a cluster of fighting pomfret fish. The viewers, noting the ship's sudden stop, inquired with curiosity, have they found a school of fish, or perhaps a large catch? Why have they stopped? Let's ask the captain what's going on. Is this the spot? Observing the comments, Li Xiang turned to Zhang Hai, who candidly replied, "We discovered a big fish. We stopped to fish." Upon hearing Zhang Hai's assertion, the self-proclaimed seasoned viewers swiftly took to their keyboards to express their mockery. Seriously? After searching for so long, is this it? The surface of the water here is completely still. Where are the fish? We're far from the reefs. It hardly resembles a fishing ground. Could it be that the captain is merely guessing? I wonder on what basis the captain is convinced there are fish here. In my opinion, the captain is a fool, just winging it. Even if there are fish, they're likely small. If we don't catch any weighing over 10 pounds or fail to total 100 pounds, then the captain has lost. No excuses. Moreover, it's time limited. We have a maximum of 3 hours, and we'll assess the catch afterward. Exactly, we can't just fish indefinitely with no catch. The audience began to deliberate. Li Xiang glanced around, perplexed as to why Zhang Hai was so certain there were fish. Consequently, she anxiously turned to Zhang Hai and whispered, "Captain, is this feasible?" Zhang Hai did not respond verbally, but offered her an affirmative nod. He then proceeded to prepare the fishing rod and began to fish. The school of fighting pomfret was indeed sizable, though limited in number, only about 20 or 30. Thus, fishing was sufficient. There was no need to cast a net, perfectly satisfying his angling cravings. Chapter 85. The Battle of the Pomfret. The pomfret, a member of the family of fish, is often referred to as the king among pomfrets. Likened to the Hermes of the sea. In coastal regions, there exists a saying, 1 pomfret, 2 mullets, 3 mackerels. The 1 pomfret does not refer to the golden, silver, or white pomfrets, but specifically to the esteemed pomfret known as the battle pomfret. The 2 mullets refers to the mullet fish, also known in some areas as the horsefriend fish. Many believe that the flavor of the battle pomfret surpasses even that of the horsefriend fish, which is often hailed as the premier fish of the South China Sea. The battle pomfret is characterized by its diamond shape and swallow-like tail. Its scales exhibit a grayish hue, resembling those of the white pomfret, which leads many to mistakenly identify the battle pomfret as the white variety. In reality, there exists a significant disparity between the two, not only in terms of texture and nutritional value, but also in market price. The battle pomfret commands a higher price than the horsefriend fish, often fetching over 200 yuan per pound during peak seasons. During holidays or off-peak times, the price may escalate to 400 or 500 yuan per pound. A single specimen weighing 2 to 3 pounds can easily exceed 1,000 yuan, rendering its value astonishing. The exorbitant price is attributed not only to its delectable flesh, but also to the fact that the battle pomfret cannot be farmed. It is entirely wild-caught. In its natural habitat, the battle pomfret is scarce, and its growth is exceedingly slow. It takes several years for a juvenile to reach a weight of 1 pound. And a battle pomfret weighing 8 to 10 pounds requires at least a decade to mature. Typically, a fishing vessel may only catch a battle pomfret once every 6 months or even a year, with captures often limited to just 1 or a few specimens. Generally, those caught are sent directly to upscale restaurants due to their pristine scales and freshness, rarely appearing in markets. Thus, even at prices reaching hundreds of yuan per pound, acquiring a large and high-quality battle pomfret remains a formidable challenge. This time, Zhang Hai was fortunate, encountering over 20 large battle pomfrets, each weighing over 3 pounds. The largest among them reached the status of a battle pomfret king, estimated to weigh at least 20 pounds. Although the number of battle pomfrets encountered was not vast, their value was substantial, with each fish possessing an economic worth exceeding 1,000 yuan. Given the rarity of such a prized species, Zhang Hai had ample reason to fish. With his fishing rod set up specifically for catching battle pomfrets, Zhang Hai then examined the sonar display to assess the situation of the pomfrets. They were located in the mid to upper water column, congregated in groups but somewhat dispersed within a radius of 500 meters, each pursuing its own prey. Observing this, Zhang Hai did not hastily cast his line. Instead, he retrieved the dead shrimp he had purchased that morning, approximately 1 pound, and crushed it in a small bucket. He then formed it into clumps and tossed it into the sea ahead to create a baiting spot. As the saying goes, without baiting, the catch will be meager. Although the effectiveness of baiting and sea fishing is not always ideal, it was now confirmed that a school of fish was nearby, and baiting was intended to draw them together. Indeed, shortly after the bait was cast, the battle pomfrets detected the pungent aroma and began to converge towards the fishing boat, frantically devouring the bait beneath the vessel. The head of the pomfret is diminutive, and its mouth is equally small, making the tiny fish and shrimp its preferred delicacies. While Zhang Hai was preparing the bait to attract fish, Li Xiang was continuously filming the surface of the sea. The audience in the live stream could only observe Zhang Hai's actions but remained unaware of the underwater situation, leaving them in the dark about the fish activity. Noticing the calm surface, they could not restrain themselves from flooding the comments with directives and doubts. How does the captain prepare the bait? Is it merely dead shrimp? Doesn't he add any secret ingredients? It's absurd to think this bait can attract fish. Moreover, this method of baiting seems wasteful. A pound of shrimp will surely go to waste. With such strong currents, the bait will disperse in no time. When fishing in the sea, one must use a net bag secured with a rope on the boat, and one must consider the water depth. Different fish require different bait. The captain is utterly inexperienced. He doesn't even know how to bait for sea fishing. He is probably just putting on a show and wasting time. When he fails to catch fish, he'll in the stream, so everyone should leave now. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll likely catch nothing. Just watch the spectacle if you want to see big fish. It's better to go next door. Li Xiang, noticing the audience's skeptical comments, responded, "Everyone need not worry. The captain has his own fishing methods. Ultimately, we shall see the results. There is no need for unnecessary commentary." Upon hearing this, the audience grew displeased. Why is the host being so stubborn? What will you say when no fish are caught? Don't treat the viewers as fools, please. Before long, Zhang Hai noticed that the bait had been nearly devoured, as the pomfrets were frantically competing for the scant morsels. This moment presented an opportune time to cast the line. Once the bait was lowered, they would undoubtedly bite without hesitation. Zhang Hai began to bait the hook and cast his line, skillfully placing the bait right into the mouth of a pomfret. There was little need for technique. It relied on advanced technology. As the bait entered the water, in less than 20 seconds, the float was pulled under, disappearing completely. As the saying goes, if the float disappears for 3 seconds, the big fish cannot escape. Observing this, Zhang Hai calmly counted to 3 in his mind, and then sharply lifted the rod, immediately feeling an immense pull in his hands. He had hooked a fish. The line was taut, and the rod bent dramatically. This was undoubtedly a solid catch, and it was a substantial fish. Feeling the fierce strength from the other end of the line, a joyful expression spread across Zhang Hai's face. He tightened his grip on the rod, releasing some tension before reeling in, engaging in a battle of strength with the fish. Since he did not need to worry about the line snapping, he focused primarily on reeling in, with minimal need to release tension. Li Xiang, upon seeing the fish on the line, instantly perked up, raising her phone to capture images of the rod and the sea. The live stream audience, witnessing the bent rod and taut line, erupted with excitement, eagerly tapping the screen to share their comments. 6,666. Wow, I can't believe a bite came so quickly. It's only been a few seconds since the cast. Has he really hooked a fish? Impressive. The fish activity looks promising. Please let us know where. It seems that the captain is indeed adept at locating fishing spots. We may have all misjudged him. Just as the line was cast, a bite was immediate, and this cannot merely be attributed to luck. It suggests a bountiful resource. Having discovered a promising fishing location, initially, they believed that Zhang Hai was merely casting about haphazardly, and that his baiting was equally random. However, the reality has proven that they underestimated him. Those who had questioned Zhang Hai have fallen silent, astonished as they watched him engage in a struggle with the fish. After observing for a moment, they remarked, "The captain's method of reeling in must indicate a small fish. There is hardly any resistance, and he effortlessly retrieves the line. It must be a small catch. Indeed, it appears to be either a minor carp or a mudfish, perhaps even a stonefish. Such specimens, I could easily catch dozens of in a day from the shore. Everyone, remain calm. It is merely a small fish. If it were a larger fish, he would have already lost the line with such a technique." Their observations were not entirely incorrect, for Zhang Hai had been consistently reeling in with minimal slack, appearing quite at ease, which certainly did not suggest he was dealing with a large fish. However, they had no inkling of the extraordinary quality of the fishing rod he wielded.